Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 2136 to Chapter 2208. Over the decades, Heaven and Earth Association had many branches. Its members had infiltrated all the empires. Its influence was not to be underestimated. Some of the big shots of the forces present had more or less interacted with Heaven and Earth Association, some even had transactions. Thus, when the heads of the 9 general stars rolled on the ground, some of the Lord's pupils shrunk to the size of needles as they subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Before they went up the mountain, they had not heard of any commotion from Heaven and Earth Association. But after going up the mountain, it had only been a few days. As expected of the managing director of Heaven Plain Dao Court for many years, the older the wiser, he actually hid it from everyone's eyes and acted decisively to eliminate Heaven and Earth Association. Xianxia, do you know the consequences of betraying me? Fang Yuan's expression was malevolent. Heaven and Earth Association's general stars had their own missions, they would not gather together. Xianxia could capture them all at once. It meant that he had already grasped their movements and even arranged people around them. With such a flawless plan, he naturally had all the information he needed. Even if he refused to admit that he was the one who attacked the matter, the other crimes he had already listed were enough to put him to death. Saint Purity trusted you wholeheartedly and treated you as his own son, but you schemed to kill him and usurp the managing director position. Killing a master is equivalent to killing a father. I, Xianxia, disdain to be associated with such a disloyal, unfilial, and unjust person like you. Xianxia said resolutely. As a general star of Heaven and Earth Association, his words confirmed Fang Yuan's crimes. What a battle between master and disciple. Taiwei looked at the changing situation coldly and scoffed inwardly. Was the managing director position of Dao Court so good? This Gu Chen had obtained the top position of legend rank. His future was limitless, but he actually put himself in a situation of certain death for such a position. How short-sighted was he? The managing director looked very impressive in the Dao Court, but because of this, he suffered many restrictions, not mentioning other things. The managing director of Dao Court had never reached Dao Ancestor Realm. Once he did, he would quickly step down. If this Gu Chen understood the reason behind this, he should not have coveted the managing director position. This position was just a pathetic shackle to a true genius. It could only be said that power made people blind. The cultivators who walked out of the Chaos Sea ultimately did not have a high level of vision. It's a pity that he's at the top of the legend rank. He's talented and resourceful, but in the end, he's just a foot higher than the devil. Today, Pure Saint is going to kill him. He won't be able to turn things around. Since he was able to get the Crystal Line's consecrator to help, it means that Saint Purity's act of placing righteousness before family has already gained the approval of that Avicania existence. We've really put on a big show. What a good move to lure the snake out of its hole. With this, all the unstable factors in the Great Shadow Villa will be exposed, and Saint Purification's control over the villa will be impregnable. The lords of the first-rate forces were secretly communicating with each other. Deep down, they were fearful of the sacred purification sect. A large number of silver-robed cultivators surrounded Fang Yuan, forming an airtight encirclement. He was like a small boat that was about to be capsized by the storm. Gu Chen looked at the face that was exactly the same as his, but he had never seen such panic before. His heart was incomparably heavy. Xianxia had actually killed all the general stars of Heaven and Earth group. Even though he had vaguely mentioned it before, it was still inconceivable. He felt that Fang Yuan's plan was not so simple. But the general stars were dead, Reverend Pu Ji was also dead, and even Qian clan's ancestor was controlled. Fang Yuan's painstakingly built Qian Kong was destroyed to this extent. If he had other motives, wouldn't he have paid a huge price? Looking at the face that was forced into a desperate situation and did not look like it was fake, Gu Chen really somewhat believed that Fang Yuan had failed miserably this time. My good disciple, you can choose to kneel down and repent, or die in battle. Saint Purity looked down at Fang Yuan. No emotions could be heard from his voice. Fang Yuan's expression changed continuously, before he suddenly laughed loudly. Old fart, do you think that you alone can kill me? His eyes shined brightly, his black hair moved without wind. Saint Purity doesn't need to make a move. There are so many experts here, you can't deal with them. Star Sea Sect's leader mocked. The current legend rank number 1 seemed to be in a pathetic state. He was just fighting like a cornered beast. The great sages of the other forces also looked at him coldly. If a so-called genius died prematurely, he would be nothing. If the legend rank number 1 was gone, then in this era, their descendants might have a chance to rise up. You think you can take me down with numbers? Fang Yuan suddenly calmed down, his expression was full of mockery. All the great lords furrowed their brows. Could it be that this fellow had gone mad from being provoked too much? His Saint Realm men of sacrifice had all died, leaving him alone. How could he fight against pure holiness and his men, not just Saint Purity? Even the great sages who did not participate in the banquet came after hearing the news. As long as I control the whole of Swan Shadow Villa, no one will know about today's matter. Fang Yuan flipped his right hand, a book appeared in his palm. This book's cover was dark blue, but there were golden markings on the edges. It was profound and complex. In the middle of the cover of the book, there were 2 ancient characters written in silver. It was called High Heavens. You dare to use heaven as your name, traitorous disciple, you are truly disgraceful. Saint Purity squinted his eyes. This traitorous disciple's Tao techniques were mostly taught by him, but he had never seen him use this book-type Tao artifact. It seemed that this was his traitorous disciple's trump card. My good master, I learned the great purification technique from you. But how would you know that you are not the only one who taught me? Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a mocking smile, his left hand lightly placed on the Book of Heaven in his right hand. His aura started to expand, and soon, it was on par with Saint Purity. He had surpassed 900 million Tao power, reaching quasi-Tao ancestor realm. In just 100 years, he is already at the final step. Tai Wei's expression changed. Even as a descendant of the very clan, she enjoyed all the resources in the world, but she was only a great sage. The other great sages were even more shocked. After all, the threshold to great sage was 600 million Tao power. Many of them had cultivated for countless years, but they had only just crossed the threshold. 900 million Tao power was not something that could be cultivated through bitter cultivation, it was a realm that only those with the talent of a Tao ancestor could reach. If this kid doesn't die, I'm afraid he will become the youngest Tao ancestor in history. Many people thought to themselves, their eyes filled with killing intent. You all want to kill me? I'll give you a chance. Fang Yuan gently moved his finger, opening the Book of Heaven in his hand, and a dazzling light spread out. In the next moment, everyone was swept into the strong light, the world was spinning, and the world changed. If one looked at the second mountain from afar, they would see an illusory heavenly book unfolding in Swan Shadow Villa, completely covering it. Its majestic divine might was unfathomable. It was like the hand of heaven, controlling fate, life, and death. Apex the vast expanse of white seemed to have no end. Guchen stood alone, leaning on his umbrella as he indifferently gazed into the nothingness. A moment ago, he was surrounded by experts, and the next moment, he was alone in such a strange place. The Book of Heaven in Fang Yuan's hands had an unknown ability. Was it an illusion, or was I teleported to some kind of mystic realm in an instant? Guchen mumbled. Before he could figure out what kind of Tao technique this was, a voice like the might of heaven resounded from above. Tao seeking of heaven, heaven and earth trial. These simple words revealed the ambition of the master of this place. He boasted that he was in heaven and wanted to test the cultivators of the world. In the nothingness in front of him, rainbow light surged and a figure slowly took shape. Guchen narrowed his eyes. The person that appeared in front of him looked exactly like him, even the ancient umbrella in his hand was the same. What are you trying to do? He coldly asked. But the other party did not respond, instead suddenly launching an attack. Swish, an ancient umbrella suddenly swept in front of him. The body of the umbrella was covered in flames, the high temperature distorting the air. Guchen casually picked up the umbrella to block. Water ripples spread out from the umbrella, just enough to cancel out the flames. Then, at the same time, the 2 umbrellas opened up, bursting with golden gung sword light, once again canceling out each other. Guchen took a step back, and the person that looked exactly like him also took a step back. Their expressions and actions seemed to be carved out of the same mold. Guchen stabbed the umbrella into the air. From the tip of the umbrella, countless trees grew madly, twisting and transforming. In a short time, they had transformed into a 1,000-armed demon statue. The demon statue raised 1,000 hands, covering the sky and moon, densely packed and incomparably imposing. the imposter Gu Chen seemed to be able to understand and imitate all of Gu Chen's moves. He was only half a beat slower, imitating Gu Chen and stabbing the umbrella tip into the air, also transforming into a 1,000-armed demon statue. The 2,000-armed demon statues were equally matched. The gazes of the two Gu Chens darkened and countless giant palms slammed down, boom 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 boom. Terrifying energy turbulence appeared, but this vast expanse of whiteness was impregnable, showing no signs of collapse. Gu Chen dragged the umbrella and slashed through the air. A mountain appeared under his feet, rising against the wind and carrying him toward the 9 layers of clouds. It was the same for the fake Gu Chen. The two of them stared at each other coldly across the mountain. The sky seemed to have no limit. No matter how far the mountain stretched, there was no end to it. Finally, Gu Chen stopped, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. After some probing, he was sure that this space wasn't an illusion. That imposter that looked exactly like him was also not an illusion, but the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Fan Yuan claimed that heaven and the heavenly Tao created enemies that were identical to the trapped people, calling it a trial. This Tao technique is clearly not just targeted at me. In fact, I can't possibly be the main target. In other words, all the cultivators in the Great Shadow Mountain Villa have been struck by the same Tao technique. What a domineering book world. What a powerful ability. Gu Chen's expression was cold. Although this was the first time he had seen Fan Yuan's Book of Heaven, he could see the shadow of his own divine path in it. There were billions of cultivators in the world, and there were as many orthodoxies as there were stars in the sky. What kind of Tao technique could allow one to use the strength of others as they pleased? His divine path used nature, space-time, life and death, and soul as its core, encompassing the 3,000 great Taos in the world. Only his orthodoxies could create such a world. Gu Chen understood the essence of the imposter in front of him after a short exchange of blows. This was something that no other cultivator in the Great Shadow Mountain Villa could do. This was because Fan Yuan's current abilities came from the foundation that Gu Chen had given him. No one understood the potential of his divine path better than Gu Chen. There are many experts in the Mountain Villa, and there are also many great Sage Realm experts. To be able to create so many heavenly Tao clones at the same time, Fan Yuan's Book of Heaven must have collected a lot of orthodoxies. These heavenly Tao clones are not only identical to the main body, but they also have the ability to learn. The longer they are trapped in this place, the more their own Tao will be replicated, and Fan Yuan's divine path will be more complete. Gu Chen looked around unhurriedly, and the disdain in his eyes intensified. The attack on the mountain villa failed, and his ambition was exposed. Logically speaking, Fan Yuan should be very anxious now and want to end the battle as soon as possible. But this Tao technique he used seems more like a trapping technique. The various forces might fall into a bitter battle, but their lives will not be in danger for a short period of time. If it were anyone else, it would be because their cultivation level is insufficient, but Fan Yuan, earlier, Fan Yuan's acting had almost convinced Gu Chen that he was really in a desperate situation. But now, Gu Chen was sure that Fan Yuan must have other intentions. No matter what Fan Yuan's true goal is, he can't do anything if he's trapped in this book world. I should leave this place first. Gu Chen started to think of a way to get out of this situation. Others would need a long time to understand the mysteries of this place, but he did not need to. This was a huge advantage. Back then, when I set up the divine path, I had great ambitions. I wanted to take over the 3,000 great Tao in the world. Then, Fan Yuan seized my origin, and in these 100 years, his divine path has become even more complete. I'm afraid he has really captured all the great Tao in the world. There are no loopholes. Gu Chen closed his eyes and pondered. Xianxia had once told him that back then, his ability to seize other people's origin was developed in Fan Yuan's hands. Now, not only could he seize other people's origin, he could even give the ability to others. Being able to develop it to this stage, Fan Yuan's Tao was almost invulnerable. There were few ways to quickly leave this book world. The simplest way was to suppress with absolute cultivation level. Fan Yuan's cultivation level had already reached Quasi-Tao Ancestor Realm. To break the book world with absolute cultivation level, he could only be at Tao Ancestor Realm. Right now, there was no one at Tao Ancestor Realm in the Mountain Villa, so no matter how many people there were, they would be trapped. Gu Chen could not do this either. This thread path body only had 890 million Tao strength. If it was his main body, he could easily break this book world, regardless of cultivation level. Because the glorious ancient tyrant physique was an extreme physique formed when 4 divine-grade origin cores were seized, and it was on the brink of death. Fang Yuan's Book of Heaven could not imitate this strength, so the book world naturally could not trap him. It was just that his main body could not reach the second mountain in time. Even if he came, before understanding Fang Yuan's intentions, Guchen did not intend to expose his true identity. Since he could not use the glorious ancient tyrant physique's strength to quickly break this book world, he could only use strength that was not included in Fang Yuan's divine path. Guchen suddenly opened his eyes. He knew how to break out of this situation. During these 100 years when his divine path was seized, it was not that he did not grasp new strength. Guchen raised the ancient umbrella, and the impostor in the distance reacted and moved again. Boom, the two suddenly disappeared on the spot, and when they reappeared, they were shoulder to shoulder, and their umbrellas had pierced through each other's chest. Guchen had a calm expression, his chest that was pierced by the umbrella tip turned into countless threads. He deactivated his Tao body state, and his body turned into countless heavenly winding threads. No matter what attribute they turned into, they were all within the range of Fang Yuan's heavenly Tao. Only pure secret technique energy had no attribute, and it was also a strength that he had never come into contact with in the past. The thread path body disintegrated, and the impostor in front of him opened his eyes wide, and his body shone with colorful light, trying to imitate Guchen's state, but he failed in the end. Rumble, the impostor finally collapsed, and the surrounding white world also turned into an illusory book page that flipped open from the sky. The exit was already in sight. Guchen turned into countless heaven-entangling silk threads and soared into the sky like a silver river, flying out of the pages and floating in the sky. Guchen discovered that the world he was in earlier was only a page of the Book of Heaven. The Book of Heaven was in an open state. The pages inside were densely packed and filled with colorful lights. This was the same as Guchen's earlier deduction. It seemed that the other cultivators of Swan Shadow Mountain Villa were all trapped in different book worlds, but where was Fang Yuan? Had he also entered the book world, or was he doing something else? Guchen thought about it for a while, but he did not leave the Book of Heaven in a hurry. Instead, he turned into a ray of light and followed the pages, entering another book world. With his current strange state, he could ignore the restrictions of the pages. As for whether Fang Yuan had sensed this variable, Guchen did not know. But if he knew, he would definitely take action quickly. He would know soon. After flying into the first page world, Guchen saw an elder of vast sea tribe. He was fighting with another person who looked exactly like him. The surroundings were filled with raging waves. He was clearly in a bitter battle. This was the same as Guchen's earlier deduction. He did not stop and directly flew into the next page. Because of the barrier, that vast sea tribe elder did not sense Guchen's arrival. Otherwise, if he knew, he would definitely ask for help from Guchen. It was too difficult to fight with his other self, but if there was another person to help, the situation would immediately be different. Next, Guchen saw the cultivators of the various empires and clans, as well as the people of Swan Shadow Mountain Villa and Jinghang. Everyone was in a bitter battle. Fang Yuan's method was too domineering and unsolvable. Everyone was at their wits' end. After flying past the 20th page world, Guchen saw Xianxia. Xianxia was fighting with his other self, using the Great Calamity technique's 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. His heavenly law embodiment was extremely shocking. His cultivation had actually reached the level of the Great Sage realm. Guchen secretly sighed in admiration. No wonder Xianxia was able to kill the 9 great general stars of Qianquan group. It seems that he was already a Saint King when they made the agreement 5 years ago. Back then, Morning Yan hadn't even reached the Saint realm, while Xianxia was already in the Great Saint realm. Was Morning Yan's talent far inferior to Xianxia's? No, Morning Yan's constitution had once been ranked first on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit List's Earth Talent list. His talent was impeccable. Just like him, Xianxia came from the dark yellow ancient star. Although his great development immortal physique was extraordinary, it was far from enough after he entered a higher level world. Compared to him, his former peers had long been overshadowed. Not to mention in the Tao world, they were already as weak as candlelight in the Chaos Sea. Xianxia was able to maintain his growth all the way because of his extraordinary wisdom and hard work. Of course, there were also opportunities. The battle below had reached its climax. Besides the 3 calamities and 9 disasters, Xianxia actually used the power of purification to try to eliminate the enemy in front of him. Gu Chen's eyes shone with a strange light. That was the power of Saint Purification. He didn't expect that Saint Purification's great purification technique had not only been passed on to Feng Yuan, but also to Xianxia. It seemed that Saint Purification had roped in Xianxia long ago, and Xianxia's opportunities were most likely related to him. He had the inheritance of 2 great Dao techniques. It was unknown whether the inheritance was complete, but with such strength, even Feng Yuan might not know. It was no wonder that Xianxia only expected him to pass on the message. 5 years ago, when they made the agreement, his cultivation was not even at the Saint realm. Xianxia probably didn't consider him as a combat power. With brothers was scheming, he might have added fuel to the fire for Saint Purification and Feng Yuan to fall out with each other. For 100 years, he has been dealing with Feng Yuan and Saint Purification, 2 old monsters with deep hearts. He is not simple, Gu Chen sighed inwardly. It would be good if Xianxia could defeat Feng Yuan like this. Unfortunately, Xianxia thought he was one of the 2 parties playing chess, but in fact, he was just a chess piece. Gu Chen didn't interfere with Xianxia's battle, and didn't stay for long either. He directly flew into the next page world. On the surface, he didn't have much relationship with Xianxia, so if he interfered and helped him now, Feng Yuan would definitely expose a flaw if he sensed it. Xianxia was likely to be in the game, and he had to be outside it. A mere heaven path incarnation couldn't take Xianxia's life. Gu Chen had more important things to do. Continuing to fly through the page world, Gu Chen quickly found Clay Bodhisattva and Qin Wenfeng. Without Xianxia's apprehension, Gu Chen killed the 2 heaven path incarnations and left with them. Then, the 3 continued to travel through the page world. Boss, we are going to save the great prophet, right? Clay Bodhisattva was shocked by the grandeur of the book world. It was also the first time he realized how terrifying Gu Chen's enemies were. Swan Shadow Villa had so many experts, but they were all trapped in this book of heaven. Who knew how many of them would survive? I have to save the great prophet, but there is someone I care about more than him. Gu Chen's gaze flickered. He still didn't know Feng Yuan's true intentions, but he was already feeling anxious. If he delayed any longer, he might not be able to interfere with the development of the situation. Thus, he had to find Feng Yuxiu, the sect leader of Feng sect, and confirm some things. Swoosh. Swoosh. After an unknown number of pages of the world, Gu Chen suddenly stopped. His pupils, which were looking down at the sky below, suddenly constricted. I found the great prophet. Clay Bodhisattva and Qin Wenfeng's eyes shone, but they were soon stunned. Below them, besides the great prophet and another heaven path incarnation that looked exactly like him, there was another person. That person was wearing a martial artist robe. Half of his face including his right eye was covered by bandages. Other than Feng sect's sect leader, who else would have such a strange appearance? Gu Chen squinted. The Feng sect leader he wanted to find the most was actually trapped in the same page world as the great prophet. Could this be a coincidence? The great prophet, who usually had a sage-like demeanor, was in an unprecedented sorry state. There were many injuries on his body. His heaven path incarnation and Feng Yuxiu were attacking him together. It seemed to be a huge problem for him. Gu Chen looked at the chaotic battle between the 3. The great prophet and the heaven path incarnation were using small spiritual word method and small interference method. But Feng Yuxiu was not using great sealing technique, nor was it derived from great sealing technique, the 6 extreme seals that every disciple of Feng sect cultivated. Feng Yuxiu's hands had turned into weapons. The weapons were ever-changing and impossible to defend against. The great prophet was having a hard time dealing with them. If not for small interference method, he might have already been defeated. Such unfathomable transformations. Could it be Xiang Transformation Sect's great transformation technique? Boss, that person is. Clay Bodhisattva revealed a shocked expression. He somewhat understood why Ling Bing had not left Feng Yuxiu's room. He had disguised himself as Feng Yuxiu and attended the banquet in his place, but where was the real Feng Yuxiu? Gu Chen stared at Feng Yuxiu, or rather Ling Bing. The familiar feeling in his heart from before appeared again. Looking at the unfathomable figure, he had a vague guess. Peak old man, why struggle so bitterly? Just surrender and you'll be spared some physical pain. Ling Bing moved like the wind. Saber, spear, sword, halberd, and other weapons appeared in his hands. Every weapon was one with him, and he could use them as he pleased. The Qianquan group is finished. As a genius disciple of the aspect transformation sect, your future is limitless. Why are you colluding with Guqin? Can you not see the situation clearly? The great prophet was torn to pieces by the weapons, but he turned into a bubble of light and shadow. In the next moment, he appeared in the distance and spoke calmly. The minor intervention art was used to intervene before something was set to happen, thereby correcting the consequences. The great prophet used the power of intervention to render Ling Bing's powerful attacks ineffective, returning him to his previous state. Sometimes the truth you see isn't necessarily the truth. Although our leader wants the great prophecy art from you, he doesn't have to kill you. Why can't an old man like you understand? A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. If you don't resist, I'll ensure your safety. Who knows, you might even have a great opportunity. Ling Bing advised. Half of his body suddenly turned into a stream of light and transformed into a huge mountain and sea seal, smashing towards the great prophet. The great prophet raised his hands, his beard and hair flying. He said, "Lightning." Rumble, a thick bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air and shattered the seal of mountains and seas. The seal of mountains and seas turned into countless fragments, which then turned into countless sharp arrows. They were densely packed, sealing off all possible escape routes for the great prophet. The great prophet revealed a solemn expression. He wanted to use the minor intervention art again, but the incarnation of Heavenly Tao, who had been waiting for an opportunity, formed the same seal with his fingers. Intervention again, the consequence of using the minor intervention art to interfere with the minor intervention art was that they cancelled each other out. The great prophet had no way out. Looks like I can't hide any longer. If I use all my Tao techniques, that person will be even more certain that the old man has mastered the complete great prophecy art. There's also the risk that the incarnation will learn it. But this book world is unsolvable. If I don't use all my strength, I'll definitely become a prisoner. The great prophet muttered to himself. His eyes suddenly shone with a resplendent light, and his powerful divine sense spread out. The minor spiritual word technique was a technique that allowed one to communicate with the energy of heaven and earth through words. Above it, there was an even more advanced minor Tao technique, and that was the minor spiritual sense technique, little soul sense art. Wherever his divine sense passed, it would forcefully shape a world according to the prophecy in his heart. Helpless, the great prophet was just about to unleash his ultimate move when his eyebrows suddenly twitched. The light in his eyes quickly receded, and the mysterious power surrounding his body disappeared. He was relieved and allowed the rain of arrows to come at him. Before they could reach him, an ancient metal umbrella suddenly appeared in front of him and spun around. Clang clang clang, crisp sounds rang out incessantly as all the arrows bounced off, turning into fine rays of light that returned to Ling Bing's body. It's you. How is this possible? No one can escape the trial of the Book of Heaven so easily. He exclaimed in surprise. After the ancient metal umbrella blocked his attack, it flew back and landed in the hands of a white-robed youth. The other party slowly descended from the sky. He was no stranger to this young man. It was Qin Yunfei, who had clumsily tried to befriend his phase transformation sect. Is that so? Was the trial very difficult? Didn't I see that you passed it very easily? Guqin retracted his umbrella and casually teased. The clay bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng also descended behind him, flanking the great prophet. When Ling Bing saw that Guqin wasn't the only fish that had escaped the net, his expression turned even uglier. He coldly snorted. Forget it. I don't care how you guys passed the trial. Since you dare to spoil my plans, then die here. After saying that, his body flashed and he transformed into a golden holy dragon. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he aggressively pounced at Guqin. Great prophet, you look a little pathetic tonight. Guqin turned his head to tease the great prophet. He didn't place Ling Bing in his eyes at all. When Ling Bing was already infinitely close to him and opened his bloody mouth, Guqin casually whipped out the ancient umbrella in his hand. Boom, this umbrella looked soft and didn't use much strength, but the moment it hit Ling Bing, it exploded with a terrifying force, directly shattering his dragon head. A muffled groan came from the dragon's decapitated body. Following that, be it the dragon scales or the dragon bones, they all transformed into crows, setting off a black hurricane that covered the sky. Tens of millions of crows flew around Gu Chen. The clay bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng's expressions changed drastically as they watched. They were extremely nervous. What exactly is this Ling Bing's cultivation? The aspect transformation sect's mystical ability is indeed impressive, Chen Wenfeng said. There were so many crows that it was impossible to kill them all. They also didn't know where Ling Bing's main body was. It was as if he had an immortal body. He's only at the Saint King realm. He has indeed mastered the great transformation technique of the aspect transformation sect. With this Tao of transformation, even an ordinary great sage can't kill him, Gu Chen said casually as he looked at the flock of crows with a mocking expression. Previously, I had the intention to befriend your aspect transformation sect, but you didn't even spare me a glance. I thought you had some ability, but it turns out that you're only SOSO. Today, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. I'll let you know that there's always someone better out there. As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, he tossed the ancient umbrella in his hand upwards. It instantly exploded, transforming into countless heaven-twining silk that formed a giant net that enveloped the flock of crows. Shameless boasting, Ling Bing sneered. He allowed the giant net to trap all the crows in the sky. Then, the crows transformed again, turning into hummingbirds that were even smaller in size. They tried to squeeze through the gaps in the net. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up. He raised his left hand, and his arm also transformed into countless heaven-twining silk. Like a silver waterfall, they merged into the original giant net, making the holes in the net even more dense. Not only that, all the heaven-twining silk along his arm suddenly burst into flames. The flames spread across the entire giant net in the blink of an eye, causing the countless hummingbirds inside to chirp and wail incessantly. Transform! Ling Bing shouted. The countless hummingbirds turned into fragments of light and gathered together. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a pair of golden scissors. With a snapping sound, the scissors cut through the net and finally escaped. Gu Chen's left hand completely transformed into light. The silk surged as he controlled the net to transform it into a giant hammer. Dong, the hammer struck down fiercely. The golden scissors twisted and deformed, and Ling Bing cried out in pain. Transform! 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 Ling Bing continued to transform. One moment, he transformed into a 9 heavens giant dragon, and the next moment, he transformed into a deep-sea giant whale. However, no matter how he transformed, Gu Chen followed suit, completely restraining him. Gu Chen's threaded Tao body was not a real body of flesh and blood. How he transformed was completely up to his will. In addition, the threaded Tao body's cultivation had reached 890 million Tao power, surpassing the Saint King realm Ling Bing. Thus, the battle was completely one-sided. On the other side, the Great Prophet's heavenly Tao incarnation wanted to help Ling Bing. However, it was suppressed by the Great Prophet, the Clay Bodhisattva, and Chen Wenfeng. Very quickly, it completely collapsed. Do you admit defeat? Gu Chen turned into a gigantic millstone, crushing the Ling Bing in the millstone as if he was crushing rice. Ling Bing's transformation speed became slower and slower, his aura weakened, but his soul continued to roar. No. If our cultivation levels were the same, I would definitely not lose to you. Gu Chen felt the untamed divine sense and said in disdain, you still have the face to talk about cultivation level? How many years have you been Wei Yu's disciple? You are older than me but your cultivation level is lower than mine, you still have the face to use this as an excuse? I am not the real Ling Bing. In terms of age, I have not even been 100 years since I gained complete consciousness. Ling Bing immediately replied. This was a secret that should have been kept, but now that the plan had an accident, it was not important whether it was exposed or not. Oh? No wonder you attacked the Great Prophet, it seems all of this is related to that legend rank 1. Gu Chen's gaze flickered, he had finally gotten some information, he was even more certain of his earlier guess. From the moment he helped, he had been intentionally provoking the other party, and the other party's untamed nature was becoming more familiar to him. He had been misled by Ling Bing's life, the true person might have really been in closed cultivation in Xianxia sect for 300 years, but with Feng Yuan's methods, it was not difficult to replace him. The real Ling Bing might have died long ago, but this person who was disguised as him had far higher talent and transformation path than him. He could not be easily seen through. Placing such a hidden pawn in Xianxia sect definitely meant that he had an important mission. Maybe it was for today's plan. Attacking the Great Prophet was definitely not the main plan, although Fang Yuan wanted the Great Prophecy technique. He had more suitable methods. There was no need to choose such a sensitive time like the Dao Court's meeting. In other words, letting Ling Bing capture the Great Prophet was just a side mission. The true plan should be related to the missing Feng sect leader Feng Yuxiu. My people saw you enter the Feng sect leader's room. Speak, what are you trying to do? Gu Chen's eyes shined brightly, the millstone spun faster and faster. Ling Bing's figure became weak and illusory. Hee, it's better for a small fry like you not to know. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Ling Bing said sarcastically without any fear. Gu Chen knew that it was useless to force a confession out of Ling Bing. The millstone disappeared, and all the heaven-entangling silk wrapped around Ling Bing's body. A portion of it followed his temples and forcefully drilled into his brain. Since the other party was unwilling to speak, he would search his own soul. It just so happened that his conjecture was confirmed. Ah! Ling Bing resisted with all his might, but he wasn't a match for Gu Chen at all. In the end, his consciousness was invaded, and his soul was exposed in front of Gu Chen without any concealment. When Gu Chen saw the appearance of the other party's divine soul, he was shocked and his killing intent boiled uncontrollably. Ling Bing's divine soul actually looked exactly the same as his son, Gu Yi. It's actually my son's appearance. Could it be that my previous judgment was wrong? Gu Chen's eyes shone brilliantly. He stared straight at the source, trying his best to figure out the truth of the matter. The Tao of transformation that Ling Bing cultivated, as well as that wild and untamed temperament, made him guess that the other party's true identity was the legendary weapon in his hands, the Formless Thousand Weapons. Formless Thousand Weapons was created by the Dwarf Emperor, forged from formless rocks, and was his #1 divine weapon back then. Back then, Fang Yuan had seized 4 of his origin cores. And the Formless Thousand Weapons was also seized. Formless Thousand Weapons had already developed its own consciousness when it was still a rock, so if Fang Yuan used some methods to make it become a true living being, Gu Chen wouldn't find it strange. Formless Thousand Weapons was a divine weapon with no attribute, proficient in all kinds of transformations. If it became a living being, it would definitely be a genius that only appeared once in a million years in a sect like Xianxia sect, so it was reasonable for Fang Yuan to send it there. Gu Chen thought his conjecture was absolutely correct, but he hadn't expected Ling Bing's divine soul to be exactly the same as his son, Gu Yi. What in the world is going on? Gu Chen's divine sense crazily extended out, probing Ling Bing's divine soul. Slowly, he seemed to have understood something. Ling Bing's divine soul indeed belonged to Gu Yi, but it wasn't completely. He was like a second primordial spirit with its own consciousness, and this consciousness came from the Formless Thousand Weapons. Back then, although Gu Chen saved Gu Yi's heaven soul was taken away by Fang Yuan. Later, although Gu Chen brought Gu Yi all over the primal chaos worlds and personally imparted the Tao to him, he was still brooding over the whereabouts of the heaven soul taken away by Fang Yuan. Now, he finally knew the whereabouts of the heaven soul. It was actually used by Fang Yuan on the Formless Thousand Weapons. Although the Formless Thousand Weapons had its own consciousness back then, it wasn't a true living being. But Fang Yuan used some unknown method to fuse Gu Yi's heaven soul into its body, causing it to become a true living being. The current Ling Bing could be said to be his son, Gu Yi, or could also be called the Formless Thousand Weapons. Gu Chen's mood became somewhat complicated. He continued to probe, and soon found a restriction in the depths of Ling Bing's divine soul. That restriction was extremely strange and complicated. If he wanted to search Ling Bing's soul, it might cause a backlash. At that time, not only would Ling Bing lose his life, he would also not be able to obtain any useful information. Damn this Fang Yuan. Gu Chen's gaze was gloomy, he gritted his teeth in hatred. The unfamiliar Fang Yuan who had panicked under the joint attack of Saint Purity and Xianxia completely disappeared from his mind. He once again felt the other party's sinister and cunning. Everything was a trap. Saint Purity and Xianxia thought they had taken down Fang Yuan, but they did not expect everything to be within Fang Yuan's calculations. For a certain ulterior motive, Fang Yuan had already sent the Formless Thousand Weapons into Xiang transformation sect, replacing the real Ling Bing, completely concealing this matter from Xianxia. It was also for this motive that he chose to bury the Qianquan faction that he had painstakingly managed for so long, using the lives of so many of his companions in exchange for the trust of all the forces. In terms of ruthlessness, in terms of meticulous planning, he was still the Feng Yuan he knew. No one could match him. Ling Bing, the crucial link, was sealed, the breakthrough point was gone. Gu Chen was expressionless. He directly sealed Ling Bing, and no matter how he roared, he threw him into his internal space. He did not have time to deal with this guy. This guy's identity was special. He could not just kill him like this, not to mention he might be useful in the future. From the moment he left the book page world that trapped him to sealing Ling Bing, Gu Chen could be said to be destroying Feng Yuan's plans at every step. But this book page world clearly belonged to Feng Yuan, yet he did not seem to notice any of this. He did not have any reaction. Isn't the main body controlling the Book of Heaven? Then where's your main body now? Gu Chen mumbled. He had already grasped Feng Yuan's thoughts. The other party was no longer so unfathomable. After imprisoning Ling Bing, Gu Chen approached the Great Prophet. Feng Yuan seems to have failed in his attack on Swan Shadow Mountain Villa and is in a desperate situation, but he still has the strength to arrange for people to attack the old man and use great prophecy. It seems that what we saw earlier was an illusion. The Great Prophet transmitted his voice. It was not that he did not trust the clay Bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng, but because they were still in the book world, it was better to be cautious. Feng Yuan is using the whole of Heaven and Earth group as bait to lure Saint Purification and Xianxia to conceal his true actions. This is in line with his personality. I already have some ideas about his real goal. Gu Chen transmitted his voice as well. Sometimes, as long as one grasped a crucial clue, all the mysteries would be solved. The attack on Swan Shadow Mountain Villa is to deceive others, while this book world is to stall for time. This means that Feng Yuan does not want others to find out what he wants to do, and this will take a long time. Then the question is, what is more valuable on this second mountain than the Heaven and Earth group that he has been managing for so many years? Gu Chen threw out a brick to attract jade. The Great Prophet replied while stroking his beard. His gaze was calm and wise. First, we can consider the person. Let's say that someone has great value. And Feng Yuan wants to capture them. If this person belongs to one of the forces attending the Dao Court conference, there is no need to attack Swan Shadow Mountain Villa. The risk is too high. He can attack elsewhere. If this person is a cultivator from Swan Shadow Mountain Villa, there is no need to do this. Feng Yuan belongs to Swan Shadow Mountain Villa. He has many ways to create opportunities. Thinking about it, it is more reasonable to target someone from Supreme Chi Palace. It is not easy to interact with Supreme Chi Palace normally. The Dao Court conference is a good opportunity. But here comes the problem. If he really targets Supreme Chi Palace, it will be a waste of effort to deal with Saint Purification. Gu Chen nodded. That's right, Saint Purification is only a pawn. Feng Yuan sacrificed the whole of Heaven and Earth group for his true goal. This Book of Heaven looks fierce and unsolvable, but it will fail in the end. That is in line with his plan. You mean he is faking his death? Not necessarily, maybe he is just stalling for time to make his real move. The Great Prophet frowned slightly. Gu Chen's idea was very bold. There are a few reasons for this deduction. Firstly, Ling Bing of the Phase Transformation sect disguised himself as the sect leader of the Feng sect, Feng Yuxiu. Since Feng Yuxiu is nowhere to be found, it is very likely that the real operation was carried out by him. Since they've sent someone to impersonate him, it means that they're prepared to let Feng Yuxiu return after the deed is done. But even though we don't know what they're planning, it's definitely something big. Can Feng Yuxiu really escape unscathed? The matter happened in Dao Court. Someone has to take responsibility for it. If Feng Yuan, whose ambitions have been exposed, dies, the matter will naturally end here. No one will pursue the matter and they will not be able to find out what they did. Secondly, Ling Bing's mind is sealed, and his additional mission is to capture you, Great Prophet. This restriction is likely just in case, if Ling Bing fails to capture you. Because of the restriction, Great Prophet will not be able to obtain any information from Ling Bing and will not ruin Feng Yuan's true mission. The third is the Book of Elysium. It has been so long since I defeated the Heaven Path clone and escaped, but Feng Yuan has not made a move against me. I'm sure he hasn't noticed it. There are two possibilities for this. One is that using the Book of Elysium to trap so many cultivators at once is too taxing on him, he has no energy to deal with me. The other possibility is that the real Feng Yuan is somewhere else, and we are only dealing with a clone with limited strength. If the one using the Book of Elysium is not the real Feng Yuan, then faking his death is even more understandable. Gu Chen spoke with fervor. The great prophet had to admit that he was right. He started to analyze the situation according to Gu Chen's train of thought. That means the crux of the matter is Feng Yuxiu. Let's not talk about when this Feng sect leader became Feng Yuan's ally. Why did Feng Yuan choose him to carry out the plan? And where is he now? The great prophet's pupils shrunk slightly. The answer was already obvious when he thought of this. Since Feng Yuan's target was not a person, on this second mountain, what else was valuable enough for Feng Yuan to sacrifice the entire Qianquan group? The first thing that came to his mind was the Great Dao Pool. The Great Dao Pool was the sacred land of the entire primordial Dao world. If he could obtain it, even sacrificing 10 Qianquan groups would be worth it. It was just that the Great Dao Pool was very special. It was the closest place to the primordial Dao law, but it could not be taken away. After entering the Great Dao Pool, whether one obtained fortuitous encounters or not depended on one's comprehension ability. It was hard to imagine how Feng Yuan was going to deal with it. Moreover, if the target was the Great Dao Pool, why would he bring Dao ancestor Yiyu there? Wouldn't that increase the difficulty of the plan? Thus, the Great Dao Pool could be excluded. Since the Great Dao Pool could be excluded, and the attack on Great Shadow Villa was only a bait, where else could Feng Yuan's target be? What else was special on this second mountain? The great prophet's mind cleared up. He was enlightened, his voice resounding in Gu Chen's mind. Could it be the cemetery of gods and demons? Gu Chen looked at him and nodded solemnly. His guess was the same. No matter how he thought about it, Feng Yuan's target could only be the cemetery of gods and demons. This was an absolutely unexpected place. Legend had it that the cemetery of gods and demons buried many top experts of a certain era. These people's resentment did not dissipate after their deaths, causing it to become a place of great danger. Ordinary people would not exchange their entire wealth for a chance to enter such a dangerous and unpredictable place. If Feng Yuan's target is the cemetery of gods and demons, what is he trying to do? That place is strictly forbidden to enter. Over the years, the number of people who have entered that place is probably even fewer than the number of people who entered the Great Dao Pool. The great prophet felt uneasy. Things were getting out of his control. Maybe it has something to do with that incomparable battle back then? Gu Chen muttered, somewhat regretting that he had forgotten to ask Zhang how about the cemetery of gods and demons. All the details of that incomparable battle back then, including who the two sides were and what they fought for, had already been lost in the long river of history. A supreme existence had forcibly erased the memories of that battle, leaving behind only the fearsome name of the cemetery of gods and demons. Feng Yuan was the ancestor of the origin race. Maybe that battle back then had a deep connection with him. In that case, the real Feng Yuan might be in the cemetery of gods and demons now? The great prophet calculated with his fingers, thinking about the best course of action. No matter what Feng Yuan wants to do in the cemetery of gods and demons, since I know about it, I have to give him some trouble. Whether he lives or dies depends on his fate. Gu Chen came back to his senses and smiled coldly, eager to give it a try. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was time to teach Feng Yuan a lesson. Top point Gu Chen and the great prophet conspired, making all sorts of possible scenarios and formulating a meticulous plan before taking action. First, Gu Chen brought the great prophet through the book world and found Xianxia and the fierce-looking woman. Next, the two had to split up, and the great prophet needed help. Xianxia was not a sage, so he was brought along because he was worried that something might happen to him in the book world. The real helper the great prophet was looking for was the fierce-looking woman. Gu Chen was apprehensive about this. Their next move could be said to be very secretive. The slightest move could affect the whole situation, so every companion had to be absolutely trusted. The old man is indebted to Madame Yuchi, and in order to repay the favor, she volunteered to protect the old man for 100 years. That was a Dao Guardian Spirit contract, so you can rest assured. Moreover, her identity is somewhat special. She will be of help to us in the future. To make Gu Chen feel completely at ease, the great prophet told Gu Chen about the woman, and Gu Chen agreed to bring Madame Yuchi along. Madame Yuchi's cultivation had reached great sage realm. and without using her crafty Tao techniques, she was naturally far stronger than the Saint King Realm Great Prophet. With her help, the Great Prophet's operation would be much smoother. Gu Chen brought the group out of the book world, and when the surrounding light faded and they landed on solid ground, they were already inside Swan Shadow Villa. The entire Swan Shadow Villa was empty except for the Book of Firmament, which was floating in midair, emitting a beautiful light. Gu Chen tried to take away the Book of Heaven, and found that it was rooted in the void, unmoving, and closely integrated with spacetime. It was impossible to take it away, because taking it away would mean destroying it, and once it was destroyed, the cultivators trapped in the book world would face terrible consequences. There was no way to solve it forcefully, and even if a Tao ancestor came, it would take a long time. This arrangement verified Gu Chen's guess once again. Everything was just a stall for time. If Fang Yuan wanted to stall for time, Gu Chen's side would have to race against time. Fortunately, he easily got rid of the Book of Heaven's restriction, which was out of Fang Yuan's expectations, and bought them a lot of time. Great Prophet, I'll have to trouble you with the cemetery of gods and demons. Be careful and don't clash with Fang Yuan head-on. Gu Chen urged the Great Prophet. The Great Prophet was in charge of an operation that was much more dangerous than Gu Chen's, but this mission could only be entrusted to him. Don't worry. You know that the old man is stronger than you when it comes to survival skills. The Great Prophet stroked his beard and said smilingly. Although his mission was slightly dangerous, as long as he succeeded, even if Fang Yuan did not die, he would not have the energy to scheme for his great prophecy technique. He would become a stray dog. On the Supreme Qi Palace's side, Xianxia must be reliable. Otherwise, if things get out of hand, with the power of those 5 Avacania realm beings, any clues will be turned upside down. The slightest mishap would be beyond redemption. The Great Prophet, in turn, reminded Gu Chen that Gu Chen was going to carry out his promise with Xianxia. However, there would be some changes along the way. This time, they had indeed stirred up trouble, and it would not be easy to escape unscathed. Don't worry, I will definitely convince Xianxia. Gu Chen gave a carefree smile as he brought the clay bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng back into the Book of Heaven. The Great Prophet did not waste any time. He immediately brought Madame Yuqi and Qiu Xianji into the mountain path behind Swan Shadow Villa. In the book world, Gu Chen was moving through the pages of the book. His speed was much faster than before. Fellow Taoist Chen, what are we going to do next? I don't know the situation anymore. Chen Wenfeng said with some confusion. Gu Chen had concealed many things from him. He was still unaware of the situation. After this matter is over, I will naturally tell you what needs to be told to clan leader Chen. Now, Chief Chen, please put your trust in me. No matter how they interrogate me, Chief Chen, you only need to remember that I am Chen Yunfei of the Chen clan. My identity is undeniable. If you insist on this answer, everything will be fine. Gu Chen replied. After this Tao court meeting, he would be tied to Chen clan on a deeper level. At that time, even if he did not say anything, clan leader Chen would slowly learn about some things. As for now, being a little muddle-headed was a good thing. I understand. Chen Wenfeng did not dare to ask any more questions, his emotions a little complicated. Originally, he was the direct partner of the other party and the Great Prophet, but now that the other party had formed an alliance with the Patriarch, he was naturally reduced to a subordinate of the entire alliance. He could see that the clay bodhisattva beside him knew far more than he did. He had not gained the Great Prophet's complete trust. The current situation was not something he could control at his level. He really did not know what trump cards this young man had hidden. Everything he did was so frightening. Found it. Gu Chen's eyes shone brightly as he descended into a book world. While still in the air, his ancient umbrella flew out, turning into countless threads that reassembled into a huge gunmetal sword, piercing through a figure below. The figure let out a miserable howl, while his opponent, the real Zhang Hao, looked up in shock at the descending Gu Chen. Brother Zhang, take care of the enemy first. You don't want your Supreme Qi Palace's orthodoxy to be spied on, do you? Gu Chen said calmly. Zhang Hao's expression froze when he heard this. Is that so? He immediately turned around and started fighting again. This time, with Gu Chen's help, he quickly wiped out all the enemies. Brother Chen, you are really surprising. This book world is so difficult to deal with, how did you get out? Zhang Hao asked tentatively after finishing off the enemy. This enemy, who looked exactly like him, had made him suffer a lot. Looking at Gu Chen's appearance, he had already saved 2 people, and did not seem to be injured. He knew that the other party had hidden his strength well, but he did not think that the gap between the 2 of them was that big. Brother Zhang, do you want to discuss how to get out of here, or do you want to solve the problem of Swan Shadow Villa as soon as possible? Gu Chen evaded the point and dwelled on the trivial, reminding him with a smile. Now that all the forces are trapped, even that woman Tai Wei is no exception. If Brother Zhang can turn this situation around, it should be considered a great contribution, right? Zhang Hao's eyes flickered. What do you mean? We should invite Dao Ancestor Yu as soon as possible. Once he returns, the crisis of Swan Shadow Villa will naturally be resolved. Brother Zhang, you can see how difficult the book world is. If we don't solve the problem quickly, I'm afraid many of the leaders of the major forces will die. When that happens, the heavenly Pu Dao court will fall into unprecedented turmoil. The second mountain and sea cannot bear such a huge loss. I don't think the Supreme Qi Palace would be happy to see that happen, right? Gu Chen's words were forceful, and he made the matter sound very serious. Zhang Hao knew that this was not an exaggeration, and that the possibility was real. His expression turned solemn. Gu Chen's ambition has been exposed. In the end, it is very likely that he will act in desperation and drag everyone down with him. Although the Saint Purity sect was prepared, I'm afraid they still underestimated the strength of this traitorous disciple. Right now, the only thing we can do is ask Uncle Master Yi to take action and quickly suppress the situation. Climax: the Great Dao Pool is isolated from the outside world. Voice talismans and the like are useless inside. I can only go to the top of the mountain. Zhang Hao's mind spun, and he looked at Gu Chen. Brother Chen, come with me. If we can successfully resolve the crisis of the Dao court, you will be the greatest contributor. It will be a great contribution. The 2 of them had secretly formed an alliance. Zhang Hao was still waiting for Gu Chen's gift, so he naturally could not take all the credit. Whoever went to ask Dao Ancestor Yu for help would be indebted to the various factions trapped in the Book of Heaven. The Dao court would definitely reward them after the matter was over. At the same time, he would be familiar with Dao Ancestor Yu. There would be many benefits, both in terms of fame and profit. Alright, I am willing to go with you, but I have a presumptuous request that I hope you will agree to. Gu Chen looked slightly hesitant. What is it? We are brothers, so there is no need to be polite. Zhang Hao's tone was intimate. Today, I saved you. I hope you won't tell anyone else. Brother Zhang escaped the Book of Heaven on his own. And the few of us were saved by you. All the credit after this belongs to you, Brother Zhang. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Chen said seriously, as if he was not joking. Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows. What do you mean, Brother Chen? Do you think I am the kind of person who covets credit? He had wanted to use this matter to pave the way for Gu Chen's future, but he had not expected him to say that he wanted to give up all the fame he could easily obtain. Brother Zhang, you misunderstand. It is just that all the credit belongs to you. It is much better than me. Why do you say that? In this world, there is no need to worry about scarcity, only inequality. If people know that I escaped from the Book of Heaven and only saved Brother Zhang, they will inevitably be unhappy and even suspect my motives. Take Tai Wei of the Tai race, who is from the same sect as you. Brother Zhang, you are competitors with her, right? Zhang Hao didn't deny it, and so Gu Chen continued, Brother Zhang's timely request for help from Dao Father Yi Yu is definitely a great merit. This merit belongs to Brother Zhang alone, but if it is because I saved Brother Zhang first and not Tai Wei, that woman will definitely be displeased. You and Tai Wei don't know each other, so of course you would choose to save me. Also, didn't you save your 2 companions? Zhang Hao felt that Gu Chen's reason was a bit far-fetched. They and I are on the same side, so it's reasonable to save them first. But Brother Zhang, you. Could it be that Brother Zhang wishes for others to think that you and I have a close relationship? Gu Chen shook his head. Zhang Hao was deep in thought. The alliance between the 2 of them was a private matter. If everyone knew about it, many things would become inconvenient in the future. Whether it was him being labeled as an ambitious person who formed a clique for personal gain, or Chen Yunfei and the entire Chen clan being regarded as his people, it was not a good thing. I can't afford to offend the proud daughter of heaven of the Grand Qi Palace. I don't want this credit. I believe that Brother Zhang will make up for my losses in the future. Gu Chen smiled. What he gave to Zhang Hao was destined to be a great credit. It was even greater than what Zhang Hao could imagine. However, because the matter was too big, he couldn't become the center of attention. He couldn't attract the attention of the 5 rulers. Alright, since you want to give this credit to me, I'll accept it. I will definitely not mistreat you in the future. Zhang Hao sighed. In terms of the overall situation, he could obtain more benefits by monopolizing this credit. In fact, he was clearly superior to Tai Wei in comparison within the sect. The Qin clan keeping a low profile was indeed more in line with his expectations. However, the overall situation was the overall situation. In the face of fame and fortune that could be obtained easily, people who could give up on it were still very terrifying. The more he saw his ally being so calm and rational, the more satisfied he became. However, there was also a hint of worry in his heart. If he wasn't moved by fame and fortune, perhaps he had a greater goal. He, who had caught Qin Yunfei's weakness in Binhai City, seemed to have the initiative at first glance. However, would this initiative always be in his hands? Why did it feel like he had turned the tables on him now? It was meaningless to dwell on this point. How could he not do something that would benefit him? After Zhang Hao gave his promise, Gu Chen was relieved and brought him out of the book world. Then, he rushed to the top of the mountain as fast as he could. According to the rules, you can't approach the Dao pool. However, the situation is special this time. There are many restrictions on the way to the top of the mountain. I know some, but I'm not sure about some. I need your help, Zhang Hao said in advance. These words were mainly directed at Clay Bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng. In his opinion, the 2 of them weren't qualified to head to the Dao pool. Although they wouldn't go deep, that was a sacred land. The rules were usually strict. The 2 of them are quite strong. They can help. Brother Zhang, don't worry. Gu Chen smiled. Zhang Hao nodded and didn't say anything else. Clay Bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng were a little excited. Although they weren't going to the Dao pool to gain Dao enlightenment, it was a good reason to go there and broaden their horizons. Gu Chen had other thoughts. Previously, he had only drunk the Dao source, and his 33 Heavens mystic technique had improved tremendously. If he could enter the Dao pool this time, what kind of fortuitous encounters would he have? Of course, how many fortuitous encounters he had would depend on Feng Yuan. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Zhang Hao took the lead and quickly walked up the mountain path. Gu Chen looked at the restrictions along the way. There were no signs of damage. It seemed that the Great Prophet's plan was very successful. With small interference arts trial and error along the way, and small lineage elephant arts divination, it wasn't difficult for the Great Prophet to resolve the restrictions on the mountain. Outside the mythical fiend cemetery, ancient trees towered into the sky, and red spider lilies bloomed everywhere. There were ancient and powerful restrictions that had sealed this place for generations. Every blade of grass and tree was a part of the seal. This was a forbidden land, a vile land that had been forgotten by the world. Even Swan Shadow Villa, which was also on the second mountain, had not had any cultivators dare to step into this place for many, many years. There was eternal night inside the cemetery, and it was also eerie and sinister outside the cemetery. When the clouds on the second mountain got close to this place, they would automatically turn into yin qi. If they flowed outside for a long time, they would even turn into demons and monsters. A figure wearing a martial attire and covered in flying bandages stood alone outside the cemetery. It was unknown how long he had been here. The flying bandages on his body were covered in dense formation markings. As they fluttered in the air, a bloody light spread out, and they actually slowly merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. At a certain moment, black qi surged outside the cemetery. The stone statues on both sides rumbled and moved to the side, revealing a whirlpool entrance. Feng Yuxiu, the man who had come here alone without everyone on the second mountain's knowledge, gave a sinister smile and walked in. Inside the cemetery, resentment filled the sky, and demons danced wildly. Mournful cries that made one's scalp go numb like those of evil spirits resounded, causing Feng Yuxiu's expression to change as he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Let me out. You won't be able to withstand the spirits here alone. An indifferent voice rang out. Feng Yuxiu, who had been a little flustered, immediately calmed down and replied respectfully. Understood. In the next moment, he slowly removed the bandage on his right eye. His right eye was empty and had no pupil, but it was a strange world of its own. As soon as the bandage seal was removed, a figure slowly walked out from the world of his right eye and descended into the mythical fiend's cemetery. The person who descended into the cemetery wore a deep black robe. He looked exactly like Gu Chen, but his aura was demonic. If Gu Chen's eyes were pitch black and bright, then this person's eyes were only bottomless darkness. They were like a 1,000-year cold pond that could extinguish all hope and flames. The cemetery was like a mass grave. Exposed corpses could be seen everywhere. They had experienced the vicissitudes of life, but they still existed, unaffected by the passage of time. Eerie winds that could freeze everything and terrifying resentment rampaged in this place. The trees that could survive here were dried up like the claws of demons. Demonic aura gushed out of the graves, creating a scene that resembled the Avicii hell. There were headless knights galloping in the eternal night, and gods with rotting wings singing on their graves. As if sensing Feng Yuan's arrival, endless demonic aura, resentment, and yin qi suddenly surged. Black shadows appeared, and ghostly howls could be heard. How many years has it been? You have been suppressed here by the Great Seal technique, forgotten by the world. You must be very lonely, right? Feng Yuan looked at the cemetery and spoke calmly. Feng Yuxiu respectfully waited at the side. He did not even dare to breathe loudly, as if he was afraid of disturbing the conversation between Feng Yuan and the departed spirits. Time has passed. Those 5 are now high and mighty rulers, controlling the order of primordial world. The world no longer knows about the 5 great demons, the witch ancestor, the tyrant emperor, or even me, Heavenly Emperor Yuan. When Feng Yuan mentioned Heavenly Emperor Yuan, the surroundings darkened. Countless sinister ghostly faces appeared, hysterical, and demonic voices filled their minds. Feng Yuxiu was nervous. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and blood-colored runes emerged from the dancing bandages, fusing into the surroundings. Instantly, countless restrictive spells appeared and suppressed the strange phenomenon in the cemetery. Yuxiu, don't use the Great Seal technique in the cemetery anymore. After all, they have been trapped by this technique for so many years. The departed spirits are easily angered. Feng Yuan slowly reminded. But leader, because we entered the demonic god cemetery, the seal has already loosened. If we let them do whatever they want, it will not be easy to recover. Feng Yuxiu was worried. What? Are you not confident in your attainments in the Great Sealing technique? Feng Yuan did not blame him. He consoled calmly, your Great Sealing technique is already at great completion, it is not inferior to your sex ancestor. Moreover, I can see that the seal here has not been moved since it was formed. Those 5 have never stepped in here. Even if there were some changes to the seal, they would not be able to tell. Feng Yuxiu knew that the leader possessed the divine eyes of origin and was able to see the source of one's aura. Since he had said so, there was no way he would be wrong. It left behind such a huge hidden danger, yet the 5 hegemons have never set foot here. How inconceivable. Feng Yuxiu continued Feng Yuan's words. What's so strange about that? You call those 5 sovereigns, but in my eyes, they're just people. As long as you're human, you'll have emotions and desires. You'll have a dark side and a past that you don't want to face. This place is not glorious to the 5 of them, so of course they would try their best to forget it. More importantly, no matter how strong the resentment is, it's only resentment. Unless they have the great art of death, these resentment spirits won't pose any threat to them. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he spoke. Ever since the 5 of them cultivated 9 great Tao techniques and controlled 1 primordial Tao law each, they have been guarding against the appearance of a 6th hegemon in the world. Externally, they clearly have the strength to unify the world, but they purposely let the Tao world be in a state of disunity. This way, even the most talented cultivators will not be able to come into contact with the great Tao techniques. If they want to advance to the next level, they can only fall into the cage that they have set. Internally, they have divided their own forces, establishing the Great Shadow Mountain Villa, the Crystal Line sect, and the Divine Traversing sect to balance each other. In this way, all the cultivators in the world have become their cauldrons, and all those who have the talent to cultivate the great Tao techniques will eventually be used by them. Because of their firm control of the source of the great Tao, they believe that the great art of death hasn't appeared yet. Even if it does, it will be taken away by them immediately. Because of this arrogance, they did not expect that someone would target the cemetery of gods and demons, so they naturally did not pay much attention to it. Feng Yuxiu came to a sudden realization after hearing this, and then he chuckled coldly. The 5 of them have stayed in the clouds for too long, and they think that they know everything. They did not expect that you, leader, would obtain the great art of death so easily. Easily? Fang Yuan mocked. He flipped his left hand, and another book of heaven appeared in his palm. It was exactly the same as the one in the Great Shadow Mountain Villa. He flipped the book of heaven and stopped at a certain page. On that page, there was a portrait of the deceased Xianxia and his birth date. The 8 great arts are the great Tao true meanings derived from the 9 primordial Tao laws. Since ancient times, there have been as many people who have comprehended great Tao fragments as there are stars in the sky. However, those who have comprehended a complete great Tao technique can be counted on one's fingers. The primordial Tao has its own selection rules. Great Tao techniques are not something that can be obtained just by having a high cultivation level. Otherwise, those 5 fellows would not have gone through so much trouble to find people to enter the Tao pool to comprehend the Tao. Those who can obtain it are all geniuses with great luck in a certain great Tao. Since the appearance of the Tao world, there have only been dozens of such people. Those who learned great Tao techniques later on have no idea of the difficulty of creating them. I actually made a lot of preparations in order to obtain the great art of death. Fang Yuan sighed emotionally. He had used the great fate art to seize the origin of life and death as the first preparation, while Xianxia's extreme talent in death was the second preparation. Precisely because he had these 2 talents, he had won the legend rank battle 70 years ago and entered the Tao pool. That was why he had obtained Primordial's recognition and successfully comprehended the great art of death. In order to obtain the secret of the great art of death without being discovered, he had done many things. None of them had been easy, this included today's operation. In order to enter the cemetery of gods and demons without anyone knowing and take away what he wanted without being discovered by the 5 rulers, he had also put in a lot of effort. He had sacrificed the Heaven and Earth Association that he had managed for many years, and he had sacrificed his identity as the number 1 on the legend rank, Gu Chen. Fortunately, as long as the plan succeeded, everything would be worth it. What were the channels of the Heaven and Earth Association? His true connections weren't with the Heaven and Earth Association, but with the 5 rulers. What were the generals nurtured by the Heaven and Earth Association? Any of the heroic spirits slumbering in this mausoleum, any of the fiend gods, could crush a so-called general star with a single finger. The dead would be reborn, and the dead would return. Only the revived unparalleled experts had the qualifications to step onto the broader stage of this era and compete with him and the rulers. Fang Yuan raised his hands, looking down at the entire cemetery. His heart that had always been calm and tranquil, suddenly surged with a rare heroic feeling. He was back. In the near future, the whole Tao world would tremble because of his return, and the 5 rulers would not be able to sleep at night. Heroes who have been asleep for a long time, wake up. Lend me a hand. Fang Yuan's book of heaven moved without any wind and flipped to a pure black page. From it, an extreme aura of death surged out. Fang Yuan's entire temperament changed. He was like the king of the night, and the illusion of the Avicii hell appeared behind him. Countless skeletons and ghost soldiers worshipped him. Above the ghost army, there was a huge Tao spirit without legs. Its grey cloak fluttered in the wind, and its eyes were burning with eerie fire. It held a world destroyer scythe in its hand. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. His hands began to form seals, and the entire cemetery of gods and demons was shrouded in an extreme aura of death. The blood-red ground began to move, and eerie ghostly claws reached out. I don't want ordinary goods. I only want the strongest, Fang Yuan said coldly. Fang Yuan said coldly. Even if a true expert died, it would not be easy to enslave him. Because the process of casting the technique was too long, he needed the Swan Shadow Villa to stall for time. Everything was arranged. After he revived all the experts he wanted to bring away and Feng Yuxiu resealed the cemetery of gods and demons, the chaos at the Swan Shadow Villa would be over. At that time everyone's attention would be on the death of the top legendary rank Gu Chen, and no one would notice the fact that the cemetery of gods and demons had been invaded. Dao Ancestor Yu had already been sent away. Although the Dao pool was not far from the cemetery of gods and demons, the barrier there was special, and the cemetery was sealed, so he could not notice anything unusual. As for Saint Purification, his chief master would only be glad that he had defeated his unfilial disciple. He would not know that it was all a scam. As for Xianxia, he had to thank him. If not for his foolish cooperation, everything would not have progressed so smoothly. The dead spirits that were awakened first heard Feng Yuan's words. Some of them still had some intelligence left, and they retreated tactfully. The rest felt extremely humiliated, and they roared and pounced at Feng Yuan. However, before they could even get close, they were all frozen into ice cubes by the extreme yin qi. Then, they shattered and turned into ice powder. Feng Yuan completely ignored them. He chanted as the markings on his hands became more and more complex. Buzz. 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 It was as if they had been summoned from another world. Ebony ancient coffins appeared one after another in the sky above the cemetery of gods and demons, and they gradually turned from illusory to corporeal. Feng Yuan looked at these coffins with anticipation in his eyes. The experts of the past had been dead for too long. If they wanted to recover their peak combat strength, they would need new bodies. He had his own ideas on how to deal with the problem of their physical bodies. Right now, he could only use a secret technique to gather their souls and ensure that they didn't lose their essence. As time passed, more than 20 ebony coffins appeared in the void. As each coffin solidified, a gray light pattern gradually appeared on the surface of the coffin and spread in all directions. Feng Yuan was completely immersed in the Dao method. Feng Yuxiu maintained a safe distance from him, protecting him while also preventing the commotion inside the mausoleum garden from spreading to the outside world. On the mountain path, Zhang Hao took the lead while Guchen followed closely behind. Chen Wenfeng and Clay Bodhisattva were the slowest. There were more restrictions leading to the Great Dao Pool than everyone imagined. Moreover, some of these restrictions were extremely powerful killing formations. Even great sages had the risk of dying if they were trapped inside. Fortunately, this was clearly not Zhang Hao's first time taking this path. His seniors had already warned him about the greatest risks of this path, so they avoided the true dangers. As for some that he couldn't recall, sometimes he probed, sometimes it was Gu Chen. Gu Chen had a thread path body, so no matter how dangerous the restrictions were, it was like walking on flat ground. There was no real danger to his life. Of course, he wouldn't show it so clearly in front of Zhang Hao. Most of the time, he used the ancient umbrella to open the path. With the ancient umbrella's flexibility, it could deal with most situations. Clay Bodhisattva's earth technique and Chen Wenfeng's 3 fixed sacred techniques were also very effective against some restrictions. Zhang Hao nodded inwardly. It was not a waste to bring these two along. With everyone working together, their progress was rather fast. Soon, the summit was right in front of them. The cemetery of gods and demons also came into view on the right. Even with Gu Chen's divine eyes, he couldn't see anything unusual there. Although the cemetery of gods and demons wasn't far from the summit, there were many mountain paths, and the path leading there wasn't connected to the summit. It seemed that someone had done this on purpose to prevent others from paying too much attention to the cemetery of gods and demons. Gu Chen reckoned that the great prophet, who had climbed the mountain earlier, should have already reached the outside of the cemetery of gods and demons, or was very close. Along the way, he had been controlling the pace of climbing the mountain without letting Zhang Hao notice. He was worried that he wouldn't grasp the timing well and make a mistake. The second mountain is such a holy place. How can there be such a sinister place? Gu Chen looked at the cemetery of gods and demons and pretended to ask casually. Since he had already seen it, it would be strange if he didn't ask. You mean the cemetery of gods and demons? That's a forbidden area. Even the cultivators of the Great Qi Palace aren't allowed to approach it. Zhang Hao didn't suspect anything and answered casually. When he first came here, he was also curious. Oh? Even Brother Zhang isn't allowed to approach it? If that's the case, isn't that place even more heavily guarded than the Great Dao Pool? Gu Chen said in surprise. His surprise wasn't fake. If cultivators from other factions wanted to enter the Great Dao Pool, they had to vote in a meeting of the Dao Court. It was extremely difficult. And the cultivators of the Great Qi Palace seemed to treat this place like their backyard. It seemed that many people were qualified to enter. If not for that, Xianxia wouldn't have taken it lightly that he had to barge through so many restrictions to invite Dao ancestor Yiyu. Presumably, the Great Qi Palace had a lot of information about the restrictions on the mountain. Barging through the restrictions here wasn't a big crime. Although the Great Dao Pool is holy, no one can steal it. Even if they just want to collect the Dao source, no one has the ability to do so. Therefore, it doesn't make much difference whether the Great Dao Pool has restrictions or not. The barrier at the top of the mountain is more to ensure that the cultivators won't be disturbed. As for the cemetery of gods and demons, the situation is different. It's a place of great danger. It's said that the restriction that seals that place is the Great Seal technique. Only those who have cultivated the Great Seal technique can break the restriction there. Xianxia didn't mean it, but Gu Chen, who was listening, did. It turned out that the cemetery of gods and demons was sealed by the Great Seal technique. If that was the case, Feng Yuxiu's disappearance could be explained. Feng Yuxiu was the sect master of the Feng sect. He was probably the person who had the highest possibility of cultivating the complete Great Seal technique other than Ancestor Feng. However, if he had cultivated the Great Seal technique, didn't that mean that his true realm had also reached the Dao Ancestor realm? As Gu Chen pondered, the group advanced a considerable distance and finally arrived at the top of the mountain. The peak of the second mountain was the roof of the Dao realm. Standing at the peak, one could see the vast mountains and rivers of the second mountain and sea. The great rivers were like earthworms, and the magnificent ancient city was like a black dot. Everything else seemed insignificant. Such scenery was rare, but the greatest spectacle was not outside the mountain, but within it. The Dao Pool was thousands of acres wide, and it towered at the peak of the mountain. 9-colored light shot into the sky from the pool. This was not a pool at all. It was much larger than they had imagined, and the light from the pool was like a multicolored pillar that connected heaven and earth. The Great Dao Pool was surrounded by ancient, neatly arranged limestone steps, all of which converged at the Dao Pool. It was like a gathering of wind and clouds from all directions. Dao Father Yiyu was currently lying on the last stone step, his head propped up by his hand. He was snoring away. When Gu Chen and the others reached the lowest step, they were blocked by a huge barrier. Uncle Master Yiyu. Xianxia didn't dare to get close to the barrier. He cupped his hands and called out. Dao Ancestor Yiyu didn't seem to hear him. He turned over and went back to sleep, scratching his back to stop the itch. He didn't look like a senior at all. Xianxia called out, but Dao Ancestor Yiyu didn't respond. He explained awkwardly, this barrier isolates everything. Even sound can't pass through. He was telling the truth. Normally, the people guarding the Dao Pool wouldn't sleep. If anyone approached, they would immediately notice. But Dao Ancestor Yiyu was used to being lazy. Perhaps he was thinking that no one could reach the peak, so he was openly sleeping in. The Supreme Qi Palace was a member of the Primordial Society. If their Dao ancestor was seen to be so casual, it would be awkward. So what do we do now? Gu Chen asked. We can only disturb the barrier. Everyone, back up. As Xianxia spoke, he took the initiative to stay 1,000 feet away from the barrier. He looked very fearful. If the Dao Pool's barrier is completely activated, it can kill even Dao ancestors. Be careful, he warned. When everyone heard how powerful it was, they hurriedly moved behind Xianxia. If someone had to die, then Xianxia would die first. Xianxia looked helpless. He took a step forward with his wooden clogs and drew a circle from left to right. His Taoist robe fluttered even though there was no wind. In the next moment, a huge yin-yang fish diagram appeared beneath his feet. His hands formed a circle and pushed forward a wave of energy. Boom, the energy bombarded the barrier, but the barrier didn't even shake. However, the barrier was filled with dense Dao patterns that emitted a heart-palpitating power. This force quickly backfired on Xianxia, sweeping over like a raging wave. The clay bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng felt their scalps go numb. Fortunately, Xianxia was prepared. He took 7 steps forward, and the huge yin-yang fish pattern spun rapidly, using the power of Tai Chi to offset the power of the backlash. In the end, the power of the backlash was exhausted, and Xianxia took a few steps back, panting. Gu Chen felt the strength of the barrier and was secretly shocked. If he tried to break through the bounded domain alone, he wouldn't be able to break through it with his Taoist body. With such a terrible backfire, he might suffer a great loss if he didn't pay attention. The Great Tao Pool was already like this, so how terrifying were the restrictions of the cemetery of gods and demons, which was sealed by the Great Sealing technique. No wonder Feng Yuan had made so many preparations. Some of the restrictions on the second mountain were probably set up by the ruler himself. Tao Ancestor Yiyu immediately sensed the fluctuation in the barrier. He opened his eyes and saw Zhang Hao, Gu Chen, and the others. He sat up and took out a token. Under his control, the barrier on the mountain peak rippled, and a gap appeared. His voice came from inside, sounding slightly dissatisfied. Zhang Hao, why did you come to the mountain peak without permission? Don't you know the rules of the Great Tao Pool? Zhang Hao immediately cupped his hands and explained, the situation is urgent, please understand, Martial Uncle. It's like this, Zhang Hao told Tao Ancestor Yiyu everything that happened in the Great Shadow Villa. Even though Tao Ancestor Yiyu was experienced and knowledgeable, he was soon shocked. Is Guchen crazy? With his talent, why would he do such a stupid thing? We don't know how tense his relationship with sacred purification is. Maybe he has no other choice? Zhang Hao said. Since even the crystal department cultivators are involved, it seems that this matter has been tacitly approved. Tao Ancestor Yiyu's eyes flickered. Although he was lazy, he was not an idiot. Did no one in the palace know about this in advance? Is sacred purification so bold to do something like this without discussing it with us in advance? Zhang Hao probed. Don't try to sound me out. I just found out about this. When I came to the second mountain, the palace lord didn't warn me at all. Tao Ancestor Yiyu saw through Zhang Hao's thoughts. So sacred purification is highly regarded, Zhang Hao said solemnly. Over the years, the Supreme Qi Palace's influence on the Great Shadow Villa had been weakening. Hey, kid, this isn't something we can discuss. Tao Ancestor Yiyu didn't dare to continue the conversation. Since sacred purification has already made arrangements, there shouldn't be any problems in the Great Shadow Villa. No matter how profound Gu Chen's Tao techniques are, as long as he hasn't reached the Tao Ancestor level, he won't be able to trap so many people for long. Judging from Tao Ancestor Yiyu's tone, it seemed that he didn't want to interfere. Gu Chen pondered for a moment. He had neglected the relationship between the Supreme Qi Palace and the Great Shadow Villa. The Great Shadow Villa was created by the rulers to balance the primordial group's power. Naturally, there would be conflicts of interest between the two. If sacred purification made a major mistake, it would prove that there was something wrong with the Great Shadow Villa. Then, the ruler of the Supreme Qi Palace might start paying more attention to his own people. If the Supreme Qi Palace could benefit more than harm, the Supreme Qi Palace wouldn't mind losing a portion of the Tao Court's forces. Fortunately, it wasn't Gu Chen's plan to use the safety of the various forces to lure Tao Ancestor Yiyu out of the mountain. His plan was to open the barrier at the top of the mountain so that Tao Ancestor Yiyu could sense what was going on outside. In the space inside Gu Chen's body, a Taoist talisman was silently ignited at this moment along with the fluctuation of his divine thought. Within the barrier, voice transmission talismans and the like would be ineffective, but he wasn't inside the barrier. But the Book of Heaven is indeed troublesome. If there are too many casualties, I'm afraid it won't be easy to explain. Zhang Hao understood Tao Ancestor Yiyu's thoughts and reminded him. There was indeed room for maneuvering, but if he didn't do it well, he might end up setting himself on fire. Tao Ancestor Yiyu revealed a troubled expression. Zhang Hao's words weren't without reason. As the only Tao ancestor on the second mountain, if there were too many casualties, it wouldn't look good for him. What he was most afraid of was being held accountable by his superiors. How he decided on this matter would affect his future. Just as Tao Ancestor Yiyu was hesitating, a shocking commotion suddenly came from a certain direction at the foot of the mountain. It was as if something had exploded. That's the direction of the cemetery of gods and demons? Tao Ancestor Yiyu stood up. Abruptly, his expression changing, the problem at the Great Shadow Villa hadn't been resolved, and now there was a problem at the cemetery of gods and demons, peak. If there was a problem in one place, it could be said that it was a coincidence. But if it happened one after another, it would be abnormal. What kind of place was the cemetery of gods and demons? This was the true forbidden area of the second mountain. If anything were to happen there, all those who failed their duties would definitely be dealt with severely. Suddenly, Dao Ancestor Yu lost his composure. He was burning with impatience and wanted to immediately go down the mountain to investigate the situation. Xianxia was also shocked by this turn of events. Today was really an eventful day. Martial uncle, we can't let things go out of control again. He wanted to accompany Dao Father Yu to take a look. At this time, Guchen said naturally. Why are things happening everywhere? Is the Dao pool in danger too? He was deeply worried, as if he was worried about his own life. Dao Ancestor Yu, who had been about to leave the mountain, instantly calmed down when he heard these words. A look of surprise and bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Why would anyone venture into a dangerous place like the cemetery of gods and demons? Could this be a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain? If the enemy's true target was the Dao pool, then him going down the mountain would be fulfilling the enemy's intentions. However, even if the Dao pool was invaded by enemies, there was no risk of it being destroyed. At least, he had never heard of anyone who could do such a thing. As for the cemetery of gods and demons, that place was a taboo even for the palace master to talk about. It would be inexcusable to ignore it. After weighing the pros and cons, Dao Ancestor Yu fixed his gaze on Xianxia and tossed the token to him. I'll leave the spirit formation token to you. Help me guard the great Dao pool. Remember, you can't make any mistakes. Before I return, no one is allowed to enter the barrier except for me. With Xianxia's strength and the spirit formation command plate, even if a Dao ancestor were to launch a sneak attack, they would not be able to enter the spirit formation. With that, it would be absolutely safe. Rest assured, martial uncle. Xianxia said solemnly, holding the token with both hands. This could be considered as accepting a military order. Dao Father Yu nodded. His gaze fell upon Guchen and the others, and he frowned slightly. These three people. He was wondering if he should expel the three of them from the mountain. It might not be a good thing to let them run around at this critical moment. However, it was unreasonable for them to stay in the great Dao pool, and they might even threaten Xianxia. Martial uncle, they are my friends. I can trust them. Now that the mountain is dangerous, please let them stay here so that they can look after me. Xianxia pleaded. Guchen's gift had not been delivered yet. The situation on the mountain was not clear, and he was really worried that there would be more changes. Alright, since you trust me, do as you wish. Dao Ancestor Yu didn't have any time to waste here. After saying this, he flashed out of the barrier and immediately rushed towards the cemetery of gods and demons. Xianxia activated the token and repaired the barrier, isolating it from the outside world once more. When Guchen saw that the plan was going smoothly and that Dao Ancestor Yu had already rushed to the cemetery of gods and demons, he couldn't help but smile. This time, regardless of whether Dao Ancestor Yu won or lost the battle with Fan Yuan, or even if Fan Yuan's main body was there, he was finished. Fan Yuan's plan was to sacrifice his identity as pure saint's disciple to conceal his true actions in cemetery of gods and demons. The effects of this operation would definitely be great. One thing was certain, it was related to those 5 rulers. Fan Yuan's method of replacing himself showed that he didn't have the strength to face the 5 rulers head-on. His style was exactly the same as when he dealt with Xianxia in Chaos Sea. Originally, by faking his death, Fan Yuan could buy enough time for himself. No matter what happened in Cemetery of Gods and Demons, he would not be discovered for a while, or even years. But now, Dao Ancestor Yu had messed up all his plans. No matter how the situation developed, Cemetery of Gods and Demons would definitely be inspected afterwards. Even if Fan Yuan could kill Dao Ancestor Yu today, or even kill everyone on the second mountain, he would be endlessly pursued by the 5 rulers from tomorrow onwards. Those 5 rulers controlled all the rules and order of this Dao world. Poor Fan Yuan, he could already foresee his future as a stray dog, and he would use the commotion caused by Fan Yuan to obtain many opportunities. At that time, all the attention of the world would be on Fan Yuan, and he would start to control the flow of the chess game. The situation would change rapidly, and time would become very precious. Guchen knew he had to act quickly. Thank you for your help, Brother Zhang. I won't stand on ceremony. Guchen cupped his fists at Xianxia and suddenly said this. Then, he turned around and walked towards the great Dao pool. Xianxia was stunned at first, then his expression changed as he stopped him. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Without the Dao Court's permission, you can't enter the Great Dao Pool. Gu Chen stopped and turned around, his face full of surprise. Brother Zhang brought me up the mountain and made me stay here. Didn't you plan to give me this huge fortuitous opportunity? Zhang Hao was speechless. He had never said this before. But thinking about it, it was understandable that the other party would misunderstand. After all, the Great Dao Pool was right in front of them, and no one could resist it. Zhang Hao did not refute Gu Chen, but said tactfully, with Brother Chen's talent and strength, it is only a matter of time before you gain the recognition of the Dao Court and get the chance to enter the Great Dao Pool. I promise Brother Chen that I will definitely lend you a hand in this matter. Brother Chen, do you know how long it takes to enter the Great Dao Pool to comprehend the Dao? A few hours, a few months too. Brother Chen, do you think you can come out in time before Uncle Master Yi returns? It's not that I'm not willing to help you, but barging into the Great Dao Pool without permission is a serious crime. When Uncle Master Yi blames me, you and I will be in trouble together. What Zhang Hao said was very reasonable, but Gu Chen pretended not to think so. Then I'll come out in time. Brother Zhang, don't worry, I won't be discovered. Time is so short, can Brother Chen properly comprehend the Dao? Brother Chen, haven't you heard of the Great Dao Pool's uniqueness? Only the first time you enter the Great Dao Pool, you can only have great gains. After that, even if you have the chance to enter again, it will be very difficult to have any more gains. Are you going to waste such a fortuitous opportunity? Zhang Hao felt that Gu Chen was a little short-sighted. Of course, Gu Chen knew the Great Dao Pool's uniqueness, but he was also special. He did not need to care about this problem at all. He was originally fishing in troubled waters. Now that his scheme succeeded, how could he let it go? Even if I waste it, I will do it willingly. It has nothing to do with Brother Zhang. Right now, this place is isolated from the outside world. As long as Brother Zhang does not say anything, no one will know about this. Of course, no one will blame you. Brother Zhang, please grant me my wish. Gu Chen said seriously. He had to enter no matter what. What if Zhang Hao refused to agree? Gu Chen did not consider this situation at all. He firmly believed that the gift he prepared for Zhang Hao was worth this favor. Zhang Hao's expression was uncertain. His previous worries had come true. They had just formed an alliance and were on the same boat, but this ally was taking the initiative. Right now, he could still choose to capsize the boat and swim back to shore in time. But was he willing to do that? That gift meant too much to him. It was worth taking all the risk. Alright, you can enter the Great Dao Pool. However, if Uncle Master Yi returns or if anything happens, I will immediately interrupt you. Zhang Hao agreed, but he made a promise first. Sure, Gu Chen agreed readily. Also, that alchemy saint is in the Great Dao Pool. If he spreads the news of you breaking the rules, both you and I will be in trouble. He is in a state of enlightenment and may not be able to detect me. Even if he really discovers me, I have a way to make him not dare to spread the news. Zhang Hao believed Gu Chen's words. Even he, a true disciple of the Grand Qi Palace, had been dealt with. What could a mere alchemy saint do? After the matter was settled, Gu Chen gestured to Clay Bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng to bring them in. The two were tempted but hesitant. Brother Chen, don't push your luck. Zhang Hao's eyes widened. He was so angry that his teeth were itching. Going in is a capital offense. Going in 3 is also a capital offense. We can't lose out, right? Gu Chen said confidently. Under his threat, Clay Bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng braced themselves and followed behind. Zhang Hao was completely speechless. What kind of person was this? Under his gaze, Gu Chen and the other two entered the Great Dao Pool and disappeared. What happened? Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. His breathing was neither fast nor slow as he suddenly asked. Just now, there was an explosion outside the mausoleum. His mind was completely focused on the technique, only leaving a trace of his divine sense to sense the outside world. In front of Fang Yuan, over 20 ebony ancient coffins had completely condensed. If one had heavenly eye that could see into the coffins, they would discover that inside the coffins, there were corpses being reborn and becoming complete. I don't know what is going on. Logically speaking, the people on the mountain should be trapped. Even if they escaped, they shouldn't have come to this forbidden area. Feng Yuxiu frowned, a trace of uneasiness lingering in his heart. After all, the hole in the mausoleum's seal was not big. For the explosion to be able to transmit in, the commotion was definitely not small. Go and see what is going on. Feng Yuan instructed. His technique was at a crucial moment, he could not afford any mistakes. Feng Yuxiu bowed slightly, he turned around and raised his hand, the hole in the seal appeared and he walked out of the mausoleum. Outside the mausoleum, the grass and trees were all destroyed, and there were still remnant energy currents in the air. Feng Yuxiu's expression was solemn, he looked around but did not find anyone. What is going on? He was puzzled, but he became even more vigilant. He raised his hand and the bandage on his wrist loosened, slithering forward like a snake. Wherever the snake went, all the surging energy dissipated into nothingness, absorbed by the strange runes on the bandage. In just a moment, the outside world was completely silent, only the sound of the wind blowing from the cliff could be heard. The uneasiness in Feng Yuxiu's heart was getting stronger. Suddenly, a light beam shot out from the clouds in the mountain. Swoosh! This light beam was extremely fast, Feng Yuxiu could not react in time and his shoulder was pierced. Boom! After the light beam pierced his body, the aftershock did not dissipate, it created a huge pit on the ground, the pit was burning and the ground was scorching. The bandage on Feng Yuxiu's shoulder quickly wrapped around and stopped the bleeding, his other hand raised towards the direction of the light beam. Swoosh! 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 More than 10 bandages flew out of his arm, turning into ceiling snakes that charged into the clouds. The ceiling snakes were agile. They swarmed forward and quickly entangled a figure in the clouds. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, a dazzling light and flames erupted from where the black shadow was, instantly burning all the snakes. The surrounding clouds and mist also rolled away, the figure in the fog also revealed its true appearance. The newcomer had a thin face and sunken eyes. He was just a dispirited middle-aged Taoist priest. But now, his eyes were unprecedentedly sharp, and his Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. Feng Yuxiu's expression changed drastically. Dao Father Yu, why is he here? Sect Master Feng, why did you come to the cemetery of gods and demons? Dao Father Yu stared at Feng Yuxiu's right eye. This was the first time he had seen Feng Yuxiu take off the bandage covering his right eye. The right eye had no pupil, but it contained a mysterious power. From the probing just now, the other party's cultivation had clearly crossed the threshold of the Dao ancestor realm. What a surprise! Feng Yuxiu fell silent for a moment. Since Yu was here, he was afraid that some things could not be hidden anymore. The more he said, the more flaws there would be. Buzz! Feng Yuxiu raised his arms, and bandages suddenly appeared all over his body. They were dense and thick like silk, and they extended endlessly in all directions. He had to strike first. He wanted to use the great sealing technique to completely seal Yu at the first possible moment. So you have some ulterior motives? You're going all out from the get-go. Yu sneered, and his body shone with a dazzling light like the sun. Countless swords of light circled above his head. All the snakes that got close to him were burned and destroyed. Great illumination technique. Feng Yuxiu was not surprised at all when he saw Yu use the great illumination technique that was supposed to belong to the Dawn God clan. He only felt anxious because of the difference in their cultivation levels. It had not been long since he reached the 9th form of Dao integration stage, but Yu was a veteran Dao ancestor. Feng Yuxiu, why did you come to the cemetery of gods and demons? Did you have anything to do with the incident at the Swan Shadow Mountain Villa? Yu asked in an indifferent tone. Feng Yuxiu still did not reply. The bandages that wrapped around the lower half of his face also slowly fell off, revealing a terrifying mouth with sharp fangs. He opened his mouth, and a murky gray divine light suddenly gushed out from it. The murky gray light surged toward Yu. Magnetic annihilation divine light? An expression of shock appeared on Yu's face for the first time. The protective divine light around his body quickly dimmed and disappeared upon coming into contact with the magnetic annihilation divine light, as if a fire had been extinguished by water and had met its nemesis. He did not even have time to dodge before he was struck by the gray light. The scorching sun lost its color, and he fell into darkness. Feng Yuxiu saw that his treasure was effective, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. He clapped his hands together. The snakes that were no longer threatened by the light swords immediately pounced toward Yu. Feng Yusho's expression finally relaxed. As long as the seal was complete, there was no way Yu could escape. That was close. Fortunately, the leader had already made preparations to deal with Yu. Yin and Yang transform into chaos, Taisu real body. In the darkness, Tao ancestor Yu's cold voice suddenly rang out. Wherever the magnetic annihilation divine light covered, a mass of chaotic flesh pierced through the divine light. The Yin and Yang energies around it surged, dissolving the bandages that were sweeping toward it. Feng Yusho's expression became anxious again. What was with this monstrous appearance? According to the information he had, Yu did not have such a mystique. The magnetic annihilation divine light is an extremely rare item that specializes in light-type Tao techniques. It seems like you were prepared. The chaotic flesh reassembled itself not far away, slowly taking on Yu's appearance. His body shone brightly again. He clenched his right hand, and a light sword slowly took shape. Rise! Feng Yusho shouted. He tried to continue controlling the magnetic annihilation divine light, but he realized that it was on the verge of collapse. It was no longer listening to him. Such an ultimate treasure was destroyed in an instant? This divine light is only effective against the Great Radiance technique. It is useless against the orthodoxy of my Grand Qi Palace. Tao ancestor Yu moved like light, appearing before Feng Yusho in an instant. He slashed down with his sword. Feng Yusho blocked with both arms. The bandages on his arms surged with Tao patterns, strangely absorbing the power of this sword. Clang, clang, Yu's sword was swift and fierce. He was actually a top-notch swordsman. Sword after sword, his attacks were airtight. Feng Yusho struggled to hold on. His bandages were gradually torn apart by the sword qi, and the absorption effect was greatly weakened. His arms were gradually covered in blood. You are still blocking the entrance. It seems like there is someone else in the cemetery? Both sides exchanged blows, and Yu could tell that something was amiss. Thinking back to how his opponent had attacked with all his might, he had a bad feeling. No matter who was in the cemetery, and what was happening, it was probably not a good thing. He had to stop this as soon as possible. Grand Change Circle. Yu slashed with his sword in his right hand, but he stepped back with his left foot and drew a circle in the air. All the light around him suddenly disappeared, and the world became a boundless void. Feng Yusho could not see anything. Not good, his heart clenched. Yu had disappeared, and so had his sword. This was not a true disappearance. Rather, the Grand Change Circle was devoid of light and no form, and it had blinded all his senses. Pooh! Suddenly, an intense pain came from his abdomen. Feng Yusho lowered his head and saw a light sword piercing through his abdomen. The extreme heat and flames were burning his internal organs. Yu appeared once again. He retracted his foot, and the Grand Change Circle disappeared. Peek! Blood seeped out of the corner of Feng Yusho's mouth. He could feel his vitality rapidly fading away. Damn it, he hadn't expected that he would fall so quickly. Yu was much stronger than he had imagined. Don't worry. I won't kill you directly. I have to figure out what you and the person behind you are up to, right? Yu's expression was calm. The lightsaber in her hand twisted. Cross-shaped 6 lights, great light prison. The lightsaber that had pierced through Feng Yusho's abdomen released a cross-shaped light that spread out for hundreds of feet. Then, the light distorted and turned into a 6-pointed star array. Finally, a light prison trapped both Yu and Feng Yusho within. Who's in the cemetery? Yu asked coldly. She was about to pull out the sword when Feng Yusho suddenly pressed down on the lightsaber with both hands, ignoring the scorching heat. In the cemetery is someone who can pull those 5 down from their thrones and destroy this disgusting system. Feng Yusho growled. Countless runes suddenly surged in his empty right eye, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Are you dissatisfied with the world? Yu's expression turned solemn. He actually dared to point out the existence of those 5. This sect master of Feng Yusho had probably already gone mad. Is this world reasonable? Feng Yusho questioned, his face full of disdain. Even someone as strong as Progenitor and Tao Ancestor Mental Demon ended up like this just because they refused to hand over the great Tao techniques they had comprehended? As for Tao Ancestor Daybreak and Progenitor Feng, they may look impressive on the surface, but they've already made deals with those 5 for the sake of survival. We cultivators shouldn't be ants trapped in a cage. We shouldn't work so hard to cultivate the Tao to become someone else's cauldron. He roared. His words were forceful and powerful. For a moment, Yiyu was dazed. So that's how it is. Fighting for your ideals? There are very few people like that nowadays. Yiyu snapped out of her daze and said self-deprecatingly. It seems that I won't be able to obtain any information from you. Yiyu sighed. She raised her free hand and pointed out with her index finger. An extreme ray of light converged and aimed at Feng Yuxiu's forehead, which was right in front of her. Is that person in the cemetery worthy? Is he worth your sacrifice? How can you be sure that if one day he sits on the throne, he won't be the same? Isn't it rare for a dragon slayer to turn into an evil dragon? Yiyu murmured. He had seen many heroes, but in the end, they all disappointed him. Feng Yuxiu's right eye was brewing crazily. Dim divine light pulsed and his expression turned menacing. I chose him because I firmly believe that he can change the world. Maybe he will change one day, but at least my fate is in my own hands. I made my own choice. The light in Feng Yuxiu's right eye completely exploded. Countless blood-colored runes surged out, and like countless snakes, they climbed onto Yiyu's body. Flesh and blood, great Prajna seal. Yiyu was engulfed in an instant. The light on the surface of her body quickly dimmed, but there was no fear in her eyes. He gave up his life and even gave up the chance to reincarnate for a full-powered attack. When Yiyu saw Feng Yuxiu's nascent divinity burning, she sighed even more heavily. You have your Dao, and I have my persistence. Different Daos can't work together. But to show respect to you, I didn't dodge in advance. Let's see if your great sealing technique is stronger, or if my Supreme Chi Palace's orthodoxy is stronger. In Yiyu's body, the power of Taisu surged again. His body began to melt, as if returning to the beginning of chaos. Yin and Yang into chaos, Taisu real body. The power of Taisu wrapped around the blood-colored runes, trying to melt them. Yin and Yang Qi were vast and everywhere. Dao Ancestor Yiyu, you look lazy on the surface, but you actually have a pure heart. Looks like the intelligence was right. My seal needs time. You could have dodged in advance, but you let me do it. This naivety will harm you. Great Prajna seal, seal everything. As long as one doesn't enter the 6 Daos or fall into reincarnation, even the 5 grand cosmos can forget about escaping. Feng Yuxiu's body exploded with bloody light. In his heart, he thought, no matter what, he had to completely seal Yiyu here. There was an unexpected change in the plan. Things would probably not develop as the leader had planned. But at the very least, he had to delay Yiyu. He couldn't let him disturb the leader's casting technique. As long as the leader could successfully resurrect those supreme experts, at least he wouldn't be too passive. Boom, Feng Yuxiu burned his flesh and soul. Countless runes surrounded Yiyu. Yiyu's body had completely turned into a mass of chaotic flesh and blood. It crashed everywhere, trying to escape the seal. This was a battle of life and death. Feng Yuxiu would die without a doubt. If Yiyu couldn't escape and was successfully sealed, only death awaited him. Inside the Dao pool, the world was colorful. The moment he entered, the clay bodhisattva and Shen Wenfeng, who should have been beside him, disappeared. Guchen was alone. It was as if he had ascended. His body became ethereal, and his soul became vast. Countless colorful nomological fragments were like swimming fish. They soared in this place closest to the Dao. Just the difference in color of these fragments was innumerable. The true meaning of the Tao flowed everywhere. It was constantly evolving the origin of the universe, life and death, the mysteries of time and space. After consuming the Tao source, Guchen was limited by his overlord body. He was incompatible with the primordial great Tao and couldn't get close to it. Later, the secret technique energy in his body didn't listen to him. It ran out and hunted the nomological fragments. This time, Guchen's main body wasn't around. What came was a thread Dao body. It was formed by pure secret technique energy. Its Dao power could reach 890 million. In addition, the effect of the Dao pool was more than 10 times better than the Dao source. Therefore, this time, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Guchen stood in the ocean of Dao. His body turned completely into light. It was as if he had become a black hole. He didn't need to do anything. He started to swallow the primordial Great Tao, all the nomological fragments around him, be it red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, or purple, couldn't resist at all. It was like rivers flowing into the sea. All techniques returned to the source. All Daos returned to the same place. A look of anticipation appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. The last time he drank the Tao source, his secret technique increased by 6 heavens. How shocking would the increase be if he directly entered the Tao pool this time? Although his body would automatically swallow the Tao fragments without any control, the situation in the outside world could change at any time. He had to speed up. Gu Chen took the initiative to move his body. He increased the efficiency of the devouring and absorption. With every breath, the secret technique energy in his body was increasing. In just a short while, his cultivation broke through the threshold and reached 900 million. He had stepped into the Quasi-Dao Ancestor realm. After entering the Quasi-Dao Ancestor realm, his momentum didn't decrease at all. He was still advancing triumphantly. Based on this situation, it seemed like it would only take him a short while to enter the Dao Ancestor realm. Gu Chen was overjoyed. At this moment, something strange happened in the dominating cauldron of origin far away in the absolute beginning demonic mine, peak. Within the absolute beginning demonic mine, after many months of seclusion, Gu Chen's main body had finally completely absorbed the power left behind by the third patriarch. The moment the divine power was completely condensed, the absolute beginning demonic mine was filled with golden light. The overbearing pressure made even Chen Daolin, who was not far away, feel like he was walking on thin ice. This was the power of the tyrant body. Even though it was imbued and the power would be exhausted one day, it was enough to intimidate the 10 Dao patriarchs of the 9 mountains and seas. Since he had successfully inherited the power, the next step was to suppress the death qi. Gu Chen planned to use the death qi as a bargaining chip to form an alliance with Xianxia. This innate qi that belonged to the absolute beginning heavenly lord was as dangerous to others as a snake or a scorpion. But to those who cultivated the orthodoxy of the Supreme Qi Palace, it was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. Using the death qi as a bargaining chip in exchange for Chen Daolin's honorable return, the Pei dynasty and the Chen clan would no longer be threatened by the Muhuang dynasty. This was a very important part of Gu Chen's plan. The 5 rulers were high above and temporarily could not be defeated. The only choice was to make allies within the Hongmeng group. With Zhang Hao and the people behind him, many of the next plans would no longer be constrained. Gu Chen's main body was prepared to use the power of the giant god weapon to completely suppress the death qi. But unexpectedly, the tyrannical cauldron of origin, which was suppressing the death qi, underwent an unexpected change. Inside the tyrannical cauldron, the endless chaotic qi suddenly caved in, forming a vortex that flickered with electricity. In the center of the vortex, the 9-colored primordial energy converged into an extreme point, and a vast and primordial aura constantly surged out. Under this change, even the previously arrogant death qi was squeezed into a corner, trembling. What's going on? Gu Chen's main body was stunned. His mind instantly communicated with the Taoist body, and he quickly understood what had happened. His eyes revealed a strange light. Last time when he drank the source of Tao and absorbed the primordial energy, although the tyrannical cauldron had changed, it was actually very inconspicuous. Only a small portion of the chaotic qi had turned into 9-colored light. Later, he had confirmed from the third patriarch that the 9-colored light was the primordial energy. Now, the Taoist body had entered the Tao pool, clearly far away, but the tyrannical cauldron had such an obvious reaction. It could be seen that it had reached a critical moment of transformation. Bang! While the Taoist body kept swallowing the fragments of the Great Path, a mysterious door suddenly opened in the void outside the dominating tripod. The portal connected 2 different spacetime spaces. The grand mist power that should have flowed into Xian Dao's body was actually guided here, entering the Overlord furnace and gathering at a single point. The speed at which the Taoist body's cultivation increased slowed down instantly, while the extreme point within the dominating cauldron expanded rapidly, as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart. The countless wisps of chaos energy began to rapidly transform into 9-colored grand mist origin energy as grand mist energy rushed in. Within the Hegemon cauldron, after a long period of nurturing, an expanse of spacetime finally broke through the ground. It took root and sprouted, evolving into a new world. Gu Chen sensed the changes in the Hegemon cauldron and his heart shook. He recalled the words of the third ancestor. The third ancestor said that if he could materialize the primordial chaos essence energy, the Overlord Cauldron's inner world might grow to the same level as the primordial chaos Tao world. How could a mere Tao artifact create a world as supreme as the primordial chaos Tao world? As the possibility was too frightening, he had rejected it in the end, believing that the Hegemon Cauldron might have been transformed from a primordial the arch material. Gu Chen had previously been unable to confirm whether the third ancestor's judgment was correct. But now, he saw with his own eyes that the chaos energy within the Hegemon Cauldron was transforming into Grand Mist origin energy. This was definitely not something that a primordial the arch material could accomplish. Primordial the arch materials were natural treasures of the primordial Tao land that had been nourished by the primordial chaos, thus undergoing a second transformation. They might have been tainted with the purest Grand Mist origin energy at the beginning of the world, but they did not have the ability to create Grand Mist origin energy. The only ones that could create Grand Mist origin energy were the 9 primordial Tao laws that had gathered the 8 primordial Tao lands and tamed the unruly chaos aura. The Hegemon Cauldron of Origins was displaying an ability similar to the 9 primordial Tao laws. A world of the same level as the primordial chaos Tao world was brewing within it. Entering the Tao pool had completely accelerated the birth of this mysterious world. Perhaps I'd been mistaken from the very beginning. The Heavenly Stellar Technique and the 33 levels of Heaven's mystic technique were never used to assist my cultivation, but for the birth of this world. Gu Chen seemed to understand something as he muttered to himself. From the Stardust Scroll to the Starcore Scroll, from the Starcore Scroll to the Black Hole Scroll, and from the Black Hole Scroll to the Realm Scroll, every advancement of the Heavenly Stellar Technique was a transformation and sublimation of the world. Now, the Realm Scroll was about to reach greater success, and he was about to step into the Primordial Chaos Scroll, and the Primordial Chaos Scroll finally revealed the essence of the cultivation technique, returning to its origin. Everything originated from the seed of origin from 30,000 years ago. Now, everything was returning to it. An inconspicuous seed had grown into a world that was above the chaotic myriad kingdoms, the power that belonged to the 9 primordial Tao laws, with a thread Tao body as a medium, crossed spacetime and was guided into the Hegemon Cauldron. The chaos in the Hegemon Cauldron dispersed, and the Grand Mist origin energy was vast and mighty, splitting heaven and earth. When the gray chaos gradually disappeared, the 9-colored primordial chaos took over, and a world slowly took shape. The sky was black, and the earth was yellow. The new world was desolate, but it had an unimaginable heaviness. The deathly aura was forced into a corner, and when all the chaotic aura evolved into the primordial chaos chi, it had nowhere to hide and was forced into the new world that had just been born. The moment the new world was born, Gu Chen's mind was closely connected with it. As soon as the deathly aura entered, Gu Chen's mind moved slightly, and a huge mountain evolved from the new world and descended from the sky, suppressing the deathly aura on the spot. The deathly aura had no way to resist, and it seemed extremely fragile in this world. Gu Chen had an absurd feeling in his heart. As long as he was in this world, he was invincible. Wherever his thoughts went, the universe would go, and there was nothing he couldn't do. The deathly aura that had forced him into a corner was suddenly suppressed. Qin Daolin looked at this scene from afar, and his face was full of shock and doubt. He couldn't help but gasp, he had never seen anything like this. What was the origin of that cauldron? The evolution of the world consumed most of the primordial chaos chi that the Thread Tao body had absorbed. When the dominating cauldron world was completed, the Thread Tao body could continue to improve. This process lasted for a long time. After the dominating cauldron world was born, the speed at which it absorbed the primordial chaos chi decreased rapidly. It was as if it had reached some kind of saturation point. When the Thread Tao body's cultivation rose to the level of 999,990,000, the absorption stopped completely. Gu Chen sensed something. He raised his head and saw 9 incomparably dazzling suns hovering above the Tao pool. The 9 suns represented the 9 primordial Tao laws. At this time, 5 of the 9 suns had a black shadow sitting in them. The 5 figures sat on the thrones in the void, high and mighty, arrogant, and disdainful. Gu Chen was excited, and an unyielding look appeared in his eyes. He had the impulse to fight the heavens and the earth. His domain scroll had reached the great success stage, and his mystic technique had improved greatly again. However, this time, it stopped at the 24th level. After the 24th level, there were 9 levels, and each level represented a primordial Tao law, apex in the Tao pool. Gu Chen's threaded Tao body had finished absorbing the primordial chaos power. The spatial door that the dominating cauldron had forcefully opened also slowly closed. The celestial phenomenon arts realm scroll had finally reached the phenomenal success stage, and it had entered the final primordial chaos scroll. The 33 levels of heaven mystic technique only had 9 levels left. Gu Chen had an epiphany. If he wanted to cultivate the final 9 levels of the mystic technique, he could not rely on the Tao pool alone. If he wanted to go further, everything pointed to the 9 primordial Tao laws and the 5 rulers. The cross-shaped rune on Gu Chen's glabella was unprecedentedly bright. The threaded Tao body's cultivation level stopped at the peak quasi-Tao ancestor level, infinitely close to 1 billion. Compared to the previous time, its cultivation level had not increased much. Unfortunately, it had not reached the Tao ancestor level. However, Gu Chen knew very well that the real benefit did not lie in the threaded Tao body, but in the dominating cauldron. The dominating cauldron had given birth to a world of the same level as the primordial chaos Tao world. Although this world had not grown to the scale of the primordial chaos Tao world, its potential was unimaginable. Even though they were separated by a long distance, the threaded Tao body and the dominating cauldron were still very closely connected. This was a feeling that had not been felt before. Gu Chen's main body and the threaded Tao body examined the changes in their bodies at the same time. Soon, they both revealed looks of pleasant surprise. After the dominating cauldron world was born, wisps of primordial chaos essence energy were constantly produced from the world's origin. Under the control of Gu Chen's intent, the primordial chaos essence energy could overflow the world and nourish Gu Chen's brilliant ancient overlord body and principal spirit. Compared to the Tao world's primordial chaos essence energy, the dominating cauldron world's primordial chaos essence energy was purer. Furthermore, Gu Chen's blood was thicker than water, so the effect of improving his spirit was very obvious. Gu Chen's main body estimated in pleasant surprise that the brilliant ancient overlord body's growth speed had increased by more than 5 times with the help of the dominating cauldron world. The threaded Tao body's benefits were even greater than his main body's. His power was like a rootless duckweed. Once the absorbed energy of the secret technique was exhausted, he wouldn't even be able to maintain the existence of a clone. As such, the threaded Taoist body's battle prowess was extremely weak, and it had to end battles as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if it was a protracted battle, the mystic technique's energy would be depleted, and it would not be able to recover as quickly as a normal cultivator. Right now, the dominating world had become the Dantian of the thread Taoist body, and it was an extremely powerful Dantian. With the endless energy provided by the dominating world, the threaded Taoist body's combat power was more than 10 times that of a normal cultivator. Even if Ba Ding was not by his side, this kind of supply could still be achieved. This was somewhat beyond Gu Chen's understanding. The hegemon cauldron itself had also transformed due to the birth of the new world. Its toughness had reached an unprecedented level. How indestructible would a vessel that could contain a primordial world be? Gu Chen suspected that if he used the overlord cauldron with all his might, he could even create a hole in the primordial Tao world's famously sturdy spacetime. It was even to the extent that the realm sea that had left him and his companions in a sorry state was unable to damage the dominating cauldron of origin in the slightest. With the hegemon cauldron, he could safely cross the realm sea. Of course, being able to survive in the realm sea was one thing. Being able to pass through the realm sea and successfully return to the chaos sea was another matter. Right now, he only had the sturdiest vessel, but his strength was still not enough. If he wanted to increase his strength, he had to strengthen the dominating cauldron world. When the dominating cauldron world grew to the same level as the primordial Tao world, perhaps no one in this world would be his match. This was destined to be an invincible path, but also an azure path. Only the 9 primordial Tao laws could help the dominating cauldron world continue to improve. They were the true origins of the Tao world. Of the 9 primordial Tao laws, 5 were in the hands of the rulers. He was destined to compete with the 5 rulers. Only by stepping on their corpses could he obtain eternal immortality. Based on the methods of the 5 rulers, it is simply impossible for the Chaos Sea and the primordial Tao world to coexist peacefully. Only by pulling them off their high horse and having the strength to challenge them can I achieve my goal of coming to the Tao world. Gu Chen muttered to himself. He had never forgotten his mission as the Chaos Heavenly the Arch. He wanted the chaos myriad kingdoms to no longer be threatened by the dark chaos. Before coming to the Tao world, he did not know what he should do. But now, the path was unprecedentedly clear. Everything will begin with this Tao court meeting. The chaos created by Feng Yuan will help me seize the world. Gu Chen's eyes shone brightly. The 5 figures on the thrones in the sky above the Tao pool had become his target. It's time to move out. In the depths of the grand beginning demon mine, Gu Chen's true body stood up and put away the dominating cauldron. Qin Daolin, the peerless Tao-severing ancestor, stood up when he heard that. The corners of his mouth curled into an excited smile that he had not seen in a long time. He was finally going to return to the world, and this time, he was no longer alone. He floated in the Tao pool, his eyes sparkling with divine light as he saw through the great Tao barrier. The clay bodhisattva, Chen Wenfeng, and even the distant alchemy book saint, their Tao enlightenment process fell into Gu Chen's eyes. When ordinary people entered the Tao pool, they would have a chance to come into contact with the relevant great Tao techniques according to their aptitude and the Tao orthodoxy they cultivated. As for how much they could comprehend, it all depended on their perception and luck. Gu Chen was different. He directly seized the primordial Tao power, so his efficiency was very high and he saved a lot of time. Now, with the support of the dominating cauldron world, he had the ability to interfere with the Tao pool. Just like when he drank the Tao source last time, because of him, Hai Dongxin, the ugly emperor, and Yuan Gongyi had obtained many benefits. Gu Chen raised his hand, and the great Tao nomological fragments in the Tao pool were guided by him and changed their direction. Last time, it was unintentional, but this time, it was intentional. The clay bodhisattva had followed him for so long, it was time to give him a great opportunity. If Chen Wenfeng could improve, he would be of more help in the upcoming changes. A thick earthen yellow halo spread around the clay bodhisattva. The great Tao fragments belonging to the great earth art swam past him from time to time like fish. The clay bodhisattva was fully focused, trying to catch these great Tao fragments. His small earth art had already reached perfection. If he could further comprehend the complete great earth art, he had a chance to become a Tao ancestor in this life. Gu Chen raised his hand and moved it in the direction of the clay bodhisattva. Instantly, countless great Tao fragments surged there. What he could do was to give the clay bodhisattva more chances, but whether he could successfully comprehend the great Tao technique would depend on his own luck. Not long after, Gu Chen used the same trick on Chen Wenfeng. Chen Wenfeng cultivated the clan's 3 fixed sacred techniques, and the only related great Tao technique foundation was the great essence art, which he had given to him. Because the inheritance insignia would continue to dilute, the great essence art that he had given to most of his companions was only a powerful body tempering technique. Those with insufficient levels might not even know that they were actually cultivating the great essence art. As a core ally, Chen Wenfeng naturally knew that he was cultivating the great essence art. However, his talent in body tempering was only average, and his cultivation results were far inferior to the Hidden Dragon clan's leader and ninja Hidden. Thus, Chen Wenfeng might not have comprehended the great essence art in the Tao pool, but something else. His gains would depend on his luck. After helping his 2 companions, Gu Chen looked at the distant alchemy saint's son. He did not have much time left. Feng Yuan's battle could end at any time. He had to quickly deal with this person. Apex outside the cemetery of gods and demons, the strong smell of blood permeated the air. Feng Yuxiu had already disappeared, leaving behind only a pool of blood that dyed the surrounding ancient trees red. Yi Yu stood up shakily. His Taoist robe was tattered, and he was breathing rapidly. His entire left arm, from his shoulder to his chest, and then to his neck, was now a deathly still gray, without any signs of life. His gaze was complicated as he stared at the blood on the ground. Feng Yuxiu had burnt his life and soul to use the ultimate sealing technique. Even his grand simplicity Tao could not avoid it completely. In the end, a part of his body was sealed forever. He did not know if he could recover in this life. Yi Yu tried to move his left arm, but it did not listen to him. If he had been careless just now, his entire body might have been sealed, and he would have become a living dead. Although he had survived it, his strength had decreased greatly without his left arm, and he had wasted a lot of time. I want to see what the person you would rather follow with your life looks like, Yi Yu mumbled to himself. Although his strength was greatly reduced, he still stepped into the cemetery of gods and demons alone, Before entering the cemetery of gods and demons, he pointed at the sky with his right hand and shot out a dazzling light beam that pierced through the clouds and exploded in the clouds. For a moment, the second mountain was as bright as day, and the clouds were dyed gold. It was a spectacular sight. Even from a very far distance, one could see the scene in the sky above the second mountain. It was as if the roof of the Tao world had been set on fire in the middle of the night. This was something that rarely happened in countless years. Yu stepped into the cemetery and soon saw the surging demonic qi and yin qi everywhere. He saw over 20 floating ebony ancient coffins, and he saw Feng Yuan who was using the technique. Legendary rank number 1? Yu was shocked when he realized that the person Feng Yuxiu was protecting was the same person who had attacked Swan Shadow Villa. If the legendary rank number 1 was Gu Chen, then who was in Swan Shadow Villa? He quickly realized that this was a conspiracy, a huge conspiracy. His gaze burned as he looked at the 20 coffins. He realized that the demonic qi in the coffins was overwhelming, as if a peerless demon was about to awaken. His heart shuddered. How dare you target the cemetery of gods and demons? You are crazy. Yu strode forward. Her body once again shone with the divine light of the sun. Her eyes were like lightning. Feng Yuan, who was in the state of activating the technique, glanced at him and saw that half of his body was lifeless, sighing faintly. Looks like Yuxiu died in your hands. I miscalculated and let him die in vain. His tone was heavy, but he didn't panic because his scheme had been discovered. Instead, it was more of a sadness for the death of his companion. Yu was about to interrupt Feng Yuan's technique, but upon hearing his words, he stopped in his tracks. For a Dao ancestor to be willing to die for you, I'm very curious as to what kind of person you are. If I remember correctly, you ascended to the Dao world from the Chaos Sea more than 100 years ago. You shouldn't have had much interaction with the sect master of the Feng sect. I still don't understand the whole thing, but I can see that your real goal is not to replace Holy Purification's position, but this place. No matter what you're plotting, it's all in vain now. Do you understand? Yu said, wanting to see Feng Yuan panicking. Feng Yuan's expression was the same as usual. There was no joy or sorrow in his pitch-black, lusterless eyes, let alone fear. Of course I know. Things had developed to this stage, indeed out of my expectations. I'm very curious. Why did you come here? How did you sense it? Feng Yuan asked. Is this important? You'd better think about how to save your life. Yi did not answer directly, but she pondered in her heart. Was the commotion outside the cemetery not an accident? Save my life? Haha. Although there was a deviation in the plan, it wasn't to the extent of taking my life. Feng Yuan was very calm. I'm afraid you didn't see the situation clearly, right? Yi raised her eyebrows. Before I entered the cemetery, I already issued a warning. Regardless of whether I could walk out of the cemetery alive, this matter would definitely alarm the Grand Qi Palace. What you've done has violated the taboo of this world. Now, the truth cannot be concealed. It's useless even if you kill all the cultivators on the mountain. You're at the end of the road. Feng Yuan's expression did not change, but his eyes were full of mockery. What taboo? Isn't it those 5 fellows? Yiyu's expression froze. The common people don't know of their existence, and the few cultivators who do know don't even dare to mention their existence. Don't you feel aggrieved? You're in the Grand Qi Palace, so you know the truth of the Dao world the best. Don't you want to change anything? Yi did not speak. Sure enough, it was the same as Feng Yuxiu's words. This was a group of people who wanted to defy the heavens and put their plans into action. The 5 rulers control the sky with one hand and seem invulnerable, but I don't think so. They also have weaknesses, and I know them very well. Yi had an expression of disbelief. Rulers never appeared in the world. Even the ruler of the Grand Qi Palace was someone he had only seen a few times. How could a cultivator from the Chaos Sea understand a ruler? If you don't believe me, let me leave this place. In the future, when the world changes and the 5 rulers fall from their divine altars, it won't be a bad thing for you. Feng Yuan guided patiently. Yi found it even more funny. Was he trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation? If I let you go, I won't be able to do anything in the future. You can choose to follow me. I can give you what the Grand Chi Palace can't. Oh? All the resources in the world are in the hands of the primordial group. By then, what can a stray dog like you give me? Do you really think I'm a fool? I can help you remove the Great Seal technique. Of course, that person from the Grand Chi Palace can also do it, but with his personality, he might not help you. If he doesn't help you, you'll be half a cripple from then on, unable to advance your cultivation in this life. Yi Yu's eyes shone with a strange light. Feng Yu cultivated the Great Seal technique that burned his life. Only a similar Great Seal technique could remove it in this world. Furthermore, the user's cultivation level had to be much higher than Feng Yu's to be able to do it. This person's confidence did not seem fake. But if it was true, how terrifying would it be for him to have reached Dao Ancestor Realm in just 100 years without anyone knowing? Capturing you will be a great merit for me. With this merit, I believe the ruler will be willing to remove the seal for me, Yi Yu said casually. Yi Yu replied casually. Actually, he did not care much about his physical disability. He was just trying to get by. Removing the seal for you is not a difficult matter. I said I can give you what the Grand Chi Palace can't. It is related to another matter. That matter is your mental demon. You were originally a peerless genius of the Grand Chi Palace, but because of that matter, you were depressed and unable to achieve your ambitions. You lived your days in decadence. It is truly regrettable. Feng Yuan showed a sympathetic expression. Yi Yu felt a sharp pain in his heart when he was exposed, as if his soul had been taken away. Killing intent appeared on his face. He had never wanted to face the memories of that matter, and not many people knew about it. How did the other party know about it? Follow me, I will fulfill your wish. Feng Yuan threw out an olive branch, his eyes seemed to be able to see through his heart. Yi Yu's heart was stirred by his words, he was on the verge of exploding in anger. Feng Yuan did not care about his killing intent. The angrier he was, the more it meant his words had touched his heart. The higher the chance of success, the higher the chance of success. You can really help me? Yi Yu's face was dark, he seemed to be hesitating for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said. Of course. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a smile, it seems his words were effective, the other party was moved. As long as he could recruit Yi Yu, today's plan was not a complete failure. At least, he could revive the experts in this mausoleum. Anyone can brag, if you want me to believe you, you should at least show some sincerity, right? What sincerity do you want? Tell me, inside Great Chi Palace, who cooperated with you from the inside? Feng Yuan was silent, looking at the mocking expression on Yi Yu's face, he sighed. It seems my plan to instigate you has failed. I thought that matter in the past would have a chance to move you. There is only a chance, you know the chances are not high, so before carrying out this plan, you did not try to rope me in. Yi Yu shook his head, his eyes showing disappointment. That Feng sect leader did not care about his life for you. I was curious about what kind of person you are, so I did not make a move. Earlier, you were sad about Feng Yushou's death, you acted well, I thought you were a loyal person. But you're too good at scheming. Your flawless calculations still revealed your true character in the end. Yi Yu's words were sarcastic, but Feng Yuan did not retort. You mentioned my past matter, it means you were prepared, you wanted to use this matter to manipulate people's hearts, to have an additional layer of protection for your plan. That Feng Yushou also knew my weakness, not only in my cultivation method, but also in my personality. But until his death, he did not try to use that matter to instigate me. What does this mean? This means that the information in his hands is limited, and the deeper level of information is only in your hands. Why so? If I told Feng Yushou my secret, he might not have to die, right? On the bright side, this might just be a habit of yours. But from the perspective of your companions who sacrificed their lives for you, it's really disappointing. Yi Yu began to walk forward. The light of the Tao on her body surged, and her eyes were filled with fear. Since the other party was able to target his weakness in advance, it meant that the other party was confident from the beginning. He was the Tao ancestor sent by the Supreme Chi Palace for this Tao Court conference. The more one thought about it, the more terrifying it was. The other party had infiltrated so deeply that if a ruler were to find out, a huge uproar might be stirred up. It might even be a world calamity that would plunge countless creatures into misery and suffering. Fang Yuan looked at Yi Yu's restless expression, and his previously calm expression finally turned ugly. He had miscalculated. He thought that he had grasped Yi Yu's weakness, but he did not expect that he would be too calculative and lose his sincerity. Although the other party was a person with a pure heart, it did not mean that he was pure. He was very quick-witted. Since he already had a preconceived opinion of her, it would be useless no matter how she tried to instigate him. Fang Yuan was anxious and blurted out. Yi Yu, turning a blind eye and letting me take away the person I want is not a bad thing for you. Yi Yu was indifferent. The world is about to descend into chaos, this is your chance. You have already been injured by the great sealing technique, you have done your best. You won't be blamed for letting me go. On the contrary, you have seen through my true scheme and allowed those 5 to be on guard in advance. You have done a good job. No matter what Fang Yuan said, Yi Yu did not say a word. The light that erupted from his body became hotter and hotter, until it was like a real sun. Boom 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 boom, with Yi Yu as the center, the sun exploded, and a terrifying heat wave swept out, instantly melting countless ghost soldiers and dead souls. The screams of countless malicious ghosts came from the cemetery of gods and demons. Fang Yuan, who had been in the state of casting the technique, had no choice but to take out a hand and punch. Pop, this punch carried the power of the origin of shock, the whole cemetery shook along with it, and the incoming flames were all extinguished by the vibration. The fist intent was invincible, even after extinguishing the flames, it did not lose momentum, it was like a raging wave crashing against the shore. The vibration transmitted to Yi Yu. Yi Yu's gaze was stern, he cupped his hands and used the power of Taiji. The yin-yang fish diagram appeared around him. He tried to use Taiji to neutralize Fang Yuan's punch, but he did not expect the vibration to be all-pervasive. Even the yin-yang fish diagram could not be neutralized. Ugh, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. Fang Yuan only used one punch to heavily injure him. This level of strength is not something a Chaos Sea cultivator can have after cultivating for 100 years. Who are you? Yi Yu questioned in a hoarse voice. He condensed a sword of light in one hand and continued to fight fearlessly. Fang Yuan heavily injured Yi Yu with one punch, but he was not happy at all. Instead, his face showed an unprecedented malevolence. Crack. 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 More than half of the 20 or so ebony coffins floating in the air started to crack. There were angry and unresigned roars coming from within. The people Fang Yuan wanted to revive were all extraordinary. There could not be any mistakes during the Great Death Arts activation process. Because of Yi Yu's attack, Fang Yuan had no choice but to interrupt the activation process. There were naturally serious consequences. After being buried here for countless years, it is not easy for the soul to gather. Now that it is interrupted, some people will never be able to revive again. Do you know the origins of these gods and demons? Because of you, my plans have been ruined. Fang Yuan's voice completely lost its calmness, it was filled with overwhelming anger, his black hair fluttered in the wind, his body erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. He waved his hand and sent another palm strike. Boom, Yi Yu defended with all his strength, but he was still sent flying, and his life force was flowing out uncontrollably. In just a breath's time, his hair turned completely white, his skin shriveled and lost its luster, he fell to the ground, his body was covered in blood and his breathing was weak. Seeing that he had no way to resist, Fang Yuan turned around furiously, chanting continuously as he tried to continue using the technique. Unfortunately, the cracked coffins could not be repaired, they were showing signs of collapsing. Fang Yuan saw that he could not repair them, his heart ached, he looked at the 12 coffins that were still intact, maintaining them with all his strength. Thick death energy gushed out from the illusion of Avicii hell behind him, entering the 12 coffins. In the cemetery of gods and demons, evil spirits and monsters were wailing, demons were dancing wildly. Finally, the corpses in the 12 ebony coffins gradually became whole, the expert's consciousness awakened. Swoosh! Swoosh! Pairs of eerie green eyes opened one after another. The lids of the 12 ebony ancient coffins were lifted off one after another. A hand covered in rotten flesh grabbed the edge of the coffin and slowly sat up. Behind him, a pair of rotting wings slowly unfurled. The wings were densely packed, and shockingly twisted human faces. Shouldn't I be dead? Like a blunt knife cutting through tough leather, an uncomfortable sound could be heard. The first person to wake up slowly turned his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His face was also rotten, and his eyes were a frightening green. I resurrected you. Sorcerer ancestor, it's been a long time. Fang Yuan's anger had disappeared, and he took the initiative to explain. Things had already happened, and any emotions would not help. He was an extremely calm person, and would not make mistakes again and again. Although only 12 people were resurrected, they were all top Dao ancestors back then, and could still play a big role in his plan. Emperor? How dare you call yourself that in front of me? Who are you? Sorcerer ancestor's eyes shone brightly, and he tried to see through Fang Yuan, but the more he looked, the more confused he became. He had just been resurrected, and his consciousness was not very clear. Moreover, his old friend had already changed his appearance. How could he recognize him so easily? My eyes are gone? On the other side, another supreme expert climbed out of the coffin. As soon as he woke up, he covered his empty eye sockets, and his divine sense was fluctuating crazily, and his emotions were in an extremely unstable state. Because of some accidents, the great art of death did not succeed completely, so after resurrection, your corpses are not very complete. In addition, after that battle, your eyes were dug out, so after resurrection, you will inevitably be in a worse state than others. But don't worry, I will reconstruct your bodies, and let you recover to your peak strength. Fang Yuan seemed to know every awakened supreme expert like the back of his hand, and he comforted him. Great art of death? This great Dao technique related to the mysteries of death has already appeared? So it's this great Dao technique, no wonder it could resurrect us. From the ancient coffins, the former supreme experts broke out of the coffins one after another, and the killing intent emitted from their bodies was so strong that Yi Yu, who was lying on the ground, felt a chill down his spine. Where did these guys come from? I Emperor, he seemed to have heard of this name before. It seemed to be a supreme expert of the I clan, one of the 10 clans of the ancient netherworld. The I clan had been destroyed for countless years. There were many different theories about how they were destroyed, but no one knew that the strongest of the clan had died in the cemetery of gods and demons. Who are you? Why did you resurrect us after so many years? A supreme expert with 5 heads and demonic flames surged into the sky as he questioned with a ferocious glint in his eyes. 5 great devil emperors, even you can't recognize me? Fang Yuan's figure suddenly started to transform, becoming much taller and older than the original Gu Chen. His pupils had completely disappeared, replaced by a pure white luster. Primordial ancestor? The expressions of the 12 supreme experts changed one after another. The 5 demon emperors' faces were all filled with astonishment. Impossible. How could you still be alive and well before I killed you? You've completely changed. I can't tell at all. Did you use the great destiny art again? The supreme experts questioned. This emperor is Heavenly Emperor Yuan. It seems you haven't figured out your position by addressing me like this. Fang Yuan had a slightly dissatisfied expression. Heavenly Emperor Yuan? Back then, it was fine for ants to call you that, but in our eyes, what qualifications do you have? If you had the qualifications to be called Heavenly Emperor, you would not have been a loser like us in that battle back then. Everyone mocked him like they were old friends chatting. The scene was somewhat absurd. Hee hee. Fang Yuan sneered. A death god demon appeared behind him. The death god demon held a saber in his hand and slowly unsheathed it. Hell-en energy surged in the cemetery. The 12 supreme experts' corpses showed signs of collapsing. Someone screamed in pain. Stop. Stop. The death god demon's saber returned to its sheath. Fang Yuan said plainly, you need to understand that I resurrected you, you are under my control. If you don't listen to me, I can destroy your souls at any time, you won't be able to revive again. Some supreme experts were silent for a moment, while others were disdainful. It is impossible to make us submit to you. Primordial ancestor, don't try to threaten us. The 5 great demon emperors snorted coldly. Earlier, when Fang Yuan used the restriction method, he was indifferent, he did not fear death. Other than him, several others were the same. I resurrected you, you are indebted to me. As repayment, isn't it natural for you to obey my orders? Even though you have regained consciousness, you are just walking corpses. If you become dead objects under your control, you might as well not resurrect. Voodoo ancestor said coldly. The others nodded in agreement. I said that I will help you reconstruct your bodies and revive you in a true sense. As long as you resurrect from the dead, this great death arts restriction will be gone. This is my benevolence towards you. Whether you accept it or not, it is up to you. You should be able to tell that I do not have much time left, I need to leave now. Fang Yuan's tone became impatient. The 12 supreme experts looked at each other as they pondered. They could roughly guess the reason why Primordial Ancestor revived them, they had the same enemy. Even though a portion of them were unhappy about being controlled by Primordial Ancestor, the other party gave them the hope of true revival and freedom. This was not an unacceptable condition. How can we ensure that you do not go back on your words? Someone asked. If you do not reconstruct your bodies, your strength is limited, you are of limited help to me. I did not resurrect you painstakingly for a bunch of useless soldiers. Fang Yuan's reply was simple, everyone knew that he was speaking the truth. The person who killed them had a higher attainment level now. If they could not even recover their original strength, it would be a joke to talk about revenge. Back then, we died sullenly, everyone wants revenge, it is not impossible for us to be controlled by you. The 5 great demon emperors relented, changing the topic. But you need to tell me, you were clearly dead back then, how did you resurrect? That's right, who knows if you were in cahoots with them back then and deliberately faked your death. Now, you are enemies with the others and want to make use of us? Emperor added. The 12 supreme experts looked at Fang Yuan, they were extremely curious, how did Fang Yuan manage to survive so many years ago? Back then, it was a fatal situation, killing more than half of the Dao world's pinnacle experts, and some races even went extinct. Primordial Ancestor, as the greatest threat back then, could not be let off. If you want to know, I can tell you. Be it those 5 fellows back then or you guys, nobody knows that I have the great reincarnation technique. Fang Yuan answered indifferently, his words enlightening them. Great reincarnation technique? That means you have walked out of another life? No, how long has it been? How many lives have you experienced? The 12 supreme experts were shocked, some were envious, and some were enlightened. Since the words were so clear, they could judge the truth. The group of supreme experts from long ago quickly came to an agreement. Let's not talk about reconstructing the body for now, this corpse can't use much strength. I need a living body. Sorcerer Ancestor looked at Yiyu who was on the ground with a fierce gaze. Great race inheritance, Dao integration 9th form. Although heavily injured, it's still passable. He spread his rotten wings and was about to attack Yiyu. The other supreme experts were also tempted. At their level, they had more or less mastered possession and other secret techniques. The body of a living Dao ancestor was better than a broken corpse no matter what. You guys have been dead for many years, your souls are filled with the aura of death. Even if you possess his body, you won't be able to maintain it for long, it will just be a waste of a Dao ancestor level body. Moreover, he is still useful to us, so give up on the idea. Fang Yuan stopped them. There was another reason he did not say. To snatch this body, if these restless people fought each other and caused casualties, it would not be worth it. The number of resurrected people was less than he expected, he could not bear to lose more people. Moreover, the commotion outside was already huge, if they delayed any longer, they would not be able to leave. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, everyone's restlessness was slightly suppressed. No matter what, they had to give Primordial Ancestor face. I can't possess him, but I can borrow his eyes, right? Emperor did not wait for Fang Yuan's reply and suddenly stretched out his hand. Yiyu immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. The Emperor executed a divine art and forcefully snatched away his 2 eyeballs before stuffing them into his own empty eye sockets. The 2 eyeballs were transplanted into the Emperor's body. Rays of light surged out from the pupils and gathered into rays of light that flowed to his limbs and bones. After completing the circulatory cycle, the light once again gathered in his eyes, and both of his eyeballs had changed. One of Yiyu's pitch-black eyes turned fiery red, shaped like a crescent moon, and the other turned deep blue, shaped like an arrow. Fang Yuan snorted coldly but did not say anything. All of the Emperor's power came from his eyes. Although the eyes that he had transplanted with a secret technique were not as good as the original ones, he had recovered some of his combat power. As for Yiyu, she wouldn't die without her eyes. As a member of the Supreme Qi Palace, they had to endure such suffering as a way to repay the debt of their ruler. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves and took away the miserable Yi Yu. He had to bring him away. Yi Yu had already seen through some secrets. Staying here would be a disaster. It would be a pity to kill him since he could still be of use. If it had been someone else who had been ruined by Yi Yu, they would have killed him on the spot. But Fang Yuan was too rational. He never took pleasure in killing, only considering the pros and cons. Let's go. There's no need to keep this cemetery of gods and demons. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly, and the group of experts attacked together, directly breaking the cemetery of gods and demons. Restriction, boom boom boom, the cemetery of gods and demons seal was completely destroyed, and the group soared into the sky from the energy storm. Smoke and dust rumbled below, countless dead spirits were howling as they were buried in the collapsed soil forever. Fang Yuan stood in the sky, his gaze sweeping towards Swan Shadow Mountain Manor as he waved his hand. Buzz, the Book of Heaven floating in Swan Shadow Mountain Manor, sensed something, turning into a thin sheet of light paper and flying towards Fang Yuan. Within the mountain manor, the various cultivators who were trapped in the book's world appeared on the spot, either covered in injuries or gasping for breath. Having regained their freedom, they all sensed something and looked towards the sky above the second mountain. With one look, their expressions changed. The 12 reincarnated experts were filled with killing intent. It was something they had never seen in their lives. And Fang Yuan, who was in the middle, was even darker than the ocean, causing them to shudder. Evil disciple. How is this possible? The enemies that Sage Purity encountered in the book's world were different from others. Not only his clone, but also the Quasi-Dao ancestor Fang Yuan. He had thought that after killing Fang Yuan, all the problems would be solved. In fact, he had gradually gained the upper hand in the battle, and was confident that he could destroy the book's world. But who could have thought that before he succeeded, the Quasi-Dao ancestor Fang Yuan suddenly turned into bubbles and disappeared. They had left the book's world. As for the Book of Heaven, it turned into a thin sheet of light paper and flew into the hands of the other Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan was completely different from the one he had fought before, and his strength was even more unfathomable, causing him to feel a sense of fear. The real Fang Yuan stretched out 2 fingers and grabbed the thin sheet of light paper, while the real Book of Heaven appeared in his other hand and opened by itself, turning to a certain page. That page had obviously been torn off. Fang Yuan put the paper back into the book, and the torn area immediately healed. He then closed the book slowly. How can this be? Inside Swan Shadow Mountain Manor, Xianxia's expression turned sinister, and his body trembled. He was clearly going to die, but the Fang Yuan in front of him, the representatives of the various forces of Heaven Pu Dao Court, were silent now. They could feel that the group of people in the sky had strength that they could not match. Clan leaders, sect leaders, and great sages, who were usually high and mighty, felt a chill down their spines at this moment, feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. Their strength is too weak. Most of them are not even qualified to be a temporary vessel. The 5 emperors said disdainfully as they looked at the crowd below. How about killing them all? Ancestor Sorcerer suggested. His eerie voice spread into Swan Shadow Mountain Manor, causing everyone's scalp to go numb, but they did not even have the courage to escape. When the gap in strength reached a certain level, all thoughts of luck would disappear. The cemetery of gods and demons was destroyed. Those 5 guys must be furious. Under the ruler's fury, the world will be in chaos, and the situation will be reshuffled. It is more meaningful to keep them alive. It will make it easier for us to act. However, there is one person who should be killed. Fang Yuan chatted with his companions, not letting their voices spread. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto Saint Cleansing, who was inside the mountain manor. His eyes were flowing with white light. Saint Cleansing felt like he was struck by lightning. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were wide open, filled with indignation and confusion. The life force in his body dissipated rapidly. Fang Yuan had destroyed his primordial spirit with just a glance. We are master and disciple in this life. You won't be able to live even if I spare your life. Why don't I end it for you personally? The Dao Court's final destination has always been that place. You should have sensed it, right? Otherwise, you would not have been suppressing your cultivation. Dying in this emperor's hands is a glorious defeat. It's better than becoming a nameless puppet. As I descend into the heavens, the name Saint Cleansing might still be remembered by people after countless years. After Feng Yuan finished speaking, Saint Cleansing's corpse fell to the ground weakly. Peak Saint Purity was dead. The executive officer of Heavenly Exquisite Tao Court was killed in front of everyone. This was no different from declaring war on the Tao Court and the whole world. Such ruthlessness did not cause any condemnation from the forces that controlled the second mountain and sea. Instead, the cultivators were scared out of their wits, afraid that they would become the next target. To be able to kill a quasi-Tao ancestor Saint Purity with one glance, the top ranker of the legend rank, Gu Chen, had undoubtedly stepped into Tao ancestor realm. No, even an ordinary Tao ancestor was not this terrifying, right? Many people subconsciously hid behind the crowd. Sacred King Li Tian, who was in the shepherd tribe's group, fell to the ground uncontrollably. How is this possible? He could not believe it. His Tao heart almost collapsed at this moment. When Qin Yunfei cut off his arm, his invincible Tao heart had already suffered a lot of damage. And this Gu Chen was also in the legend rank like him. One was first, while the other was sixth. He had always thought that the gap between them was not that big. Who could have thought that the other party had hidden his strength to such an extent? The gap between them was like the gap between a firefly and the bright moon. Could he still be considered a genius? Sacred King Li Tian had been outstanding among his peers since he was young. He had never had such thoughts. But recently, he had suffered a series of setbacks. After killing Saint Purity, Feng Yuan's pitch-black eyes without any luster swept across Swan Shadow Mountain Matter. Those who met his gaze were all shocked. Dawn God Tribe's leader Xing Tua, Dragon Taming Sect's leader Shi Zihu, Aspect Transformation Sect's leader Wei Yukei, Sword Tower's great sage Yan Lu, Feng Yuan looked at each of them expressionlessly. When his gaze landed on Luosek's great prophet, he frowned imperceptibly. Right now, the great prophet had no expression on his face. Beside him, Qiu Xianji and Madame Yuqi had tense expressions. The two had followed the great prophet and had just returned to Swan Shadow Mountain Manor not long ago. If they had been a moment later, the cultivators that had left the book world might have realized that they had left. The entire operation was dangerous. They had just completed the mission with great difficulty, but the cemetery of gods and demons suddenly collapsed, and a group of fiendish monsters ran out. This made them, who didn't know much about the situation, feel even more uneasy. The great prophet knew a lot more about the situation. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually very worried. Since Feng Yuan sent Ling Bing to capture him, and now that he was safe and sound while Ling Bing had gone missing, it was easy for Feng Yuan to guess that the change in the Cemetery of Divinities was related to him. If the other party flew into a rage out of humiliation and hurriedly attacked him at this moment, then it would be difficult for him to escape today. It wasn't just because the other party had an overwhelming advantage in strength. Once he was targeted, the 5 juggernauts wouldn't let him off after this storm was over. They would definitely investigate the entire matter. At that time, the real Gu Chen would also be exposed, and their alliance would very likely collapse. It was precisely because they didn't want to attract too much attention that the plan was to give all the credit to Zhang Hao. That way, the matter would be clean, and no matter who Feng Yuan or Yi Yu died, they would be able to reap the benefits. The plan was progressing smoothly, but the time difference was difficult to grasp. If Feng Yuan wasted too much time and was killed by the juggernauts before he could escape, this was a good outcome. If he managed to escape just in time, this was also a good outcome. He would attract the attention of all the forces and be chased by the juggernauts. But he was not in a hurry to escape, and after destroying the cemetery, he still had time to kill Saint Jing. This was very troublesome. The great prophet was worried that he would become the next target, but at this point, there was no way to make up for this flaw. In the end, the plan was a gamble. Against a person like Feng Yuan, there was no such thing as a foolproof plan. It seems that the plan failed because of Ling Bing. Yu Xiu's death was a little unjust. Logically speaking, with the help of the Book of Heaven and Ling Bing's strength, they should have been able to take down Luosek's old man. How did he escape? And where did Ling Bing go? Could it be that the old man hid his strength, and his cultivation has actually reached Tao Ancestor Realm? Feng Yuan quickly deduced in his mind. His soul force seeped into the Book of Heaven and formed a connection with the heavenly Tao in the book. Soon, the scenes that happened in the book world appeared in Fang Yuan's mind through the perspective of the heavenly Tao incarnations who fought with the great prophet, Zhang Hao, Gu Chen, and even Chen Wenfeng and the clay bodhisattva, Chen Yunfei. Killing intent appeared in Fang Yuan's eyes. Even though the information obtained from the perspective of the heavenly Tao incarnations was limited, everything pointed to Chen Yunfei. This Chen tribe genius had survived the disaster in absolute beginning demonic mine and appeared at the inn at the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan was indeed surprised. But to think that the plan that he had painstakingly laid out for a long time would be ruined in his hands. So that's it. Yu suddenly appeared in the demonic god cemetery because of Chen Yunfei. He saved Zhang Hao to go to the great Dao pool. That means he is at the top of the mountain now? Fang Yuan's gaze moved from Swan Shadow Villa to the great Dao pool at the top of the mountain. A terrifying aura swept across the entire second mountain. Boom, he punched at the top of the mountain. This punch destroyed all the restrictions along the way, and the Supreme Invincible will caused a portion of the cultivators in the villa to faint on the spot. The great prophet's expression changed slightly. Fang Yuan was not coming for him, but for the top of the mountain. It seemed that he had discovered that Gu Chen was the culprit. This situation was not much better than if Fang Yuan had come for him. The situation was probably going to go out of control. Buzz, the invincible fist intent finally stopped when it reached the top of the mountain. The barrier outside the great Dao pool was completely activated. It was a powerful restriction that could kill a Dao ancestor. Even Fang Yuan could not break it immediately. Inside the barrier, Zhang Hao held the token as if he was facing a great enemy. His back was covered in cold sweat. He activated the token's power with all his strength, but he had no confidence that the barrier could stop the enemy. The enemy's strength was far beyond his imagination. Martial Uncle Yu was probably dead, Fang Yuan snorted coldly as his attack was blocked. His origin divine eyes looked into the barrier and saw Zhang Hao immediately. Then, he looked around and quickly found Chen Yunfei and his two companions who were not far from the great Dao pool. Gu Chen had just left the great Dao pool a moment ago, so he naturally saw the collapse of the cemetery of gods and demons. The group of resurrected supreme experts shocked him, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Fang Yuan did not disappoint. He was really generous. Such a group of supreme experts from ancient times would be enough to give the 5 rulers a headache. With their appearance, some of the truth of the past would also surface, and the Dao world would completely usher in chaos. He had just been worried that the great prophet would meet with an accident, but he did not expect to be targeted first. The pair of origin divine eyes stared at him, but Gu Chen was unperturbed. He looked into the great prophet's eyes and silently mouthed a few words. You can try to kill me here, but you've lost this round. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave. We are enemies today, but we might become friends in the future. You attacked my people first. Fang Yuan understood his meaning. His expression turned ugly, and his eyes flickered. You want to kill Supreme Chi Palace's brat? We are happy to help. The 5 demon emperors looked at the sturdy barrier on the mountain peak and smiled sinisterly. The other experts were also restless and had the intention to start a massacre. They only paid attention to Zhang Hao and did not pay attention to Gu Chen and the rest. But Fang Yuan raised his hand at this moment and stopped everyone's urge to kill. He smiled lightly. We should leave this place. He looked at Gu Chen with deep meaning. The book of heaven in his hand flipped by itself even though there was no wind blowing. Many experts did not object. Killing people was fun, but there was no meaning to it. Now, they were more worried that the person who plotted to kill them back then would suddenly arrive and they would not be able to escape. The Book of Heaven stopped at a certain page. Fang Yuan casually grabbed with his left hand and a thin piece of light paper floated up. The light paper turned into a cloak that expanded in the wind. It was transparent and soft, fluttering like willow catkins and slowly wrapped around Fang Yuan and the 12 experts. Swoosh! Fang Yuan and the rest suddenly vanished on the spot. There was not even a ripple in the void. The overwhelming demonic aura on the second mountain vanished without a trace. The experts in Swan Shadow Mountain Villa felt like they had been pardoned. They heaved a sigh of relief with lingering fear in their hearts. Zhang Hao was also very glad. He turned around and saw that Gu Chen and his men had already come out of the great Dao pool. He immediately felt more at ease. The matter had already escalated. He could not predict what would happen next. If Gu Chen and the rest continued to stay in the great Dao pool, the situation would become even more disadvantageous to him. Has the Holy Son of Pilled Books problem been resolved? Xianxia asked in a concerned tone. Don't worry, he will not betray us, Gu Chen said with certainty. Xianghao's heart calmed down. We are really in the same boat now. The matter is so serious that even the person behind me can't handle it. Tell your men to keep their mouths shut, no matter who comes to interrogate them, they should know what to say, right? Zhang Hao looked at Clay Bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng, his gaze was cold and filled with warning. He had never been so nervous and serious before. The two of them nodded. They knew that the situation was unusual. If they made the slightest mistake, all of them might lose their lives. In your opinion, who do you think will interrogate us next? Gu Chen asked thoughtfully as he walked to the edge of the barrier and looked down at the Swan Shadow Villa. Fang Yuan was calm and rational, he accepted his loss and escaped in time. This round could be considered his victory. In Fang Yuan's opinion, he had lost to Qin Yanfei because he was too greedy, he had to attack the Great Prophet while carrying out such a grand plan. It was precisely because of the Great Prophet that he was being retaliated against, causing the plan he had been working on to fail. This was the thought that Gu Chen wanted to instill into Fang Yuan with his silent words, and Fang Yuan accepted his words, admitting his mistake. Be flexible, advance and retreat. People like Fang Yuan would not let useless emotions affect their judgment. Making a move would not change the established facts. Leaving some leeway for both sides might allow them to reap unexpected benefits in the future. Because of this line of thought, Fang Yuan decisively left without any hesitation. If Fang Yuan knew that Qin Yanfei was Gu Chen, his judgment today would be different. Swan Shadow Villa is the biggest culprit in the destruction of the cemetery of gods and demons. We can't let the villa investigate and correct itself. Zhang Hao's expression was solemn. Gu Chen asked tentatively, is it possible? The possibility is small, but if the cemetery of gods and demons is more important than we think, that might not be the case. Let's hope that it is our Supreme Chi Palace that takes over this mess, that way we will be safer. Zhang Hao remained silent after saying that, not daring to touch on sensitive matters. Gu Chen did not ask any more, they could only wait. Before someone with enough authority came to clean up the mess, they could not even leave the mountain peak. Not long after, thousands of auspicious lights appeared in the sky above. A multicolored beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the collapsed cemetery of gods and demons. Next, an indescribably terrifying divine sense swept across the entire second mountain, causing the souls of countless cultivators on and below the mountain to tremble. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was it the arrival of a ruler? He could not tell where the divine sense came from, it was as if it was everywhere. The divine sense only lasted for a few breaths of time before it suddenly disappeared. When the cultivators woke up, they found that they were covered in cold sweat. What happened? Some cultivators who were not high enough or had little experience did not understand what had just happened, they only felt that the heavenly might had suddenly spread out. Some of the smarter cultivators had guessed it, they were shocked. If not for the fact that the divine sense had retreated so quickly, they would have already knelt on the ground and worshipped it. Gu Chen tried to sense the direction in which the divine sense had left, but he could not find any clues. Not to mention tracking it, he could not even tell if it was one ruler or several. He looked at Zhang Hao, who nodded at him and transmitted his voice. The rulers will personally came to investigate. The cemetery of gods and demons is indeed extraordinary. However, the ruler did not appear in front of people. It means that he knows that the culprit has already left. It is very likely that he has personally gone to track it down. With such an answer, Gu Chen felt much more at ease. If the ruler did not personally interrogate them, the possibility of them revealing any flaws would be much lower. Thinking about it, he realized that he was worrying too much. The ruler never showed his face in front of people. Although the mountain was filled with cultivators from the Dao Court's forces, they were worthless in the eyes of the ruler. If the ruler personally tracked Fang Yuan, would he be able to escape this calamity? That divine sense was vast and terrifying, it was something he had never seen in his life. He suspected that any disguise would be meaningless under the inspection of the ruler's will. The ruler is high and mighty, he will not come to interrogate us, but someone will definitely take over. The Dao Court's meeting will not be held, and all the cultivators on the mountain will not be able to leave in a short period of time. Zhang Hao transmitted his voice again. Less than the time it took to finish a cup of tea, a large number of cultivators broke through the sky from the east. They were cultivators from the Supreme Chi Palace. There were hundreds of them at a glance. They descended from the sky, took out their formation flags, and immediately sealed the boundary of the Great Shadow Mountain Villa. The Supreme Chi Palace had always been mysterious, and many forces had never seen such a lineup before. For a moment, everyone was anxious and uneasy. From now on, the second mountain will seal the mountain. Before the truth is investigated, all personnel are to wait here. If there are any suspicious movements, kill without mercy. An authoritative voice rumbled like thunder in the Great Shadow Mountain Villa. The one who spoke was an old man wearing a purple gold Dao crown. He was in the center of the Supreme Chi Palace group, like the moon surrounded by stars. When the various lords in the mountain villa saw the old man's appearance, they were greatly shocked. The Supreme Chi Palace's palace lord had actually come personally. This person rarely moved around the world, but he had a high status in the primordial group, and a single word from him could cause rivers of blood in the 9 mountains and seas. In terms of status, he was above the various old ancestors. Peak. Tyrant, the palace master of the Supreme Chi Palace, was a legendary figure in the 9 mountains and seas. Even the Dao ancestors of the first-rate forces of the second mountain and sea did not dare to say that they were on equal footing with the palace master of the Supreme Chi Palace, let alone the current sect leader or clan leader. When Tyrant arrived at the second mountain, even the cultivators who had not guessed that the will of the ruler had arrived understood the seriousness of the matter and did not dare to disobey the order. After sealing off the second mountain, Tyrant did not fly into the Swan Shadow Villa. Instead, he landed on the top of the mountain. According to the rules, even he was not allowed to fly here, but now that the situation was special, the rules were not so important anymore. Greetings, Palace Master. Xianxia mobilized the power of the token and quickly opened the barrier to let Tyrant in. Although Tyrant was old, he was full of vigor, and every single move he made was filled with an oppressive aura. What exactly happened? Tell me everything in detail. Tyrant was obviously in a bad mood as he questioned Xianxia. At the same time, he glanced at Gu Chen and the other two and frowned. Gu Chen led the clay bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng to greet him as a junior. He pondered in his heart and put on a cautious expression. The clay bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng did not need to pretend, and their hearts were in their throats. The person in front of them was one of the few people with the most power in the primordial Dao world. Xianxia explained the ins and outs of the matter respectfully, mainly about how Dao ancestor Yu discovered the abnormality of the cemetery of gods and demons and went to investigate, but it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. When Tyrant heard that Yu's fate was unknown, his tense face relaxed a little. On the way here, he had already understood some of the general situation. The destruction of the cemetery of gods and demons had something to do with the fight between Saint Purity and his disciple. Yu had led the team to participate in the Dao court meeting, but the accident was not caused by him. He had also discovered the real purpose of the enemy in time and sent a warning to the outside world in advance. Everything that he had done, regardless of whether he had contributed or not, after a huge battle, his life and death had become a mystery. The blame could not be placed on him, nor could it be placed on the Supreme Chi Palace. Everything was on the Swan Shadow Villa. After knowing this, he was relieved. Not only was he relieved, but he was also secretly delighted when he thought about how the Great Shadow Villa had been gaining more and more power over the years. Now that something like this had happened, their position in the sovereign's heart would definitely be affected. Although he was calm in his heart, he still had to deal with this matter seriously on the surface and strive to do it beautifully. Tyrant's gaze gradually shifted from Xianxia to Gu Chen and the other two. Tell me how you broke the seal on the Book of Firmament and how you came to the top of the mountain. As he had promised Gu Chen before, Xianxia took the credit for breaking free from the Book of Heaven. However, this would inevitably lead to a puzzling question. Under such circumstances, since Xianxia had escaped, why didn't he go to find Yu as soon as possible? Why did he save Gu Chen and the other two first? Even if he wanted to find a helper, he should have found Tai Wei from the same sect. This raised Tyrant's vigilance. He suspected that Xianxia was lying, so he deliberately asked him to repeat it to see if there were any flaws in his words. At the same time, he also observed the reactions of Gu Chen and the other two. Facing him, the Supreme Chi Palace Master, Gu Chen and the other two behaved cautiously and unnaturally, but this did not mean anything. With the huge gap between them, such a reaction was very normal. It did not indicate whether they were guilty or not. If the three of them were unexpectedly calm in front of him, it would be strange and worth paying special attention to. Xianxia recounted the incident in detail from beginning to end. He answered fluently, calmly, openly. The method to break the Book of Heaven that he mentioned seemed to have really happened, which made Guchen secretly admire him. It seemed that before he saved Xianxia already had some ideas on how to break the Book of Heaven. Otherwise, he would not have been able to come up with such a smooth story. You found a way to get out of the Book of Heaven. Why didn't you save your senior sister Taiwei first? Why did you save them first? Tyrant asked the key question. If it was simply not to save Taiwei, he could understand. After all, there was a competitive relationship between the two. But why Qing Yunfei? What was there in the small Qin clan that was worthy of special attention from an outstanding junior like him? If Xianxia could not answer this question, this group of people would not be able to get rid of the suspicion. Faced with this question, Xiangxia's face finally revealed a hesitant expression. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing him like this, Tyrant's expression darkened. Speak. Xianxia was still hesitant, as if he could not explain. This behavior made the clay bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng nervous. Would the matter be exposed? Guchen was calm, but he also frowned. It was not difficult to explain this reason. He only needed to say that Chen Daolin had already become a Dao ancestor and that he had promised Xianxia a big gift. That gift was of great significance to Xianxia. Under such circumstances, it was not surprising that he saved him first. However, that gift was the supreme treasure of the Supreme Qi Palace. Before he obtained it, Xianxia probably did not want Tyrant to know. Xiangxia's reaction showed that he was not a member of the Palace Master's faction. The big shot behind him was someone else. This matter was troublesome. If Xianxia did not say anything, they would probably get into trouble. Even if Xianxia said it, it was still unknown how Tyrant would react after knowing that the Qin clan had the supreme treasure of the Supreme Qi Palace. If you don't say it, I can only torture the three of them. Tyrant said coldly when he saw that Xianxia did not answer. Xianxia had extraordinary potential and had a backer in the palace. It was not good for him to touch him. However, so what if he killed a small cultivator of the Qin clan? Sensing the killing intent in his words, the expressions of the clay bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng changed. Guchen's expression also turned solemn. Xiangxia's face revealed a conflicted expression. He looked around and sighed at his bad luck. Why did the palace master have to come? If it was someone else, the matter would be solved easily. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, a new group of cultivators arrived in the sky. They were approaching the second mountain at an extremely fast speed. When they were blocked by the Supreme Qi Palace's array, the voice of the leader of the group spread across the sky. People of the Supreme Qi Palace, move aside. The Heavenly Pavilion is under orders to temporarily take over the Great Shadow Villa. The voice of the person who spoke did not contain any emotion. It was like cold metal, but everyone could hear it clearly. Heavenly Pavilion? What kind of force is that? I've never heard of this force. What order are they under? These people are dressed so strangely. The leaders of the various forces in the Great Shadow Villa were shocked. Today, trouble kept coming. The Supreme Qi Palace had just taken over the second mountain, and immediately a third force came to disrupt the situation. However, this force was not one of the other forces in the primordial group. In fact, not many people present had heard of it. Guchen looked at the sky, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. The new cultivators were all dressed in hemp clothes. They stood barefoot in the sky like ascetic monks. However, these people's cultivation was extraordinary. All of them had reached the Dao Ancestor Realm, peak. There were only 8 of them, but all of them were at the Dao Ancestor Realm. Excluding the Grand Qi Palace of the Second Mountain and Sea, there were only 8 Dao ancestors in total. These 8 cultivators were obviously not the 8 cultivators that everyone knew, because none of the forces in the Swan Shadow Villa recognized them. Guchen almost suspected that his spiritual sense was wrong. If these 8 cultivators joined any of the forces, they would be able to break the balance of the mountains and seas. The Heavenly Pavilion? They actually summoned the Heavenly Pavilion? Tyrant's expression turned serious. He immediately left Xianxia, Guchen, and the others and flew into the air to greet the cultivators of the heavenly pavilion. Seeing that he had left, Gu Chen transmitted his voice to Zhang Hao. Who is the heavenly pavilion? The cultivation bases of these people are not simple. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It's not just not simple. Rumor has it that all the cultivators of the heavenly pavilion are at the 9th form of Dao integration stage. They are a killing organization under the direct command of the 5 rulers. A ripple appeared in Gu Chen's heart. Specifically helping the 5 juggernauts kill, why would such an organization show their faces in front of others? Gu Chen instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. It seemed that the 5 rulers were extremely angry about the destruction of the cemetery of gods and demons. You and I are now in this together, so there are some things that I can tell you. I'm sure you've already heard about them. The 5 rulers never trusted anyone, including the forces that they came from or supported. In order to prevent the primordial formation from gaining too much power, the 5 rulers created the Great Shadow Villa, the Crystal Bank, and the Divine Traversing Sect. The Great Shadow Villa handles the affairs of the Dao Court, the Crystal Bank monopolizes the resources of the world, and the Divine Traversing Sect collects information from all over the world. But that alone is not enough. Some things and some people must be resolved by force, and the rulers disdain to do it themselves. It's just like how there's a shadow when there's light. Whether it's the primordial formation or the Dao Court, they represent law and order, but the heavenly pavilion represents destruction. The heavenly pavilion has never been known to anyone because most of the forces that have seen them have already been destroyed. Rumor has it that these people do all the dirty work, but the 5 sovereigns trust them the most, giving them enormous authority. To think that the Fu Tian Pavilion would be the one to handle the incident at the Great Shadow Villa. This means that the sovereigns would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. If anyone or any faction is found to be involved in this incident, no one will be able to protect them, including me. Things are really troublesome. You must hold on. No matter how the people of the Fu Tian Pavilion investigate, you must not give in. Zhang Hao's voice transmission was not only aimed at Gu Chen, but also at Clay Bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng. He wanted them to be mentally prepared. Gu Chen understood what he meant. The Fu Tian Pavilion was not bound by the rules of the Dao Court. They could interrogate as they pleased, and it was very likely that they would resort to private punishment. These people were different from the others. Being at the top of the mountain, they would definitely receive more attention. Don't worry, young Master Zhang. Who cares what kind of background this Fu Tian Pavilion has? I won't drag you and Big Brother down. Clay Bodhisattva revealed a resolute expression. If things really got out of hand, he would rather commit suicide than divulge any of Big Brother's secrets. Chen Wenfeng also nodded resolutely. His Chen clan was now completely bound to Gu Chen. If something happened to Gu Chen, the Chen clan would definitely not be able to escape. No matter what, they had to get through this. Things shouldn't be as serious as we think, right? The Fu Tian Pavilion is here, and they will be in charge of the interrogation. You should be able to tell them about the great gift from the absolute beginning demonic mine, right? Gu Chen asked after thinking seriously. That's right. This is a blessing in disguise. The Fu Tian Pavilion reports directly to the sovereigns, so there's no need to worry about them telling the palace lord. Zhang Hao nodded. If the palace lord did not know about the great gift, the Chen clan would not be targeted, and he would have time to digest the gift. Once the matter was over, even if the palace lord found out, what was done could not be undone. With his personality, he would not do anything. Since we can tell them about this, it shouldn't be too difficult to pass the interrogation of the Fu Tian Pavilion. Gu Chen quickly discussed with the other 3 on how to answer, ensuring that there would not be any loopholes. As soon as they finished their discussion, a sacrobed cultivator from the Fu Tian Pavilion came over and ordered the cultivators from the Grand Qi Palace to separate them, forbidding any communication. They were brought down the mountain and brought to the Great Shadow Villa. All the cultivators in the villa were also temporarily imprisoned. They were not allowed to make any strange movements, and they were not even allowed to communicate in private. A sacrobed cultivator from the Fu Tian Pavilion was blind. He sat on the ground motionlessly, only his ears trembling from time to time. When Gu Chen and the others were escorted here, they saw the blind man say something to the person beside him. Then, the dragon-taming sect master, Xianxia, and 2 elders were suddenly slapped. Slap. 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 The 3 slaps were unusually clear. Xianxia felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. However, he heard the cultivator from the Fu Tian pavilion warning him, "You are not allowed to communicate in private, including voice transmissions and spiritual sense communication." Xianxia's expression turned cold. Had the people from the Fu Tian pavilion noticed his conversation with the 2 elders just now, he was terrified. How high were the cultivation levels of these people? What was their background? Make them kneel. The old man from the Fu Tian pavilion said coldly, as if he wanted to make an example of them to the others so that the various forces present would understand the situation. The palace lord of the Grand Qi Palace, Tyrant, was standing beside him. When he heard this, he nodded expressionlessly. Then, a few elders from the Grand Qi Palace went forward and restrained the 3 people from the dragon-taming sect. They brought them to one side and made them kneel in front of everyone. During the entire process, Xianxia didn't dare to resist in the slightest. His fear stemmed from the unknown. He didn't know where the Fu Tian pavilion had come from, but if even the people from the Grand Qi Palace obeyed their orders, how could he possibly dare to act rashly, when the mighty dragon-taming sect, a first-rate force of the Second Mountain and Sea, was forced to kneel over such a trivial matter? The leaders of the various forces looked on with fearful expressions. None of them dared to communicate in private. If they continued to communicate in private, it wouldn't just be a simple punishment. They might even be suspected of collusion. Gu Chan and the others just happened to witness this scene, and secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Thankfully, they had been conversing at the top of the mountain. If they had continued to communicate in private, the people from the Fu Tian pavilion might have been eavesdropping on them. Who could have imagined that the cultivators of the Fu Tian pavilion would have such an expert among their ranks? Gu Chan immediately grew even more cautious. He suspected that even the slightest disturbance in his heartbeat would be detected by the blind Dao ancestor. He had no idea what great Daoist technique he cultivated, but he was definitely going to be a problem. "Is everyone here?" the old man from the Fu Tian pavilion asked as he glanced at Zhang Hao. A steward from the Swan Shadow Villa hurriedly replied, "The sage son of the alchemy Holy Land is not here. He has entered the Dao pond to comprehend the Dao. According to the rules, we are not to disturb him before he finishes comprehending the Dao." Apex rules? Are those rules still important now that something like this has happened? Bring the alchemy book saint here, regardless of whether he is in a state of enlightenment. The elder leading the Fu Tian pavilion ordered mercilessly. A hemp-robed cultivator immediately went up the mountain to look for the saint. The art saint's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He hurriedly rushed out of the crowd and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Senior, the alchemy book saint had already entered the Dao pool before the villa was attacked. He has absolutely nothing to do with what is happening now. With his aptitude, he will definitely gain something from the great Dao pool. If his enlightenment is interrupted in advance, his future will be ruined. Senior, please let him go. We can interrogate him after the saint finishes his enlightenment." The art saint kowtowed 3 times. He knew that his words carried little weight in front of the mysterious Fu Tian pavilion. He could only lower himself to the lowest level. "Who is he?" The elder leading the Fu Tian pavilion frowned slightly, feeling displeased. He had clearly told everyone not to act rashly, but this person still came out to beg for mercy. He was clearly committing a crime and did not know what was good for him. "He is the sacred leader of the alchemy book Sacred Ground," Tyrant said casually. The elder sneered. "It seems like this sacred leader still does not know what is going on. Old man, no matter how outstanding the alchemy book saint's talent is, no one can be an exception in this matter." His attitude was firm. The hemp-robed cultivator had already walked up the stairs to the top of the mountain. The art saint climbed up anxiously. "Senior, please let me go." He still wanted to stop him, but the elder was impatient. He waved his sleeves, bang, a terrifying Dao power surged, and the art saint was sent flying. He was seriously injured and spat out 3 feet of blood. The various cultivators broke out in cold sweat. The art saint was not someone who did not know how to read people's expressions. Why was he so stupid today? My disciple has waited for too long for this opportunity to enter the Dao pool. The art saint tried his best to climb up from the ground. He still did not give up. He has the talent of a Tao ancestor and is destined to shine in this era. We cannot let this opportunity go to waste. Please let him go, Senior. The art saint cowed out again. He spat out a few teeth as he spoke. He was so sincere that the surrounding people could not bear to watch. However, the old man leading the Futian pavilion remained unmoved. Instead, his killing intent was aroused because of his repeated pestering. Reckless fool. He snorted coldly and raised his hand to take the art saint's life. The surrounding cultivators did not dare to make a sound. The art saint could not see the situation clearly. He deserved to be killed. Speaking of which, the alchemy holy land was truly pitiful. After fighting for so many years, they finally managed to enter the great Tao pool, but because of this sudden turn of events, it was all wasted. Perhaps the alchemy book saint's son was not that lucky and had missed out on opportunities time and time again. The art saint finally felt the threat of death. He smiled bitterly. Disciple, I have already tried my best. How good would it be if you had already obtained the opportunity? He could only hold on to a sliver of hope, but he knew in his heart that it was unlikely. The pill book saint's son had only been in the Tao pool for a short period of time, so how could he have comprehended the complete great talisman art? If he missed this opportunity, even if he could enter the great Tao pool again, it wouldn't have the same effect as the first time. The art saint's heart bled at the thought of all these. He was no longer as afraid of death. The elder leading the Futian pavilion was about to kill the art saint with a palm strike when Guchen suddenly stepped forward. Senior, it might not be appropriate to kill the art saint now. Zhang Hao, who was beside Guchen, jumped in fright. The cultivators from the other factions also looked at Guchen in shock. Was this Qin Yunfei crazy? He was actually pleading for the art saint. Everyone knew about the conflict between the Qin clan and the alchemy holy land. Even if the two sides did not become enemies, wouldn't pleading for mercy at this juncture be putting himself in danger? What's inappropriate about it? Another person who wants to obstruct the investigation? The elder leading the Futian pavilion stared coldly at Gu Chen as if he could see through one's soul. Gu Chen was neither servile nor overbearing as he replied calmly, Senior, the Great Shadow Mountain Villa was attacked mainly because Tao ancestor Yi Yu was not there at the time. The reason why Tao ancestor Yi Yu was not there was because he accompanied the alchemy book saint to the Tao pool. Gu Chen did not plead for mercy. He only mentioned a detail that caught everyone's attention. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly pondered. The cultivators from the various factions also came to a realization. It seemed like this Qin Yunfei was not pleading for the art saint. He wanted to harm the alchemy book saint as well. You mean there is a causal relationship between these two matters? The alchemy holy land is involved in Gu Chen's scheme? The elder asked. I'm not sure if the alchemy holy land is involved, but if Tao ancestor Yi Yu did not go to the Tao pool, the cultivators in the villa would not have been trapped, and the abnormalities in the cemetery of gods and demons might have been discovered earlier. The entire scheme is interconnected. If we cannot ensure that Tao ancestor Yi Yu leaves, the plan cannot be carried out. Gu Chen's words were reasonable and logical. The elder listened and retracted his killing intent. The art saint, who was kneeling on the ground, became anxious and hurriedly said, You are slandering us. Senior, this is purely a vengeance. The Qin clan and the alchemy holy land have a grudge before. He wants to kill us. Senior, please investigate this. The art saint did not expect Qin Yunfei to refuse to forgive the grudge after accepting the gift. If the other party really succeeded in slandering him, not only would he die, but the entire alchemy holy land would also be destroyed. This person is too vicious. Oh? Is what he said right? The elder raised his eyebrows. He was wondering why the other party suddenly spoke. It turned out that there was a grudge between the two sides. That made sense. I did have some grudges with the alchemy holy land before, but what I said just now was only to find out the truth, Gu Chen replied calmly. The elder did not ask any more and pondered for a moment. Fellow Taoist Sima, what this person said makes sense. The alchemy holy land is very suspicious. We have to investigate this master-disciple pair carefully. Taijin, who had been silent, finally spoke. He also hoped that this matter would come to light as soon as possible. Otherwise, everyone would not be able to rest in peace. Palace Lord, you are too polite. The old man is just a servant. He has no name or fellow Taoist. You can just call me Sima. The elder replied coldly and immediately gave an order. Drag this alchemy holy leader away and lock him up alone. Do not allow anyone to come into contact with him. Later, the old man will interrogate him personally. Capture that alchemy holy son and cover his eyes to block his divine sense. Do not let him see the situation in the villa. Similarly, lock him up alone and wait for me to interrogate him. After Sima finished speaking, the art saint was escorted away. The Fu Tian pavilion's attention on the alchemy holy son increased greatly. 2 hemp-robed cultivators personally went to capture him. Guchen returned to his original spot safely. Sima did not cause trouble for him. Zhang Hao exchanged a glance with him. He really wanted to ask if there would be any problems with framing the alchemy holy son like this. One had to know that the alchemy holy son knew that Guchen and the others had entered the Dao pool. If he exposed this matter, it would be a huge problem. The investigation of Fu Tian Pavilion began in full swing. It was like a storm, and no one could stay out of it. When the elixir book saint was brought back to the Great Shadow Mountain Villa, he was like a blind and deaf person. As one of the few people who had seen Yu at the top of the mountain, Guchen was naturally interrogated a lot. He was forced to be separated from the clay bodhisattva, Chen Wenfeng, and the others, and was interrogated separately. From that day onwards, the second mountain, which had little contact with the outside world, was completely cut off from the world. Many forces had noticed the strange phenomenon that had occurred in the second mountain and tried to gather information. Unfortunately, they were chased away before they could even reach the foot of the mountain. Even when the various top forces wanted to understand the situation of their own representatives, they were all rejected by the Supreme Qi Palace. There were even Dao ancestors who showed their faces and tried to befriend the people of Supreme Qi Palace, but they were all rejected and given a stern warning. Now that things had developed to this point, it didn't matter that the people in the outside world had no way to find out what was going on. Everyone knew that something completely unprecedented had occurred in the second mountain and sea, on the same day, in various locations throughout the second mountain and sea. Patriarch Mu, who was meditating on Mount God Mu of the Muhuang dynasty, was suddenly jolted awake. He opened his eyes and looked up at the sky with trepidation. The sovereign hasn't appeared in the world for a long time. Why would he suddenly release such a terrifying divine will? What is he searching for? What happened? His expression was gloomy and uncertain for a long time. His heart was filled with curiosity and worry, but in the end, he didn't dare to make any movements. He sat quietly on the spot until he felt the vast divine sense gradually fade away. Without the intense spiritual pressure, he subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, all the cultivators of the various tribes of Muhuang dynasty on Mount Mushan had no idea what had just happened. Sword Emperor dynasty, Sword Tomb. The divine weapons all over the ground suddenly trembled. The sword master suddenly woke up from his sleep and looked at the sky with his scalp numb. It's been a long time since we last saw a sovereign lord. I'm afraid there's going to be a bloodbath. In the endless depths of the bubble sea, a pair of huge eyes suddenly opened and looked at the sky for a long time. Then, it let out a deep sigh. The outside world is starting to get restless. I hope it has nothing to do with Hai Dongxin or what happened in Binhai City. The sea ancestor seemed to have sensed something. Not far from the absolute beginning demonic mine, Gu Chen's main body and Chen Daolin's soared into the sky. They were heading in the direction of the second mountain. However, according to the plan, Gu Chen's main body did not intend to go to the second mountain to join in the fun. He had another goal in mind. The journey was as fast as lightning, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and some images appeared in his mind. In the scene, Chen Dao died in front of him, his entire body covered in blood. Gu Chen's figure suddenly stopped, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. After his expression changed, he said, "This is bad, we have to hide as soon as possible." What happened? Chen Daolin asked. After that, he suddenly had a bad premonition. I foresee a bad future. The juggernauts are probably searching for the mastermind behind the destruction of the mausoleum of gods and demons. If we don't hide quickly, once we are discovered by the juggernauts, it will be a battle to the death. Gu Chen said quickly. After absorbing the third ancestor's power, his instincts of foresight had become stronger. The images he foresaw could not be wrong. He shared the same consciousness with the Thread Dao body, so after considering the situation at the second mountain, he immediately deduced that the juggernauts were approaching. If Fang Yuan successfully escaped, the juggernauts who rushed over would not be satisfied. They would dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. Right now, the juggernauts were furious. If they discovered Gu Chen, especially after discovering that Gu Chen was the glorious ancient overlord body, it was easy to imagine what they would do. After hearing Gu Chen's judgment, Chen Daolin's expression also changed. The 5 juggernauts each control a primordial Dao law. As long as they are willing, they can fuse their divine souls into the primordial Dao law, and their divine consciousness can easily sweep through the entire Dao world. In this state, no matter how exquisite your disguise is, you can't hide from their eyes. When they discover that the glorious ancient overlord body has appeared again, the juggernauts will definitely not let you off. The worst thing is that even if we find a place to hide, there is no place to hide at all. The juggernauts' divine consciousness is everywhere. They control heaven's will. Even if you transform into an ant thousands of feet underground, you can't hide from their eyes. Chen Daolin became anxious. He had just become Gu Chen's path protector, and he did not expect to encounter such a life-and-death crisis. He was well aware of the juggernauts' abilities. The abnormality in the cemetery of gods and demons had really enraged them. If they were not willing to let the matter rest, they would dig out all the recluses in this world. If they were unlucky, they might even be killed on the spot. The juggernauts' time was precious. If they had no evidence but had suspicious strength, they might kill them first. No disguise can hide from them? Gu Chen's expression became solemn. The juggernauts were too difficult to deal with. No wonder they could foresee the future of death. If someone has cultivated the great transformation technique of the 8 great techniques to perfection, they might be able to hide their identity from the juggernaut's divine consciousness. But that's only when the juggernaut's divine consciousness covers a wide range. If they are right in front of us, even the great transformation technique will be difficult. Chen Daolin said anxiously. The juggernaut's divine consciousness could descend at any time, but he could not think of a solution. What if it's in the undersea alternate space or the realm sea? Gu Chen's mind worked quickly. The nearest undersea alternate space and realm sea gate are too far away from us. We won't make it in time. Chen Daolin shook his head. In that case, only death awaits us? Gu Chen frowned slightly. Chen Daolin remained silent. He was indeed helpless in such a situation. Why were juggernauts? It was because they were high and mighty and omnipotent. The Dao ancestor realm seemed to be only slightly inferior to them, but in reality, the difference was like clouds and mud. At that realm, they had already become the heavenly law. Under the heavenly law, all were ants. There should be a place where we can hide. Gu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up as he took out Tyrannical Cauldron of Origin. A new world had just been born in Tyrannical Cauldron. It was a world on the same level as the primordial chaos Dao world. If they hid inside, they would be able to deceive the primordial chaos heavenly Dao. As for Tyrannical Cauldron itself, Fang Yuan had misjudged it back then, thinking that Tyrannical Cauldron was only an ordinary treasure. The Juggernaut's divine senses had such a huge range, it was very likely that they would not find any abnormalities. Chen Daolin's expression brightened. This plan might work. In that case, let's not delay, let's go in together. Gu Chen wanted to take Chen Daolin into Tyrannical Cauldron, but he refused. What if we both enter Tyrannical Cauldron? Who will carry it? Will it be buried underground? Isn't that suspicious? The best way is for me to carry Tyrannical Cauldron. Chen Daolin said solemnly. How terrifying were the Juggernaut's divine senses. If it was just a universe bag, storage ring, or an ordinary inner world, it could not be hidden from them. If Tyrannical Cauldron was casually thrown around, with the Juggernaut's divine senses, they could easily sense that Tyrannical Cauldron was not in harmony with the environment. No details could be hidden from them, but time was pressing, they had no time to erase their traces. If I leave you alone outside, wouldn't I be putting you to death? Gu Chen frowned. Chen Daolin would be taking a huge risk if he did that. He was already a Dao ancestor. If the ruler sensed his existence, they would definitely pay close attention. There's something you don't know. After I broke through to the Tao ancestor level, the consciousnesses of the rulers descended upon the origin demon mine. They didn't kill me then, so there's a high chance they won't kill me now. Qin Daolin revealed a shocking secret. So he had already come into contact with the rulers. The phenomenon of severing one's Tao to become a Tao ancestor was so shocking. How could it be hidden from the supreme rulers? Why didn't the rulers kill you? Gu Chen's eyes flashed. He was worried that Qin Daolin was just making up a lie to reassure him. The rulers control the primordial heavenly Tao. Aside from Tao techniques, everything else in the world is like floating clouds to them. They aren't interested in them at all. Although I entered the Tao ancestor level with the 3 fixed saint techniques, they aren't part of the top 8 great techniques. The rulers don't care about them, and I myself can't pose a threat to them. In addition, I'm guessing that the rulers have some sort of agreement that prevents them from acting unless necessary. Qin Daolin explained. Although his words were reasonable, Gu Chen still wasn't at ease. Or maybe it's because you were trapped by the aura of death and the rulers thought you would die sooner or later, so they didn't act. Don't forget, now that you've escaped from the origin demon mine, and at such a sensitive time, the situation has completely changed. Qin Daolin fell silent. Gu Chen's words made sense. Of course, he knew about the risks. So what if I hide in the Dominator Cauldron with you? We can escape for now, but can we escape forever? Once the rulers' consciousnesses pass through the origin demon mine, they'll definitely discover that I'm no longer inside. If I just happen to be hiding, won't they misunderstand that everything has something to do with me? At that time, the rulers won't let this matter rest. My Qin clan will be finished, and the game you painstakingly laid out will be for naught. Right now, I'm the only one who can bear this risk. Alright, enough talk. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. Qin Daolin's words were like a great bell, and Gu Chen knew that he was right. If they continued to hesitate, they would be doomed. Alright, thank you, Elder Chen. Gu Chen gritted his teeth and turned into a stream of light. Entering the Dominator Cauldron, Qin Daolin waved his sleeves and put the Overlord Cauldron into his cosmos sack. Then, he regained his composure and continued on his way. However, he quietly adjusted his direction, changing his destination to the Qin clan's space-stabilizing mountain. In less than a moment, a vast and terrifying divine sense suddenly swept across the sky. Qin Daolin's body shook and he couldn't help but stop on the spot. Sure enough, they came. It was all thanks to Gu Chen's foresight. Otherwise, if they had rashly bumped into it, they wouldn't have been able to explain themselves and would have died a horrible death. Qin Daolin stopped in midair and slowly knelt down on one knee, making a gesture of submission. The Sovereign Lords Divine will sensed Xianxia's presence, and immediately turned to look at him, almost as if he were examining him. Qin Daolin tried his best to maintain his calm as he thought about how he should answer the Sovereign if he asked. The Sovereign Lords Divine will didn't linger for long. Suddenly, it retreated like the tide and continued to head further away. Qin Daolin secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but he still knelt on the spot. He only slowly got up after 5 minutes. He didn't show himself or even ask anything. It seemed like the Sovereign didn't think that he had anything to do with what had happened in Hongmeng Mountain Villa. He also didn't notice anything special about the Dominator Cauldron in his cosmos sack. In the primordial Tao world, the Sovereign was almost omniscient, but this Dominator Cauldron could actually hide from the heavenly secrets. Qin Daolin had a little more confidence in Gu Chen. This 10th glorious ancient overlord body was too powerful. In time, he would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sovereign Lord. Qin Daolin didn't know if the Sovereign Lord's divine will would return, so he didn't dare to continue heading to the second mountain. Instead, he flew to the Jade Dynasty. As the Qin clan's ancestor, it was most reasonable for him to leave the Grand Beginning Fiend Mine and return to Space Stabilizing Mountain. Along the way, Gu Chen quietly released his divine will from the Dominator Cauldron world. It seems that we successfully dodged a calamity. Senior Chen, in your opinion, how long do you think the Sovereigns will continue with this activity? If the Sovereigns maintained this state for too long, all of Gu Chen's plans wouldn't be able to be carried out. Even his main body would have to be on tenterhooks. In addition, the Thread Dao body was also temporarily imprisoned. The whole of the second mountain had become a prison, giving him a headache. If they find the person they are looking for, the Sovereigns will naturally stop. I'm afraid the sovereigns are destined to return empty-handed. Gu Chen shook his head. He understood Feng Yuan too well. Even though the Cemetery of Gods and Demons plan was foiled because of his interference, Feng Yuan definitely had a backup plan. He had a safe place to hide from the sovereign's search. Oh? If that's the case, and the sovereigns can't find the person, they will definitely be furious. Some people will be unlucky and become scapegoats. After venting their anger, I guess the sovereigns won't be able to maintain their search state for long. After all, even if they can use the primordial Dao law, it will consume a lot of their mental energy. Chen Daolin guessed. Gu Chen agreed with him. If the sovereigns could maintain this state for a long time, then the primordial Dao world wouldn't be a secret to them at all. They would have discovered him the moment he entered the Dao world. In addition, Medusa had mentioned that even sovereigns couldn't completely grasp the details of the divine ascension world. Since even the spiritual world couldn't be completely grasped, the real world was naturally the same. Such a large search was destined to be unable to last long. Looks like I can only wait. I hope this matter passes quickly. Out of caution, Gu Chen didn't leave the Hegemon Cauldron world for the next few days. In the outside world, it wasn't just the second mountain and sea. The other 8 mountains and seas were all turned upside down by the divine senses of the 5 sovereigns without anyone noticing, but in the end they couldn't find any clues about Feng Yuan. It was as if he and his people had evaporated into thin air. The 5 sovereigns were furious, but they couldn't find the culprit. In the end, some people became scapegoats. There were almighties living in seclusion overseas, powerhouses who had sealed themselves in vessels in an attempt to prolong their lives, old monsters who had possessed others in an attempt to live a second life. Powerhouses from many eras were discovered one after another. Under the wrath of the sovereigns, they were instantly reduced to ashes. When the sovereigns were angry, rivers of blood flowed, and countless races were implicated. Many huge cities vanished in a single night, becoming legends from then on. In these legends, no one knew of the existence of the sovereigns. They only knew that a calamity would descend from the heavens one day. As for those who knew the truth, they were the echelons of the various sects, races, and dynasties. But even they trembled in fear, unable to sleep. They were afraid that a fire would break out at the city gates and bring disaster to the fish in the moat. Inside the Swan Shadow Villa, there was a temporary solitary cell. Gu Chen's threaded Dao body's hands were tied, and his clothes were messy. His face was full of exhaustion. He had been interrogated for many days. Because he refused to cooperate, the interrogation had escalated, and he had suffered a lot. In the eyes of outsiders, days of mental torture had made him on the verge of giving up. However, Gu Chen's heart was abnormally calm as he silently counted the days that had passed. Clatter, the heavy door of the cell was closed, leaving behind endless darkness. Xianxia, who had just finished the interrogation, came to the conference hall and reported the result to Sima Shi. That Chen Yunfei is almost done. You can bring Tan Taishi along for the next interrogation. As he spoke, he looked at Tan Taishi, who was sitting on the ground instead of a chair. He was like an old monk in meditation. His blind eyelids didn't move at all. It was unknown whether his mind was here or not. After hearing the report, Sima Shi moved her eyes away from the jade scroll on the table and snorted. The 2 people that the Qin clan has given up are the Great Bandit and the original clan head of the Qin clan. They both hid their identities, and all of this was arranged by Chen Yunfei. This Chen Yunfei might be young, but he is very shrewd. The 2 of them might be his subordinates, but they don't know the relationship between him and Zhang Hao. We won't get any results even if we interrogate them again. You must dig out the secret that Chen Yunfei is hiding. This kid helped Chen Wenfeng fake his death and escape in front of Ancestor Mu. He must have extraordinary means. You must not be careless. Sima Shi mentioned the main point, and Xiaoshi nodded and remembered it. She asked casually, how is it on Zhang Hao's side? Did he give up? Haha, this Zhang Hao is full of lies. He only said that he happened to save Chen Yunfei, but who would believe that? It would be fine if he only saved Chen Yunfei in the Book of Heaven, but he also saved his companion. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? He and Chen Yunfei are obviously keeping a secret together. This secret should be of great importance, so they are not willing to give up. Zhang Hao is from the Supreme Qi Palace and knows us well. He is not easy to deal with. We have to break through from Chen Yunfei. Sima Shi replied. Xiaxia pondered for a moment. In your opinion, is the secret that they are hiding related to the change in the cemetery of gods and demons? Sima immediately shook her head. If not for Xianxia deciphering the Book of Heaven to look for Yu wouldn't have gone to the cemetery of gods and demons. Then, the changes in the cemetery of gods and demons might not have been known until a long time later. It's impossible for Xianxia to be in cahoots with Gu Chen and Feng Yuxiu. In fact, he even contributed to this incident. He was the one who foiled their plans. Based on this judgment, the secret the two of them are hiding should have nothing to do with what we are investigating. After many days of investigation, Sima tribe had a rough understanding of the entire situation, including Fang Yuan's entire scheme. They were also clear about who should be the main target of investigation. Since that's the case, there's no need for Chen Yunfei to relent, Lady Xia said. That makes sense, but we can't let go of anything suspicious. If we let someone go because of our carelessness, we won't be able to bear the consequences if the sovereigns blame us in the future. Lady Xia said no more. She knew that the investigation had reached a bottleneck, causing Sima tribe to go to a dead end. At that time, everyone in the second mountain, including their ancestors, was investigated. Even divine travel sect was requisitioned. The huge intelligence agency started operating crazily, not letting go of any clues. However, the results weren't ideal. There seemed to be a lot of information about the instigator, Gu Chen, but as the investigation progressed, they all reached a dead end. Qiankuan Hui, which he had built single-handedly, was destroyed by Saint Purity, and almost all the cultivators involved were killed or injured. Saint Purity controlled some important people, especially Qian Chen, who was Gu Chen's right-hand man. But when Fu Tian Pavilion sent people to interrogate him, they found that Qian Chen had already escaped, and the people guarding him were all dead. As for the other cultivators of Qiankuan Hui, they were either dead or disappeared. This was clearly a well-planned scheme. Saint Purity had been fooled from the beginning, and he had paid the price with his life. The focus of the investigation is still on Xianxia. He came from the Chaos Sea with Gu Chen, and he is the leader of his 10 generals. It can be said that no one knows Gu Chen better than he does. Saint Purity was fooled largely because of Xianxia's information. Thus, we can't rule out the possibility that Xianxia betrayed Gu Chen on the surface and joined Saint Purity, but in reality, he helped Gu Chen plan all this. Continue to increase the punishment for this person. It would be best if we can get useful information from him, but if not, we have to hand him over to the rulers as the result of the interrogation, Sima tribe said expressionlessly. Lady Sima said expressionlessly. Lady Xia understood what he meant. Fu Tian Pavilion's investigation had to be fruitful. If they couldn't produce any useful results, the rulers would definitely be furious. Thus, they had to produce results even if they couldn't. Although Xianxia was very cooperative after being imprisoned, he was destined to not end well. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame his own stupidity. Not only did his plan fail, but he was also used by others. We can eliminate the 2 people from the Elixir Book Sacred Ground as suspects. As the two were talking, the blind old man, Tan Taisher, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly spoke. He seemed to be meditating, but he was actually paying attention to the big and small prison cells in the manor. Are you sure there is no problem? The Elixir Book Saint entered the Dao pool and gave Gu Chen the best opportunity to make a move. This can't be a coincidence. Lady Sima asked with concern. We have investigated clearly. The Elixir Book Sacred Ground is just being used. It is not only Gu Chen who is using them, but also Saint Purity. Saint Purity has selfish motives. He wants to tempt the traitor to make a move, so he has to transfer Yu away. He is too confident. He thinks that with the support of the crystal line, he can rest easy. Who would have thought that Gu Chen's goal was never the position of the general manager but the cemetery of gods and demons? When Tan Taisher mentioned the general manager, her tone became somewhat complicated. He is very smart. We can't compare to him. Lady Xiao mocked herself. The 3 of them used to be the general managers of the great Dao courts, but they were eventually forgotten by the world. They became people who only had their surnames as code names and didn't deserve to have names. Be careful with your words. Lady Sima glanced at Lady Xia coldly, and he immediately shut his mouth. There were some things that they should know in their hearts. It would be disgraceful to say it out loud. However, the price they had to pay for their disgraceful actions was more painful than anyone else's. The Elixir Book Saint Lord is an extremely stupid idiot. He is just anxious about his disciple, and the Elixir Book Saint knows nothing about the situation in the cemetery of gods and demons. He passed the heart sound test, and there is no mistake. Tantysher pulled the topic back on track. After hearing him mentioning the heart sound test, Lady Sima didn't have any more doubts. Tantysher cultivated the great sound art of the 81 major arts. As a person who reached the peak of this art, it was impossible for others to use voice transmission in front of him. He could listen to the heart sound of others and determine if a person was lying through the extremely subtle heartbeat. Since the Elixir Book Saint could pass his heart sound test, there shouldn't be a problem. I will leave the interrogation of Chen Yunfei to you. Dig out his hidden secrets as soon as possible. We don't have too much energy to waste on him. Lady Sima spoke at the end and continued to look at the jade slip in her hand. With Lady Xia interrogating and Tantysher peeking at the heart sound, no matter how crafty Chen Yunfei was, he wouldn't be able to do anything. When the blind cultivator from the Fu Tian Pavilion appeared in the cell, Gu Chen realized that his final trial had arrived. Whether he could get rid of the suspicion depended on how he dealt with it today. It was still Xiaxia who presided over the interrogation. The blind man called Tantysher just sat quietly at the side and didn't say a word. Although he didn't say anything, the invisible pressure that he brought to Gu Chen was far greater than that of Xiaxia. It was mainly because this guy's ability was unknown. The scene of the dragon-taming sex man being slapped was still vivid in his mind. It seemed that this guy could hear the secret communication. At the crucial moment of the interrogation, the blind man appeared but didn't mean to interrupt. Therefore, it wasn't hard for Gu Chen to guess that this guy should have the ability to tell if he was lying. Tantysher was blind, but her ears were very sharp. Gu Chen guessed that her Dao technique should be from the sound. Since it was from the sound to tell if a person was lying, then the tone of voice, the weight of breath, and even the heartbeat rate were all ways to get information. It was easy to lie, but instincts often couldn't fool people. Those who were proficient in the Dao of sound could be sensitive to the fluctuations of people's hearts. Fortunately, it was just a thread Dao body in front of Tantysher. Thinking of this, Gu Chen calmed down a lot and controlled the heartbeat in his body to a stable frequency. The thread Dao body was completely formed by the heaven-twining silk. It could simulate real flesh and blood and could easily change the body's instincts. If the original body was here, Tantysher's ability might really cause trouble. However, using this ability on the thread Dao body was like using it on the air. No, it couldn't be said like this. At least, Gu Chen had to control his emotions and make all his actions conform to the reaction of a normal state of mind. The interrogation began, and it was still the same old story. Xiaxia beat around the bush and tried to make Gu Chen tell the hidden secret in his heart. With the foreshadowing a few days ago, it was almost time. Without many twists and turns, Gu Chen slowly told the secret. Chen Daolin is still alive and has cut his Dao to become an ancestor? Xiaxia was shocked when she heard the secret. Tantysher was expressionless as if nothing could affect her state of mind. That's right. If it wasn't for my ancestor, I wouldn't have been able to leave the absolute beginning demonic mine alive. Gu Chen smiled bitterly. He controlled his heartbeat to gradually slow down, creating a feeling that he had finally told the truth and that the boulder in his heart had been lifted. So that's how it is. No wonder you dared to start a conflict with the shepherd tribe as soon as you arrived at the second mountain. It turns out that you have someone supporting you. Severing Dao to become an ancestor. I never imagined that Chen Daolin would actually have such talent. The Xiao family had naturally investigated Chen Yunfei's situation. He had been too high profile after arriving at the second mountain, which was completely illogical. This was also one of the main reasons why they had focused on investigating him. Now, the truth was somewhat clear, but there was a more important problem that had not been resolved. What does Chen Daolin's return have to do with Zhang Hao abandoning his senior sister and saving you first? Gu Chen's expression was dark and uncertain. He gritted his teeth and said, "The absolute beginning demonic mind contains the death chi left behind by the Supreme Chi Palace's absolute beginning Heavenly Lord. It was subdued by my ancestor. The main reason I came to this meeting was to give this death chi to Zhang Hao as a gift in exchange for the Supreme Chi Palace's recognition of my ancestor. This way, the Chen clan will become a first-rate force in the Second Mountain and Sea." The absolute beginning Heavenly Lord's Kanei Chi? Xiaoshir's expression changed again. He had heard of the absolute beginning Heavenly Lord's name. He was one of the strongest sequences in the history of the Supreme Chi Palace. He did not expect there to be such a big secret. No wonder Qin Yunfei had been hiding it, and that Zhang Hao had refused to reveal it. Xiaoshir's expression changed. Although he was a member of the Fu Tian Pavilion, he had often heard about the internal struggles of the Supreme Chi Palace. Although the Fu Tian Pavilion was directly under the ruler, one of the 5 rulers was from the Supreme Chi Palace. Therefore, they still valued the Supreme Chi Palace. To put it bluntly, the Fu Tian Pavilion was just a tool, and the Supreme Chi Palace was a tool that was related to them. Even the Fu Tian Pavilion did not dare to make things difficult for the Supreme Chi Palace. Qin Daoling's Dao severing to become ancestor cannot be hidden from the 5 rulers. This means that the 5 rulers probably know about the absolute beginning demonic origin, but the rulers did not do anything to Qin Daolin, which means that they tacitly approved of his existence. As for Qin Daoling's attempt to rely on the Supreme Chi Palace, they naturally followed the rules. The internal struggle for power in the Supreme Chi Palace is extremely complicated. This is the result of the ruler's deliberate connivance. We cannot get involved in this. Xiaoshir could not help but look at Tan Taisher, seeking her opinion. If what Guchen said was true, then everything made sense. The death chi of the absolute beginning Heavenly Lord was too attractive to Zhang Hao. He could not refuse the Chen clan's offer. Since they had come to discuss cooperation, Qin Yunfei could not hand over the death chi without Zhang Hao's consent. He could not even bring it with him. Therefore, Zhang Hao, who had accepted the conditions, had to protect Qin Yunfei's safety to ensure that there would be no problems with the transaction. Because the item was not in his hands, he was not willing to tell the Fu Tian Pavilion the truth. He was worried that someone in the Fu Tian Pavilion would leak the secret to the other elders of the Supreme Chi Palace. However, he was overthinking this. The Fu Tian Pavilion only obeyed the sovereign's orders and never dared to have too much contact with the primordial group. The heart of a vile person was a little funny, but it was understandable. Xiaoshir thought that they had figured out the truth and could eliminate Qin Yunfei as a suspect. Zhang Hao, Qin Yunfei, and the others had contributed to the discovery of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons plot, so it was impossible for them to be in cahoots with the person who angered the ruler. Sensing Xiaoshir's intention to consult, Tan Taisher knew that he wanted to close the case and frowned slightly. He had been listening to Qin Yunfei's heart and did not notice any problems. Qin Yunfei's state of mind was very consistent with his words and actions, so he should not be lying. However, it was precisely because the sound of the heart was too normal that he was slightly concerned. One had to know that under normal circumstances, there would be fluctuations and errors between the sound of the heart and the emotions of the person speaking. It would not be completely accurate. Tan Taisher didn't reply to Xiaoshir directly. Instead, she asked a question for the first time. Where is the absolute beginning Heavenly Lord's death energy? Can you take it out and let us have a look? As long as you take it out, you can naturally be cleared of suspicion. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, and he shook his head calmly. The death energy is so dangerous. How can the ancestor hand it to me? I am only responsible for negotiating with Zhang Hao. This was not out of Xiaoshir's surprise, and she felt that there was no problem. Tan Taisher continued to ask, "Oh? I wonder if you would mind letting us search your body to make sure that the death energy is not on you." Of course, I don't have the right to refuse, right? Gu Chen laughed at himself. The threaded Dao body didn't carry any sensitive items, so he could just search it. Seeing that he was still calm, Tan Taisher squinted her blind eyes. Something was strange. Even if the death energy was indeed not on him, shouldn't she be worried about his purpose of doing this when he asked like this? What if he wanted to seize the death energy, or he had some relationship with the forces in the Supreme Chi Palace that were hostile to Zhang Hao? Wouldn't she be worried? She was too calm, and Xiaoshir felt that she was still hiding something. Under Tan Taisher's insistence, Xiaoshir started to search Gu Chen's body. Guchen didn't have anything special on him. The only eye-catching thing was the forgotten pearl in the brocade box that the art saint gave him. Xianxia naturally noticed it. She opened the brocade box and picked up the forgotten pearl to check. The 7 apertures on the pearl emitted a heavenly melody. The melodious melody was moving. Xianxia didn't react. From his perspective, there was nothing special about this saint-tier treasure. Tyrant heard the melody and was moved. She went forward to take the forgotten pearl. After confirming that there was nothing special about it, her expression changed. Tyrant, is there a problem with this item? Xianxia was very surprised. He had known Tyrant for many years and rarely saw such an expression on her calm face. Guchen was also surprised. What was going on? Tyrant's expression changed for a while and finally sighed. It's nothing. This item is related to me. I didn't expect to see it here. Tyrant explained and put the forgotten pearl back into the brocade box. Since Senior likes this item, please accept it. Consider it as a token of my appreciation. This scene was unexpected, but Guchen quickly came to his senses. Xianxia smiled immediately. You are smart. Tyrant shook her head. This item is useless to me. It just brings back some memories. He glanced at Guchen. Although he still had doubts about Guchen, most of his hostility had disappeared at this moment. He felt that Guchen was a little strange, but he couldn't find any evidence. Under such circumstances, it was meaningless to continue making things difficult for him. To him, it was a kind of fate to be able to meet an old friend after such a long time. He was no longer the same person he was in the past. The lofty aspirations he once had were long gone, and he lived like a walking corpse. This young man in front of him looked full of hope. Let's go. He is no longer a suspect. Tyrant said and turned to leave the prison cell. Xianxia returned the item to its owner and followed behind. Her voice echoed in the prison cell. If there are no accidents, you can leave the prison tomorrow. However, you are not allowed to leave the Swan Shadow Villa for now. After watching the two disappear, Guchen let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the forgotten earth pearl, he murmured, I didn't expect this to help me. He could clearly feel Tyrant's probing earlier. With his wisdom, he quickly realized that he might have behaved too normally, which caused Tyrant to be vigilant. Tyrant's hostility disappeared after she saw the forgotten pearl. She didn't expect that after he saved the art saint's life, the art saint's gift would also help her. What kind of relationship did the forgotten pearl have with the Tyrant clan? Guchen thought that this might be a way to get in touch with the art saint. It seemed that if there was a chance, he would have to ask the art saint about the origin of this pearl. The next day, just as Madame Xia had predicted, Guchen's imprisonment was over. He was allowed to return to his room and move about freely in the Great Shadow Villa. Before him, many forces had already eliminated their suspicions. He was considered to be one of the latecomers. When Great Sage Shui of the Shepherd race saw that Guchen had left the prison safely, he sneered. The lockdown on the second mountain wouldn't last for long. The Fu Tian Pavilion and the Supreme Qi Palace's investigation should be coming to an end. When they left the second mountain, the Chen clan that dared to defy the Shepherd race would pay the price in blood. Guchen didn't pay attention to Great Sage Shui at all. When he saw that the Great Prophet, Madame Yuqi, and Qiu Xianji had been released, and that the clay Bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng had returned to his side, he was completely relieved. As such, they were all eliminated from the suspicion. There were a lot of things that they wanted to say, but out of caution, they didn't dare to speak their minds as they didn't leave the Great Shadow Villa for a day. They only talked about some things on the surface. On the next day, Zhang Hao was also released. This was something that Guchen had already expected. He and Zhang Hao had already discussed in secret that Zhang Hao would only admit to the death aura after Guchen relented. Why, if he had told them that Chen Daolin was still alive and that he had the death aura, Fu Tian Pavilion would definitely feel that the truth was too simple. It was very likely that they would become suspicious and try to dig out more secrets. However, they refused to relent and finally compromised and told the truth. Everything was logical, so Fu Tian Pavilion naturally wouldn't think of anything else. At this point, they had safely avoided the danger. The storm that Feng Yuan caused had nothing to do with them. The people of the various forces were released one after another. After a few more days, the Great Shadow Villa was finally unlocked. Fu Tian Pavilion announced that all the cultivators in the villa who had regained their freedom could leave the mountain. However, they were not allowed to tell anyone about what they had seen and heard during this period of time. This matter concerned the cemetery of gods and demons and Fu Tian Pavilion. Even the Dao ancestor couldn't speak about it. Everyone received a warning and understood the consequences of leaking the secret. On that day, Guchen left the mountain with the great prophet and the others. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, followed the Supreme Qi Palace back and would contact him afterward. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Guchen saw the Pill Book Holy Sun and the Art Saint from afar. The Pill Book Holy Sun seemed to be guarding this place intentionally. When he saw Guchen, he didn't say anything and turned around to leave. Meanwhile, his voice floated into Guchen's mind. Many thanks. These 3 short words were filled with gratitude. Guchen naturally knew what he was talking about. He smiled and didn't reply. Back then, the Art Saint had obstructed the Fu Tian Pavilion cultivators. If not for him, he would have died long ago. The Art Saint was worried that the Fu Tian Pavilion cultivators would interrupt the Pill Book Holy Sun's enlightenment, but Guchen wasn't worried. Because the Pill Book Holy Sun's enlightenment had been accelerated because of his interference. By the time the Fu Tian Pavilion cultivators found him, he would have already obtained what he wanted. Giving favors was not as good as giving benefits, and the Pill Book Holy Sun owed Guchen 2 great favors. The first was enlightenment. Under Guchen's interference, the Pill Book Holy Sun successfully obtained the complete inheritance of the Great Talisman Transformation Technique. Even though it was only a matter of time before he obtained the Great Dao Technique with his innate talent, Guchen's help was crucial because of the change in the cemetery of gods and demons. The second was the Art Saint. Back then, all the forces watched him die coldly, but only Guchen took the risk to save him. Back then, the Pill Book Holy Sun refused Righteous Profound Sect's invitation to stay in the Pill Book Sacred Land, which showed that he was a grateful and righteous person. And now, Guchen's 2 great favors had already made this genius submit. Guchen's group gradually left the second mountain. When they were sure that they had gotten rid of Fu Tian Pavilion's surveillance, Guchen's expression turned gloomy. Even though he had successfully deceived them, he was not happy. Because an old friend was currently in big trouble, this old friend was naturally Xianxia. Everyone had been released, but his whereabouts were unknown. Fu Tian Pavilion's interrogation of Xianxia had not ended. He was too deeply involved with Feng Yuan and sacred purification. He was destined to not be able to escape safely. In these few days after Guchen regained his freedom, he had actually wanted to inquire about Xianxia's information through Zhang Hao. But on the surface, he and Xianxia did not know each other. If he did that, it would only cause both of them to fall into greater danger. Now that he was out of danger, Xianxia might be facing the greatest danger in his life. Guchen could not help but feel relieved. If Guchen had acted according to Xianxia's plan and lured Yu into Swan Shadow Mountain Villa, no one would have discovered Feng Yuan's scheme, and Xianxia would not have ended up like this. It could be said that the moment Guchen decided to plot against the real Feng Yuan, Xianxia had already fallen into a life and death crisis. The Gemini stars of ancient Song Huang star were not overcautious or soft-hearted people. Guchen knew that if their positions were reversed, Xianxia would have made the same choice as him. Thus, Guchen did not feel much guilt, but he really cared about his friend's life and death. Great Prophet, I want to save Brother Xue, but I don't know what to do next. Can you guide me? Guchen asked the Great Prophet sincerely. It was inconvenient to use the technique in the mountain villa, but now there is no need to worry. Let's find a quiet place. The Great Prophet did not refuse. The group flew to a remote mountain range, and the Great Prophet used the minor divination image technique to divine Xianxia's fate. A mysterious and vast Tao spirit appeared behind the Great Prophet. The Great Prophet held a brush in his hand, and the Tao spirit's illusory hand overlapped with his as he started to write a divination poem. The last time the Great Prophet used the minor divination image technique, he had chosen a path for Guchen's companions and pointed them to the brightest future. Would the minor divination image technique work? After meeting Chu Meixin in Binhai City, Guchen realized that he needed to find out where his companions had gone as soon as possible. Thus, he used the Divine Ascension Realms Information Network to investigate. The result of the investigation was that some of his companions, who had gone through life and death with him, had obtained great fortuitous encounters according to the great prophet's instructions, but most of them did not have any information for now. After all, the Hidden God Army's information network mainly covered the Second Mountain and Sea, and his companions might not have all stayed in the Second Mountain and Sea. In short, the great prophet's minor divination image technique was indeed mystical, and it could create great fortuitous encounters for people. Such a technique was enough to make countless forces go crazy. Fortunately, the great prophet hid it well and did not reveal any clues. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. The last time he wrote the poem, the great prophet had to take the fate of heaven's equal immortal emperor, Xianxia, and Wu Ming before he could cast the spell. Now that Xianxia was not around, he could still cast the spell. Gu Chen guessed that the great prophet's cultivation had increased a lot compared to before, so there were fewer restrictions. Of course, it was also possible that the great prophet had planned ahead and secretly stole a wisp of fate from Xianxia. It didn't take long to write the prophecy poem. Soon, a piece of light condensed in the void. The Tao runes flowed on the paper, and the words were natural. Go through the tribulations, enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Spring and autumn are fleeting, but the great yen is always there. When Gu Chen saw the words spring and autumn are fleeting, his expression changed. These 4 words were too inauspicious, but when he looked at the other parts of the poem, he frowned. What did the great Yen Chang mean? Xianxia had the great development immortal physique. The first sentence made people feel uneasy, but the second sentence seemed to have turned the situation around. The poem this time was also different from the previous ones. Gu Chen looked at the great prophet with an inquiring expression. The great prophet closed his eyes and calculated with his fingers. After a while, he smiled. Xianxia is going to experience a huge tribulation in his life, but he is a person with great luck. His life shouldn't be in danger, and he might even have a fortuitous encounter. The great prophet's words shocked everyone present. Everyone could clearly feel the anger of the 5 rulers from Fu Tian Pavilion's performance. If not for Xianxia and Purification Sage's cleverness, the cemetery of gods and demons might not have gone wrong. Now that Feng Yuan couldn't find Xianxia, the 5 rulers had nowhere to vent their anger. Fu Tian Pavilion had to come up with an investigation result. No matter how they thought about it, Xianxia's fate was not optimistic. Not only did he not die, he might even have a fortuitous encounter. This was unimaginable. Are you sure, great prophet? Gu Chen asked solemnly. The tribulations and 9 tribulations are Xianxia's cultivation method. He will experience such a tribulation. To others, it might be a situation of certain death, but to him, it might be a chance of survival. Think about it, be it the 5 rulers or Fu Tian Pavilion, they have very little information about Feng Yuan, and Xianxia is the person who understands Feng Yuan the most. Such a person naturally can't be killed easily. The great prophet analyzed. Gu Chen nodded in agreement, letting out a sigh of relief inwardly. It was naturally good that Xianxia's life wasn't in danger for the time being. But he still had to quickly obtain information about him, and if possible, try to rescue him. Although the Second Mountain's investigation has ended, the chaos has just begun. Do you have any ideas about what Feng Yuan will do next, fellow Taoist Chen? The great prophet put away his brush and stroked his beard as he asked. In front of everyone, he still addressed Gu Chen as fellow Taoist Chen and not Friend Gu, acting very cautiously. Everyone present, including Chen Wenfeng, could be completely trusted after experiencing the Second Mountain's incident. The reason he was still holding back was out of caution. Chen Wenfeng had already learned about Feng Yuan from them and knew many secrets. But now that he was exposed and would return to Chen tribe, he was a person in the open, it was unavoidable that he would be targeted. Feng Yuan had suffered a huge loss this time, and now that he knew the culprit was Chen Yunfei, he might take action. If he found Chen Wenfeng, he would only need to use the words Friend Gu to deduce Chen Yunfei's true identity. Thus, the fewer people who knew Gu Chen's true identity, the better. Even if the clay bodhisattva and Qiao Xianji knew his identity, they could not be foolproof. This time, Feng Yuan's plans were completely disrupted by me. Now that the 5 rulers are alerted, he should be hiding for the time being. But with his personality, he won't be hiding for long. He might have already prepared some spies and are secretly taking action. Gu Chen said in a low voice. The great prophet nodded. That's right, Fang Yuan's current strength is not enough to contend with the five rulers, he will definitely hide for the time being. Not only him, the old man also has to hide. The great prophet's words amused Gu Chen. Great prophet is going into seclusion again? Gu Chen teased. Fang Yuan will definitely think that Ling Bing is in the hands of the old man, and that the old man worked together with you to destroy his plans. He has always been coveting the old man's great prophecy technique. With the addition of the old grudge, there is a high chance that he will attack the old man while he hibernates. This is different for you. With Chen Daoling's return, you will be the focus of the world. Fang Yuan will not attack you at this time, he might attract the attention of the rulers. At this point, the great prophet paused, his expression turning extremely solemn. The most important point, which you should understand by now, is that if Fang Yuan wants to compete with the five rulers, he must obtain the 9 great Tao techniques and cultivate them to perfection before he can control the primordial Tao law. He has always coveted the great prophecy technique because of this. Not just him, if the old man steps into the Tao ancestor realm, the five rulers will not let the old man off. The great prophet's words made the people around him shudder. Even the Supreme Chi Palace would not dare to mention such a sensitive topic, right? The 10th realization realm of Tao integration is the realm of rulers who have mastered the 9 great Tao techniques and can use the primordial Tao law. I already understand this point. Back then, the reason why Founding Ancestor was besieged by the Tao ancestors of the 10 directions must have been because one or several rulers instructed him to not hand over the great primordial energy technique. Gu Chen sighed, thinking of the vague hint from Founding Ancestor's remnant soul. Tao ancestor mental demon provoked the war back then and caused rivers of blood to flow in the 4 mountains and seas. I'm afraid the true reason was that the rulers had their eyes on his great heart art. However, Tao ancestor mental demon seems to be somewhat different from Founding Ancestor. Someone in the Supreme Chi Palace has some clues regarding the heart-shaped stone, but has not gone to collect it. I'm guessing that the 5 rulers must have successfully obtained the great heart art from Tao ancestor mental demon. Those in Zhang Hao's group in the Supreme Chi Palace are interested in the great heart art, but they do not dare to openly collect the heart-shaped stone. They only observe in secret. Perhaps they want to borrow the Hakone saint's hands to collect it, and then take it from him. Because of this, Zhang Hao was able to immediately grasp the clay bodhisattva's true identity and easily erase the relevant clues. Everyone wants the 81 great art. The higher the Tao ancestor, the more they want it. But there are too many wolves for too little meat. This is destined to be a battle of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Gu Chen shook his head. The situation in the Tao world was truly too complicated. He had only recently understood it completely. Upon hearing that even the hegemons wanted the great essence art, the clay bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng couldn't help but grow nervous. They had all cultivated in this great Tao art. Although it was not as complete as Gu Chen's, if others were to learn of it, the consequences would be unthinkable. The hegemons have already mastered a great Tao art. It won't attract any killing intent. This is evident from the fact that the Tao fathers of the various first-rate powers are all safe and sound. If the Tao fathers hand over their great Tao arts, they will be able to obtain the foundation for their lives. This is the greatest conspiracy of the Tao world. Even the exalted Tao fathers are nothing more than shackled and dancing. Since the great prophet said that the 5 hegemons will not spare you, it seems that the founder of the Luo Gate did not submit to them. Perhaps this is the root cause of the Luo Gate's decline. The great prophet chuckled. When the founder of my gate was alive, the 5 hegemons had yet to rise to power, and so they naturally had nothing to fear. Afterwards, the Luo Gate declined, and no one in the past managed to comprehend the complete great prophecy art. The 5 hegemons were unable to find the legacy brand either, and so were powerless to do anything. Gu Chen understood. He felt some sympathy for the great prophet. Once the great prophet's great prophecy art was perfected, it would definitely trigger a Tao ancestor phenomenon. When the time came, the 5 hegemons would sense it and come looking for trouble. Under the rules of the Tao world, this was unavoidable. The 5 hegemons were like rearing venomous insects. They raised many geniuses and gave them the opportunity to cultivate a perfected great Tao art. When they harvested their Tao fruits, they would come to plunder the fruits. Fang Yuan was eyeing them closely, and the 5 hegemons were waiting to intercept them from afar. It was really too difficult for the Great Prophet. Before that day comes, the Great Prophet said to me that I might have a way to avoid it. Gu Chen muttered to himself. He thought of the Lord Cauldron world. If he could affirm his Tao and become a hegemon there, he might be able to avoid the hegemon's divine senses. Of course, he was not sure. After all, the Great Prophet's great prophecy art originated from the Tao world's 9 primordial Tao laws. Perhaps breaking through in the Lord Cauldron world did not meet the requirements and would instead cause him to fail. Alright, the old man will remember this. Let's part ways here. When the time is right, the old man will contact you again. The Great Prophet left with Xianxia and Madame Yuchi. He always came and went without a trace. This was the only way to cut off all communication. Only then could he ensure his safety and make some of his actions more convenient. Gu Chen was very assured of this ally. The Great Prophet was careful and prudent enough. Every time he appeared, he would bring help to Gu Chen. After watching the Great Prophet leave, Gu Chen turned to look at the clay bodhisattva. His tone was filled with killing intent. The 3 from the Mu clan should have reached the ambush point by now, right? The clay bodhisattva nodded. Yuan Gongyi and Ugly Emperor have been waiting for a long time. Although Hai Dongxin might not make a move, the 2 of them should be enough to take down Great Sage Shui and the others. Gu Chen thought for a while. Although the cemetery of gods and demons had been destroyed and the Fu Tian pavilion had appeared, there was no deviation from the original plan. The second mountain had been completely locked down. All the forces were afraid of triggering some unknown taboo, so all the scouts along the way had left the second mountain. Therefore, the news of the forces leaving the Great Shadow Villa would not spread immediately. There would be a delay between when all the forces left the mountain and when the reinforcements arrived. It would be more convenient for him to act. The Dragon Taming Sect and the Mu clan are ready. The Aspect Transformation Sect and the Sealed Sect cannot be touched. Therefore, the best choice left is the Star Sea Sect. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. The Hidden God Army had already grasped the route of the Lishan Road, and the Star Sea Sect was not far from him. Let's go. We have to act quickly, or else we will miss the meeting time. After saying that, Gu Chen waved his sleeves and took the 2 of them into the sky, heading towards the southeast direction. At the same time, Great Sage Shui, Sage King Scythe Chaser, and Sage King Li Tian rushed back to the Mu dynasty at lightning speed. Great Sage Shui had been waiting for a long time on the second mountain. Third brother, I have already told father and big brother about the Qin clan through the Divine Ascension realm. When we return, the army will be mobilized. The Qin clan is not far from being finished. Sage King Scythe Chaser sneered. The Mu clan had lost a lot of face because of the Qin clan in this Dao court meeting. It was really frustrating. He could not wait to get back at them. Great Sage Shui nodded slightly. What does father think about the Qin clan's sudden rebellion? Have you told him my previous guess? Great Sage Shui was bored when he was imprisoned by the Fu Tian pavilion. After thinking calmly, he finally realized a possibility that the Qin clan would dare to rebel against the Mu clan. Even though the possibility of that happening was extremely low, he had to be careful, so he asked Sacred King Scythe Killer to send the information back. Of course he did. Father doesn't seem to care. He's probably more curious about what happened on the second mountain. To put it bluntly, so what if Qin Daolin is still alive and has stepped into the Dao Ancestor realm? Father has walked in the Dao Ancestor realm for a very long time. It's not what Qin Daolin can compare to at all. He wants us to go back as soon as possible, probably because he wants to personally inquire about the details of the second mountain. But could he tell her about this? The Supreme Qi Palace and the Fu Tian Pavilion have taken a firm stance, and have explicitly forbidden any leaks to the outside world. Sacred King Scythe Chase Scythe felt troubled. The Fu Tian Pavilion had left a shadow in his heart. Their appearance allowed him to understand that even though the Muhuang dynasty was a mighty first-rate power, it was utterly inferior to an ant in the eyes of the true higher-ups. We only need to inform father of the Fu Tian Pavilion's warning. If he wants to get to the bottom of it, we can only tell him the truth. But even if we don't say it, father might have already heard some news from the Supreme Qi Palace. Great Sage Shui pondered. This matter was extremely sensitive. Even with his father's status, he seemed to be fearful and did not dare to go near the second mountain. The other powers seemed to be the same. All the spies had left the second mountain. It was evident how serious the matter was. Third brother, what do you think the monsters that broke out of the graveyard of gods and demons are? Sacred King Xianxia could not help but ask. Great Sage Shuyi's expression changed slightly. These things are not for us to discuss. Be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. Great Sage Shui was overly cautious. Sacred King Xianxia found it boring and did not speak anymore. Sacred King Xianxia turned to look at the silent Li Tian. He was gloating. This kid had always been proud and arrogant. He did not expect his Dao heart to be almost shattered after a trip to the second mountain. Be it the number one of the legend rank or Qin Yunfei, they were all geniuses that far surpassed Li Tian. If he could not walk out of their shadows, his life would probably be over. Li Tian suddenly took a deep breath, and some light returned to his eyes. Third brother, when I return, I will resign from all my duties to father. From now on, I will cultivate wholeheartedly on Mount Muhuang. I will leave the matters of the Jade Dynasty to you. Li Tian said. Great Sage Shui was slightly surprised. Sacred King Xianxia was even more shocked. Li Tian, don't you want to take revenge on Qin Yunfei personally? One had to know how powerful the Muhuang dynasty was. Since they had decided to attack the Qin clan would not exist for long. If he cultivated in seclusion now, Li Tian would not be able to take revenge on Qin Yunfei, who had severed one of his arms. This was not like Li Tian's character at all. Qin Yunfei is not the only one standing in my way. Compared to him, I have a broader goal. The image of the man in black holding the Book of Heavens appeared in Li Tian's mind. The difference between him and the number one of the legend rank, Gu Chen, was like a firefly and the bright moon. He swore that no matter how long it took, he would cultivate well. One day, he would stand at the peak of this world. Great Sage Shui felt Li Tian's determination and realized that this setback was not necessarily a bad thing. He wanted to give him some words of encouragement. Suddenly, an evil laughter came from the void. Ya, he, unfortunately, you no longer have that chance. The Mu clan's three sages were shocked at the same time. Great Sage Shui looked to the south as if he was facing a great enemy. An extremely ugly man with a head full of green hair walked out of the void slowly and looked at the three of them mockingly. Heir of the mental demon? Great Sage Shui blurted out. He had a bad feeling. This heir of the mental demon had committed heinous crimes in Binhai City. Even he recognized his arrest warrant. Why did this guy suddenly appear here? His Mu clan did not seem to have any enmity with him, right? The heir of the mental demon is here. Could it be that the remnants of the origin school are also? Great Sage Shui quickly thought of something even worse. Just as his attention was attracted by the ugly emperor, the real danger had already arrived beside him. World returns to origin. Yuan Gongyi suddenly appeared and used the primordial ancestor's ultimate technique, Shatter the Void. This ultimate technique was imparted to him by Gu Chen. He was the primordial ancestor's disciple and had a deep foundation. It was not difficult for him to grasp it. Boom, Great Sage Shui was caught off guard and faced such a powerful killing move. It was difficult for him to dodge and he was immediately severely injured, his mind shook violently. The ugly emperor grabbed the chance and raised the walking stick in his hand. The 5 heart-shaped stones gave off a bright light and used the great heart art on him. The pitiful Great Sage Shui didn't even have time to use his amazing archery skills before his mind was taken away. Not good. Run. The two opponents were both great sages. Sacred King Li Tian and Sacred King Xianxia's scalps went numb. They each chose a direction and ran. Sacred King Xianxia was stopped by Yuan Gongyi. He couldn't even break through the defense of Yuan Gongyi's powerful physical body. He soon became a prisoner. Sacred King Li Tian was a bit luckier. The ugly emperor had placed all his energy on distracting Great Sage Shui's mind. He only smiled mockingly when he saw Great Sage Shui leave. Hai Dong Xian, if you don't stop him and let him escape, you will ruin boss plan. You better think about the consequences. The ugly emperor said calmly. A cold snort sounded from the void. It was followed by a sigh. Xianxia didn't want to make a move, but the ugly emperor forced him. Once he made a move, it would be even more difficult for him to escape. In the future. Once he boarded the pirate ship, there was no way he could get off. First essence heavy water. Xianxia waved his sleeves and black water drilled out. It instantly caught up to Li Tian and suppressed him in the blink of an eye. The first essence heavy water looked thicker and more condensed than ever before. Xianxia himself had already stabilized his cultivation at the quasi-Dao ancestor realm. In terms of pure cultivation, the ugly emperor and Yuan Gongyi couldn't compare. How could Li Tian, who was only at the Saint King realm, fight against him? The entire battle started extremely quickly and ended even faster. The three saints of the shepherd race were all captured without causing any commotion. Tens of thousands of miles high in the sky, the shadow of a dragon was traversing through the clouds. Its wings were like the clouds in the sky, its horns were towering, its scales were like armor, and its aura was shocking. This was a sea-sweeping winged dragon king. Its cultivation had reached the great sage realm, and it was a king that dominated the sky. There were countless races in the world, but there were very few that could fly faster than the sea-sweeping winged dragon king and be more agile in the air. It was even rarer to tame it and use it as a ride. The dragon taming sect leader, Xianxia, and two elders were riding on the sea-sweeping winged dragon king. Among the first-rate forces that were participating in the Dao court meeting, they were undoubtedly the most prestigious ones with such a mount. After leaving the second mountain, their speed of returning to the sect was much faster than the other forces. They would arrive at the dragon taming sect in about half a day's time. Xianxia sat on the dragon's back and was silent along the way. He had been in a bad mood for the past few days. He was still brooding over the fact that he was slapped in front of so many people. He felt that he had lost face. Yet, the one who slapped him was the Fu Tian pavilion that he could not afford to offend. He could only swallow his anger. Behind his back, many forces were mocking him for being blind and running into a tiger's mouth. But was he really as blind as a bat? Who would have thought that a force like the Fu Tian pavilion would suddenly appear and be so overbearing? When we return to the sect, don't tell anyone about us being slapped. Even if the patriarch asks, don't mention it. Do you understand? Xianxia did not turn his head, but his voice floated into the ears of the two elders. If it was any other day, he would not dare to hide anything from the patriarch. However, the situation was special this time. The Fu Tian pavilion was obviously a force that even the patriarch could not afford to offend. If they sealed their mouths, he would have a sufficient excuse to hide the matter. Even if the patriarch insisted on interrogating him, not mentioning the matter would not affect the overall situation. Don't worry, sect leader. We understand the severity of the matter. The two elders nodded. Not only was the sect leader embarrassed, but they were also embarrassed. If the matter spread in the sect, their prestige would definitely be damaged. It was best to pretend that nothing had happened. Roar! The sea-sweeping winged dragon king suddenly hovered in the air and retracted its wings as if it was on guard. It let out a low roar. What happened? Xianxia was alarmed. He frowned and looked forward. They saw a black shadow moving in the clouds in front of them. It was approaching them. Who is it? Xianxia raised his eyebrows, remaining calm and composed. On the second mountain, he had to act like a coward. Once he left the mountain, things would be different. As the sect leader of the dragon taming sect, he was one of the most powerful people in the second mountain and sea. How could he possibly be afraid of anyone blocking his way? The newcomer slowly walked out of the clouds and revealed its figure. It was actually a majestic and ferocious Tyrannosaurus rex, whose entire body was glowing with a silver light. It had a pair of amber-like golden eyes, and as it walked over, its body exuded an unparalleled domineering aura that was extremely oppressive. An exuberant battle intent soared into the sky from its body, agitating the three people from the dragon taming sect. The sea-sweeping winged dragon king's body trembled instinctively. T-Rex? Xianxia was shocked. There were only a handful of T-Rex left in the Dao world. He subconsciously looked around, thinking that it was the Dao ancestor who had come. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was one of the 10 clans of the ancient Netherworld, the royal family of the dinosaur tribe. It was a collection that his ancestor, the dragon-taming Dao ancestor, had always wanted. However, even though the ancestor had yearned for it, he had never been able to obtain it. The only T-Rex he knew of was under the banner of the Void Mirror Dao Ancestor. The Void Mirror Dao Ancestor was a ruthless person that even the ancestor didn't dare to provoke. Therefore, if this T-Rex really was under the banner of the Void Mirror Dao Ancestor, he wouldn't even dare to move. That was because the T-Rex would never leave the Void Mirror Dao Ancestor's side. Since it was here, it meant that the Void Mirror Dao Ancestor was nearby. Because of this momentary error in judgment, Xianxia missed the best time to defend himself. Ah! An elder on the left side suddenly screamed. Xianxia turned to look, but the person was already gone. Where is he? He asked the other elder with a stern expression. The two elders were sitting side by side. It was impossible that they didn't notice how he disappeared. A sword light suddenly flashed, and Elder Su disappeared. I didn't see who did it at all. The remaining elders' eyes were filled with fear. To be able to kidnap someone so silently, the other party must be extremely powerful. May I ask if the Void Mirror Dao Ancestor is here? My dragon taming sect doesn't seem to have offended you, Dao Ancestor? Xianxia braced himself and asked the Void with cupped hands. To be able to kidnap someone so easily under his nose without even seeing him, he was even more convinced that the Dao Ancestor had made a move. As for the sword light, he didn't think too much about it. The limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex stared coldly at Xianxia, surprised by his abnormal reaction. Since the other party had misunderstood, that was even better. It would prevent him from accidentally injuring the Sea-Sweeping Winged Dragon King. The Dao Ancestor has ordered me to borrow your Sea-Sweeping Winged Dragon King. The limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex said coldly. Xianxia was very shocked. He was a little confused. Why would the Void Mirror Dao Ancestor want to borrow the Sea-Sweeping Winged Dragon King? His territory was very far away from the second mountain and sea, so coming here was very strange in itself. Most importantly, how did he know they would pass by here? The whole thing was indescribably strange, and Xianxia was in a very difficult position. What, you don't want to lend it to me? The limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex's voice was even colder, and its body emitted a monstrous killing intent. Please understand, Dao Ancestor. This Sea-Sweeping Winged Dragon King is one of my sect's patriarch's favorite collections. I'm only borrowing it temporarily, and it must be returned after the Dao Court meeting. I don't have the right to lend it to anyone. Xianxia didn't dare to offend the Sea-Sweeping Winged Dragon King directly, and he couldn't just hand over the Sea-Sweeping Winged Dragon King. As soon as he refused, another elder beside him was captured again, and disappeared right under his nose. From the sound of it, he was most likely heavily injured. Who was it? Xianxia was left alone. He finally realized that this kidnapping could not have been done by the Dao Ancestor. Even if the Dao Ancestor wanted to scare him, there was no need to do this. Although he couldn't see the other party's figure, he finally sensed that the Dao energy in his hand wasn't as strong as he thought. Go. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Xianxia kicked the Sea-Sweeping Winged Dragon King and was about to escape. With the Sea-Sweeping Winged Dragon King's extreme speed, no one could catch up to him unless it was a Dao Ancestor. Roar! But it was too late. The limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex had already closed in and bit the Sea-Sweeping Winged Dragon King's neck. Although it was much smaller than the Sea-Sweeping Winged Dragon King, it was incomparably brave. After biting the Sea-Sweeping Winged Dragon King's neck, it flung its body a few times, and the Sea-Sweeping Winged Dragon King lost its balance, like a sparrow that had fallen into the mouth of a ferocious beast. No matter how it flapped its wings, Xianxia's body was also flung out. Poof! 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 6 slender black needles attacked one after another, sealing the 6 apertures on Xianxia's body at lightning speed, causing his chi and blood to surge. What kind of scoundrel is this? Do you only know how to hide? The vigorous Dao energy in his body vibrated, and he used a barbaric method to force the black needles out. Then, he flew into a rage, and his voice was like thunder. The sneak attacker was not as strong as him, but he came and went like a ghost, and was very hateful. Since you want to see me, what's the harm in showing yourself? Not far away, a transparent shadow slowly appeared. It turned from faint to dense and turned into an old hidden dragon, the one who had just kidnapped the 2 elders of the dragon taming sect, and even the great sage Xianxia could do nothing about it. was actually the Hidden Dragon clan leader who had been traveling for many years. Hidden Dragon, Tyrant Dragon. Looks like you've come for revenge today. Xianxia could not help but take a deep breath. His expression became even more solemn and anxious. Back then, the dragon taming sect had tried to tame the Hidden Dragon clan and bring the world's top assassin clan under their banner. Even though he was not the sect master back then, he knew about this matter. Back then, the Hidden Dragon clan would rather die than submit. Many souls had died in the hands of the dragon taming sect because of this. He knew how miserable it was and how deep the blood feud was, thus, he, who had been suspicious of the Tyrant Dragon's origins, immediately understood that today's ambush was purely for revenge, that Tyrant Dragon probably had nothing to do with Tao Ancestor Void Mirror. He had made a fatal mistake. I didn't expect the Hidden Dragon clan to survive to this day. I thought you had already perished. You actually dare to attack my dragon taming sect instead of living an ignoble life. Don't you know the consequences? You're just a mere sage king. I'll kill you first, then kill that tyrant dragon. Xianxia's expression was sinister as he patted the Xianxia bag on his waist. Buzz, more than 10 powerful demonic beasts of different races appeared out of thin air. They opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards the Hidden Dragon clan leader. The Hidden Dragon clan leader did not fight head-on. His figure instantly faded and escaped into the void, easily avoiding the beast tide. The dozen or so demonic beasts lost their target but did not panic. Instead, they suddenly sped up and fled in all directions. Xianxia sneered when he saw that the plan was going smoothly. You're finished. My spirit beasts will spread the news of the Hidden Dragon clan's reappearance back to the sect as soon as possible. You have no way of silencing them. If you're smart, hand over the 2 elders and escape quickly. You still have a chance to live. Otherwise, when the old ancestor comes, you'll definitely die. Xianxia threatened, deliberately trying to mess with the Hidden Dragon clan leader's mind. However, the Hidden Dragon clan leader was very calm, as if he was not worried about the spirit beasts that had escaped at all. Xianxia felt that something was wrong. Why didn't the old Hidden Dragon continue attacking? He seemed to be waiting for something. Not good. In the next moment, Xianxia suddenly felt dizzy. His lips turned purplish black, and his whole body swayed. He was poisoned. Recalling the black needles from before, he was terrified and quickly checked the condition of his body. That black needle was tainted with the poison refined from the bone marrow of the undead bone demon dragon? Xianxia's expression changed greatly as he recognized the source of the poison. The skeletal devil dragon was also one of the 23 royal bloodlines of the dinosaur tribe. It was born with skeletal bones and possessed an incomparably potent poison. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the poison. As the dragon taming sect had the experience of taming the boneless demonic dragon, they had an understanding of this poison. Who would have thought that this poison would be used on them today? I've been fooled again. Xianxia was filled with regret. When he was talking nonsense with the old hidden dragon, it was his best chance to escape. However, he misjudged the situation once again. Now that the poison had flared up, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. The odds were against him today. The 2 elders didn't seem to have been killed. This means that they aren't here to kill but have other motives. The only thing I can do now is to feign civility with them and wait for reinforcements from the sect. Xianxia's eyes flickered and he had a new plan. He gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed the poison in his body. Then, he opened up more Xianxia bags on his waist. At this moment, most of the spirit beasts that he brought with him were released. Under his command, they all fled in all directions. He was afraid that something would happen to the dozen spirit beasts from before. The more spirit beasts that reported the news, the better. The Hidden Dragon tribe leader didn't stop them. The limitless T-Rex had already completely restrained the sea-sweeping winged dragon king. Xianxia saw the attitude of the 2 dragons and felt slightly uneasy. At this moment, the poison had already spread throughout his body. A trace of black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! The Hidden Dragon tribe leader seized the opportunity and quickly captured Xianxia. He sealed him and threw him into the Xianxia bag that he brought with him. The 2 elders from before also received the same treatment. Sorry for the offense. The limitless T-Rex said softly to the subdued sea-sweeping winged dragon king and knocked it out. However, it didn't put the sea-sweeping winged dragon king into the Xianxia bag. The dinosaur tribe had enough of being enslaved as spirit beasts. In the sky not far away, the shadow of a dragon flew over quickly. It was the undead demon dragon. Seeing that the battle was over, he smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, boss. Let me take care of this sea-sweeping winged dragon king." As he spoke, he helped to hold the sea-sweeping winged dragon king. Although his size was far smaller than the sea-sweeping winged dragon king, he was quite strong. "Your poison is quite useful. Can you give me more?" The hidden dragon tribe leader said to the undead demon dragon. As an assassin, this kind of strange poison would often come in handy. "Sure, but I need time to refine it. I'll give it to you after some time." The undead demon dragon agreed readily. His condition was many times better than when he was first released from Xianxia's hands. As the three dragons spoke, golden light filled the air and shrunk continuously. It was like a giant hand was slowly closing in. Within the wall of golden light, many demonic beasts of all sizes were trapped. As if they had fallen into a net, they couldn't move and could only drift with the flow. If Xianxia was still here, he would definitely go crazy. Because the demonic beasts trapped by the golden light were the spirit beasts he had released to inform the hidden dragon tribe. Not a single one was missing. When the golden light shrunk to its limit, all the spirit beasts disappeared. Then, Guchen's figure floated down. The newcomer was extraordinarily valiant. Every inch of his skin seemed to contain explosive power. It wasn't the Thread Dao clone, but Guchen's true body. After Qin Daolin returned to Mount Dingkong and the sovereigns finished their search, Guchen's true body came to look for the limitless T-Rex and the others. According to the original plan, the dinosaur tribes group was responsible for capturing the three from the dragon taming sect. Although he trusted the limitless T-Rex's strength, the mission this time was too important. He couldn't afford any mishaps. Therefore, his true body came here to suppress the situation. Reality proved that his worries were right. Just now, so many spirit beasts had rushed in all directions. If he hadn't used Grand Dominating Map to seal off the area, all the spirit beasts would have collided with the golden figure. If even one escaped, the entire plan would have been in vain. Of course, the limitless T-Rex had already made preparations. The 18 true dragons of the desolate swamp had come out in full force for this mission. They might have been able to stop those spirit beasts. "Thank you for your hard work. You've done well." Guchen descended from the sky and praised. The most troublesome sea-sweeping winged dragon king was subdued on the spot. The hidden dragon tribe's chief was even more stunning. He had taken down the three from the dragon taming sect. This was an incredible achievement. Guchen had long heard of the hidden dragon tribe's strength as assassins. Today, he had a new understanding. The hidden dragon tribe's chief hadn't stepped into the sage realm before he traveled. Now, in just 5 years, he had stepped into the sage king realm. The speed at which his strength improved was beyond Guchen's imagination. He guessed that this was due to the Great Prophet. Back then, the hidden dragon tribe's chief had received the Great Prophet's advice when he traveled. Without this opportunity, with the hidden dragon tribe's chief's talent, his cultivation level would be similar to Chen Wenfeng's today. The word opportunity was too important to cultivators. As a top assassin, the hidden dragon tribe's chief could assassinate a sage before he reached the sage realm. Now that he had reached the sage king realm, even a great sage would have trouble sleeping and eating if he targeted them. He had seen the battle with the three from the dragon taming sect. Although Xianxia was a great sage, he made continuous mistakes in judgment. The hidden dragon tribe's chief accurately seized the opportunity and created a brilliant achievement. If news of this battle were to spread, the hidden dragon tribe's reputation would spread far and wide. Unfortunately, this battle could not be spread. It would disrupt his current plan. "Boss, I didn't even help much. Why didn't you let me attack?" The undead demonic dragon said regretfully. He addressed Guchen the same way he addressed the infinite tyrant dragon. According to the original plan, he was prepared to attack together with the hidden dragon tribe's chief. That way, the strength of both parties would be balanced and it would be safer. However, after Guchen arrived, he didn't let him attack. This made him, who wanted to take revenge on the dragon taming sect, a little depressed. "Our goal isn't to kill Xianxia. If that's the case, why did you attack?" Although we will control him, there are many powerful people in this world. If Xianxia is free one day, he can think of many things from you. Since I'm here, why should I leave this hidden danger? Gu Chen explained. The undead demonic dragon understood what he meant. After all, he was once enslaved by the dragon taming sect. It was Gu Chen who rescued him in Binhai City. Regardless of whether it was the infinite tyrant dragon or the hidden dragon tribe's chief who attacked, the dragon taming sect didn't know their origins. Even if Xianxia escaped in the future, he wouldn't have a clue about the mastermind. A little bit of poison didn't mean anything. However, when he attacked, he left an obvious flaw. The future is long. Since we've already attacked Xianxia, the dragon taming sect won't have many good days ahead of him. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you the chance to take revenge. We'll make the dragon taming sect pay you back 100, 1,000 times more. After comforting the undead demonic dragon, Gu Chen looked at the hidden dragon tribe's chief. As long as the dragon taming sect is destroyed, the hidden dragon tribe will be able to stand upright in this world again. The name of the hidden dragon assassin will make all enemies unable to sleep at night again. The hidden dragon tribe's chief nodded. This was his lifelong wish. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about this dream. Now that the dragon taming sect's current sect master had been taken down by them, the hidden dragon tribe wasn't far from rising up. The most fortunate thing for him was that he chose to cooperate with Gu Chen back then. He really brought the hidden dragon tribe out of the great desolate swamp. The hidden dragon tribe had had enough of the days where they struggled at death's door. The Star Sea sect, excluding the Grand Qi Palace, could be said to be the strongest among the 5 great Taoist sections. The sect leader of the Star Sea sect, Xianxia, was a peak great saint. Even among the first-rate powers of the Second Mountain and Sea, he was one of the most powerful individuals in the world. He was a true lord. His status and strength had long since reached the peak. Xianxia didn't expect that someone would dare to kill him halfway. What was even more unexpected was that the person who tried to kill him was actually the criminal who had just caused a huge commotion in the Great Shadow Villa and provoked the wrath of the sovereign, as well as the actions of the Heavenly Pavilion, disciple of the pure saint. No, I can't call him that anymore. The man who killed his master with his own hands could only be described as a monster and a demon. The legend rank first ranker, Gu Chen, was audacious to the extreme. After attacking the cemetery of gods and demons, he actually targeted him again. Xianxia stared at Gu Chen, who was holding the Book of Firmament in his hand, as if he was treading on thin ice. He wanted to flee, but the surrounding space had already been sealed. Friend Gu, my Starcy sect has no enmity with you, right? Xianxia smiled bitterly, not daring to act rashly. The person in front of him had killed Jingxing with a single glance. He had no chance of winning against him. Sect Master Li and the 2 elders, I have a favor to ask of you. I hope you will surrender without a fight and not put up any meaningless resistance. Gu Chen was dressed in a deep black robe. Now that his true appearance had appeared, he spoke calmly. Hearing what the other party meant, the expressions of the 3 people from the Star Sea sect changed. It seemed that today's battle was unavoidable. Run. Whoever manages to escape must return to the Second Mountain immediately and inform the magnificent Shadow Villa of what happened here. The cultivators of the Heavenly Subduing Pavilion and the Supreme Qi Palace might not have left yet. Tell them to hurry over and save us. Xianxia immediately made the best judgment. They were too far away from the Star Sea sect, and the Second Mountain was much closer. The person in front of them was too powerful. Only the Tao ancestors of the Supreme Qi Palace and the Heavenly Vow Pavilion could take him down. After making this judgment, Xianxia's body erupted with dazzling light, and a starry sky appeared around him, extending infinitely. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 elders fled to the left and right at the same time. Under the cover of the vast and complicated star map, Xianxia's figure also quickly vanished. Gu Chen had seen this kind of Tao art from the great sage of Star Point. It was called the Big Dipper transposition, and it was an extremely powerful escape technique. The 2 elders were just bait, and Xianxia treated them as cannon fodder. He wanted to use them to distract him while he used shifting stars to escape. If Gu Chen didn't have the experience of fighting with the Star Sage, he would have been fooled. However, he had already taken precautions against all of this. Before the two elders could escape far, they encountered an invisible resistance. As their bodies slowed down, they were heavily injured by an invisible force, causing them to vomit blood. Xianxia ran a little further, but in the end, he was still trapped by the heaven entanglement silk, and his stellar transposition failed. Whoosh! With the Book of Elysium in one hand, Guchen casually punched out with the other. Rumble! The cultivation of the Taoist body had now reached 999 million, a peak quasi-Tao ancestor, suppressing Xianxia by one realm. This punch also integrated the profound meaning of the ancestor's martial skill. Xianxia couldn't block it at all. Even with the starlight protecting his body, he soon let out a miserable howl. You should be glad that it was only one of my avatars that attacked, otherwise you would have died with this punch. Guchen played it down and deliberately explained, and then the Book of Elysium in his hand floated in the air. Whoosh! 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 Soon, the three from the Star Sea sect, who had lost their combat power, were taken into the Book of Elysium and returned to the book world. The so-called peak great sage, the so-called first-rate force, could not last more than 10 rounds against Guchen. After dealing with the three, Guchen, whose temperament had become exactly the same as Feng Yuan's, quickly returned to normal. A cross-shaped tattoo appeared on his forehead, and his black robe quickly changed, becoming white again. With a thought, countless heaven-entangling silk appeared around him, densely packed, and gathered towards his body. The inescapable net disappeared, and the floating Book of Elysium also began to decompose, turning into heaven-entangling silk and returning to Guchen's body. The three from the Star Sea sect were also missing, and it was unknown if they had really gone to the book world. Seeing that the blockade was over, the clay bodhisattva and Chen Wenfeng broke through the air from afar. From the encounter to the successful attack, the time could be said to be very short. Seeing that the three from the Star Sea sect had disappeared, Chen Wenfeng's eyes revealed a look of awe. In his eyes, Guchen was becoming more and more unfathomable. Thinking back to when he heard that someone in Pei State had impersonated a disciple of the Chen clan, he felt that everything was like a dream. The clay bodhisattva had seen the power of Guchen's Xiaogu Tyrant body, but seeing the battle end so quickly still made him feel excited. After all, the one in front of him was just an avatar of his boss. If the avatar could easily deal with the sect master of the Star Sea sect, then how strong would the main body be? Ahem, fellow Taoist Chen, have you taken down those three? Where are they? Chen Wenfeng did not dare to believe it. He would feel more at ease if he saw it with his own eyes. I threw them into the internal space, you will see them when we meet up with the others. Of course, if clan leader Chen is not assured, you can also see them first. Guchen said casually. Chen Wenfeng shook his head. It's good that the plan went smoothly. He paused for a while, hesitating before asking, why did fellow Taoist Chen pretend to be that Feng Yuan? If the matter of us capturing the sect master of the Star Sea sect is exposed, in the eyes of the Tao court, it might only be a battle between forces. But if it involves that Feng Yuan, it will be a huge matter if others find out. The huge commotion caused by Great Qi Palace and Fu Tian Pavilion had just ended. Chen Wenfeng still had lingering fears. He did not want others to associate them with that crazy Feng Yuan. Guchen smiled. Impersonation, who knew who was impersonating who? He had only revealed his true appearance earlier. Of course, the black robe and the fake Book of Heaven were indeed to slander Feng Yuan. Next, we will use Ugly Emperor's big heart magic to control Xianxia and the two elders. Although the control of the big heart magic is extremely strong, there are many capable people in the Tao world. It is not impossible for someone to discover it in the future. Once Xianxia and the two elders' minds are being controlled, or if they're abandoned by us, our identities will be exposed. Instead of letting people notice the Chen clan, it is better to slander Feng Yuan. That would be safer, wouldn't it? Guchen explained carefully. Chen Wenfeng was an ally, after all, so he had to reassure him. Earlier, he had deliberately used the progenitor martial technique to deliberately leave a flaw, so that when the possible future appeared, others would also associate the remnants of the origin sect with Feng Yuan. This way, even if the spies arranged by the Shepherd clan were discovered in the future, the matter of Feng Yuan being the mastermind would be even more solidified. All this was just preparation for a rainy day. The best outcome was of course that his hidden pawns were never discovered. It was superfluous because he was used to preparing for multiple contingencies. That way, no matter how the situation changed, he would be able to win. We should meet up with Ugly Emperor and the rest, and then meet up with the Hidden Dragon clan leader. Time is pressing, let's go. In a remote valley, Guchen successfully met up with Ugly Emperor and the other two. Where are they? As soon as they met, Guchen went straight to the point. Ugly Emperor and Yuan Gongyi immediately turned to look at Hai Dongxin with smiles on their faces. Hai Dongxin snorted coldly, took out a cosmos sack, and handed it to Guchen. Guchen took the cosmos sack and scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming that Great Sage Shui, Li Tian, and Zhiji were all inside, he nodded in satisfaction. You three have worked hard. He looked at Hai Dongxin. Since the cosmos sack that imprisoned the three herder saints was on him, it meant that he had definitely taken action. This was in line with his expectations. The more Hai Dongxin participated in his plan, the more he would be unable to escape. He would gradually become one of them. What do you want to do to the herder tribe? Hai Dongxin asked curiously. He had carried out the plan, but he did not know what Guchen's goal was, so he was a little worried. Even though there was no point in worrying about this now that he was on the same boat, he had to die knowing the truth. It's not just the herder tribe. I've also captured the sect leaders of the Star Sea sect and the Dragon Taming sect. You'll see them soon. Guchen did not hide anything from Hai Dongxin. He wanted him to truly submit, so he told him the details. What? Even the sect leaders of the Dragon Taming sect and the Star Sea sect were captured by you? Are you crazy? You're playing with fire. Hai Dongxin was shocked, but then he realized that he was the person who had single-handedly caused the incident in Binhai City. He liked to play with fire. The Dragon Taming sect, the Star Sea sect, and the Herder tribe are all first-rate forces of the Second Mountain and Sea, just like us. Why did you attack the higher-ups of these forces at the same time? Hai Dongxin asked solemnly, restraining his emotions. The Dragon Taming sect leader Shizihu, the Star Sea sect leader Li Sanyuan, and the Herder tribe's great sage Shui. The three of them were all prominent figures, and they held high positions of power in their respective forces. Since Dao Fathers rarely appeared in the world, they held authority in their hands and managed the affairs of the upper and lower levels of the world. One could imagine what kind of impact it would have on the three first-rate forces if all three of them were controlled. A major change has taken place in the Heavenly Plane Jade Dao Quartz Conference. The structure of the Second Mountain and Sea, and even the Dao world, is destined to change. Guchen's reply was concise and comprehensive. He didn't explain much, but Hai Dongxin understood and sighed. As expected, the Tyrant clan sovereign wouldn't be willing to remain silent. He was destined to kill his way to the ninth heaven. In the face of this unprecedented change, the vast sea race didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. Boss, we should hurry up. Otherwise, if we waste too much time, these people will be suspected when they return to their sections. Ugly Emperor reminded Guchen. The cornerstone of this plan was his great heart magic art, and it would take a lot of time for his great heart magic art to successfully control so many experts and make them his eyes and helpers. There were a total of 9 people. Among them, 3 great sages were the most troublesome, while the other 6 were much easier to deal with. A conservative estimate was that he would need about 10 days to ensure that he could completely control their minds. Among the 3 groups, the Shepherd clan and the Star Sea sect were not far apart, so it only took a day for them to meet up. Finally, the Dragon Taming sect's route was completely different from the other 2 forces. Even if they had already discussed the meeting point, it would still take them another 3 days. This trip took half a month. With the speed of Shizihu, Li Sanyuan, and the others, this half a month's delay was enough to arouse suspicion. If they discovered the truth that their minds were controlled, then all their efforts would be in vain. Therefore, this was a plan that required them to race against time. In order to reasonably cover up this period of time, they had even made arrangements in advance. They would create all sorts of accidents after Shizihu and the others returned, so that they wouldn't arouse suspicion and delay on the road. Even so, Ugly Emperor still didn't have absolute confidence that the 3 great sages would behave normally and completely obey his orders when needed. It was not easy to plant such a demon in their hearts. Only the great heart magic art could have this kind of ability. If it was an ordinary secret skill, it would definitely be impossible. Don't worry, we will soon meet up with the Hidden Dragon clan leader and the others. Guchen smiled. Ugly Emperor didn't understand how fast he meant by soon and was confused. Alright, from now on, all of you don't have to do anything. Just trust me. Can you do it? Guchen examined all the people present one by one. Upon hearing this, even the others were confused. What did he mean? Even though they didn't understand what Guchen wanted to do, they still nodded their heads. Their lives were already closely linked to Guchen. They shared weal and woe with each other, so naturally, they could trust each other. Guchen slowly raised his hand, and countless strands of heaven-twining silk fell from his arm. They were thousands of feet long and slowly wrapped around everyone present. Clay Bodhisattva, Ugly Emperor, Yuan Gongyi, and Chen Wenfeng didn't move at all. They allowed the heaven-twining silk to climb onto their bodies and slowly wrap around them. Even Hai Dongxin only wanted to dodge instinctively, but he soon stopped moving and allowed the heaven-twining silk to wrap around him. If the Tyrant Sovereign wanted to kill him, he could have done so long ago. There was no need for him to use such a strange method, like creating a cocoon. The 5 of them were quickly covered by the heaven-twining silk. A strange feeling arose spontaneously. Being in the cocoon created by the heaven-twining silk, the world seemed to be completely far away from them. Everything became vast and unpredictable. When Guchen saw that the 5 cocoons had completely covered him without any gaps, he stretched out his hand. The 5 cocoons flew over and merged into his body. Buzz, the next moment, his body started to completely disintegrate. A colorful whirlpool appeared in the depths of his heart, sucking in the surrounding energy of the secret technique. Swoosh, after a burst of strong light, all the heaven-twining silk disappeared. This space and time returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. What's going on? Where is this? The heaven-twining silk on their bodies fell and merged into the yellow ground under their feet. Ugly Emperor, Clay Bodhisattva, and the others looked around in confusion. Just now, they felt as if time and space were in disorder. The next moment, they appeared in this strange world. This place was abnormally desolate, but the energy of heaven and earth seemed to be such pure primordial energy. Could this be an undiscovered alternate space? Hai Dongxin suddenly said with a moved expression. There were countless alternate spaces in the depths of the bubble sea. They were formed at the beginning of the Tao world. Some alternate spaces that had never been visited by cultivators could retain such pure primordial energy. It should be. This place is obviously different from the outside world. Yuan Gongyi agreed. Everything around them was obviously very primitive and desolate, but it was absurd. There was a feeling of vitality. How did we suddenly get here? Where's boss? While everyone was puzzled, Guchen's original body appeared out of thin air. Beside him was the unbounded Tyrant Dragon and the Hidden Dragon clan leader. Everyone's eyes widened. What was going on? Weren't the Hidden Dragon clan leader and the unbounded Tyrant Dragon supposed to be in charge of intercepting the people of the dragon taming sect? Why were they here? In such a short time, they actually met up. The Ugly Emperor suddenly realized how fast Guchen was referring to when he said very fast. He had never heard of such a great teleportation ability before. Guchen's main body casually raised his hand, and a Qianquan bag fell from the void and landed on his hand. This was naturally the Qianquan bag that imprisoned the shepherd tribe's 3 sages. The thread Dao body had already disappeared. To be exact, he had returned to his origin and fused with this dominating cauldron world. After the completion of the domain scroll and the birth of the dominating cauldron world, the thread Dao body was no longer a rootless duckweed. The energy of the secret technique that he needed could be supplied endlessly through the huge dantian of the dominating cauldron world. This supply was not limited by time and space. Even if the thread Dao body and the main body were thousands of miles apart, they could still supply energy smoothly. After discovering this, Guchen soon had an idea. Since the thread Dao body could break the time and space boundary between the dominating cauldron world and the thread Dao body, could he use this to teleport? If it could teleport energy, it could also teleport other things. Guchen quickly tried it. And this experiment was carried out when he was imprisoned in Futian Pavilion. The test subject was Ling Bing, or rather, 1,000 formless weapons. He chose Ling Bing because he had no better choice at that time. Secondly, he was worried that some great expert would discover the secret. That Ling Bing was hiding in his body space. If Ling Bing was discovered, his disguise as Feng Yuxiu would be exposed. Then, Gu Chen would also be recognized as Feng Yuan's companion. Only death awaited him. Thus, to be cautious, Gu Chen had no choice but to try it. Ling Bing had the ability to transform and could fuse with the secret technique's energy. Gu Chen thought that the possibility of success was higher. The truth did not disappoint him. Ling Bing turned into a stream of light and entered the dominating cauldron world through the mysterious spacetime connection between the thread Dao body and the dominating cauldron world. This discovery was very significant to Gu Chen. It meant that he could use the thread Dao body to send some people and things to the main body's location. When he was in the second mountain, if the situation turned bad, the thread Dao body could not fight its way out of the Supreme Qi Palace and Fu Tian Pavilion. But with this ability, he could safely send his companions away. When he realized that Xianxia was in danger, Gu Chen even thought of using this ability to send him away safely. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to see Xianxia again until he left the second mountain. Although the spacetime connection between the threaded Dao body and the dominating cauldron world was strange, it had its limitations. After experimenting, Gu Chen confirmed that this kind of teleportation could only be one way. In other words, the thread Dao body could break through the boundaries of time and space to enter the dominating cauldron world, but from the dominating cauldron world, people couldn't be teleported to the thread Dao body. Gu Chen guessed that it was because of dominating cauldron. The Hegemon cauldron world existed within the Hegemon cauldron. If they were to teleport it over, it would be equivalent to teleporting the Hegemon cauldron over. Spacetime wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, after taking down the people from the dragon taming sect, Gu Chen's main body, the unbounded Tyrant dragon, and the hidden dragon clan leader decided to bide their time and enter the dominating cauldron world to wait. Only the bone demon dragon and the other Dino race cultivators remained outside. On the surface, they were in charge of guarding the tyrannical cauldron, but in reality, they were just sentries. With the dominating cauldron's current strength, there were very few things in the Dao world that could threaten it. If they could threaten it, then the bone demon dragon and the others would be meaningless. Using this mysterious spacetime connection, the people in charge of capturing the shepherd race and the Star Sea sect gathered together and directly teleported into the dominating cauldron world. That was how they managed to meet up so quickly, because the spacetime tunnel was one way. The ugly emperor, the clay bodhisattva, and the others couldn't return to where they were before. After leaving the dominating cauldron world, they would only appear where the bone demon dragon was. However, this didn't matter, as it still saved a lot of time, allowing the ugly emperor to cast the great heart magic more easily. Now things are more stable. Boss, let's start immediately. Gu Chen didn't explain the profoundness of the dominating cauldron world. Everyone present was the cornerstone of his alliance, and they would slowly understand the situation. The ugly emperor also knew the importance of the matter, so he said immediately. Alright, you'll have to work hard from now on. The others can rest for now. Gu Chen said. With a single thought, layers of mist appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if the world had been changed, and the land was divided into 4 distinct regions. The area they were in was flat ground, while the other 3 areas were separated by fog walls. The internal structure was similar. From where they were, they could clearly see the situation in the 3 areas. 2 of the areas were imprisoned, and they were Shizihu of the dragon taming sect and Li Sanhuan of the Star Sea sect, as well as 2 elders of the 2 sections. The other area was temporarily empty. Gu Chen released his hand, and the heaven and earth pouch in his hand flew into the air, quickly landing in the empty area. The heaven and earth pouch loosened, and the 3 battered and exhausted shepherd race saints were thrown into it. Everyone looked at the calm Gu Chen, and then looked at the heaven and earth that had changed in an instant, and their hearts were filled with awe. They didn't sense any ripples of Dao energy from Gu Chen's body, but the heaven and earth had undergone such a drastic change, it was as if his words were the law. No, it should be said that Gu Chen could easily affect everything in this world with just a thought. Haidong Xian was secretly shocked. This tyrant race sovereign was becoming more and more unfathomable. What was going on in this place? Was this an underwater alternate space? Those 3 areas are similar to the world in the Book of Heaven. Chen Wenfeng couldn't help but say. Gu Chen really put in a lot of effort in order to throw the blame on Feng Yuan in the future. He didn't even let go of such a small detail. Go in, don't be wary of their counterattack, focus on controlling their minds. Guchen warned Ugly Emperor. This was not blind optimism, nor was it conceit, but confidence. The dominating cauldron world was created by him, and in this world, he was the absolute ruler. Any cultivator who entered this place had no room to resist him. Therefore, be it great sage Shui, Li Sanyuan, or Shizihu, their fate was to obediently accept the baptism of the mental demon Tao method. They would become his most loyal slaves, and in order to realize his long-cherished wish, they would not hesitate to destroy their own sex. Ah, he, don't worry boss, leave it to me. Ugly Emperor let out a sinister laugh and slowly walked towards the first area, the area of the 3 shepherd race saints. Everyone looked at his expression and felt a chill run down their spines. How terrifying was the great heart magic. In the past, the mental demon Tao ancestor had used this great Tao technique to enslave countless experts, creating a war that spread throughout the 4 mountains and seas. Those who were controlled by the mental demon Tao method would lose their freedom in the best case, and in the worst case, they would become puppets of slaughter. It could be said that they had reached the end of their path of cultivation. Was there anyone who could free themselves from the control of the mental demon Tao? Of course there was, but those were people who had been captured by the mental demon Tao method in battle. There was basically no way to deal with such a treacherous operation. Ugly Emperor went to cast the technique while the others rested on the spot. The time needed to cast the technique was not short. Guchen sat down and used his divine sense to monitor the process, ensuring that nothing went wrong. In terms of mental strength, Ugly Emperor's talent was indeed outstanding. When he started to cast the technique, Guchen could clearly sense that his technique was much more mature than when he was in Binhai City. Ugly Emperor had benefited greatly from drinking the Tao source last time, especially with Guchen's accidental interference. The effect of the Tao source had multiplied by many times. The effect was already showing now. Ugly Emperor did not even need to use the heart-shaped stone to cast techniques on Li Tian and the others. Only in the face of a great sage would he raise his crutch out of caution. Everyone's casting time was different. It took about 10 days in total. Guchen paid attention to Ugly Emperor's movements to prevent the 3 sects from resisting, while his attention was focused on a remote corner of Cauldron Domination World. This corner was not open to everyone. There was a person imprisoned here. It was Ling Bing. Guchen did not know how to deal with Ling Bing. He wanted to obtain information about Feng Yuan from him, but Feng Yuan had set up a restriction in his head. He could not undo it with his own ability. In this situation, he could only temporarily imprison him. Cauldron Domination World was the best place to imprison Ling Bing, no matter how Feng Yuan searched, even if he left some methods on Ling Bing. With the space-time isolation of Cauldron Domination World, Feng Yuan would be helpless. Furthermore, Ling Bing was ever-changing. It was hard to defend against. Only Cauldron Domination World that he could control at will could defend against him. He did not need to waste his attention. Right now, Ling Bing had already stayed in Cauldron Domination World for many days, facing the endless heaven and earth cage. He was irritable and angry. He cursed endlessly, but no matter how he transformed, he could not escape from here. He still had a temper now. He was like a stubborn rock in the past, but Guchen believed that after some time, all his edges would be smoothed out. He would beg Guchen for help. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ugly Emperor finished his technique. He walked towards Guchen with an exhausted expression. The 9 cultivators of the 3 sects followed behind him with dull eyes, as if they were just puppets. Guchen glanced at Sage King Li Tian. What a pity that this once peerless genius of the shepherd race had lost his edge. He wasn't trying to take revenge on them. It was just that for the upcoming chess game, he needed to arrange a spy within the shepherd tribe. The 3 of them were the best choice. You can send them away from here at any time. I've given them an order in their subconscious. Once they leave here, their consciousness will return to normal. At this time, they don't have any consciousness, and there won't be any memories left in their minds, so you don't have to worry about them hearing or seeing anything. From now on, they will be your most loyal servants. Normally, they will not show any abnormalities, but their hearts have already belonged to us, and they will fully cooperate with our every move. After Ugly Emperor finished speaking, he held his walking stick in one hand and removed the heart-shaped stones one by one with the other. After taking out all 5, he handed them to Guchen with a smile. What do you mean? Guchen raised his eyebrows. I've given them an order to obey the person with the heart-shaped stones first. Since you have the heart-shaped stones, you won't need to go through me to order them in the future. The ugly emperor explained, which surprised everyone around him. Everyone knew what the heart-shaped stone meant to the ugly emperor. If he handed it over, his strength would be greatly reduced. Although it was obvious that this was an act of loyalty, there were very few people who could do this. So despicable. Yuan Gongyi cursed in his heart when he heard this. After spending so much time together, he knew that Guchen wasn't a suspicious person. Back then, he was the one who gave the heart-shaped stone to the ugly emperor. How could he take it back? The ugly emperor knew this, so he purposely showed his loyalty in order to show that he was more reliable than him. As expected of the inheritor of the inner demon, his grasp of the human heart was extremely accurate. As Yuan Gongyi thought, Guchen shook his head. The heart-shaped stone can only be used to its fullest in your hands. There's no need to do this in the future. I trust everyone here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you here. Guchen said calmly as he swept his gaze across everyone present. Boss, you've misunderstood. The ugly emperor shook his head and explained in detail. The heart-shaped stone contains the power left behind by Tao Father Demon Heart. This power has indeed helped me greatly, but if I rely on it too much, I won't be able to rely on myself to reach perfection in the Grand Heart Art. In other words, if I keep the heart-shaped stone, even if I can use it to unleash the power of a Tao Father, I won't be able to surpass Tao Father Demon Heart. After drinking the Tao Source last time, I gained a deeper understanding of the Grand Heart Art. I already know that if I focus too much on the heart-shaped stone, it will become my inner demon. Thus, I need to stay far away from it. Please take care of it for me, boss. When I need it again, I'll ask you for it. In addition, if the heart-shaped stone is separated from me, boss's plan will be much safer. It will prevent all of our hidden pieces from going out of control if I'm controlled by the enemy. The ugly emperor's words were filled with sincerity, and no one could find fault with them. Guchen thought for a moment, then accepted the 5 heart-shaped stones. The ugly emperor retracted his hand and pressed it against the empty staff, touching the groove where the heart-shaped stone had been embedded. Next, he took out a thin membrane of light, which was covered with profound, unfathomable runes. The reason why I'm able to borrow so much of the heart-shaped stone's power is because of this self-developed formation within the staff. I've already perfected this formation into a Grand Heart formation. Boss, take a look at it, you should be able to benefit from it. The ugly emperor revealed the secret of how he had been able to use the heart-shaped stone to defeat the strong, despite his low cultivation base. He also handed over the technique. As long as you have this formation, you'll be able to use the power of Tao Father Demon Heart? Yuan Gongyi couldn't help but ask. Hai Dongxin was quite concerned as well. The ugly emperor's savagery was still fresh in their minds. Relying on his own power, he had attacked the entire auction. Back then, his cultivation base was actually quite ordinary, but with just 5 heart-shaped stones, he had forced the great sages of the various sects into a sorry state. This is a psychic formation, and it was created with me at the center. If others use it, they might not be able to unleash its full power. I'll need to make some adjustments to the formation. However, given boss's talent and comprehension, I believe this shouldn't be too difficult. Of course, given boss's strength, the heart-shaped stone's power might not be of much use, the ugly emperor said. He had never given this formation to anyone else, so he naturally hadn't tested its effects on others. He couldn't give an accurate answer. Killing is easy, but controlling people's hearts is difficult. This power will come in handy. Guchen took the membrane of light. The moment he touched it, he imprinted the various Taoist runes on it into his mind. Countless strands of heaven-twining silk appeared in his hands, connecting with his mind seamlessly. They all transformed into the same Taoist runes as the membrane of light, then, the heaven-twining silk rapidly intertwined and fused together. The Taoist rhymes fluctuated, and the formation revolved. Guchen closed his eyes. The ugly emperor understood what he was doing, and his expression changed slightly. Moments later, a pair of white gloves with 5 indentations slowly formed. It was completely made of heaven-twining silk. At this moment, Guchen also opened his eyes and smiled. It wasn't easy to copy every single Taoist rune in the ugly emperor's demon heart formation. But for the heaven-twining silk, which could transform into any type of energy, it wasn't difficult to copy it. This was especially true in a world that he had created himself. After copying it, the heaven-twining silk would automatically modify it according to his own psychic characteristics, causing the demon heart formation to be compatible with him. And thus, this pair of gloves was born. Guchen put on the white gloves, then unhurriedly embedded the 5 heart-shaped stones of greed, fear, wrath, insanity, and joy into the gloves. Wearing the demon heart glove, Guchen clenched his fists slightly. Boom! The 5 different colored heart-shaped stones simultaneously shone with dazzling light, and a terrifying wave of psychic energy swept out like a tidal wave. For a moment, everyone present felt their scalps go numb, and they felt uneasy. In their eyes, Guchen seemed to have transformed into a demon that could devour the hearts of others. The glove had the power to destroy souls and willpower. Sensing the demon heart energy in his hands, Guchen's eyes lit up. It truly lived up to its reputation as the crystallization of the demon heart Deofather's power. With the demon heart glove, the power of his psychic arts had increased by countless times. He had the feeling that if he focused all of his psychic energy on a single point, he could even affect a Deofather's psyche. It wasn't just Guchen who realized this, the cruel-looking emperor did as well. Sensing the power of the demon heart glove, the cruel-looking emperor sighed. The power of the 5 heart-shaped stones is far greater than mine in Boss's hands. Boss, you truly are a genius. Guchen shook his head. Creating a formation that can draw upon the power of the heart-shaped stones is the hardest part. Your talent in the Tao of the mind is unparalleled in a million years. Guchen was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Because of the uniqueness of the heaven-twining silk, the demon heart glove was able to perfectly fuse with the heart-shaped stones and unleash their greatest power. Given that his Tao force cultivation was far superior to the cruel-looking emperor's, he was naturally able to better unleash the power of the demon heart Tao Father. However, the foundation for all of this was the formation that the cruel-looking emperor had provided. Creating something was always far more difficult than copying it. Creating something from nothing was the most difficult thing. Ahaha, let's not flatter each other. Boss, do you feel any side effects from using the demon heart glove? The cruel-looking emperor asked curiously. Are you referring to the backlash from the demon heart? The cruel-looking emperor nodded seriously. Although demon heart energy is powerful, it's a double-edged sword. Greed, fear, rage, madness, joy. Every single type of psychic energy was extremely dangerous. Without a powerful willpower, it was impossible to use them. Even those with powerful willpower would easily succumb to it. After all, humans were used to relying on power. This power came from the demon heart Tao Father. The more one cared about it, the easier one would be dominated by greed and fear. This was also the reason why the ugly emperor wanted to get rid of the heart-shaped stone. He wanted to become the heart demon and not the tool of the heart demon. When I use the heart-shaped stones, negative psychic energy does indeed try to enter my mind, the emperor explained calmly. Guchen explained calmly. When the ugly emperor heard this, a look of envy appeared on his face. Although Chen didn't say it, but he knew that it. Guchen knew that the energy had disappeared. The ancient netherworld's strongest physique was too tyrannical. The backlash from the inner demon had no effect on Guchen at all. Giving the heart-shaped stone to Boss was the right decision. In the past, when I used the cane, I had to spare a part of my mind to prevent the heart demon from devouring me, so I couldn't fully utilize the stone's power. Boss, said, Moo, the demon heart, and said. Demon heart demon, Chen said. Moo, spirit. The others hadn't come into contact with the heart-shaped stones and didn't understand their conversation, but they could tell how terrifying Guchen was. He had just received the heart-shaped stones from the cruel-looking emperor, but he was already able to unleash an even more shocking effect than the cruel-looking emperor. Chen Wenfeng was the most shocked of them all. Recently, his understanding of Guchen had been refreshed again and again. Alright, we should leave this place. Now that everything had been taken care of, there was no time to waste. Guchen waved his hand and used the power of the world to send everyone out of the Hegemon Cauldron world. He didn't leave the Hegemon world. Instead, he formed a Thread Daoist clone and gave it the Demon Heart Glove. Only the Thread Daoist clone could perfectly unleash the power of the Demon Heart Glove. He could convert the secret technique's energy into psychic energy. Now that he was in the hegemon world, the glorious ancient tyrant body could be nourished by the power of heaven and earth, speeding up the development of his body. Therefore, when it wasn't necessary, Guchen planned to let his main body stay in the hegemon world to cultivate. The Thread Daoist clone would be in charge of everything in the outside world. Anyway, the main body and the Thread Daoist clone shared the same consciousness, so it wouldn't affect anything. The demon heart glove wrapped around the heart-shaped stone and slowly merged into the Thread Daoist clone's body. The Thread Daoist clone looked at the main body, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the world. He nodded and disappeared from the hegemon world. When they returned to the outside world, Chen Wenfeng and the rest were looking at their surroundings with interest. They were clearly in the opposite direction, but now they were here. It felt like they were on a teleportation formation. It was a pity that the teleportation was one way. It would have been more convenient if they could be sent back. Go back to where you should be. Gu Chen snapped his fingers at the people from the dragon taming sect, the Star Sea sect, and the shepherd tribe. The 9 of them nodded at him numbly, identified the direction, and flew off in different directions. During the process of leaving, their state slowly returned to normal. However, they had no recollection of their meeting with Gu Chen and the rest. They only remembered that they had an important responsibility and had to return to their respective sects and tribes to be good spies. The mission this time has been successfully completed. Everyone can return to the ancient desolate swamp and rest. Next, I will return to the Chen tribe with clan leader Chen. I will inform everyone about the next step. Gu Chen told everyone. The mission had been completed, so it would be easy to attract attention if such a large group of experts moved around outside. Thus, they had to hide again. When the ruler's spiritual force had swept the entire Dao world, he had been worried that his partners would be exposed. Fortunately, given the ruler's vision, he didn't take them seriously. This was an awkward fact. There were many top Sage Realm experts present, but there were no Dao ancestors. The only Dao ancestor on their side was Chen Daolin. Gu Chen eagerly hoped that more Dao ancestors would appear in their camp as soon as possible. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. His partners in front of him already had a lot of potential. Gu Chen muttered to himself for a while and said to the ugly emperor, I will get ninja hidden to look for you later. There is a place that you will definitely be interested in. It might even be of great help to you. Understood. The ugly emperor nodded. Yuan Gongyi looked envious when he heard that. The ugly emperor had actually been given an additional mission and might even have an opportunity. His previous bootlicking had been right. Boss had immediately treated him differently. If this continued, he would be left behind by this ugly freak. No, he had to think of a way to fight for Boss's favor. Boss, we will need more troops next. I want to look for my origin sect's senior brother and persuade him to work for you. Besides, there is something that I am a little concerned about. Perhaps there will be an unexpected harvest that can give you a surprise. Yuan Gongyi deliberated. From Gu Chen's series of actions, there would definitely be a huge battle next. Of course, the more troops there were, the better. He was confident that Gu Chen wouldn't refuse his suggestion. If he could successfully bring the person back, it would be a meritorious deed. Fatty, our situation is special. Not just anyone can be brought in, the ugly emperor reminded him with a laugh. The ugly emperor reminded with a smile. He could tell what Fatty Yuan was thinking. The two of them had been at odds with each other from the very beginning. Perhaps it was because one was a spiritual type cultivator, while the other was a body type cultivator. I naturally know what's important and what's important. I'll make sure that the person is fine. I'll just try to get in touch with him first. Whether or not he will be accepted will be up to you, boss. Yuan Gongyi immediately said. If you want to give it a try, of course. However, for the sake of your safety, fellow Daoist Winterheart, why don't you tag along? Gu Chen looked at Hai Winterheart, a questioning look on his face. Hai Winterheart had a pensive look on her face. Was Gu Chen worried about Yuan Gongyi? That made sense. Perhaps Yuan Gongyi didn't have any other intentions, but his relationship with his fellow disciples was extraordinary. Who knew if he wouldn't reveal some important secret? If she didn't tag along with Yuan Gongyi, she would have to return to the primordial Great Swamp. That place was too boring. Since that was the case, she might as well tag along. Hai Winterheart nodded. Yuan Gongyi naturally didn't have any objections. The matter was decided just like that. Thus, the group split into 3 groups. Yuan Gongyi and Hai Winterheart went together. Gu Chen, the clay bodhisattva, and Chen Wenfeng went to the Chen tribe. The remaining unbounded tyrant dragon, the hidden dragon tribe leader, and the ugly emperor brought the dinosaur tribe cultivators back to the primordial Great Swamp and waited for the next step. On Mount Fixity, Gu Chen had just returned. As soon as he arrived, Chen Shanming and the other elders came to greet him. Even Chen Daolin, who hadn't announced his return yet, came out of his cave. Yunfei, what's going on in the Swan Villa? Many of the elders asked curiously. Ever since Chen Shanming and the second elder had returned from the Swan Villa, the Chen clan had begun to make preparations to deal with the shepherd tribe. Who could have guessed that the situation on the second mountain would only get stranger and stranger? First, there were rumors that the forces of the Supreme Energy Palace had arrived at the Swan Villa. Then there were rumors that Saint Clearwater had died, and that a peerless archdevil had emerged from the forbidden area of the second mountain. After that, the scouts of the various factions began to withdraw from the second mountain. As they did, a strange atmosphere began to fill the entire second mountain and sea. Under such an atmosphere, the conflict between the Chen clan and the shepherd tribe didn't seem important anymore. According to the scouts, the shepherd tribe showed no signs of mobilizing their army. The Chen clan's elders and elite disciples had no way of knowing the truth about the second mountain. They could only make wild guesses. Now that Gu Chen had returned, they naturally wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. Gu Chen, Zhang Hao has already been in the Chen clan's ancient city for a few days. If we don't make a deal soon, he'll get suspicious. Before Gu Chen could respond to the elders, Chen Daolin's voice was transmitted into his mind. Chen Daolin had been living in his cave ever since he returned. Only a few of the important elders knew about his return. Hearing this, Gu Chen nodded from afar. Zhang Hao moved quickly. It seemed he couldn't wait to take the deathly aura away. That was fine. He had to confirm his cooperation with the Supreme Energy Palace as soon as possible. Excuse me, everyone. Gu Chen didn't say anything else to the elders. He left immediately. Chen Daolin stepped out of Mount Fixity and was waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. Some of the elders couldn't help but feel disappointed at Yunfei's cold attitude. They all knew how talented Yunfei was. It was said that even Holy King Li Tian wasn't a match for him. If the legendary rankings were reopened, he would definitely be in the top 3. But no matter how domineering they were still considered elders. Such neglect was more or less displeasing. Alright, Yunfei is busy, so don't bother him anymore. I'll tell you what I can tell you. As for what I can't, it's useless for you to ask. Chen Wenfeng stepped forward and revealed his true appearance, answering for Gu Chen. He could see the intentions of these elders and sighed inwardly. It would be great if Chen Yunfei was really Chen Yunfei, but he wasn't. On the surface, Gu Chen was just an elder of the Chen clan. But in reality, he was an ally of the Chen clan. Moreover, this ally was not an ordinary one. He was no longer on equal footing, and the one who had directly contacted him was the old ancestor. No matter how good an ally was, it was not as good as one's own family. He had to be more careful when interacting with them. However, he couldn't directly tell the elders about this. At this stage, Chen Yunfei's identity was still a secret and couldn't be made public. Chen Shanming was the only one who could understand Chen Wenfeng. Both of them knew that no matter how kind Gu Chen appeared on the surface, they could not be less respectful. Patriarch. You're really still alive. I've had enough of that Chen Qinghe while you were away. The elders cried tears of joy when they saw their patriarch, whom they thought was already dead. In the blink of an eye, they forgot about their previous unhappiness. Gu Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain in a few steps, then flew down to the ancient city of the Chen clan with Chen Daolin. The two of them used a concealment technique so that the cultivators in the Dingkong mountain and the ancient city couldn't see them. Does Wenfeng know your real identity? Chen Daolin asked along the way. Gu Chen shook his head. I haven't told him yet. Chen Daolin was, of course, asking about the truth that Gu Chen was the glorious ancient overlord body. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. That's good. In the eyes of the world, you're only the Chen clan's young patriarch, Chen Yunfei. Chen Daolin nodded. It was not that he didn't trust his clansmen, but this matter was too sensitive. He had promised the Tyrant clan's third ancestor that he would be Gu Chen's protector, so he had to ensure that nothing would happen to him. In order to protect Gu Chen's identity from being exposed, he would not hesitate to sacrifice the entire Qin clan. This kind of thinking might be difficult for ordinary people to understand, but at his level, the concept of blood and kinship was actually very thin. Moreover, as long as he was alive, the Qin clan could be rebuilt at any time, and if the Tyrant clan rose again, it would be of great significance to him. The 5 sovereigns were so oppressive that all the cultivators in the world couldn't breathe. In his opinion, only the glorious ancient overlord body had the ability to break through the shackles. Young patriarch? That's good too, it makes sense. Gu Chen was slightly stunned, but he soon understood what Qin Daolin meant. Qin Yunfei's brilliance had been revealed, and with the rise of the Qin clan, his brilliance was destined to be even more dazzling. With his talent and strength, it would be strange if he was not appointed as the future patriarch. In fact, he even had the prestige to become the patriarch now, but there was no need for it. Did Zhang Hao come alone? Looking down at the Qin clan's ancient city below, Gu Chen found that the ancient city was much livelier than before. In the past few years, Xianxia had been the patriarch, and it was not without political achievements. Because of his good relationship with the Shepherd clan did not hinder the Qin clan's development, allowing the Qin clan to absorb nutrients from the Yamada sect's corpses and grow a lot. Today, the Qin clan was no longer poor and weak, and it had the capital to expand. I didn't sense the aura of other experts, so it should be. Of course, it's also possible that the person in the dark is so strong that even I can't detect him. Qin Daolin made a conservative estimate. There were many experts in the Supreme Qi Palace, and he was just a new Dao ancestor, so how could he dare to say that he could see through everything? The transaction of the Absolute beginning Heavenly Lord's death aura is so important, and he sent Zhang Hao here alone. Will the person behind him feel at ease? Gu Chen frowned slightly. If Zhang Hao really came alone, it meant that the force behind Zhang Hao obviously did not pay enough attention to them. With the value of the death aura, this was a little neglectful. Death aura is good, but it's also a hot potato. Other than the people in the Supreme Qi Palace, no one would dare to have any ideas about it. Moreover, with the recent incident with Feng Yuan, the higher-ups of the Supreme Qi Palace are probably paying attention to the ruler's happiness and anger. It's not strange that they did not come personally. Chen Daolin guessed. It's a pity. Gu Chen sighed. What's a pity? I wanted to find out who the person behind Zhang Hao is, and whether this person has any relationship with Feng Yuan. Gu Chen said casually, and Chen Daolin was shaken to the core. Is that possible? It's not impossible. Feng Yuan has colluded with the higher-ups of the Supreme Qi Palace, and the person behind Zhang Hao has concealed clues about the heart-shaped stone, and has been coveting the Great Dao technique. Whether they are the same person or not, or if they are accomplices, they are not good people. Chen Daolin thought about this possibility seriously. If Gu Chen's bold guess turned out to be true, then the situation would become even more complicated. Since I'm already here, I'll just take it easy. Senior Chen, I'll leave the death chi to Zhang Hao later. Gu Chen made a grabbing gesture toward himself, and a Qianquan bag immediately fell into his hand. The Taichu Heavenly Lord's death chi had already been completely sealed and tortured to the point of death. It had lost all its spirituality, leaving only the most basic power. Chen Daolin took the universe bag. He certainly knew how to play the role of the person in charge. Soon, he arrived at Zhang Hao's residence. As expected, he was alone. Seeing that Gu Chen had finally appeared, he first smiled at him and then bowed respectfully to Chen Daolin. Junior Zhang Hao greets Senior Chen. I've admired you for a long time. Chen Daolin shook his head. You're too kind, brother Zhang. After the ceremony, Zhang Hao openly sized up Chen Daolin in front of him. Chen Daolin was dressed in a dark green robe and looked elegant and outstanding. He looked about the same age as him and Qin Yunfei. This old ancestor of the Qin clan was even more magnificent than he had imagined. As expected of someone who became an ancestor through severing the Dao, a rarely seen great character. He had seen more than 2 Dao ancestors, but it was the first time he had seen someone as special as Chen Daolin. He had created the three fixed sacred art and turned it into an existence comparable to a Tao art. It was incredible. Senior Chen, I came as promised. I believe you are aware of the agreement with Brother Chen? Xianxia said politely and went straight to the point. Chen Daolin nodded calmly. That was originally my intention. It's just that for such an important transaction, the Supreme Qi Palace has sent little friend Zhang over. I can represent the intentions of the people behind me. You can rest assured, Senior Chen. However, there are some things about the previous agreement that must be made clear. Zhanghao's expression turned serious. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. Could there be a change in the previous agreement? Chen Daolin's eyes froze. Speak. After taking the Khanate Qi, we should have provided protection for the Chen clan, but the situation has become sensitive and special. The support we can provide will be limited. Zhang Hao sighed. Brother Zhang, what do you mean? Gu Chen's tone was cold and slightly dissatisfied. Brother Chen, you should be aware of what happened on the second mountain. However, there are some details that you might not be aware of. The one who helped Gu Chen open the cemetery of fiend gods and demons was Feng Yuxiu, the sect master of the sealed sect. According to Fu Tian Pavilion's careful investigation, when Feng Yuxiu attacked the cemetery of fiend gods and demons, there was another Feng Yuxiu in the villa. Gu Chen was not surprised to hear Zhang Hao's report on the Fu Tian Pavilion's investigation. With the investigative abilities of the Fu Tian Pavilion, it would be strange if they could not discover this obvious loophole. At the same time, there was a disciple of the phase transformation sect who was not present at the time. After the incident, he mysteriously disappeared, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Although that disciple might have been killed in the attack of Dark Night, as the saying goes, if he's alive, we need to see him, if he's dead, we need to see his corpse. The fact that Fu Tian Pavilion hasn't been able to find his corpse is very suspicious. Gu Chen was the clearest about Ling Bing's whereabouts. He calmly replied, perhaps his bones have been ground to dust? From what you're saying, could it be that Fu Tian Pavilion suspects that the Feng Yuxiu in the Swan Shadow Villa that night was that disciple in disguise? That's right. Fu Tian Pavilion does suspect this, but they have no evidence. The background of the missing disciple is very clear, and there is nothing suspicious about him. Furthermore, the sect master of the phase transformation sect, Wei Yuke, has also passed the Fu Tian Pavilion's heartbeat test. As Zhang Hao spoke, he sighed again, looking like he was having a headache. Fu Tian Pavilion's entire investigation has reached a dead end, and the Qianquan Association has been fooled. All of Gu Chen's main accomplices are either dead or have disappeared. You can imagine how furious the sovereigns would be under such circumstances. Gu Chen acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He coldly said, after saying so much, what does any of this have to do with our deal? It has a lot to do with it. This incident in the second mountain and sea was clearly planned for a long time. In addition to the Swan Shadow Villa, the other major powers in the second mountain and sea are also involved. As the sect master of the sealed sect, Feng Yuxiu was directly involved in unsealing the cemetery of gods and devils. The phase transformation sect is also a suspect. Over the years, the Qianquan Association that Gu Chen founded has countless connections with the other major powers. Even though the Saint Purification sect has already wiped out some of them, considering how well Feng Yuxiu has hidden himself, the Fu Tian Pavilion suspects that Gu Chen's accomplices are among the leaders of the major powers in the second mountain and sea. The major powers are in a foul mood, and the sovereigns are very dissatisfied. They've already revealed that they want to reshuffle the power structure of the second mountain and sea. Gu Chen's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Chen Daolin gasped, reshuffle. The power structure, a simple word from the sovereigns, could cause rivers of blood and corpses to flow in the second mountain and sea. Order has been maintained in the second mountain and sea for many years. The 4 great Daoist sects, the 13 imperial dynasties, the 12 aristocratic clans, and the 7 great holy lands all have their own rules to keep the balance. These powers are divided into first, second, and third rate, and all have different levels of power. The only reason they've been able to maintain peace for such a long time is because of the might of the Grand Energy Palace, and the restrictions of the Dao Court. But now, the sovereigns have decided to lift those restrictions, and allow the major powers of the second mountain and sea to fight each other as they please. They want to reshuffle the power structure. What Xianxia had just said was explosive information. Once there were no more rules to keep the powers in check, it was easy to imagine what the results would be. The first to bear the brunt of that would be the smaller powers without Dao ancestors. If the Dao ancestors of the first-rate powers personally attacked, they would have no chance of resisting. The fighting between the first-rate powers would become even more intense, and the second mountain and sea would soon become a battlefield of Azuras. Senior Chen, Brother Chen, do you understand what I mean now? The sovereigns have ordered the second mountain and sea to be cleansed. Therefore, even the Grand Energy Palace can no longer openly side with any of the powers. Originally, by accepting the Death Qi, we could put pressure on the Mu ancestor, and ensure that even if the two clans fought, the Chen clan wouldn't be harmed in any way. But things are different now. The shackles that have been binding the Mu ancestor will be lifted, and the Mu dynasty, the most powerful power in the world, will put the Chen clan in a very dangerous position. The only thing we can do is ensure that no one from the Grand Energy Palace puts pressure on the Chen clan. That way, the Chen clan can do whatever they want, and fight for supremacy in the second mountain and sea. Things might change in the future, and if they do, we will definitely compensate the Chen clan. But right now, there is only so much we can do. Xianxia didn't seem worried that the Chen clan would refuse to hand over the Death Qi. The Death Qi was a precious treasure of the Grand Energy Palace. Giving it to the Chen clan would be a sign of kindness, but not giving it would be a form of hatred. He was confident that the Chen clan understood that. Even if the benefits they could offer were limited, the Chen clan would still have to accept it. This was a world where the weak were prey to the strong. Although he and Chen Yunfei were friends, the sect came first. As a friend, all he could do was tell them the truth, lest the Chen clan misjudge the situation. The second mountain and sea is about to change. Senior Chen and Brother Chen should prepare. I believe that very soon, the Chen clan will receive more information regarding this. When the waves come, the first to drown are always the unprepared. Xianxia reminded them out of goodwill. He had said what he needed to say, and now he waited to see their reactions. You mean that if we kill Patriarch Mu, the Dao Court and Supreme Qi Palace won't punish us? Qin Daolin asked without hiding anything. The conflict between the Chen clan and the Shepherd clan had reached an irreconcilable point. That's right, but Patriarch Mu will no longer have any qualms about killing. Xianxia was suspicious. Cutting one's Dao to become a patriarch was powerful, but Patriarch Mu had been at the ninth-fold Dao integration realm for many years, and he had relied on the great fusion art bloodline to stand at the peak of this world. No matter how he thought about it, Qin Daolin was no match for him. Understood. Qin Daolin looked indifferent. He waved his hand, and the cosmos bag he had prepared beforehand landed in Xiangxiao's hand. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief when he saw how straightforward Qin Daolin was. After carefully inspecting the contents of the cosmos bag, he couldn't contain his excitement. It was indeed the primeval Heavenly Lord's Death Qi. To be able to subdue such a terrifying Khanate Qi, Qin Daolin's hidden strength was perhaps beyond their imagination. That was why he was so confident in not fearing Patriarch Mu. Brother Zhang, if the situation changes again in the future, I hope you will not forget your promise. Guqin said indifferently. He would remember Xiangxiao's compensation, and he would definitely return it. Xianxia restrained his joy and nodded seriously. Brother Chen, don't worry. You and I are like-minded and close friends. The person behind me also values the Chen clan's potential. Xianxia had long since been dragged down by Guqin. He had turned a blind eye to him entering the Dao pool. Although the two of them did not share weal and woe, they were like birds of a feather. Anyone can say nice things. To show my sincerity, how about Brother Zhang help me with something? Guqin said with a faint smile. What is it? I want to know where Xianxia is. How is he doing? Guqin said calmly. Xianxia was quite surprised by his words, and Qin Daolin looked solemn. Brother Chen and Xianxia know each other? A strange look flashed across Xiangxiao's eyes, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Guqin knew that his question would inevitably arouse Xiangxiao's vigilance and even put himself in danger. But at the moment, he had no other way to inquire about Xianxiao's whereabouts, so he could only take the risk. Although the great prophet had said that Xianxiao's life was not in danger, he could not just ignore it. That's not it. It's just that I'm very interested in the whereabouts of Gu Chen, the top of the legend rank. I might be able to find a breakthrough from Xianxia. Gu Chen lied. Zhang Hao looked straight at him. Seeing that Gu Chen did not dodge his gaze, Zhang Hao's suspicions subsided a little. If that's the case, I advise you to give up on the idea. That Gu Chen is not someone we can afford to offend. Zhang Hao shook his head. From his tone, it seemed that he already had a preliminary understanding of Feng Yuan's identity, or perhaps, he had information that others did not know. That's what Xianxia was taken away by the people of the Fu Tian Pavilion. Even my Supreme Qi Palace does not have the qualifications to come into contact with him. If there are no accidents, it is very likely that the rulers will personally interrogate him. Gu Chen's heart sank. If the rulers do not appear in the world and interrogate Xianxia personally, won't that mean that Xianxia is dead for sure? That I do not know. The rulers are as shrewd as the sea. Who can read their minds, and who would dare to make wild guesses? Alright, the transaction is complete. I should go. If you are really interested in that Xianxia, I will contact you as soon as I have news of him. Zhang Hao gave Gu Chen a meaningful look. Gu Chen did not bat an eyelid. Then I will have to trouble you, brother Zhang. Zhang Hao was a little surprised. He nodded, bid farewell to Chen Daolin, and left. After confirming that Zhang Hao had left the Chen clan's ancient city, Chen Daolin sighed. Is it worth it to take such a risk for that Xianxia? He had seen the conversation between Gu Chen and Zhang Hao. It was clear that Zhang Hao was already suspicious, and had purposely said that he would give Gu Chen any follow-up information on Xianxia. With Gu Chen's intelligence, there was no way he could not see this, but he had agreed so readily, indirectly admitting that he had some relationship with Xianxia. This was an extremely dangerous matter. After all, Xianxia was the only clue to Feng Yuan's whereabouts. The rulers were watching him very closely, and would not let any suspicious person escape. In order to find out Xianxia's whereabouts, Gu Chen did not hesitate to expose himself. Chen Daolin had not expected him to be so loyal. Since there is a chance of finding out his whereabouts, I cannot just ignore it. If that guy is going to die, he should die by my hands. Gu Chen smiled nonchalantly. Chen Daolin was a little mystified. What kind of bond was this? Was it a love-hate relationship? Furthermore, Zhang Hao and the people behind him are not stupid. Maybe they are already starting to suspect me. Gu Chen changed the topic, and Chen Daolin responded with a soft "oh." On the second mountain, I was the one who rescued Zhang Hao from the Book of Heaven, and I was the one who led him to Dao Ancestor Yiyu. As soon as I found Dao Ancestor Yiyu, the Great Dao Pool's barrier had just been activated, and there was movement from the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. How could Feng Yuan, Feng Yuxiu, and the others make such a stupid mistake? The timing was too coincidental. I was the one who caused the entire change, and Zhang Hao analyzed it calmly afterwards. He would definitely have sensed something was wrong. Gu Chen mumbled. At that time, he had only found out about Feng Yuan's plan, so his sabotage could not be very meticulous. The most crucial part of this was Zhang Hao. He was sure that even if Zhang Hao had any suspicions, he would not tell Fu Tian Pavilion about this under the attraction of the death energy, and would even help conceal it. This time, the reason why the people behind Zhang Hao did not show themselves, and even said that the help they can provide us is because, besides the reason they said, they are also being cautious. I was the one who ruined Feng Yuan's plan. They can't see through me now, so they don't dare to bet too much on me, lest they get into trouble. Maybe the moment Zhang Hao left the Chen tribe, he would meet with the people behind him. As for the matter of me mentioning Xianxia, I'm sure that person will know about it soon. Gu Chen guessed. Chen Daolin clicked his tongue inwardly. This kid was so young, how could he be so shrewd and consider so many things? Earlier, you said that person or that force might be colluding with Feng Yuan. If that's the case, they must have already known about the danger you are in through Feng Yuan. Chen Daolin stroked his chin. Do you think the people in Supreme Qi Palace who are colluding with Feng Yuan know about Feng Yuan's attack on the Cemetery of Gods and Demons? Or should I say, they are completely in the know? Gu Chen revealed a mocking smile. Feng Yuan's original intention was to secretly take away the revived experts from the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, and he did not want the matter to get out of hand. This could be his intention, or it could be the intention of the people who were colluding with him. It was also possible that Feng Yuan had deceived his allies from the start and acted on his own. If Feng Yuan had concealed this plan, now that the matter had gotten out of hand, his allies would definitely be furious. As for what was going on, they would find out sooner or later. Whether or not the people behind Xianxia were Feng Yuan's allies, whether or not Feng Yuan's allies knew about Feng Yuan's actions, Feng Yuan had a lot of room to maneuver. 100 li outside Mt Dingkong. Xianxia flew alone. When he passed by a mountain peak, he suddenly descended and landed lightly on the peak. At the edge of the cliff, an old Taoist priest stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for a long time. Master. Xianxia stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Then, he handed over the cosmos sack that he had just obtained with both hands. The old Taoist turned around and took the cosmos sack. He took a look and nodded. Those two are quite tactful. They didn't push their luck. Master, Chen Yunfei asked about Xianxia. It seems that our previous guess was correct. Chen Yunfei schemed against Fu Chen, and Xianxia is probably his helper, Xianxia said. Humph, how audacious. Since he dared to ask you about Xianxia's situation, it means he isn't afraid of us guessing. I don't know what gives this kid the confidence to stir up such a big situation. Is it just because of Chen Daolin? The old priest muttered. The reason why he didn't show himself was because he wasn't sure how strong the Chen family was. Saint Purity's disciple had attacked the mausoleum of gods and demons and revived a group of ancient eras experts. It could be said that he had pierced through the heavens. Chen Yunfei actually dared to scheme against such a person. When he guessed this, he was quite shocked. No matter how one looked at it, the Chen clan did not have the strength or confidence to be involved in such a great power. Was Chen Yunfei a reckless fool, or did he really have something to rely on? Before clarifying this point, he didn't dare to rashly make contact with the Chen clan. He didn't want the ruler to discover some clues and be caught in the crossfire. That was what he thought, but he could not give up on the death aura of the absolute beginning Heavenly Lord. That was why he had Xianxia appear alone and amend the agreement between the two sides. Chen Daolin is indeed a rare genius with peerless talent. However, Chen Yunfei gives me a similarly unfathomable feeling. In the eyes of outsiders, perhaps Chen Yunfei was just a junior of Chen Daolin. When they met before, the two of them also acted the same way. However, he had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Recalling how everyone in Benhai City treated the culprit as a mental demon's successor and completely ignored Chen Yunfei, he suddenly became vigilant. Perhaps, the relationship between Chen Daolin and Chen Yunfei was not as simple as they thought. Based on the clues they had found so far, Chen Yunfei was definitely not someone who was inferior to others. No matter what tricks the Chen clan has up their sleeves, they should understand our intentions. Whether or not they have the potential to cooperate with us will soon be seen. That monster, Ancestor Mu, is sharpening his blade. The old Taoist stroked his beard and looked at the Qianquan bag in his hand. A rare smile appeared on his rigid face. Not only can the Grand Beginning Heavenly Lord's Death Chi help the old man complete his Tao of Grand Beginning, it is also of great significance to you. If that's the case, you'll have something to rely on when the Ultimate Mystery Zone opens. Let's go. Let's find a place to digest our harvest as soon as possible. After the old Taoist priest finished speaking, a gust of wind wrapped around Xianxia and soared into the sky, disappearing into the unknown. After Xianxia left, it was just as he had said. In the next few days, the Hidden God Army and the Pavilion of Honesty received some shocking intelligence. The Dawn God Race, Aspect Transformation Sect, and Dragon Taming Sect had suddenly joined forces and formed an alliance, publicly declaring war on the Feng Sect. Everything happened very suddenly, and it ended very quickly. Almost as soon as they received the intelligence, the results of the battle were announced. A group of top-notch experts from the three first-rate forces attacked the Feng Sect together. Almost all of the Feng Sect's elders and disciples were wiped out. As for Ancestor Feng, the Dao Ancestor who had mastered the Great Sealing Technique, he was killed on the spot by Dao Ancestor Daybreak, Aspect Transformation, and Dragon Taming Dao Ancestor. It was said that when Ancestor Feng died, countless cultivators witnessed the spectacular and sorrowful phenomenon of heaven and earth, a sight rarely seen since time immemorial. When news of this spread, all the forces of the Second Mountain and sea trembled. The Feng sect was a first-rate force, one of the 5 great Taoist sects, and had existed for a very long time. It had always been known for its mysteriousness and strength. No one could have imagined that it would be wiped out overnight. When Gu Chen and Chen Daolin received the news, their expressions turned solemn. The second mountain and sea had truly changed. A corner of the balance that had been maintained for so long had collapsed. What followed was bound to be a reign of terror. Gu Chen sighed inwardly. The sect leader of the Feng sect, Feng Yuxiu, had colluded with Feng Yuan, and was the key to unsealing the cemetery of fiend gods. Because of this, the Feng sect was destined to suffer the wrath of the sovereigns. Ancestor Feng was truly unlucky. He had been able to corroborate his Tao and become a sovereign, and was an extremely talented individual. However, long ago, he had made a deal with the sovereigns, handing over the Great Sealing technique in exchange for his and the Feng sect's ignoble existence. But who could have imagined that a traitor like Feng Yuxiu would appear, implicating him and the Feng sect? The sovereigns, who had once expressed their absolute loyalty to him, were furious and merciless. One could imagine that on the surface, Ancestor Feng had been killed by the 3 Tao ancestors, but in reality, the people of Fu Tian Pavilion had attacked as well. Faced with the sovereigns of heaven and earth, Ancestor Feng had no chance to fight back. The only reason he had been given a dignified death was to preserve the mysteriousness of the sovereigns, and to prevent ordinary cultivators from learning of their existence. How pitiful was it? A sect that had once been so powerful had been annihilated in an instant. When the various Tao ancestors heard this news, Gu Chen didn't know whether they would feel sympathy for the loss of their own kind. But as the Feng sect fell and gave up a huge amount of benefits, the various factions fought with each other, and the intensity of the fight immediately intensified. The Dawn God race, Phase Transformation sect, and Dragon Taming sect, which had been the fastest to form an allied army, immediately disintegrated the moment the Feng sect was annihilated. Each faction began to plunder the territory left behind by the Feng sect, and there were endless conflicts. In the conflict between the 3 factions, the Phase Transformation sect was unusually restrained. Unlike the Dawn God race and the Dragon Taming sect, they didn't wildly expand their territory. Instead, they pulled back their battle lines. Gu Chen knew that this wasn't because the Phase Transformation sect wasn't greedy enough, but because the Phase Transformation sect was currently in an awkward situation. The Phase Transformation sect had yet to escape the suspicion of Ling Bing's disappearance. If the sovereign's anger hadn't subsided, the next sect to be implicated and annihilated would most likely be the Phase Transformation sect. The Phase Transformation sect displayed a strong desire to live. They joined the allied army to express their loyalty and appease the sovereign's anger. They didn't dare to participate in the fight for benefits after the war because they were afraid of making more enemies. Gu Chen didn't know what the Phase Transformation sect's future would be like, but he didn't sympathize with them. There were many other second- and third-rate factions that deserved more sympathy than them. As the shackles on the Tao ancestors were temporarily removed, the various first-rate factions wouldn't give up on this great opportunity to expand their territory. The second- and third-rate factions within the original Feng sect's territory or bordering it were the first to suffer. The Dawn God race and the Dragon Taming sect either directly attacked or indirectly interfered in their territory. In any case, everyone displayed their abilities. The meat was definitely going to be eaten, and they wanted the land and resources. The chaos on the battlefield stirred up the other regions of the Second Mountain and Sea. The other first-rate factions that had been watching from the sidelines because of the Second Mountain situation began to grow restless. The second- and third-rate factions that were powerless to resist trembled in fear and began to search for a way out. Gu Chen also decided to strike first and gain the upper hand. He had already prepared everything. He didn't wait for the shepherd tribe to make a move. He would first take down the Yu dynasty. The Jade dynasty was rich in resources, and the Jade clan was skilled in artifact forging. To the Muhuang dynasty, which had always been militaristic, it was of great strategic importance. It was also crucial to the Pei dynasty under Gu Chen. If the Pei dynasty wanted to show off on the stage of the Second Mountain and Sea, the Jade dynasty could not avoid it. If they could not take down the Jade dynasty, the Pei dynasty could only be like the Jade dynasty, a garden in the Muhuang dynasty's backyard. The Shepherd clan had been using tactics to suppress and divide the 2 dynasties for a long time. They did not pay much attention to the Pei dynasty, which was located in the wilderness. Their influence was mainly concentrated in the Jade Dynasty. The Jade clan was the Shepherd clan's long-term support. They valued the Jade clan far more than the Green Willow Holy Land and the Eight Branches Holy Land. After the Eight Branches Holy Land was destroyed, the Chen clan replaced it. Because Xianxia was from the Shepherd clan, the Chen clan had a short period of development. Over the past few years, the Chen clan had stabilized their position as one of the three great powers of the Jade Dynasty. Although the Jade clan was the royal clan of the Jade Dynasty and held vast amounts of resources and wealth, they had not produced any saints for a long time, and they were not skilled in martial arts. Apart from Chen Daolin and Gu Chen, the Chen clan still had two saints, Chen Shanming and Chen Wenfeng. Just these two saints were enough to pose a huge threat to the Jade clan. Of course, war was never a one-on-one fight. No matter how strong a saint was, his influence on the battlefield was limited. With the Jade clan's deep roots in the Jade Dynasty, even if the Jade clan was not skilled in martial arts, they would still be able to hold out until the Muhuang Dynasty sent reinforcements. But if the current number one power of the Jade Dynasty, the Green Willow Holy Land, also joined the battle, the situation would be different. Saint Willow had long since secretly formed an alliance with Gu Chen. Now that Chen Daolin had returned, he had made the right bet. It was time to activate this hidden chess piece that had been hidden for a long time. A secret letter was quickly sent to the Green Willow Holy Land. Not long after, the armies of the Chen clan and the Green Willow Holy Land gathered and attacked the Jade clan. At the same time, at the border between the Jade Dynasty and the Pei Dynasty, the Pei Dynasty's army set off under Liu Yan's command and attacked the Jade Dynasty. The allied armies of the three great powers attacked at the same time, attacking the Jade Dynasty with lightning speed. The Jade Dynasty's army was obvious. In just a few short days, the Jade race army was utterly defeated. Those who died in battle died, and those who surrendered surrendered. Many of the high-level cultivators of the Jade clan were in despair when they saw more than one sage state cultivator visiting them. They knelt on the spot and tied their hands. The speed at which the battle had started and ended had completely exceeded the Jade race's expectations. From beginning to end, they had not been able to organize a proper counterattack. How could the leader of the Jade clan know that the Green Willow Holy Ground had long been in cahoots with the Chen clan? How could they have imagined that the Chen clan, who had already offended the Shepherd clan, would actually dare to make the first move? In the end, a small portion of the Jade clan's cultivators managed to escape the battlefield and enter the Muhuang Dynasty's territory to inform the Muhuang Dynasty. In no time, the entire Shepherd tribe was in an uproar. The higher-ups were furious. With the fall of the Jade Dynasty, not only did they lose their mines and armory, they had also lost all their face. As a result, over 1,000 powerful tribes of the Muhuang Dynasty quickly gathered and formed a mighty army that set off for the border of the Jade Dynasty. News of the impending war between the Muhuang Dynasty and the Yupei Dynasty quickly spread throughout the Second Mountain and Sea. The Sealed Sect had just been destroyed, and the Dawn God clan and the Dragon Taming Sect were locked in a fierce battle. Over here, a large-scale war had broken out between the three dynasties. The flames of war spread throughout the Second Mountain and Sea, and countless cultivators gasped in surprise. Troubled times had arrived. On Mt. Dingkong, the green-haired, blue-eyed, handsome Willow Sage had just arrived, and Gu Chen personally received him. "I'll have to trouble Willow Sage to stay here for a while." Gu Chen smiled. During this time, many guests had stayed on Mt. Dingkong. In addition to the people from the Green Willow Holy Land, there were also the captured higher-ups of the Jade clan. The higher-ups of the Jade clan were here as captives, and their freedom was restricted. However, the people from the Green Willow Holy Land were different. They were honored guests. The reason why Willow Sage had been invited here was very simple: to prevent the Mu ancestor from doing something desperate. After a great purge, the Jade Dynasty was now completely under the control of Gu Chen's alliance. Although it was not an impenetrable fortress, it was still a very tight defensive line. Although the Muhuang Dynasty had a strong military force, they would still have to pay a heavy price if they were to forcefully attack the Jade Dynasty now that they had completely reorganized themselves. The simplest way to break out of this situation was to cut the Gordian knot and capture the ringleader first. If Willow Sage died or was captured, the Green Willow Holy Land, which was part of the alliance, would fall apart. Therefore, in order to prevent the Mu ancestor from attacking Willow Sage shamelessly, Gu Chen suggested that Willow Sage stay on Mt. Dingkong for the time being. which Willow Sage had agreed to. Qin Daolin and a large number of experts were on Mt. Dingkong. If the Mu ancestor attacked them personally, they would have the highest chance of stopping him. It doesn't matter where I stay. However, I'm afraid the alliance of the Jade Dynasty and the Pei Dynasty can't stop the 1,000 tribes of the Muhuang Dynasty, right? Especially when the Centaur tribe is the leader, which is the most powerful archer legion in the Dao world. Have you made any other preparations for the battle ahead? Willow Sage asked solemnly. He had completely fallen out with the Mu clan. The next battle concerned the survival of the Green Willow Holy Land, so he hoped to obtain more information. The person in front of him was the newly announced young clan leader of the Qin clan and the true core figure of the alliance of the two dynasties. The military strength of the Muhuang dynasty is indeed powerful. The combined forces of the Jade Dynasty and the Pei Dynasty can't resist them, so we need more allies. Don't worry, Willow Sage. I've already contacted the Sword Pavilion. I believe there will be good news soon. Gu Qin revealed some information, which made Willow Sage feel much more at ease. Was the Qin clan trying to form an alliance with the Sword Pavilion? If the Sword Pavilion agreed to form an alliance, they could restrain the other borders of the Muhuang dynasty, which would be enough to make the Mu clan hesitate. In that case, the Jade Dynasty would indeed be stable. I wish you good luck. Willow Sage said no more and officially moved into Mt. Dingkong. After receiving Willow Sage, Gu Qin came to Qin Daolin's cave abode. Qin Daolin sat cross-legged and slowly opened his eyes when he sensed Gu Qin's arrival. There have been many scouts around the ancient city of the Qin clan these days, but no experts have appeared. The Muhuang dynasty has frequently mobilized troops, but the Mu ancestor hasn't made any moves. The more this is the case, the more cautious we need to be. Qin Daolin murmured. He still felt a trace of pressure when he thought of the Mu ancestor's tyrannical strength. If the Mu ancestor directly attacks Mt. Dingkong, what are the chances of Senior Qin winning alone? Gu Qin asked the question he had been curious about. This question involved his pride, so it was not good to ask directly. But now that danger was approaching, he needed to figure it out. I'm afraid less than 20%. Qin Daolin shook his head. This chance of winning was lower than Gu Qin had imagined. He asked again, what if we just stop him? Although I'm no match for the Mu ancestor, it won't be easy for him to kill me with my Dao techniques, Qin Daolin said rationally. Gu Qin understood. Although Qin Daolin was no match for the Mu ancestor, it would not be difficult for him to escape. If it came to that, Qin Daolin would be able to escape, but the entire Mt. Dingkong would be in trouble. Of course, Qin Daolin was not to be trifled with. As long as he escaped, the Muhuang dynasty would not have peace in the future. It was precisely because the individual strength of the Dao ancestors was too strong, and they were extremely difficult to kill, that they would not personally make a move unless they had no other choice. Once they made a move, they had to ensure that the enemy was killed. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Most of the time, the Dao ancestors would compromise with each other and give up a portion of the benefits according to their strength. There was no need for both sides to suffer. This was a relatively good result, and it was also what Gu Qin meant when he asked if he could stop the Mu ancestor. However, would the Mu ancestor compromise? If I join in, what are the chances of us killing the Mu ancestor? Gu Qin asked again. If you join us, we should have a 50% chance. Qin Daolin had obviously considered this, and didn't hesitate. Only 50%? Gu Qin had a helpless look on his face when he heard that. Plus, he only had a 50% chance of defeating Patriarch Mu, which meant he had to go all out. His identity as the glorious ancient overlord body would be exposed. If the whole world found out, the real trouble wouldn't be Patriarch Mu, but the 5 sovereigns. The sovereigns seemed high and mighty, looking down on the common people like ants. However, no one knew if they were still afraid of the glorious ancient overlord body, who had dominated for many generations. Patriarch Mu is a peak Dao ancestor. If our opponent was any other Dao ancestor in the second mountain and sea, it wouldn't be a problem. To put it bluntly, the Pei dynasty and the Jade dynasty are next to the Muhuang dynasty, which means they'll face hell difficulty. Qin Daolin understood Gu Qin's worries. Exposing the glorious ancient overlord body just to kill Patriarch Mu wasn't worth it. Even then, they might not be able to kill him. To put it bluntly, the crux of the problem was the sovereign's reshuffling of the second mountain and sea. Originally, he had only needed to hold off Patriarch Mu for a while, and with the support of the Supreme Chi Palace, that would have been enough to keep the Qin clan safe. But now, everything was out of control, and Patriarch Mu's madness was unstoppable. In that case, the best choice is to form an alliance with the Sword Pavilion. Gu Qin rubbed his chin. Right now, they couldn't fight against the Muhuang dynasty in terms of military strength, so they needed the Sword dynasty's support. Even if the Sword dynasty only sent troops to harass the Muhuang dynasty's border, that would be good enough. On the other hand, their top forces were barely satisfactory. If they had the Sword ancestor as an ally, they could combine their strength with Chen Daolin's, and Patriarch Mu wouldn't be a match for them. Gu Qin wouldn't even need to fight. Indeed. Although I'm not sure about the Sword ancestor's strength, I heard that he's only slightly weaker than Patriarch Mu. He's a high-level Dao ancestor. With his help, Patriarch Mu won't be a threat, and we might even be able to kill him. In the long run, as the second mountain and sea's reshuffle intensifies, cooperation between the Dao ancestors will become even more important. Whoever is isolated will die. We must do our best to win allies. Therefore, we must pay close attention to the Sword Pavilion. Hopefully, the alliance will be successful. Gu Qin nodded. I'll know as soon as the Sword Pavilion replies. Based on our previous interactions on the second mountain, it seems likely that they will agree. The only thing we need to discuss is how to divide the profits. Chu Meixin was on Sword Pavilion's side, and Sword Pavilion's divine ascension boundary was also under the surveillance of the Hidden God Army. As soon as there were any results, he would know immediately. Now, we can only wait. Chen Daolin said with anticipation. 2 days later, there was news from the Sword Tower. To be more precise, it was not news that had arrived, but Yan Shirlu had personally come to Mt. Dingkong as the ambassador. This great sage was currently in charge of all the affairs of the Sword Garret. The fact that he had personally come to the Qin clan showed the sincerity of the Sword Garret. Many of the elders of the Qin clan were overjoyed. From the looks of it, the alliance was a done deal. Gu Qin immediately showed up and personally received Yan Shirlu. Back on the second mountain, the two of them had been chatting happily. Now that they met, they were even more enthusiastic. Great Sage Yan, please. Our ancestor has been waiting for you for a long time. Gu Qin said politely, but he could not help but glance at the few disciples of the Sword Garret who had come behind Yan Shirlu. The beautiful Chu Meixin was among them. Just her temperament alone was enough to overshadow the other disciples of the Sword Garret. Gu Qin noticed that Chu Meixin's cultivation had improved a lot. She had actually already stepped into the Saint realm. However, this was not what he was concerned about. What he was concerned about was why Chu Meixin did not inform him beforehand since she had come. After all, the two of them had already exchanged contact information. If he had known in advance that Yan Shirlu was coming, he would have been able to make early preparations. Gu Qin looked at Chu Meixin, but Chu Meixin's eyes were somewhat evasive. I have long heard of Ancestor Chen's name. I will have to trouble little brother Yunfei to lead the way. Yan Shirlu smiled and noticed that Gu Qin was looking at Chu Meixin. He could not help but look a little proud. Soon, Gu Qin led Yan Shirlu to the outside of Chen Daolin's cave residence. Then, he signaled for Yan Shirlu to enter alone. Yan Shirlu had come as a representative of the Sword Ancestor. Of course, no one else was qualified to be present for this meeting. Meixin, go in with the old man, Yan Shirlu instructed Chu Meixin. Yan Shirlu instructed Chu Meixin. Chu Meixin nodded respectfully and the two of them stepped into the cave dwelling. Gu Qin brushed past Chu Meixin with a look of astonishment on his face. This matter concerned the alliance of two major factions. Why would a disciple like Chu Meixin enter? He fell into deep thought for a moment. Combined with the fact that Chu Meixin did not inform the Sword Garret, he vaguely felt that something was amiss. Not long after the two of them entered, Gu Qin received a voice transmission from Chen Daolin, asking him to enter the cave residence for a chat. Gu Qin then entered, and Chen Daolin informed him of the Sword Garret's intentions in front of Yan Shirlu. Alliance marriage? Gu Qin's expression froze as he looked at Chu Meixin, who had her head lowered and was looking at the ground. That's right. The sword ancestor believes that a contract is not enough to ensure a long-term relationship between the two factions. Therefore, he hopes that you can marry the sword Garrett's inherited teachings disciple, Chu Mei-shin. I heard that you had a relationship with Chu Mei-shin in Binhai City previously, and the two of you are in love with each other. I wonder if this is true. Qin Daolin said indifferently, but there was a strange look in his eyes. The sword ancestor's willingness to form an alliance was stronger than he had imagined. He didn't make any excessive requests, but the matter of the alliance marriage was really unexpected. As the Qin clan's patriarch, Qin Daolin could naturally decide Qin Yunfei's marriage. However, Gu Chen's true identity was special, so he didn't dare make the decision. He could only call him in and see what he thought. Upon learning that the sword ancestor wanted him to marry Chu Mei-shin, Gu Chen's ominous premonition came true. He was momentarily speechless, thoughts raced through his mind as he pondered over why there was such a condition. Soon, he guessed the general situation. He had really shot himself in the foot, in Binhai City. In order to clear his and Chu Mei-shin's suspicion, he had fabricated the story that Qin Yunfei had been affected by the heart-shaped stone and had kidnapped Chu Mei-shin for 2 days, tarnishing her innocence. This matter had caused an uproar, and the sword pavilion was rather dissatisfied. If not for Zhang Hao's help to suppress the matter and the chaotic situation back then, it would not have been resolved smoothly. Now, he was the young patriarch of the Qin clan. His status was extraordinary. Although it was unexpected that the sword pavilion would raise such a condition based on the alliance contract, it wasn't strange. Gu Chen understood why Chu Mei-shin didn't inform him. How could she speak about this matter, including when he was in the Chaos Sea? This was the second time someone had asked him to be engaged to Chu Mei-shin, right? The last time he rejected the humble sword lord, Chu Mei-shin was embarrassed and resentful. This time, she had made the same mistake. How could she speak about it? Gu Chen knew very well that with Chu Mei-shin's status in the sword pavilion, she couldn't refuse such a matter. It was puzzling that the sword ancestor would notice this matter. What do you think? Do you really have feelings for Miss Chu? Are you willing to marry her? Qin Daolin cleared his throat and reminded Gu Chen when he saw that he was in a daze. Gu Chen's expression was uncertain, but he didn't hesitate for long. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands. I'm happy to marry Miss Chu. I hope that the friendship between the Sword Firmament Pavilion and my Qin clan will last forever. Gu Chen agreed, there was no reluctance. Seeing his attitude, Great Sage Yan laughed in satisfaction. That's good. Double happiness, this old man can be considered to have accomplished his mission. Although Chu Mei-shin lowered her head, she was listening to Gu Chen's words. Hearing the joy in his tone, she couldn't help but raise her head and look at him a few more times. Gu Chen had a calm expression. He smiled and discussed the details of the wedding with Xianxia Lu and Qin Daolin. The sword ancestor wants the young couple to get married as soon as possible, and the location is on Mount Dingkong. After the wedding date is set, the sword ancestor will personally attend the wedding and discuss the important matters with Ancestor Qin. Xianxia Lu urged them to get married, seemingly worried that things would change. Qin Daolin and Gu Chen agreed to the request of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Ancestor Mu might come at any time, and the pressure at the border of Yu Dynasty was also great. They were actually more anxious than the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Okay, the wedding will be 5 days later. In the end, Qin Daolin made the decision. Although 5 days was a short time, they didn't intend to invite too many people for the wedding. As long as the sword ancestor would come, it was enough. At that time, the news of the alliance between the two sides would naturally spread throughout the world. Ancestor Chen, I'll take my leave first. After the discussion, Xianxia Lu left, and Gu Chen led them to their temporary residence. In the next few days, Xianxia Lu and the other Sword Firmament Pavilion cultivators stayed in the guest courtyard, while Chu Mei-shin arranged another residence. After dressing up, it would be a good place to go out. After leaving Qin Daolin's cave residence, Gu Chen called a Qin clan disciple. Great Sage Yan, how about he lead you to the guest courtyard? I haven't seen Miss Chu for a long time, and I'd like to talk to her alone. Gu Chen smiled. Xianxia Lu couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Young people are hot-blooded. It's only been 5 days and he can't hold it in anymore. However, from the looks of it, he had done the right thing in matchmaking this marriage. His efforts were not in vain. On the second mountain, Chen Yunfei had sliced off Sacred King Li Tian's arm with one slash. This made Sacred King Li Tian realize that this brat had a bright future ahead of him. After that, during the meeting of the Dao court, the other party did not change their expressions and openly went against the shepherd tribe. This was to his liking, and he started to consider roping in the Chen tribe. He had just taken over Zhuge Songbai's position, and it was time for him to perform well in front of the sword master. Therefore, he had been thinking about how to make a contribution. Then, the news of Chen Daolin severing his Dao to become an ancestor spread. At the same time, Chen Yunfei became the young patriarch of the Chen clan. His mind immediately became active. The relationship between the Sword Ancestor and the Mu Ancestor had never been on good terms. The Sword Emperor dynasty and the Mu Emperor dynasty also had many conflicts of interest. Now that the Chen clan was so powerful, if they joined forces, they would definitely be able to change the balance of power in the Second Mountain and Sea, and launch a pincer attack on the Mu Huang dynasty. Therefore, he immediately suggested a plan to the Sword Master, and the Sword Master also revealed his intention. As for the matter of Chu Meixin, the disciples of the Sword Pavilion had long been talking about it. When he was looking for information on Chen Yunfei, he found out by chance, so he decided to go with the flow. If they could get an alliance marriage, the relationship between the two forces would be even more stable, and his contribution would be even greater. At the same time, Chen Yunfei would definitely be grateful to him for getting the beauty back. In the future, he would be a core figure in contact with the Chen clan, and his position in the Sword Pavilion would be even more stable. He had never considered the possibility of Chen Yunfei refusing. In terms of appearance, Chu Meixin's beauty was rare in the world. In terms of status, she was now a true disciple of the Sword Pavilion. Moreover, the Chen clan was currently in an extremely awkward situation. They urgently needed external help from the Sword Emperor dynasty. This was something they could see very clearly. "Alright, old man will not disturb you youngsters." Yan Shirlu left with a smile, and Guchen led Chu Meixin alone to a cliff on the fixed sky mountain. From here, they could clearly see the prosperity of the Chen clan's ancient city below. The rolling mountains in the distance were also spectacular. However, neither Guchen nor Chu Meixin was in the mood to enjoy the scenery. Chu Meixin looked at the man beside her and spoke in a complicated tone. "This matter happened very suddenly. I was summoned by the Sword Ancestor. Not only did he help me break through the bottleneck of my cultivation, he also made me a true disciple after I stepped into the Saint Realm. At first, I didn't know their intentions. When I left the Sword Pavilion and came here, Yan Shirlu told me about the situation. Time was short, and my heart was in a mess, so I didn't have time to inform you. I've made things difficult for you." After Chu Meixin finished explaining, she frowned and let out a long sigh. She didn't know what kind of ill-fated relationship she had, but in this life, there were actually two people who wanted to marry her to Gu Chen. This man was indeed very special to her, and he had left an indelible mark in her heart. However, she didn't want to get him in such a way. "You don't need to explain. I was the one who tricked you, I'm sorry." Gu Chen smiled bitterly. If he hadn't tarnished Chu Meixin's reputation, how could this have happened now? He couldn't refuse this alliance marriage, not only because they really needed the power of the Sword Ancestor, but also because if he refused Chu Meixin for the second time, her future would be completely ruined. Everyone knew that he had ruined Chu Meixin's innocence. If he still refused the marriage under such circumstances, it would be a great humiliation for Chu Meixin. This kind of humiliation was enough to make ordinary women commit suicide. Even if Chu Meixin didn't have anything to do with him, she would suffer endless ridicule in the future. Not only that, he had tarnished the innocence of the disciples of the Sword Pavilion, but he also refused the marriage of the Sword Ancestor, which was also a great humiliation to the Sword Ancestor. When Chu Meixin returned to the Sword Pavilion, he was afraid that she would be killed immediately, because the reputation of the Sword Pavilion could not be tarnished. After Chu Meixin died, the Sword Ancestor would not let him go. At least the possibility of an alliance was completely gone. For various reasons, Gu Chen had no choice but to accept this alliance marriage. Hearing Gu Chen's apology, Chu Meixin's beautiful eyes turned slightly red. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and asked, "Why didn't you refuse this time?" She had more or less heard about the situation of the Chen clan, but when Gu Chen refused her grandfather, his situation was not much better. Back then, Gu Chen could firmly refuse for the sake of his missing wife, but why did he accept it so readily now? Has this man changed? Or in his heart, Chu Meixin felt that it was impossible, but she still couldn't help but ask. You and I are both cultivators of the chaotic sea. This place is not our home. We have more important things to do. Husband and wife are just a status. You and I can pretend to be married in front of others. Gu Chen said what he thought, and Chu Meixin's heart inexplicably ached. Sure enough, the answer was the same as she thought. After so many years, she had become much stronger. She was no longer the silly girl who had a mental breakdown after being rejected. I understand. I'll do as you say. She smiled and did not complain, even though this was a major event in her life. Gu Chen felt a little guilty and said seriously, even if marrying me is fake, you will carry my name from now on. No matter what I do in the future, it will affect you. Things are already irreversible. I promise you that I will definitely give you enough compensation. If you and I are in danger one day, I will definitely protect you first, even at the cost of my life. His tone was indifferent and stiff. Despite Gu Chen's promise, Chu Meixin felt as if a lifetime had passed as she looked at him at this moment. She suddenly realized that the young man she once liked was no longer here. Back then, the youth rode a true dragon, held a overlord spear, and dared to challenge Dao lords. Back then, his heart was higher than the sky, and nothing could make him bend his back, even if he was badly injured. But now, he was unrecognizable, yet he could calmly accept the alliance marriage and say that he would compensate her. Did he become worldly and verify the saying, mortals only care about right and wrong, while cultivators only care about the pros and cons? No, perhaps it should be said that he had grown. She had also changed a lot in the past 100 years. Gu Chen was someone who had already died once, and in his eyes, he was probably already indifferent to everything. He, who was close to the peak, only had grand ambitions in his heart. I wonder if it was Qin Yunfei or Gu Chen who gave me the promise. Chu Meixin said softly, staring at the cross-shaped rune on Gu Chen's forehead. She really wanted to see through his disguise and see the real him. Gu Chen was silent. He had always known that Chu Meixin liked him, but he did not reject the marriage this time. It might be a different kind of harm to her if he did it because of benefits. The entire Dao world is a game of chess, and you and I are both in it. After a long time, he closed his eyes, exhaled, and answered slowly. Right now, he only wanted to play this game of chess well. He had no time to care about love or how many people he would hurt in the process. His words were cold. Gu Chen was already prepared to hurt Chu Meixin even more, and he was even prepared to change the alliance marriage. Suddenly, a soft breeze blew on his face, and Chu Meixin came forward. But Gu Chen was unmoved. Chu Meixin tiptoed and kissed his lips lightly. Then, she said gently in his ear, it doesn't matter if you are playing against Feng Yuan or someone else. I am willing to be your chess piece in this game of chess. It doesn't matter even if I become an abandoned chess piece in the end. Gu Chen's eyes flickered, and he finally pulled Chu Meixin into his arms. The two of them stood there quietly for a long time. The news of the Chen family's young patriarch and the Sword Pavilion's true disciple Chu Meixin's wedding spread out at the fastest speed. The second mountain and sea was already in a period of turmoil. Once this news spread throughout the Divine Ascension realm, it was no different from throwing a bomb. The Sword Emperor dynasty organized a great army almost at the first possible moment, and they headed to the border with the Muhuang dynasty, showing great signs of invading the border. As a result, the Muhuang dynasty made an emergency move. Not only did they increase the number of troops stationed along the border, but they also urgently transferred a large number of troops from the allied forces of the tribes that were fighting against the Yu dynasty. If the Jade dynasty were to fall into the hands of the Chen clan, it would only be one more vassal causing chaos. However, if the Sword Emperor dynasty were to charge in, it would be enough to damage the foundation of the Mu clan. It was needless to say which was more important. For a moment, the pressure on the Jade dynasty was greatly reduced, and the Mu dynasty's attention turned to the Sword Emperor dynasty. Gu Chen and Chu Meixin's wedding was held under the attention of everyone. The Sword Ancestor, the ancestor of the Sword Emperor dynasty, also showed his face in public. On the day the Sword Ancestor arrived, a meteor sword rain appeared in the vast sky, reaching the top of Dingkong Mountain. Finally, countless sword lights gathered together and turned into a dignified old man with white hair and a ruddy face, dressed in simple clothes. The sword ancestor entered the banquet and sat at the same table as Chen Daolin, witnessing the wedding of the newlyweds together. After that, the two Tao ancestors left to talk in secret. They had no interest in the banquet at all. However, Gu Chen, who was dressed in red, had to entertain the guests. Because they were in a hurry, most of the guests were from the Peiyu dynasty and the Sword Pavilion. Only 2 tables of people came. The Honesty Pavilion also sent someone to congratulate them. It was Yi Mi, who had been promoted to the pavilion master. Looking at Gu Chen's figure, who was chatting cheerfully at the banquet, Yi Mi's expression dimmed slightly. The true disciple of the Sword Pavilion was, after all, of a higher status than her. In that man's eyes, she was just a subordinate. Searching for ebooks through him, she had obtained freedom, and even more than she had imagined. She shouldn't have any other thoughts. However, there was no place for her feelings, and she could only grieve on her own. The Peach Blossom householder also attended the wedding. All these years, he had been in charge of the expansion of the Honesty Pavilion's external intelligence network, and it could be said that he had made many achievements. It was just that she didn't have many opportunities to meet with Gu Chen. Because of this, the Revolutionary Army was quite critical of him. Now that the Qin clan had a Tao ancestor, and Qin Yunfei was already considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation of the Dao world, the Revolutionary Army valued him even more. For this wedding, householder Peach Blossom took the opportunity to drink with Gu Chen and gave him a storage ring. Inside the ring was a wedding gift from the Revolutionary Army, reminding Gu Chen not to forget their friendship. Gu Chen accepted it tacitly and didn't talk much with householder Peach Blossom, which made him feel uncertain. Chen Yi, who had risen from the tiny Peiyu nation, had grown so quickly that he could shake the entire second mountain and sea with a stomp of his foot. After 3 rounds of wine, Gu Chen entered the bridal chamber. Tonight's bride, Chu Meixin, was even more beautiful than usual. When she took off the red veil, even Gu Chen was a little dazed. Such a beautiful woman was indeed rare in the world. Tonight, it was unknown how many male disciples of the Sword Pavilion would cover their faces and weep, and how many men of the Sword Emperor dynasty would curse him. Chu Meixin's face was bright red as she thought back to the kiss she had given him 5 days ago, and her heart began to race. She had expressed her feelings because she had experienced 100 years of pain, and hated Gu Chen for 100 years. She had gone from great sorrow to great joy, and she knew how precious emotions were. Life was short, and since fate had bound them together, she had no regrets, no matter what Gu Chen planned to do. Gu Chen was just about to say something when a terrifying pressure suddenly came from outside the room, or more accurately, from outside Mount Fixity. This pressure was so powerful that it seemed to stand at the pinnacle of the millions of races in the world, proud and insufferably arrogant. The Sword Pavilion and the Chen clan have a marriage alliance. Why didn't you invite me? An arrogant and despotic voice boomed out like thunder, echoing through Mount Fixity and the ancient city of the Chen clan below. Instantly, countless cultivators in the ancient city of the Chen clan fainted, and some even bled out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. Qin Daolin had personally set down restrictive spells on Mount Fixity, so the impact was much smaller. However, when the guests heard the voice, their hearts trembled, and their scalps went numb. Who was it? 2 Dao ancestors were present, and yet someone had come to cause trouble. That terrifying name popped up in the minds of most of the people present. It was the monster who had dominated the second mountain and sea for generations, the lawless monster. Haha. You clearly know that the old man and fellow Daoist Chen will be together today, and yet you still dare to pick a time to provoke us? Ancestor Mu, you're still as confident as ever. The sword ancestor's voice echoed out from Mount Fixity, confirming the identity of the newcomer. I'll take advantage of the fact that both of you are here to take care of you at the same time. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Ancestor Mu was extremely arrogant, and didn't seem the least bit afraid that he would be at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 2. Ancestor Mu, since you're here, let's settle our past grievances today. Qin Daolin said, and the spell formations on Mount Fixity were activated to prevent Ancestor Mu from suddenly attacking and harming the innocent. Whoosh. Whoosh. Next, the 2 Dao ancestors stepped out of the mountain, and dazzling light exploded out in the darkness. Inside the bridal chamber, Gu Chen's heart lurched, and he stood protectively in front of Chu Meixin as he stared out the door. "Are the risks of marrying you already starting to show up?" Chu Meixin said with a smile, not worried at all. In the sky above the ancient city of the Chen clan, above the 9 clouds, Qin Daolin was dressed in a dark green robe and looked peerless. Within 100 feet around him, the aura of the great Tao was cleansing, and time and space were absolutely still. The sword ancestor's beard and hair fluttered, and his body was like a transparent crystal. Countless acupoints on his body swallowed and spat out resplendent sword light. It was vast and mighty, connected into one, and had the power of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. The 2 Tao ancestors, one on the left and one on the right, worked together to target the person. His black and gray skin was like armor, and his muscles were angular. Every inch of him was filled with explosive power. He had a pair of spiral-shaped eyes, and his head was bald without any hair. However, there were insect-like antennae in front of his forehead and 2 pairs of dragon horns at the back of his head. He did not look like any living creature. At first glance, he gave off a chilling feeling. His body was quietly hovering in midair without leaking any energy, but he gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. This was Ancestor Mu, a monster who had been using the Great Fusion technique to continuously fuse the bloodlines of the thousands of races in the world and evolved to the peak of living beings: strength, speed, agility, defense. This body that had been continuously fused and filtered had reached the extreme in all the basic attributes of life. It could be said to be perfect. He deliberately came to the 9 heavens to fight. It seems that he has another trick. Qin Daolin released his divine senses and sensed the movements of the sky fixation mountain below. Although Ancestor Mu was arrogant and seemed to only know how to use force, how could a person who could reach the Tao ancestor realm not be shrewd? Ancestor Mu came openly and called the mountain to lure them out. After that, he went straight to the 9 heavens. He clearly had the intention of luring them away. He wants to restrain us alone and then kill all the high-level combat power of the Chen clan? Order has collapsed, and he is becoming more and more unruly. The sword ancestor snorted coldly and realized that there would definitely be a calamity on the sky fixation mountain tonight. Ancestor Mu had come personally to kill the 2 of them, but it was not true. It was true that he wanted to destroy the Qin clan's strength. Tonight, there were many high-level members of the Yu and Pei dynasties gathered on the sky fixation mountain. If they all died, the Yu and Pei allied forces would become scattered sand and collapse on their own. At that time, the alliance between the Qin clan and the Sword Pavilion would be meaningless. The Mu clan could even support their own spokesperson in the Yu dynasty. The method was a bit crude, but the effect was extremely obvious. Without the restriction of the Tao court, Ancestor Mu shamelessly took action himself. It could be said that he was very despicable and cunning. Rules? If you're strong enough, why care about rules? You should worry about yourselves first. Since I'm here, one of you must die today. Ancestor Mu laughed sinisterly. The skin on his back rippled, and a pair of huge black bat wings grew out with 2 puffs. The sword master and Qin Daolin looked serious as they spread their black wings. They no longer dared to pay attention to the Dingkong mountain below. Ancestor Mu was a pinnacle Tao ancestor that could not be underestimated. He fought 1 against 2 because he was confident and also because of his strength. The only thing they could do now was to believe in their own people, that they could successfully control the situation and try their best to avoid unnecessary casualties. The door of Gu Chen's bridal chamber suddenly shattered, and several ferocious-looking cultivators rushed in. They were guests from the local forces of the Yu dynasty. It was unknown when they had gotten here, but the veins on their faces were bulging. The moment they saw Gu Chen, they immediately attacked. The strongest among them was only at the 7-fold realm, and there were even some at the 6-fold realm. Gu Chen looked indifferent as he casually waved his groom's robe. Boom, the few of them were instantly sent flying by the vigorous Tao power. They smashed through the doors and windows, and their bodies were covered in blood. Gu Chen took a step forward and was about to head to the banquet hall. In his senses, the situation there was the most chaotic. Suddenly, a large number of guests seemed to have gone crazy and attacked everyone around them, causing many casualties. Before they could walk out, the cultivators who were supposed to be dead suddenly stood up again. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and the blood vessels on their bodies squirmed as if there was something hidden inside. Gu Chen's gaze focused. He saw those people growling and their bodies changed one after another. Some of them had scales on their bodies, fangs grew in their mouths, and red fur grew all over their bodies. Their wounds healed automatically. In a few moments, the few of them turned into monsters that were neither human nor beast. They roared and pounced towards Gu Chen at an even faster speed and with even more shocking power. What's going on? Gu Chen raised his brows and grabbed with one hand, restraining the few of them with vigorous Dao power. His eyes flickered and the tyrannical power followed his will, crushing the bodies of the few of them bit by bit. The blood vessels in the demons' bodies expanded frighteningly, as if they had sensed the terrifying power outside and something was hiding everywhere. However, Gu Chen had long noticed that something was fishy. He completely surrounded them and quickly forced out the things hidden in their bodies. They were a few small worms that were as thin as threads. Their heads were like flood dragons and their gazes were frighteningly ferocious. So, it's you guys who are causing trouble. Gu Chen's expression darkened and he immediately took action. His Dao power completely crushed the worms, causing them to let out blood-curdling screams. What kind of vicious bug is this? Not only can it control a person's temperament, it can also demonize them. Chu Meixin said with lingering fear. If it wasn't for Gu Chen's attentiveness, she probably wouldn't have been able to detect the existence of these worms. She would have thought that they had gone crazy. Not only could these worms enslave cultivators, they could also demonize them. Their strength increased by several times and they became very difficult to kill. It was only because Gu Chen's cultivation was too strong that it was useless. If an ordinary person encountered them, they would probably be in a terrible situation. Follow me. Gu Chen didn't have much time to say. After saying that to Chu Meixin, he immediately stepped out of the room and headed straight for the banquet hall. On the way, the head of the Hidden Dragon clan descended from the sky. His figure appeared with a stern expression. The mountain is completely out of control. The enemy came from nowhere and used some kind of method to control a large number of guests. The head of the Hidden Dragon clan said. This wedding was extremely important. Therefore, in addition to the Chen clan's defense, Gu Chen had also arranged for a portion of the Hidden Dragon clan's clansmen to secretly guard it. However, who would have thought that this attack would come so suddenly? There was no warning at all. Even the Hidden Dragon clan, who were proficient in concealment and investigation, did not discover it. Go find Patriarch Chen and the Clay Bodhisattva. Gather all the power that can be used and capture all the cultivators who have lost control as soon as possible. Try not to kill them, or else we will be meeting the enemy's intentions. Gu Chen quickly instructed. From the ability of the nematode, he could more or less guess Ancestor Mu's thoughts. If he wanted to kill them, he would have to kill the target of their parasite. However, there were quite a few high-level cultivators of the two dynasties that were parasitized by them. Killing them would have a great impact. However, it will be difficult to control them. The bodies of the cultivators who have lost control will be abnormal. This might cause us to be restrained and the situation to worsen. More innocent cultivators will be killed or controlled. The head of the Hidden Dragon clan hesitated. He understood Gu Chen's concerns, but he was worried that the enemy might have guessed their thoughts and deliberately used them. Therefore, we have to be fast. The faster we control the situation, the less losses we will suffer. All Sage Realm cultivators, don't hold back. Attack with all your might and suppress the chaos as soon as possible. As Gu Chen spoke, he raised his right hand and shot out a beam of light towards the void with his 5 fingers. This beam of light was condensed from pure heaven-twining silk and scattered to every corner of Sky-Fixing Mountain. Before it arrived, it turned into a Gu Chen. Gu Chen raised his other hand, and the same 5 beams of light tore through the air, transforming into 5 of him. Under his instructions, a total of 10 clones split up and took action, helping to suppress the cultivators who had lost control as quickly as possible. The Hidden Dragon clan leader disappeared from where he was, following Gu Chen's orders. The only thing he could do now was to race against time and minimize the losses as much as possible. As for how to make the cultivators who had lost control regain consciousness after capturing them, or whether it was impossible for them to return to normal, it was not within the scope of consideration for the time being. Gu Chen released 10 clones in one go, which consumed a lot of energy from his secret technique. Fortunately, the energy of his secret technique was no longer rootless. The dominating cauldron world was his dantian, providing him with an endless supply of energy. This bit of deficit could be made up for very soon. Guchen brought Chu Meixin and killed his way towards the banquet hall. The two of them seemed to be the main targets of the crazy cultivators, and they encountered many attacks along the way. Guchen held the ancient umbrella in his hand, and the 5 elements Dao techniques were at his fingertips. No enemy could withstand a single blow from him. Chu Meixin had also stepped into the sage realm, and her swordsmanship was extraordinary. She helped Guchen clean up the enemies on both sides. With the two of them working together, they quickly restrained many cultivators who had lost control. However, even though these cultivators' movements were sealed, their bodies kept turning into demons, trying to break free from the control. There were even some whose bodies directly exploded, and the strange threadworms escaped from the blood rain. They were extremely fast, and their whereabouts were unknown. "Boss, be careful of those strange worms. They are everywhere." Guchen soon encountered the clay bodhisattva, whose Dao techniques could restrain these strange threadworms. He also discovered the reason why the cultivators had lost control. Many cultivators were trapped in the swamp that he had casually created, and those threadworms tried to invade his body, but they were trapped in the swamp space instead. "Follow me." Guchen's eyes lit up slightly. The swamp space of the clay bodhisattva was most suitable to seal cultivators who had lost control. However, although these cultivators had lost control, they were not fools and would not take the initiative to enter the swamp. However, it was different with him around. He was in charge of capturing the enemy and throwing them to the clay bodhisattva. This way, the efficiency would be greatly increased. The clay bodhisattva was equivalent to a large prison that could be carried everywhere. The clay bodhisattva understood what Guchen meant and followed behind him. The swamp spread out and swallowed everything in its path. In the great Dao pool, he obtained a great fortune, and the effects were already slowly manifesting. Those who were trapped in his swamp could not go up to the heavens, nor could they touch the ground. Even if their Dao energy exploded out, it would be removed by the muddy water. It could be said that they were in extreme despair and could only slowly sink. Chu Meixin followed suit and threw the defeated cultivators to the clay bodhisattva. The 3 of them were extremely conspicuous in the chaos. Guchen spread out his divine sense, paying attention to the slightest movement in his surroundings. There was one thing that he was very concerned about. Although these nematodes were hard to guard against, the cultivators they controlled were generally not strong. How could they kill him with just this? He was obviously an important target of this attack, but he was currently not under any real threat. Therefore, he concluded that there must be a real danger hidden in the dark. The battle between the 3 Dao Fathers in the sky was extremely shocking. No matter who would emerge victorious in this battle, if they could not defend the fixed sky mountain below, their alliance would be doomed. Where is it? While Guchen was suppressing the cultivators who had lost control, he was constantly on guard. Swoosh! Suddenly, just as he finished off another cultivator who had lost control, a thin black shadow attacked him from behind. Guchen did not dodge and allowed the black shadow to enter his body. Then, a shrill laugh came from his body. "Hee hee, the Chen clan's genius, Chen Yunfei, I'll take your body." Just as he finished speaking, Guchen felt something wriggling in his body, trying to enter his blood vessels. However, the other party quickly made a sound of surprise. "There's something wrong with your body." Then, the other party brutally tried to break open Guchen's stomach and leave, but was tied up by the densely packed heaven-winding silk. "Still want to run? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Guchen laughed coldly. His body was completely made up of heaven-winding silk, not real flesh and blood. No matter what these worms did, how could they use it? On the contrary, once they entered his body, it was as if they had fallen into an inescapable net. It was easy to get in, but it was up to him to get out. The energy of the secret technique in Guchen's body exploded, completely sealing the worms that had invaded his body. The other party sensed the danger and unleashed all of his cultivation. From the fluctuations of his aura, he had reached the great sage realm. Moreover, he was close to the peak. This level of strength was not weaker than great sage Moyes. However, Guchen had never heard of such a powerhouse in the Mu clan. Fortunately, Guchen's cultivation had reached the peak of the Dao ancestor realm. Moreover, he had the dominating cauldron world to provide him with endless energy. Trapped in his net, a mere great sage could not struggle no matter how hard he tried. Very quickly, this peak great sage worm was completely subdued and Guchen extracted it from his body. Which tribe of the Mu clan are you from? How can we restore a cultivator who has lost control to normal? Guchen asked coldly. This nematode looked much older than the others, and its face was also much uglier. Hehe, I don't belong to any tribe of the Mu clan. I'm Ancestor Mu's most trusted subordinate. If you know what's good for you, quickly let me go. Otherwise, when Ancestor Mu is free, you'll definitely die. The old worm was tightly bound by the heaven-winding silk. Only its head could struggle, but its words were very firm. Ancestor Mu's most trusted subordinate? Guchen frowned. The leaders of the various tribes of the Mu clan were the blood of Ancestor Mu. They should be the ones that Ancestor Mu trusted the most. This worm seemed to be boasting, but today, when Ancestor Mu attacked Mount Dingkong, he brought it along instead of the powerhouses of the major tribes. This seemed to prove this point. Thinking about it carefully, with this worm's cultivation at the peak of the Great Sage, coupled with its strange Dao technique that could control the human body, anyone on the entire Mount Dingkong could not escape the fate of being controlled except for him. Fortunately, this worm's target had been him from the beginning. If it had targeted Chen Wenfeng or Willow Sage, then things would have been troublesome and would have caused great damage. With your cultivation, among these rampaging worms, you should be at the level of an ancestor, right? You should have the ability to order them to stop, or even to withdraw from the body of the controlled cultivator. Am I right? Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he probed. Hehe, so what if I am? Do you think you can control me? It's always been my tribe that controls and enslaves others. There's no such thing as being controlled by others. The old worm said disdainfully. If the other party thought that he could force him to obey orders by using cruel means, then he was too naive. Even if he was killed, he could not betray Ancestor Mu. Because if he did, the consequences would be worse than death. Is that so? The corners of Gu Chen's mouth curled up, and the mental demon glove appeared on his left hand. It fitted perfectly, and 5 different colored heart-shaped stones appeared. One by one, the heart-shaped stones shone brilliantly. Terrifying waves of mental energy rippled out. The power of the mental demon Dao ancestor? The old worm actually recognized the heart-shaped stones, and he screamed. Wait! Wait! He tried to stop Gu Chen, but the hand wearing the mental demon glove was already reaching for his head. Above the clouds, the battle between the 3 Dao ancestors intensified. Even in the abnormally tough space-time of the Dao world, spatial cracks appeared under the battle of the 3. The might of the heavens was vast, and all living beings within a radius of 50,000 kilometers of sky fixation mountain were terrified and uneasy. The thick clouds in the sky were shattered by the sword chi from time to time. As the cloud chi surged, it was accompanied by the sound of metal colliding and shattering. Ha ha ha, sword ancestor, I've already shattered hundreds of your treasured swords. Take out all your trump cards and see if you can break my defense. Ancestor Mu laughed maniacally. His black and gray skin rippled like ripples. As his skin churned outwards, he broke a treasured sword that had pierced into his body and squeezed it out, instantly bouncing it away. Sword ancestor's expression was gloomy. The sword apertures all over his body were restrained, and he was no longer in a hurry to attack. He cultivated the great weapon refinement technique and had tempered his body like he was tempering a weapon for a long time. He had tempered a total of 12,000 sword apertures in his body. Each of these 12,000 sword apertures contained a treasured sword. They were his lifetime collection, and each had its own meaning and abilities. After the battle began, he had used hundreds of powerful treasured swords in an attempt to injure Ancestor Mu. However, the effect was minimal, and most of the treasured swords were destroyed. Relying on the great fusion technique, Ancestor Mu had been constantly evolving. His current physical body was much stronger and more terrifying than when they had fought previously. Not only was his skin tough, but the structure of his body was also strange. Even if any sharp sword pierced through his skin, it would be difficult to injure his foundation. Coupled with his abnormally shocking recovery ability, all the attacks seemed to be harmless. This sword's quality is not bad. A portion of the treasured sword that had been bounced away remained in his body. Ancestor Mu's spiral-shaped pupils slowly rotated, and in a few breaths, a blade appeared in the palm of his right hand. The blade seemed to have fused with Ancestor Mu, becoming a part of his body. It was like a fingernail that grew on his finger. The great fusion technique was this terrifying. It could fuse everything, extract its essence, and strengthen oneself. Sword Ancestor, the last time we fought was on the Realm Sea, right? At that time, because of that chaotic golden lightning bamboo, you declared that you wouldn't let me off. I thought that from then on, you would work hard and improve. Who would have thought that you would become even weaker today? Not only do you need the help of trash like Qiandaolin, you still can't break my defense even with his help. Mu Ancestor did his best to ridicule and mock him, and when he heard this, the veins on Sword Ancestor's forehead popped up. The primordial Emperor materials are extremely precious. Back then, you clearly knew that I cultivated in the artifact refining arts and was determined to obtain the primordial Emperor materials, yet you still went against the agreement and fought with me. In a situation where he couldn't take it away, he purposely threw it into the Realm Sea, causing me to miss out on an Emperor material and waste countless years. This enmity, this hatred, is absolutely irreconcilable. The Sword Ancestor was furious. He waved his hand and released a large amount of sword light. As if he had lost his mind, he did not have any method to attack. If I was able to obtain that chaotic golden lightning bamboo all those years ago, I would have refined the strongest Tao Ancestor divine weapon, and it would have been sufficient to tear you into 1,000 pieces. Mu Ancestor stepped on the void and flapped his wings, moving at high speed to avoid Sword Ancestor's attacks. He looked restless as he searched for his flaws. His goal today was only to restrain these two people so that they would have no time to care about sky-determining mountain, but now he had changed his mind. Sword Ancestor was even more useless than he had imagined, and although Qiandaolin's Tao technique was troublesome, he lacked a powerful offensive method. He deliberately spoke to provoke Sword Ancestor in order to find a flaw. If he was lucky and could kill one of the two, then he would have made a huge profit today. Don't get too close to him, it's not good for us. Qiandaolin reminded Sword Ancestor. Although Sword Ancestor's physical body was strong, it could not compare to Mu Ancestor. It was very disadvantageous for him to fight in close combat, and it would also restrict him when he used the 3 fixed Great Tao technique. I know what I'm doing. The furious Sword Ancestor did not care about Qiandaolin at all. Thousands of sword chi spread out, and his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Mu Ancestor's body changed accordingly. He had fused with the bloodlines of various races, and he could adjust his body's structure according to the battle environment and the characteristics of his enemies, so that his body was in the most suitable and strongest state. Sword Ancestor gave up the safe distance, and in close combat, Mu Ancestor gradually gained the upper hand. Sword Ancestor's attacks did not hurt. Although Qiandaolin's strange 3 fixed Great Tao technique could slow down Mu Ancestor's movements, Sword Ancestor was also affected when the distance was too close, and the effect was greatly reduced. It's about time. At this time, Sky-Fixed Mountain should be finished. Mu Ancestor estimated that he had successfully stalled the 2 Tao Ancestors for such a long time. With the ability of the Xianxia race, they should have taken care of most of the high-level cultivators of the Qin race and Yupei dynasty. Even if there were accidents, he had given Xianxia chief a death order. Even if he died with his host, he was not allowed to retreat. Things could be said to be foolproof. With the high-level cultivators of the 2 dynasties dead, he wanted to see how the Yu and Pei dynasties could stand on their own. The plan had succeeded, and if he could kill another Tao Ancestor, he would have obtained a complete victory today. Screech! Suddenly, an extremely ear-piercing cry came from below, and it sounded very familiar. How is this possible? Mu Ancestor's expression changed slightly. That was the voice of Xianxia chief, and it meant for all Xianxia to retreat. You dare to betray me? Mu Ancestor was furious, but at the same time, he was confused. How could Xianxia chief betray him in such a short time? Good chance. Attack. Sensing that Mu Ancestor was slightly distracted, Qiandaolin and Sword Ancestor seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and their auras changed. Clang! From Sword Ancestor's body, a crimson longsword flew out of the sword aperture, emitting terrifying heat and energy, and went straight for Mu Ancestor's head. The power of this sword far surpassed the hundreds of treasured swords that had been broken earlier. It was like an extremely condensed burning red line, sharp and unstoppable. Tao Ancestor Divine Weapon. When did you find the primordial arch material? For the first time, panic and fear appeared on Mu Ancestor's face, and he wanted to dodge immediately. However, He had purposely closed the distance, thinking that it was advantageous to him, but he did not expect that everything was within Sword Ancestor's calculations. He had always been looking for a chance to kill in one strike. Damn bastard. Mu Ancestor's spiral-shaped pupils spun at high speed at this moment, and all the bloodline factors in his body were frantically mobilized, trying to transform into the strongest and most suitable defensive form, avoiding his vitals and blocking this attack. Freeze! Qin Daolin, who had been accumulating power for a long time, struck out with an unparalleled divine technique at this moment. Swoosh! The three fixed divine light landed on Mu Ancestor's body, and all the bloodline factors in his body, every inch of his flesh and blood, seemed to freeze at this moment. They could no longer carry out any fusion or transformation, and they could no longer use any divine techniques. The sharp sword cut through iron like mud, and with a ding, it pierced through Mu Ancestor's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. However, the momentum of this sword light did not diminish at all. The extremely high temperature dyed the sea of clouds it passed by a fiery red color. Finally, it streaked across the sky and landed on a towering mountain 200,000 miles away, turning the mountain into powder. Roar! Ancestor Mu's painful roar reverberated in the sky. His head had been pierced by the sword, but he didn't die on the spot. Instead, his shattered skull squirmed, attempting to repair itself. Qin Daolin's expression turned solemn when he saw the scene. They had painstakingly put on a show. How could such a sure-kill strike not take Ancestor Mu's life? This fellow has fused with the bloodlines of many strange races. His vitality is rare in the entire Dao world. Ordinary people will die without their heads, but not him. However, don't worry. The old man has confirmed that the strike has severely injured his soul. Furthermore, the wound caused by the crimson gray sword isn't that easy to heal. Sword Ancestor held the crimson sword in his hand, calm and composed. As if to verify his words, Ancestor Mu's skull, which was trying to repair itself, suddenly emitted a divine flame, causing him to let out a blood-curdling scream. Old fool! You tricked me! Ancestor Mu roared angrily, his voice trembling with resentment and hysteria. The wound pierced by the sword had a terrifying divine fire burning endlessly. No matter how dense his cultivation was, he couldn't suppress it. In fact, the more he tried to extinguish the fire, it was like adding firewood to it. He tried to use his powerful bloodline to heal it, but it only worsened his injuries and damaged his soul. This crimson gray sword is forged from the primordial emperor material, eternal flame gold. Eternal flame gold was born at the beginning of the chaos. It is an indestructible metal, and there is a divine fire burning on it. It is eternal and uses the chaos aura as fuel. After the primordial chaos Dao world was born, it was nourished by the primordial chaos. The eternal flame gold transformed further and became an emperor material. No, it was originally a unique treasure. After becoming a primordial emperor material, it is one of the best even among the many emperor materials. Do you know how much effort the old man put in to obtain the eternal flame gold? Sword Ancestor looked at the heavily injured Ancestor Mu in disdain, his words filled with mockery. Ever since he regretfully missed the chaotic golden lightning bamboo, he had been brooding over it. He had long hoped to vent his anger one day. Over the years, Ancestor Mu had not stopped cultivating, and he had not been idle either. However, he had taken a different direction. What he cultivated was the grand equipment refining technique, which was the highest level of equipment refining in this world. Of course, he had to forge the strongest weapon. It was the same primordial emperor material, but if it was forged by him who had the great artifact refining technique, its power and grade would be completely different. The eternal flame gold was a king among emperor materials. After countless days and nights of painstaking refinement, he had finally managed to refine the scarlet gray sword. It was not an exaggeration to say that this sword was the strongest Dao Ancestor divine weapon. He had this confidence. Old thing, your great Dao is to fuse with all things, trying to make yourself stand at the peak of evolution and become the strongest life form. Unfortunately, this will never be possible. Because no matter how your bloodline evolves, no matter how many times you metamorphose, your soul will never change. The soul is innate. The great fusion technique can make you stronger and perfect, but it can never create a perfect life. The eternal flame gold's divine fire is already capable of harming souls. After the old man forged it into scarlet wonder, its damage to souls has become even more terrifying. This fire will never be extinguished. Today, you are at the end of your road. You will die without a doubt, ha ha ha. As the sword ancestor spoke, he laughed heartily. He had endured Ancestor Mu for many years, and he had also hidden this number one sword under the heavens for a long time. Today, he had unsheathed this sword, and from now on, he would stand at the pinnacle of the second mountain and see. Some of the fellows who were secretly watching this battle would also be terrified, and they would no longer dare to compete with the Sword Emperor dynasty. The Sword Ancestor's laughter could be heard clearly even on Sky Stabilizing Mountain. At this time, Gu Chen had already used the Heart Devil Glove to successfully control the old nematode, and he had also forced it to recall all of its nematodes. The chaos on the mountain was coming to an end. Ancestor Mu's previous distraction was thanks to Gu Chen. However, before he knew what was happening below, he had been seriously injured by the Scarlet Grey Sword. The crisis on Sky Stabilizing Mountain had been resolved, and Gu Chen focused his attention on the Dao Ancestor level battle high up in the sky. He could sense that Ancestor Mu's aura was rapidly weakening. Although he had long known that the odds of victory were not small with 2 against 1, the Sword Ancestor's imposing divine sword still shocked him. Indeed, no one who had cultivated to the Dao Ancestor level was simple. Even in the hands of a great sage, that sword could unleash the power of a Dao Ancestor. Was Ancestor Mu doomed? Gu Chen sighed inwardly. With Ancestor Mu's death, the Mu dynasty would also collapse, and the Qin clan and Pei dynasty would be able to smoothly stand firm. However, without the Mu clan, would there be no other threats? Gu Chen looked at the Sword Ancestor, and his eyes flickered. With the Scarlet Grey Sword, the Sword Ancestor's strength was close to that of Ancestor Mu, and if the Sword Emperor dynasty annexed the enormous Mu dynasty, its strength would expand to an even more shocking level. Although both sides were currently in an alliance marriage, the relationship between forces was always complicated and ever-changing. He had originally thought that Ancestor Mu would be a long-term threat, but he had not expected that after the alliance marriage, this threat would be removed. The two sides of the alliance were far from establishing mutual trust, and the Sword Ancestor, who had taken out his trump card, seemed to be much stronger. High up in the sky, Chen Daolin suddenly became wary, and he pulled away from the Sword Ancestor slightly. This was because he sensed the Sword Ancestor's gaze landing on him, and it was somewhat obscure and uncertain. The Sword Ancestor held the Scarlet Grey Sword and glanced at Ancestor Mu, who seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight, and then looked at Chen Daolin. In terms of strength, even if Chen Daolin and the heavily injured Ancestor Mu joined forces, they would not be able to pose a threat to him. And if he killed Chen Daolin, then the Mu dynasty, Yu dynasty, and Pei dynasty would all fall into his hands. How great of a feat would that be? Although this Dao world was the Dao world of the rulers, the enormous benefits that the 4 great dynasties could grasp still made people palpitate with eagerness. The atmosphere became slightly strange for a moment. Suddenly, Gu Chen sensed that there was a Dao Ancestor's divine sense sweeping over in the dark, and there was more than one. The battle between the 3 Dao Ancestors was so intense that it had unknowingly attracted many experts to watch in the dark. Now that Ancestor Mu was about to be defeated, some Dao Ancestors could not sit still. The Sword Ancestor sensed the unconcealed divine sense fluctuations and could not help but hold back the thoughts in his heart. His target today was Ancestor Mu. If he attacked his ally, Chen Daolin, not only would he be labeled as unrighteous, but he would also be plotted against by the other Dao Ancestors, and no one would help him. Extreme joy might turn to sorrow, so it was better to be safe. Swoosh, when the Sword Ancestor was attracted by the divine sense in the distance, Ancestor Mu's body suddenly turned into a grayish-black air current and went straight for the ground below. At this moment, Chen Daolin was wary of the Sword Ancestor, and he was also careless. Don't even think of escaping. The Sword Ancestor's heart trembled, and he swung his sword to slash. Clang, a huge sword light slashed out, but it only swept a small portion of the gray smoke. Ancestor Mu grunted and successfully escaped into the ground. Rumble. Rumble, the ground began to tremble crazily, like a thick and long cloth swaying. The towering mountains and precipitous ridges around the ancient city of the Qin clan also seemed to be alive. The earth and the mountains seemed to have come to life. Sand and stones flew, grass and trees snapped, and strange phenomena occurred one after another. Sword Ancestor casually slashed out countless sword chi, shattering the earth below and creating countless pits. However, Ancestor Mu was nowhere to be seen. Woo, a dull sound came from the depths of the earth and the mountains trembled like silk. Very quickly, they entangled and fused, rising from the ground to form a giant made of countless rocks and plants. This giant was tens of thousands of feet tall, and its face faintly resembled the silhouette of Ancestor Mu. It opened its huge arms and covered the sky as it pounced toward the floating fixed mountain. With the ancient umbrella in hand, Gu Chen immediately broke through the air. Ancestor Mu was prepared to fight to the death. If he couldn't kill Chen Daolin, was he going to kill the rest of the Chen tribe? Boom, the ancient umbrella completely opened in the air, bursting out a magnificent five-colored light pillar that hit the incoming giant hand. The seemingly terrifying giant hand collapsed upon contact, causing Gu Chen, who was preparing for the next wave of attacks, to be stunned. Creating a diversion? Do you think your main body can escape? Sword Ancestor's expression darkened as he broke through the air and flew toward the land in the south. Wherever he passed, sword rays whistled endlessly, clang. Clang, the world was filled with the numbing sound of the sword. Everywhere he passed, he slashed it into pieces, flattened the mountains, and set the forests ablaze. However, the mountains and land seemed to have gone out of control, constantly forming barriers that blocked his movements. Where is his main body? Chen Daolin was high in the sky, his gaze searching nervously. If Ancestor Mu escaped, there would be endless trouble in the future. No matter what, he had to be killed. However, ever since Ancestor Mu drilled into the ground, his aura suddenly became faint. Furthermore, he could actually control the earth and mountains, creating many disturbances for them. Is he there? After roughly locking onto a direction, Chen Daolin hurriedly gave chase. Sword Ancestor was even faster than him, and the other Dao Ancestor level consciousnesses that were spying in the dark also followed after the two of them. Gu Chen wanted to follow, but when he thought of Ancestor Mu's strangeness, he stopped and questioned Qifeng Qi, whose mind was controlled by him, which was that old nematode. What Dao technique did Ancestor Mu just use? I can't even pinpoint his exact location. With the Line Dao body's perception ability, it was impossible to determine Mu Ancestor's exact location after he drilled into the ground. Looking at Sword Ancestor's random attacks, it was obvious that Sword Ancestor couldn't determine his exact location either. If he couldn't find Ancestor Mu's true body, there wouldn't be much meaning in continuing the chase, so he had to figure out what was going on. Ancestor Mu cultivates the great fusion art. Not only can he fuse with all things, but he can also fuse with all things. It's a kind of assimilation ability. When Ancestor Mu assimilates with the land, the mountains, and even the grass and trees, his aura will fuse with them. Naturally, it will be hard to discover him. Not only that, after Ancestor Mu assimilates them, he can control them. That's the same logic as that mud giant. Affected by the devil in his heart, he could not resist Gu Chen, so he could only report to him truthfully. However, when he thought of the consequences of betraying Ancestor Mu, he still felt instinctively afraid. Can it assimilate with everything? Things are bad. Gu Chen's expression turned solemn. Most people only knew that Ancestor Mu's great fusion art had evolved his corporeal body to its peak, but they knew very little about this special assimilation ability. Ancestor Mu had probably deliberately concealed it. With this assimilation ability, since he had already fused with the land, it would probably be very difficult to find his true body. This was simply a top-notch escape method. Sword Ancestor could not possibly destroy everything in sight to force Ancestor Mu's true body to appear, right? If he continued the chase, Ancestor Mu would completely escape at a certain point in time, and it would be impossible to lock onto his location, since it was certain that Ancestor Mu had escaped, and there were other Dao ancestors spying on him in the dark. Gu Chen did not want to attract too much attention, so he simply stayed on Mount Dingkong and waited for Chen Daolin to return. Although Ancestor Mu's escape was a hidden danger, it wasn't all bad. Ancestor Mu had clearly been seriously injured, and his consciousness had been severely injured. If he wanted to recover, it would probably take a long time. During this period of time, he definitely did not dare to return to Mount Shenmu, nor did he dare to cause trouble. He could only tuck his tail between his legs. As for Sword Ancestor and Ancestor Mu, as long as they were alive, he would not dare to break the alliance with the Chen tribe. This would instead provide a relatively safe environment for them to develop. In a short time, Gu Chen had already considered the possible development of the situation. At the same time, Ying Feng, who was on Mount Dingkong, had also left their host bodies under the orders of clan leader Xianxia, and came before him. There were hundreds of thousands of Yingfeng, far exceeding Gu Chen's imagination. Although there were many of them, most of them were weak. Experts like Xianxia Patriarch who could invade a saint's body and control it were actually very rare. Most Yingfeng moved in groups, using numbers to occupy the host's body. Because of their extremely small bodies, the hundreds of thousands of Yingfeng were only the size of a bucket when gathered together. However, they looked densely packed and somewhat frightening. Due to the urgency of time, Gu Chen did not have time to ask about the Xianxia race and their relationship with Ancestor Mu. He only knew their name. Seeing that Xianxia Patriarch knew Ancestor Mu like the back of his hand, he should be able to dig out a lot of useful information from him. Because the Xianxia race had voluntarily left their host bodies, most of the cultivators on Mount Dingkong were unharmed and quickly returned to normal. Gu Chen sighed at the usefulness of the great heart magic art. If not for this great Dao technique, the Chen tribe would probably have suffered heavy casualties today, and many of his subordinates would have died. After chasing Ancestor Mu for a full 4 hours, Chen Daolin and Sword Ancestor finally returned to Mount Dingkong. Before Sword Ancestor descended, Gu Chen had the Xianxia race hide in advance, in case Sword Ancestor had any ideas about them. Reality proved that he had been overthinking. When Sword Ancestor returned, his expression was rather ugly. After saying a few words to Chen Daolin, he quickly left with a group of Sword Garrett cultivators. "Did you let Ancestor Mu escape?" After watching Sword Ancestor leave, Gu Chen casually asked Chen Daolin. "Ancestor Mu can assimilate with all things, and his aura is indistinct and traceless. Letting him burrow into the ground is like letting a dragon return to the sea. It will be very difficult to catch him again." Chen Daolin sighed. If he and Sword Ancestor completely trusted each other, Ancestor Mu might not have been able to escape. However, Ancestor Mu is severely injured, and his primordial spirit was burned by the Crimson Grace Divine Fire. Even if he doesn't die, he will be half-crippled. That fire is endless, and from Sword Ancestor's tone, it will be very difficult for Ancestor Mu to extinguish it. In this case, Ancestor Mu will probably not dare to show himself in front of people for a long time. In fact, he might even lose his mind after a long time. What Chen Daolin said was similar to Gu Chen's guess, but the power of the Crimson Grace Divine Fire still exceeded expectations. It seemed that if he became enemies with Sword Ancestor in the future, he definitely had to be careful of that divine sword. Now that Ancestor Mu has escaped with injuries, the Mu dynasty is like a group of dragons without a leader. This is the best opportunity to make a move. Sword Ancestor and I have discussed it. He will go ahead and directly take down Ancestor Mu's nest, Mount Mu. As for the tribes adjacent to the Yu dynasty, it will depend on our ability to take down how much they can, Chen Daolin added. Chen Daolin added. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen revealed a playful look. No wonder Sword Ancestor left in such a hurry. It turns out that he was afraid that someone would beat him to it. Ancestor Mu has occupied Mount Mu for many years, so he definitely has countless treasures. He directly classified it as the Sword Garrett spoils of war. How overbearing. There were many experts who had been observing in the dark. Seeing that the Mu ancestor had run away, there would definitely be many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Mount Mu God was naturally the best target. The Mu ancestor had been there for many years, so he must have left many treasures. The Sword Ancestor had worked hard, so he naturally would not allow others to take the spoils of war, so he left in a hurry. However, without Chen Daolin, no matter how powerful the Sword Ancestor's Crimson Grace was, he would not be able to enter the monster, the Mu Ancestor. He had taken away Mount Mu God and given the interests of the border, which was not under the control of the Sword Emperor dynasty, to the Chen clan. This showed the arrogance of the Sword Ancestor in the alliance. Gu Chen did not care about the benefits of Mount Mu God. To him, his goal was accomplished after resolving the crisis of the Jade dynasty. Moreover, the Sword Ancestor had said that the Chen clan of the Mu dynasty would eat as much as they could. Did he know what that meant? The corners of Gu Chen's mouth curled up. He was afraid that when the Mu Ancestor reacted, he would regret his words. This time, the Mu Ancestor has personally attacked Mount Dingkong. He has already broken the rules and disregarded the Dao Ancestor. In that case, I have nothing to worry about. I will personally go to the border and completely resolve the threat of the Mu clan army. A trace of coldness appeared in Chen Daolin's eyes. If not for Gu Chen, Mount Dingkong would have been in chaos. Since the Mu ancestor did not follow the rules, he naturally had to return the favor. Otherwise, everyone would think that the Chen clan was made of mud in the future. Moreover, he had discussed with the sword ancestor. He naturally had to maximize the results of the battle at the border. Personally taking action was the most efficient. Currently, there are more than 700 tribes stationed at the border of the two dynasties. They have a large number of troops. If Senior Chen takes action personally, he can kill the high-level cultivators of the enemy quickly, but it will still not be easy to eliminate such a large army. If these tribes escape and re-establish a barrier within the Mu dynasty, it will be very disadvantageous for our future battles. Therefore, we have to eliminate all of them. Gu Chen pondered. He did not consider the possibility of incorporating these tribes. All the tribes of the Mu dynasty were descendants of the Mu ancestor. Even if they pretended to surrender now, once the Mu ancestor returned, they would immediately rebel. If the Qin clan wanted to ensure that they occupied the territory of these tribes, the best way was to completely eliminate their strength. This way, the hidden dangers would be the smallest. If they were eliminated, there would be a buffer zone between the Jade dynasty, the Mu dynasty, and even the Jian dynasty. Their sphere of influence would be even safer. How about this? I'll give you Great Sage Xinyi's contact method. With his help, I'm sure it won't be difficult to completely annihilate the tribe's army, Gu Chen said after careful consideration. The Centaur tribe was the core of the Shepherd clan's allied army, which was known as the strongest archer legion in the Dao world. Great Sage Shui was the ancestor of the Centaur tribe, so the Shepherd tribe's army was actually under his command. Was this a coincidence? Of course not. Great Sage Moe had a high status and authority to begin with. Furthermore, he had fallen out with the Qin clan on the second mountain. Therefore, when the Mu clan decided to wage war against the Yu dynasty, it was reasonable for him to recommend himself to lead the army. Even the Mu ancestor did not suspect anything. The reason why Gu Chen had sought out Great Sage Luo Yi previously was because he valued his position in the Shepherd tribe. He had thought that this chess piece would be used at a critical moment in the future. He did not expect to be put to use so soon. Now that the Mu ancestor's fate was unknown, and the situation was lost, there was no need to hide anymore. The commander of the Shepherd tribe's army is one of us. It would be strange if they were not eliminated. Chen Daolin shook his head. The Great Heart magic art was truly terrifying. It could make Great Sage Moe betray his own tribe without hesitation. Thinking about it, this method was truly cruel. However, war was cruel in the first place. Chen Daolin quickly rushed to the front of the battlefield and brought Chen Wenfeng, Chen Shanming, Lu Xing, and the others with him. Since they were going to eliminate the Shepherd tribe's army in one go and attack the Mu dynasty, the more sages there were, the better. Gu Chen did not follow them. With Great Sage Moe as a spy, the situation of the Shepherd tribe was completely under his control. There were no variables, and this battle was certain to be won. He was more concerned about the Mu ancestor. He wanted to find his whereabouts as much as possible. Staying on Mount Fixed Sky, Gu Chen began interrogating the Yingqi clan. He wanted to obtain as much information as possible about the Mu ancestor. Perhaps this information could help him find the Mu ancestor. After interrogating them, he finally understood the relationship between the Yingqi clan and the Mu ancestor. The answer left him somewhat dumbfounded. Simply put, the Yingqi clan and the Mu ancestor were companions. Countless years ago, when the Mu ancestor was still an ordinary being, the Yingqi clan leader was a parasite in his body. Later, when the Mu ancestor cultivated the great fusion art, he began to devour all kinds of powerful races and absorb their bloodlines to evolve. Most of the outstanding bloodline factors were absorbed by the Mu ancestor, but there were also some that were dispensable. The Mu ancestor did not like them, so he gave them to the Yingqi clan leader. The Mu ancestor taught the lesser fusion art to the Yingqi clan leader, allowing him to smoothly absorb the remaining nutrients of the Mu ancestor. Relying on the leftovers from the Mu ancestor, over the long years, the Yingqi clan leader actually cultivated to the peak of the Great Saint realm. The Yingqi clan also developed into a terrifying race. When the ing chi burrowed into the body of a living being, it could fuse with the flesh and blood of the living being and seize control of the body. The bloodlines that the ing chi had devoured could also be used as a medium to fuse with the host, causing the host to demonize, the ability to control the corporeal bodies of others and make the host stronger to a certain extent. The ing chi clan gradually gained the attention of the Mu ancestor. The Mu ancestor fed the ing chi clan and put them in charge of some shady businesses, and they never let him down. This was the reason why the ing chi clan leader said that he was the person that the Mu ancestor trusted the most. After all, he was a roundworm in the Mu ancestor's stomach. Very few people knew of his existence. Even among the countless descendants of the Mu ancestor, not many knew of his existence. The Mu ancestor's cultivation was weak, and he had accompanied the ing chi clan leader when he was still an ordinary being. The Mu ancestor's past that the ing chi clan leader knew was clearly incomparable. Guqin carefully interrogated the ing chi clan leader, trying to find the possible whereabouts of the heavily injured Mu ancestor. Since you have this relationship with the Mu ancestor, can you sense his current location? This lowly one is just a worm. To the Mu ancestor, I'm dispensable. Let me ask you, how can a strand of hair that has fallen to the ground know where its owner has gone? On the other hand, the Mu ancestor can easily sense the location of all the ing chi. He can even decide our life and death with a thought. The ing chi clan leader's face was full of fear. He had told Guqin everything. If the Mu ancestor found out, he would definitely die. He was a monster created by the Mu ancestor and was under his control from the depths of his bloodline. No matter how far away they were, the Mu ancestor could kill him in an instant. It was also because the Mu ancestor didn't think that someone in the Chen clan would use the great heart magic art. He was certain that the ing chi clan leader would rather die than betray him. Because of his suspicions, the Mu ancestor didn't kill him. Then can you guess where Ancestor Mu is hiding now that he's heavily injured? Think carefully, don't tell me you don't know. If you're useless, why should I keep you alive? Guqin asked again. Ing chi Patriarch's face was full of worry as he explained, this lowly one helped my lord by summoning all the ing chis. Helped me? That was your doing, and I haven't even counted the casualties of my Qin clan with you. Aren't you embarrassed to take credit for it? Guqin's expression turned cold. Ing chi Patriarch was speechless and could only think hard. Other than Mount Shepherd God, Ancestor Mu doesn't have any other cave abodes. Even if he does, with this lowly one's understanding of him, he won't take the risk at this time. The biggest possibility is that Ancestor Mu will find a random place to recuperate. With his assimilation ability, even if the enemy finds him, he can escape immediately. Thus, this lowly one really doesn't know where he's hiding. Ing chi Patriarch's voice became softer and softer. He couldn't give a satisfactory answer to Guqin no matter how hard he thought. As for deceiving him and giving a random answer, he couldn't do it under the restraint of his heart devil. You have to give me some useful information, right? Guqin was expressionless. He raised a hand and pretended to kill Ing chi Patriarch. Ing chi Patriarch was anxious and subconsciously blurted out. Life Dao Field. That's where Ancestor Mu wants to go the most in his life. This lowly one doesn't know where Ancestor Mu is, but if the Life Dao Field appears, Ancestor Mu definitely won't miss it. Life Dao Field? Guqin frowned. What kind of place was that? Could Ancestor Mu be there? Ing chi Patriarch explained, the Life Dao Field is the inheritance ground of the Grey Clan, one of the 10 races of the ancient Netherworld. It has been lost for countless years, and Ancestor Mu has always wanted to find it. A place that has disappeared? If Ancestor Mu doesn't know where it is, how can he find it now that he's heavily injured? Guqin shook his head. This was another perfunctory answer. However, he could also see that Ing chi Patriarch really didn't know where Ancestor Mu was hiding. It seemed like his plan to find Ancestor Mu through Chief Ing chi was destined to fail. What a pity. He was still thinking of picking up a loophole and secretly killing this hidden danger, Ancestor Mu. Guqin pondered. He couldn't find Ancestor Mu's hiding place, but it wasn't a bad idea to obtain some other useful information. For example, Ancestor Mu and Ancestor Sword clearly had a deep hatred for each other, but there were many different opinions as to where their hatred came from. For example, even though the Muhuang dynasty was so powerful, they were still able to stand firm in the Second Mountain and Sea. That was largely due to the support of the Grand Qi Palace. The identity of the people who supported Ancestor Mu in Supreme Qi Palace was a very useful piece of information. Guchen sorted out all the questions he wanted to ask in his mind, trying his best to avoid missing anything. Then, he began to questioning Qi systematically. Since Ancestor Mu could easily decide the life and death of Qi Fengqi, he had to quickly obtain all the information in case Qi Fengqi suddenly died. The first question was the origin of the hatred between Ancestor Mu and Ancestor Sword. Back then, Ancestor Mu and Ancestor Sword teamed up and ventured into an ancient arcane realm. There, they discovered the primordial emperor material, the primordial golden lightning bamboo. The Sword Ancestor has always wanted to find a primordial emperor material to refine into a Tao Ancestor divine weapon. This is also the reason why he teamed up with Ancestor Mu. Ancestor Mu also promised to give him priority if he found the primordial emperor material. However, that arcane realm wasn't as valuable as imagined. In the end, the only harvest was the primordial golden lightning bamboo. Ancestor Mu went back on his word and snatched the golden lightning bamboo first. The Sword Ancestor was unwilling, and the two of them fought all the way to the Realm Sea, attracting the greed of other Tao ancestors. Ancestor Mu saw that he couldn't keep the primordial golden lightning bamboo for himself, and that his life was in danger because of the greed of others, so he simply threw the primordial golden lightning bamboo into the Realm Sea. The environment of the Realm Sea is very complicated. Every wave is a world. After the primordial golden lightning bamboo fell into it, it disappeared, never to be found again. Because of this, the Sword Ancestor and Ancestor Mu became enemies. Back then, Yingqi had lived in Ancestor Mu's body, and had seen the whole thing with his own eyes. He had a deep impression of it. As expected of a primordial emperor material, the elegance of the primordial golden lightning bamboo was something he couldn't forget. In the hands of the Sword Ancestor, that treasure could become a powerful Tao Ancestor divine weapon. If Ancestor Mu fused with it, it could increase Ancestor Mu's strength by another level. He even imagined that if Ancestor Mu gave him the primordial golden lightning bamboo, perhaps he would have already stepped into the quasi-Tao Ancestor realm today. The primordial golden lightning bamboo that fell into the Realm Sea, as Guchen listened, his expression couldn't help but change, and his heart fluctuated. Back in the longevity world of the primordial sea, in that world within a world, he had also encountered a primordial golden lightning bamboo. At first, he thought that the primordial golden lightning bamboo was the chief herb of that world, but later, he learned that it actually came from beyond the heavens and accidentally fell into that world. Because of that primordial golden lightning bamboo, the chief beast and chief spirit of that world became abnormally powerful. The chief beast Insect King even almost took Guchen's life. In the end, the Insect King was killed by his heaven-devouring demonic butterflies. As a result, the butterflies grew greatly, and he obtained the primordial golden lightning bamboo. Chu Meishin obtained the chief spirit. In the end, the primordial golden lightning bamboo was killed by his heaven-devouring demonic butterflies. Because of this, the butterflies grew greatly, and he obtained the primordial golden lightning bamboo. Chu Meishin obtained the chief spirit. The reason the primordial golden lightning bamboo was now golden and had the divine ability to release golden lightning was greatly related to the primordial golden lightning bamboo. Back then, Guchen had always been confused about the origin of the primordial golden lightning bamboo. The primordial golden lightning bamboo was already special enough, so how could something that could transform it back then be ordinary? He had originally suspected that the primordial golden lightning bamboo was not a product of the primordial golden lightning bamboo. Now that he heard Yingqi's words, his heart couldn't help but surge. Perhaps the primordial golden lightning bamboo that the primordial golden lightning bamboo that the primordial golden lightning bamboo had refined back then was the primordial emperor material that Sword Ancestor and Ancestor Mu wanted. From the mysterious origins of the primordial golden lightning bamboo that had been revealed today, only a primordial emperor material could cause the primordial golden lightning bamboo to transform like that. So, it was Ancestor Mu's casual toss that caused the primordial golden lightning bamboo to fall into the Realm Sea. When the primordial golden lightning bamboo fell into that world within a world, it changed the course of that world. It also benefited the Insect King and the Chief Spirit, who had first discovered it, and they became the apex existences of that world. Later, Guchen and Chu Meishin entered that world, and the primordial golden lightning bamboo finally fell into Guchen's hands. Only then did Guchen become who he was today. Without that primordial golden lightning bamboo, Guchen knew very well that the primordial golden lightning bamboo would not have grown so quickly. There seemed to be karma in the unseen world. In the end, he came to the Tao world and became enemies with Ancestor Mu, but Chu Meixin still stood by his side. Gu Chen felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. The Tao of karma was truly inexplicable. Lord, what's wrong? Ying Qi saw that Gu Chen's expression was not right and asked with some apprehension. Nothing. Gu Chen shook his head. There was no need to tell this karma to others. He continued to ask, is there someone in the Supreme Qi Palace who supports Ancestor Mu? May I know who he is? Qifeng Qi answered honestly, Supreme Qi Palace Master Tai Zhen owed Ancestor Mu a favor in his early years. It was actually the Palace Master of the Supreme Qi Palace. Gu Chen was slightly surprised. No wonder Ancestor Mu was so arrogant. With the Palace Master of Supreme Qi Palace as his backing, he could indeed do whatever he wanted. If it weren't for the fact that the 5 Imperial Lords had ordered the Second Mountain and Sea to be reshuffled, the Sword Ancestor might not have dared to make a move against Patriarch Mu. This also explained why Zhang Hao's faction supported him. They were clearly not on the same side as the Palace Lord of the Grand Qi Palace. It had been very obvious on the Second Mountain. Although Zhang Hao's faction had clearly stated that they couldn't interfere in the war with the Shepherd tribe, he had left some leeway in his words. It was clear that he hoped that the Qin tribe could turn the tables and eliminate the Shepherd tribe. All of this involved a power struggle within the Grand Energy Temple. The reshuffling of all of the powers in the Second Mountain and Sea would ultimately involve the Grand Energy Temple. He had to be careful with every step he took. Gu Chen lamented. If they uprooted the Mu clan, they would most likely offend the Palace Lord of the Supreme Qi Palace. If he offended someone without realizing it, he might die a dubious death in the future. As Gu Chen was pondering this, Qifeng Qi suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body trembled inexplicably, and his face contorted. When his expression reached a certain degree of malevolence, he suddenly calmed down, and the feeling he gave off also changed. His eyes turned into whorls, and his voice was different. No wonder I've been feeling uneasy. Chen Yunfei, you think you can pry into my secrets? Ancestor Mu. Gu Chen looked surprised for a moment, but then he smiled. Ancestor Mu, you're still alive. The outside world is saying that you died in the hands of Sword Ancestor, and your death was extremely tragic. I was worried, so I asked Qifeng Qi if possible, I'll let you live. Facing the ferocious Ancestor Mu, Gu Chen was not flustered and his tone was full of mockery. The outside world is really like that? Sword Ancestor can't kill me. If not for my carelessness. Ancestor Mu immediately scolded, but before he finished, he suddenly came back to his senses. No, you want to get information from me. At such a young age, you have such deep thoughts. It's not an injustice that Li Tian lost to you. Gu Chen had an indifferent expression. Ancestor Mu's reaction was fast, but he still managed to get some useful information out of him. It seemed that Ancestor Mu had hidden in a secluded place after escaping with serious injuries and was temporarily unable to obtain information from the outside world. This also meant that his injuries were so severe that he couldn't even care about the Shepherd tribe. From the looks of it, Sword Ancestor's judgment was accurate. Ancestor Mu wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the short term. Ancestor Mu is worrying too much. I really want to let you live. Your death might not be a good thing for my Qin tribe. Gu Chen continued, his tone steady and unhurried, but he was interrupted by Ancestor Mu. Stop. I don't believe your nonsense. Besides, who do you think you are? I don't even care about Chen Daolin, much less you. I only want to ask you, what method did you use to make the Ying Qi tribe betray us? Ancestor Mu's spiritual will descended from the sky. He only cared about this matter. The Ying Qi tribe might not be loyal, but their life and death were in his hands. They wouldn't be stupid enough to betray them. Ancestor Mu can possess Qifeng Qi's body through space. Can't you check his memories? Gu Chen didn't reply and probed. There's no harm in telling you. I left my bloodline factor in Qifeng Qi's body a long time ago. As long as I want, I can activate it with a thought and devour Qifeng Qi's flesh and obtain control of his body. But this control is on the body and can't interfere with the soul. Once I controlled him, Qifeng Qi fell unconscious. So that was how it was. Gu Chen came to a realization. This divine art of Ancestor Mu was similar to the ability of the Xianxia race, but it was clearly of a higher level. In order to seize control of another person's body, the Xianxia race had to completely infiltrate their corporeal body, but Ancestor Mu only needed a drop of blood. You still haven't answered my question. Ancestor Mu reminded Gu Chen. Of course it's because of my personal charm. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth curled up. Since Ancestor Mu couldn't search Patriarch Xing's memories, he was relieved. He had used great heart magic art to control Qi Fengqi. If Ancestor Mu knew about this, he wouldn't be able to hide some secrets. After all, the incident in Benhai City had caused quite a stir. For the time being, it was best not to associate the successor of Mental Demon with the Chen clan. Moreover, this matter involved the surviving members of the Yuan school. Ever since he understood the truth behind the death of the Yuan ancestor, he had a trace of fear. Even if you don't say it, I can guess it. Patriarch Xingqi isn't afraid of death or punishment. The only thing that can make him listen to your orders is mental mystic arts. However, no matter how weak his willpower is, his cultivation level has reached the peak of the great sage. Only a Dao ancestor can control his mind in such a short time. There was another Dao ancestor hidden on Mount Dingkong? From the way the sword ancestor chased me, he didn't seem to know about this. It seems that the Chen clan is quite ambitious. Ancestor Mu didn't seem to be idle while he was recuperating. He had imagined quite a lot. Gu Chen didn't refute, nor could he refute. Ancestor Mu's analysis was actually correct. The mental power of the heart-shaped stone he used had indeed barely reached the level of a Dao ancestor. This was the bonus of the mental demon gloves weaved by the heavenly winding silk. Even the ugly emperor couldn't achieve such an effect. Why, am I right? Seeing Gu Chen's silence, Ancestor Mu sneered and became more certain of his guess. This battle had really been extremely dangerous. If he hadn't escaped in time, when the Dao ancestor hidden on Mount Dingkong also attacked, he would have had no chance of survival. However, he didn't know who that Dao ancestor was. He hadn't noticed his existence at all. Since Ancestor Mu already understands the strength of the Chen clan, why don't you consider turning weapons of war into gifts of friendship? The Mu Huang dynasty is on the verge of destruction. Ancestor Mu, you have the will but not the strength. Only the Chen clan can help you. Gu Chen couldn't wait for Ancestor Mu to misunderstand and continue to recruit him. Of course, he didn't really want to form an alliance with Ancestor Mu. He just wanted to gain his trust and figure out where he was hiding. How can the Chen clan help me? You want me to help you convince the tribes of the Mu clan to surrender, right? That's a good plan. That way, the Chen clan can occupy the Mu Huang dynasty before the Sword Pavilion and obtain the greatest benefits. Ancestor Mu analyzed. Gu Chen sighed inwardly. Good idea. He hadn't thought of this. Let the Mu clan surrender to the Chen clan and form an alliance. This might be a good idea. It can preserve the strength of the Mu Huang dynasty. I can feign civility with you and make a comeback in the future. Unfortunately, I've never been this kind of person. To tell you the truth, even if the Mu Huang dynasty is destroyed and all my children die, I don't care. Don't think you can use this to control me. Cooperating with the Chen clan is like asking a tiger for its skin. Take back your shrewdness. When I recover from my injuries, I'll definitely wipe out the Chen clan. Ancestor Mu didn't have the patience to continue chatting with Gu Chen. This brat was too cunning, and there was no point in talking more. Xianxia clan leader's eyes began to ooze blood. The veins on his body bulged, and he looked hideous. Fortunately, Gu Chen had already sealed his cultivation, so he couldn't cause any damage. Gu Chen looked at Xianxia clan leader, whose body was clearly on the verge of collapse, and sighed. He knew that he couldn't save him. This was the self-destruction of the bloodline, and there was no way to stop it. He had a new understanding of Ancestor Mu. He was indeed a ruthless and ambitious person. When he said that he didn't care about the life and death of the Mu clan, it was true. Offending such a demon who didn't even recognize his own kin, and if he was allowed to make a comeback, it was terrifying. Asking a tiger for its skin? In the past, in your eyes, the Chen clan couldn't be considered a tiger, right? You fell once, and you might fall a second time. Gu Chen taunted. He tore off his disguise, and his words stung Ancestor Mu. Just you wait. Whether it's Chen Daolin or you, I won't let a single one of you go. Ancestor Mu's eyes were red, and he roared. Suddenly, with a bang, Yingqi clan leader's body exploded into pieces. Guchen was expressionless. The blood mist formed from the explosion couldn't get within 3 feet of him. With the death of Yingqi clan leader, the hundreds of thousands of Yingho also began to self-destruct, including a few Sage Realm Yingho. You're really cutting the weeds by the roots. Guchen murmured. The Yingho clan was truly pitiful. As parasites, they didn't even have a choice in how they died. Rather than dying in vain, I might as well give it a try. Guchen had a pensive look on his face. He flicked his sleeves, and from his body, heaven-devouring demonic butterflies burrowed out. In the past few years, Guchen had rarely summoned the butterflies. Firstly, his strength was growing rapidly, and the butterflies could help him less and less. Secondly, the sky-devouring demonic butterfly had once been a symbol of Guchen. If he used it too much, it would easily expose his true identity. Today, the karma of the chaotic golden lightning bamboo reminded Guchen of the butterfly swarm. The innate talent of the sky-devouring demonic butterfly was compatible with Ancestor Mu's great fusion art in many ways. The great fusion art was very likely an opportunity for the butterfly swarm to grow further. The Yingqi tribe had left behind hundreds of thousands of Yingqi corpses, and they were originally creatures born from the minor fusion art. Chief Yingqi, in particular, even had remnants of Ancestor Mu's bloodline in his body, with the characteristics of the sky-devouring demonic butterfly. If it devoured the flesh and blood of Yingqi, it might be able to evolve greatly and even obtain a portion of Ancestor Mu's great fusion art's power. This was just a guess of Guchen's, but it was worth a try. After the butterfly swarm was summoned, they were like sharks that smelled blood. They immediately noticed the piles of Yingqi corpses, especially Chief Yingqi's broken corpse. Exuding a strong excitement, they swarmed towards Yingqi Chief's body. Chief Yingqi's corpse seemed to be far more attractive than the other Yingqi. The powerful sky-devouring demonic butterflies fought to devour his flesh and blood. Those that were slightly weaker flew around, unwilling to give up and looking for a chance to take a bite. Of course, there were also those who wisely chose to enjoy the corpses of the Sage Realm Yingqi alone. Only the weakest and marginalized sky-devouring demonic butterflies would sulkily find the corpses of the hundreds of thousands of ordinary Yingqi like birds catching insects. They devoured them one by one, digesting them extremely quickly. Guchen looked expectantly at the sky-devouring demonic butterflies, especially the few that had eaten Chief Yingqi's flesh and blood. These demonic butterflies would absorb the bloodline factors of Ancestor Mu, which were superior to countless other races. They would definitely undergo some metamorphosis. Chief Yingqi had been a peak great sage when he had been alive. The strength of a single demonic butterfly was limited, and its digestion speed was also very slow. In fact, they would be full after chewing for a short while. If they continued to eat, they would not be able to withstand the boundless energy and could only retreat, leaving the food for their companions who were waiting. These demon butterflies that had eaten their fill didn't touch the other Yingfeng's corpses. They lay on the ground, folded their wings, and fell asleep. Guchen observed their changes. Unknowingly, several days had passed. In just a few days, the number of demonic sky-devouring butterflies had changed again and again. Compared to the peak great sage, a single demon butterfly was too weak. Therefore, in the end, all the demon butterflies got a share, and it was just nice to get a clean share. Of course, a small number of them were too fast to withstand the energy of Yingqi's flesh and blood, and exploded on the spot. The corpses of the exploded demonic butterflies were immediately devoured by their companions without mercy. The demonic butterflies were extremely cruel and cannibalistic. The body of the demonic butterfly that was left behind gradually changed. Its torso turned into a gray color that was hard and full of luster like metal. Red, yellow, and blue patterns appeared on their wings, forming a spiral pattern that looked a bit like Ancestor Mu's eyes. Seeing this, Guchen's expression brightened. The demon butterflies that had completed their metamorphosis regained their appetite and devoured the remaining Yingfeng corpses. As they ate, the light patterns on their bodies gradually stabilized and emitted a strong aura. Guchen communicated with these demon butterflies and quickly learned of their changes. Swoosh! Swoosh! In front of Guchen, a portion of the demon butterflies flapped their wings and slammed into the ground. But strangely, when they touched the ground, their entire bodies melted into it. Assimilation. After the demon butterflies devoured the flesh and blood of Xianxia clansmen, they didn't obtain the ability to fuse with the human body and control it. Instead, they had the strange ability to assimilate. This ability couldn't compare to Ancestor Mu's. Ancestor Mu could assimilate with the mountains and earth and control their movements, even turning them into mountain giants, but the demon butterflies couldn't do it. The demon butterflies could only fuse with the earth and move unhindered underground. At the same time, they could completely conceal their aura, but they couldn't control the earth and earth. Guchen asked further and realized that not only could they fuse with the earth, but they could also fuse with the trees and buildings. After the metamorphosis, the demon butterflies should have grasped the lesser fusion technique. It's just that the lesser fusion technique seems to display different abilities on different people. Guchen fell into deep thought. The greater fusion technique was only in the hands of Ancestor Mu. Even the direct bloodline of Ancestor Mu only grasped the lesser fusion technique. In the hands of Li Tian, the lesser fusion technique could devour various ores and make itself indestructible. In the hands of the Xianxia clansmen, it could fuse with the flesh and blood of others and seize control of the body. Guchen guessed that it should be due to the difference in innate conditions that resulted in different abilities. The abilities obtained by the demon butterflies didn't seem to be as strong as the Xianxia clansmen, but it seemed to be very convenient for stealth and investigation. If I hunt the experts of the shepherd tribe, the butterfly swarm will definitely continue to evolve and gain more abilities. If I eat Ancestor Mu, I wonder what will happen. Guchen realized that his thoughts were a little bold and he couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know where Ancestor Mu was hiding now. Moreover, even if he could kill him, the butterfly swarm wouldn't be able to withstand Ancestor Mu's power. After so many days, the battlefield at the front should have a bountiful harvest. The various tribes of the shepherd tribe should have left behind many corpses. Guchen was slightly tempted. With Qin Daolin personally taking action and Great Sage Shuyi's cooperation, the so-called 700 tribes of the shepherd tribe would definitely suffer heavy casualties. After thinking about it, Guchen stood up and shook his sleeves. He kept all the demon butterflies that had completed their evolution into his body. There was no point in continuing to stay on Mt Dingkong. He might as well go to the battlefield at the front. Soon, he soared into the sky and passed by green mountains and clear waters. An hour later, he was near the border of the Yu and Mu dynasties. There was only one army stationed at the border. It was the army of the Wild Fox tribe of the Pei dynasty. Facing a great enemy like the shepherd tribe, the Pei dynasty would naturally support the Yu dynasty with all their strength. Therefore, the armies of the 7 dynasties had been mobilized here. A few days ago, Qin Daolin personally arrived at the border. He was like an invincible saber that tore apart the camp of the shepherd tribe's army. Then, he led the army to launch an attack. In addition, Great Sage Shui had betrayed them and deliberately moved the powerful tribes away from the border. As a result, the Muhuang dynasty's line of defense collapsed at the first touch. The allied army of the Yu and Pei dynasties killed their way into the Muhuang dynasty on that day. They swept away everything along the way, attacking cities and seizing strongholds. Good news came from the front every day. In order to maximize the results of the war and occupy more territory before the Sword dynasty interfered, the allied army of the 2 dynasties could be said to have turned out in full force. Only the army of the Wild Fox tribe was left to guard the border and clean up the battlefield. Guchen stood high in the sky and looked at the mountains of corpses on the border battlefield. He was indifferent to this tragic scene. The Muhuang dynasty was militaristic. Almost every tribe was warlike and bloodthirsty. Over the years, they had killed countless people. Today, it was their turn to taste the consequences of their evil deeds. There was no such thing as a woman's kindness in the struggle for hegemony. What Guchen wanted to know was how much benefit these countless corpses could bring to the colony of butterflies. The smell of blood on the battlefield soared into the sky. The heaven-devouring demonic butterflies hovering in the sky started to get restless and impatiently flew down. They had just completed their evolution and were about to obtain another opportunity. The demonic butterflies were too obvious. If they appeared openly on the battlefield, Feng Yuan could easily deduce that Guchen had come to the Dao world. Although Feng Yuan, who was being chased by the ruler, might not have the leisure to pay attention to such trivial information, Guchen did not intend to reveal his identity. After communicating with the butterflies telepathically, they quickly understood Gu Chen's intentions and their bodies changed. In just a moment, they became moths. Although they were still in the form of insects, it was not easy to associate them with moths. After that, the butterflies dispersed in an organized manner, divided into teams, and landed far away from the battlefield. Then, they used their assimilation ability to merge with the earth and sneak near the corpses that were piled up like mountains on the battlefield. They drilled into the corpses inconspicuously and started to devour and absorb them. The whole process was as strict as an army. Gu Chen had only roughly said his idea, and the butterflies did as they wished. The intelligence they displayed was getting higher and higher. Gu Chen was very satisfied. He stayed in the clouds and observed the butterflies eating while observing whether the Wild Fox Clan's army would discover him. If the Wild Fox Clan sensed anything, he would secretly inform someone to interfere and move the army further away. In fact, what the butterflies were doing was equivalent to cleaning up the battlefield and greatly reducing the workload of the Wild Fox Clan's army, which was exactly what they wanted. Although evolving by devouring corpses sounded frightening, the potential of the heaven-devouring demonic butterflies was too terrifying. It was best not to be discovered before they truly matured. There were too many corpses left behind by the various tribes of the Shepherd clan. Even though there were 100,000 demonic butterflies, it was still too difficult to get rid of all of them. The demonic butterflies started to become picky about their food. They could filter out the bloodline factors in the Shepherd clan's bodies that were beneficial to them and focused on absorbing them. The appearances and body shapes of the people of the various tribes of the Shepherd clan were very different. As they devoured their flesh and blood, the bodies of the demonic butterflies also started to change. Sometimes, they had extra legs, and sometimes, they had horns on their heads. There were even some demonic butterflies that had taken human form. However, these forms did not last long. The tricolored spiral patterns on the devil butterfly's wings that resembled Ancestor Mu's eyes flickered, and the changes on its body quickly disappeared. However, the light patterns on its wings became brighter, and a new color appeared indistinctly. Originally, the demonic butterfly was only capable of simple transformations. However, after devouring various bloodline factors, it began to develop complex transformations. It could transform into 3 or 4 segments. The battle at the front lines was not over yet. Wherever the allied armies of the 2 dynasties passed by, a large number of shepherd tribes' corpses were left untouched. For the butterfly colony, it was an endless treasure trove, an opportunity for the colony to evolve. Gu Chen discovered that it took too much time for the guardian butterflies to hunt for food. Some of the demon butterflies couldn't wait and wanted to go to the front of the battlefield to hunt for food. Thus, he made a decision. He gave the butterflies freedom and allowed them to forage and reproduce freely in the Muhuang dynasty. The only condition was that they could not reveal their identities. From then on, they would appear as moths in the eyes of the outside world. The demonic moths grew freely, and no one knew that they actually had an owner. Thus, no one would associate them with the demonic sky-devouring butterfly, much less him. After releasing his control over the butterfly colony, Gu Chen was suddenly free. Since he had already come to the front of the battlefield, he might as well go straight to where the allied armies of the 2 dynasties were and see the results. As he went deeper into the Muhuang dynasty, he saw many tribes that had already been conquered. The flags of the allied armies of the 2 dynasties were now flying above these tribes. There were tens of thousands of tribes of various sizes in the Muhuang dynasty, and different tribes governed different areas. There were not many cities that resembled humans within the borders of the Muhuang dynasty. Most of the tribes looked very primitive and backward, and the large tribes were also sparsely populated. The shepherd tribe was not skilled in agriculture, forestry, industry, and commerce, but most of the areas of the Muhuang dynasty were rich in spiritual or resources. These spiritual or resources were very coveted by the Sword Pavilion, which was skilled in refining tools. They were also the foundation of the Muhuang dynasty's long-term expansion. The allied armies of the 2 dynasties had Dao ancestor Chen Daolin as the core. They were divided into many armies, each led by a saint. After entering the territory of the Muhuang dynasty, they took the initiative to attack everywhere, and the results were very shocking. When Gu Chen found Chen Daolin, the allied armies of the 2 dynasties had already conquered the Guangbao tribe, which was equivalent to a quarter of the Muhuang dynasty's area. They had taken over many large spiritual or resources. This was the result of Chen Daolin's restraint. If he had pushed forward recklessly and crazily, perhaps a third of the Muhuan dynasty's territory would have been completely conquered. Although they had only conquered a quarter of the tribes, the spiritual or resources in these tribes accounted for nearly half of the entire Muhuan dynasty. When this news reached the Yu dynasty and the Pei dynasty, the people of both dynasties were overjoyed. However, when the news reached the Sword Ancestor's face darkened. The Sword Ancestor was travel-worn, and he rushed to Mount Godmu's residence as soon as possible. Mount Godmu was not robbed by anyone, but unfortunately, Mount Godmu did not have the huge amount of treasures they had imagined. It was true that this was Ancestor Mu's lair, but Ancestor Mu did not leave the treasures here. It was unknown if he had brought them with him. The Sword Ancestor was so angry that his teeth itched. He felt that he had worked for nothing. After calming down, he immediately ordered the army of the Sword Emperor dynasty to immediately march toward the Muhuan dynasty. Ancestor Mu's treasures would be exhausted one day, but the resources of the Muhuan dynasty could be possessed for generations. Since Ancestor Mu had run away, there was no need for him to be polite. He wanted to devour the Muhuan dynasty. After the Sword Ancestor ordered the army, he also rushed to the border of the Sword dynasty and the Muhuan dynasty. He wanted to use the power of the Dao Ancestor to kill all the higher-ups of the Mu clan's army first. The army stationed at the border of the Sword dynasty was the best of the Mu clan, especially the gigantic Scale tribe, which was the strongest cavalry in the Dao world. As long as the gigantic Scale tribe guarded the border, no matter how many troops the Sword Emperor dynasty organized, as long as the gigantic Scale tribe charged at them, they would all collapse. Only by destroying the gigantic Scale tribe could the Sword Pavilion obtain the Muhuan dynasty with the least loss. Therefore, the Sword Ancestor did not care about his reputation anymore. He personally took action, hoping to resolve the threat as quickly as possible. However, before he could do anything, he was stopped by two Dao Ancestors. The ones who stopped him were the Star Sea Sect Star Sea Dao Ancestor and the Blue Sea Clan Sea Ancestor. The two Dao Ancestors spoke righteously. They said that if the Sword Ancestor attacked the younger generation, it would break the rules. It would cause the Second Mountain and Sea to be completely out of control, and the young elites of the various clans would disappear. Therefore, the Sword Emperor dynasty could attack the Muhuan dynasty, but the Mu Ancestor was not allowed to do anything. Otherwise, they would interfere, under the threat of the two Dao Ancestors. Although the Sword Ancestor was clear about their true intentions, he could only stop for the time being. The death of the Feng Ancestor was still vivid in his mind. He did not want to die under the siege of so many Dao Ancestors. The Sword Ancestor did not attack. Facing the gigantic Scale tribe as the core of the Mu clan's garrison of 2,000 troops, the Sword Emperor dynasty's army could not advance. The battle was in a stalemate. At this time, the Qin clan brought news of a great victory. They had already conquered a quarter of the Muhuan dynasty's territory and obtained nearly half of the spirit mines. The Sword Ancestor naturally did not feel good about such an easy victory. He had said that the Qin clan could eat as much as they could, but he did not expect the Qin clan to have such a good appetite. He had clearly suffered a great loss in this alliance. The Star Sea Dao Ancestor is one thing, but even the Sea Ancestor, who usually stays in the Bubble Sea, is interfering. The Sword Ancestor is in big trouble. In the army camp, Guchen smiled as he listened to the reports from all sides. The Sword Ancestor forged a divine sword like the Crimson Grace that even the Mu Ancestor couldn't block. That's enough to make all the Dao Ancestors feel threatened. Under these circumstances, if the Sword Emperor dynasty swallows up the Muhuan dynasty, then the Sword Pavilion will undoubtedly become the overlord of the Second Mountain and Sea. How can the other forces tolerate that? Aside from the Supreme Qi Palace, all 8 of the Dao Ancestors of the Second Mountain and Sea have come out of seclusion. Who will emerge victorious will not only test the power of the Dao Ancestors, but also their wisdom. Chen Daolin sighed. The Feng Ancestor was dead. Including him, there were still 8 Dao Ancestors in the Second Mountain and Sea. The Manifestation Dao Ancestor could not even protect himself, and had no intention of fighting for supremacy. The Dawn Dao Ancestor and the Dragon-Taming Dao Ancestor were fighting over the Sealed Sect's inheritance. As a result, only the Sea Ancestor and the Star Sea Dao Ancestor had the time to interfere with the Sword Ancestor's annexation of the Muhuan dynasty. The Qin clan has just risen to power, and is still weak. They can help restrain the Sword Emperor dynasty, so they won't be easily suppressed by the other Dao ancestors. This is an opportunity. Gu Chen pondered for a moment. With the Star Sea sect and the Blue Sea race interfering, the situation was too favorable for them. On the one hand, the Sword Ancestor was under external pressure, and would not dare to rashly fall out with them. He would continue to maintain the alliance. Naturally, the benefits they had gained in the Muhuang dynasty would buy them precious time to digest. On the other hand, because they were afraid of the Sword Ancestor, the other forces of the Second Mountain and Sea would be more friendly to them. In order to restrain the Sword Emperor dynasty, they would deliberately support them. That's right. Now that the Sword Ancestor can't act rashly, it will be difficult for the Sword Pavilion to break through the defensive line of the Mu clan army. This is the best situation for us. The elite army of the Mu clan is being restrained by the Sword Pavilion, so we just need to subdue the Centaur tribe and the other large tribes of the Mu clan, and we can easily take over half of the Mu dynasty. Qin Daolin was in high spirits. In the past, the Qin clan had been suppressed by the Mu clan to the point of suffocation. Now, they could do as they pleased and the Mu clan could do whatever they wanted. The river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. To be able to have today's change, he was full of admiration for Gu Chen. He knew very well that merely breaking through to become a Dao ancestor would absolutely not be able to bring about such a great situation. The complicated battles between forces were never settled by tyrannical force alone. What did great sage Xianxia say? Now that the defeated shepherd tribe has thrown away their helmets and armor and is retreating in defeat, their morale should be almost exhausted, right? Gu Chen asked. Great sage Xianxia's performance as a spy could be said to be perfect. First, he moved the main force of the Centaur tribe's army away from the border, causing the allied armies of the two dynasties to defeat the Grassland tribe's army. After that, they continued to provide intelligence, allowing the allied forces to destroy the shepherd tribe's major tribes one by one and eliminate their strength. Now, under his leadership, the remnants of the shepherd tribe's army had been led into a ditch. They were forced to hide in all directions. They no longer had the courage to fight against the allied army. There are many major tribes among the remnants of the shepherd tribe. They heard that the giant scale tribe and the dragon rhinoceros tribe have obtained the support of the two Dao ancestors, so they are still not willing to surrender. Xianxia said that it will take some time for them to submit, so we are only keeping them hanging and not chasing after them, Qin Daolin replied. Great sage Xianxia's repeated miscalculations had caused the shepherd tribe's army to suffer heavy losses, which had already caused his prestige to drop significantly. At this time, he did not dare to strongly advocate for surrender, lest the major tribes surrender on the surface but have other plans in secret, which would cause hidden dangers. The Centaur tribe has many outstanding archers, so it would be best to have them under our banner. As for the other major tribes, after conquering the Muhuang dynasty, we will also need their cooperation to govern. Gu Chen nodded. After all, the Yuan Pei dynasties did not have enough resources. Although they had conquered the vast territory of the Muhuang dynasty, they did not have enough manpower to govern. Therefore, even if the major tribes might rebel as soon as the Mu ancestor returned, they still had to borrow the strength of some tribes. This was the only way to digest the results of the war at the fastest speed. This was also forced by the Sword Ancestor. If they did not digest the results as soon as possible, their chances of winning the war with the Sword Emperor dynasty in the future would be too small. We will continue to put pressure on them, and with Xianxia's strength, the remnants of the shepherd tribe will compromise sooner or later. Xianxia was the only great sage in the remnants of the shepherd tribe, and many of the saints of the other major tribes had been killed. The remaining saint kings were completely powerless to oppose great sage Xianxia. The reason why they had to take it slowly was because they wanted the tribes to submit more thoroughly. We can slowly wait with Xianxia, and the Jade tribe can almost relax. Let them return to their old profession and ensure that there will be no shortage of weapons in the future. Gu Chen had a long-term vision. Although the Jade tribe was originally the shepherd tribe's lackey, their forging ability was indeed not bad. The Sword Emperor dynasty's weapons were excellent, and if they did not want to suffer losses in the future war, they had to ensure that there was a sufficient supply of weapons and that the quality was up to standard. At this time, the Jade tribe was very important. Without their forging ability, what was the point of occupying more mines? I admire your foresight. Just a moment ago, they were enemies, and the next moment, they are on our side. This world is never black or white. It is mostly gray. As long as there is a common interest and there is no absolute conflict, enemies can also become friends. Gu Chen said calmly. Qin Daolin nodded in agreement. The Jade tribe did not even have a saint, and they were not a threat at all. The Shepherd tribe had already fallen, and they could not wait to get close to the Qin tribe. They would only do their best if they were given a mission. When he brought a bunch of Jade tribe higher-ups to Mount Dingkong, he had already guessed that Gu Chen had some thoughts about them. By the way, I heard that Senior Qin killed a few of the Shepherd tribe's saints and collected their corpses. Can I have them? Gu Chen asked casually after they finished talking about business. Of course, but what do you want their corpses for? They are somewhat useful. For the next month, Gu Chen stayed with the army. The demonic sky-devouring butterflies were wreaking havoc in the Muhuang dynasty. Staying here would allow him to better observe their evolution. The remnants of the Shepherd tribe fought and retreated, and their morale became lower by the day. Some of the smaller tribes could not bear it any longer and began to flee. Some of the higher-ups of the Shepherd tribe suggested meeting up with the giant Scale tribe. Unfortunately, after Great Sage Shui leaked the information, all of their escape routes had been blocked. They had become an isolated island without any help. At this time, the informants of the modest pavilion secretly contacted the higher-ups of the Shepherd tribe, promising them benefits on the condition that they surrendered earlier than the other tribes. The remnants of the Shepherd tribe had completely fallen into a state of disunity. Most of the people had the intention to surrender. Only a small portion of them were still resisting, hoping that the Giant Scale tribe would come to their aid. However, the sudden bad news from the Giant Scale tribe destroyed their last psychological defense. The Shepherd tribe's defense line was breached? The Giant Scale tribe suffered heavy losses? The latest news from the battlefield between the Sword Pavilion and the Shepherd tribe surprised both the Yu and Pei dynasties. The Giant Scale tribe of the Shepherd tribe had the strongest cavalry in the Dao world. In the previous battles, they had easily destroyed the Sword Pavilion army's attacks. They thought the two sides would be in a stalemate. Who would have thought that in just a month, the Giant Scale tribe would suffer heavy losses? With the defeat of the Giant Scale tribe, the Shepherd tribe's defense line completely collapsed. The Sword Emperor dynasty's army has already entered the Mu dynasty and is pursuing them. The great sages of the Giant Scale tribe and the Rhinoceros Dragon tribe led their troops to retreat. They don't dare to confront the Sword Pavilion anymore. Yimi told them the news he had received from the unwarranted pavilion. Everyone looked at each other. What was the turning point of the battlefield? How did the Giant Scale tribe suddenly lose? Gu Chen drank his tea and asked calmly. It said that the Sword Pavilion used a brand new weapon. When the Giant Scale tribe's cavalry charged, they were engulfed by a shocking explosion. They couldn't dodge or resist. Our spies saw it with their own eyes from afar. At that time, mushroom-shaped clouds rose from the battlefield, and the scene could be said to be apocalyptic. Yimi took a deep breath and handed over the jade slip that recorded the details of the situation, passing it around to everyone. After reading the report, many soldiers fell silent. Chen Wenfeng sighed. The Sword Pavilion is indeed a master of blacksmithing. When did they create such a terrifying weapon? The others nodded. The horrifying scene of the battlefield described in the jade slip was shocking, as if they were there. The most terrifying thing was that they didn't even know what this mysterious weapon looked like. Even the Giant Scale tribe was confused and caught off guard. Because of their fear of the unknown weapon, the great sages of the Giant Scale tribe and the Rhinoceros Dragon tribe temporarily withdrew their troops. They would rather the Sword Pavilion attack the Mu dynasty than confront it head-on, they asked themselves honestly. The Yu dynasty and the Pei dynasty's combat power couldn't compare to the Shepherd tribe's elite army. What if the two dynasties encountered a weapon that even they were afraid of? Everyone was worried. Although the Qin tribe and the Sword Pavilion had formed an alliance, their relationship was subtle. If the Sword Emperor dynasty's army was unstoppable in the Mu dynasty's territory, they would quickly encounter the allied forces of the two dynasties, resulting in a conflict of interest. Moreover, only a month had passed, and it was not enough for the allied forces to digest the results of the war. If they were to clash with the Sword Emperor dynasty now, the consequences would not be good. It's not that there isn't any good news. At least the centaur tribe has completely surrendered. Gu Chen sensed the solemnity of the atmosphere, so he said calmly. The main reason why the remnants of the shepherd tribe had refused to submit to the giant scale tribe was because of the giant scale tribe. There had always been a group of people who were counting on them to come to their aid. However, now that the giant scale tribe had suffered heavy losses and could barely protect themselves, the remnants of the shepherd tribe could only give up. The resistance from Great Sage Shuyi's side was gone. They would be able to reduce the gap between them and the Sword Emperor dynasty by quite a bit as soon as possible. Of course, he had to deal with the threat posed by the Sword Pavilion's new weapon first. Gu Chen had some guesses about this. Quickly investigate Great Sage Xianxia's situation and send out scouts to guard against the Jian dynasty's army. Also, speed up the integration of the various forces. Gu Chen gave some instructions. He didn't seem to care about the new weapon and left. The higher-ups of the two dynasties were very concerned. They continued to make many guesses about the Sword Pavilion's new weapon. However, the information they had was limited. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't come up with any feasible countermeasures. The Sword Pavilion's new weapon is unimaginably powerful. I'm afraid the other forces of the Second Mountain and Sea have already received the relevant information. I thought we could save the shepherd tribe by stopping the Sword Ancestor from personally taking action. I didn't expect the Sword Ancestor to have hidden something. In this case, the other Dao Ancestors will definitely take action. They will probably contact me soon. As Gu Chen left the camp, Chen Daoling's voice floated into his ears. He hadn't been in the camp just now. The Dao Ancestors were the best weapons. Even the soldiers on his side couldn't see them casually. I'll leave the other Dao Ancestors to Senior Chen. If we really go to war with the Sword Pavilion, we'll need their help. Gu Chen said casually and went straight to his residence. From the looks of it, you seem to have some understanding of the Sword Pavilion's new weapon? Chen Daolin guessed. I do have some ideas, but I have to get confirmation first. I'll go to the Divine Ascension realm and tell you the details when I come back. As Gu Chen spoke, he had already returned to his residence. He took out the Divine Ascension pearl and sat down cross-legged. Chen Daolin didn't ask any more questions. He split his attention to keep an eye on Gu Chen, ensuring that he wouldn't be ambushed while he was in the Divine Ascension realm. In addition to being the Qin clan's Dao ancestor, he was also Gu Chen's protector. Within the Divine Ascension realm, Gu Chen met up with Ninja Hidden, who had been waiting for a long time. In addition to Ninja Hidden, the Ugly Emperor was also present. Previously, Gu Chen had asked Ninja Hidden to find the Ugly Emperor. There was a place that the Ugly Emperor would definitely be interested in, and that place was the Divine Ascension realm. On the surface, Gu Chen's information sources were mainly from the Honest Pavilion, the Jade Dynasty, and the various forces' intelligence networks, but in reality, he only trusted the Hidden God Army. The Hidden God Army obtained information directly from the various forces' Divine Ascension realm, so their information was the most reliable and spread the fastest. Because the Hidden God Army's existence was related to the Divine Ascension realm's weakness, it would be a huge shock if it was discovered. Even among Gu Chen's trusted aides, only a few knew of its existence. Before, the Hidden God Army was mainly managed by Ninja Hidden and the Clay Bodhisattva, but now, there was the Ugly Emperor. How was it? The Hidden God Army didn't disappoint you, did it? Gu Chen first looked at the Ugly Emperor and asked with a smile. Boss, you're really incredible. You can actually invade the various Divine Ascension realms at will. This Divine Ascension realm is simply a treasure trove. My cultivation has improved very quickly here, the Ugly Emperor couldn't help but praise. The Ugly Emperor couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He was wearing a long robe weaved from heavenly silk. I was only guessing that this place would be of help to you. After all, you being able to come back to life is definitely related to Great Sage Ruosu, and Great Sage Ruosu's power comes from the same source as this Divine Ascension realm. They both originate from the Great Divine Ascension technique, Gu Chen said. Back in Binhai City, the Ugly Emperor actually didn't have much time left. Gu Chen had given him the heart-shaped stone to use as a sacrificial pawn. However, when the Ugly Emperor was fighting with Great Sage Ruosu, he swallowed his wandering soul's power, which allowed his life to be extended. The Ugly Emperor later told Gu Chen about this, and Gu Chen had an idea. The Divine Ascension realm was created from the Divine Ascension sect's Great Divine Ascension technique. Since great sage Ruosu's wandering soul was helpful to the Ugly Emperor, then what about this world? Under normal circumstances, the Ugly Emperor obviously wouldn't be able to use the Divine Ascension realm, but since Guchen's heavenly silk could pierce through the mental barrier here, this world actually didn't have any obstacles for him. As such, Guchen let the Ugly Emperor join the Hidden God army, wanting to see if he would have any other gains. The results proved that his guess was correct. When the Ugly Emperor used the power of the heavenly silk to break through the mental barrier and entered the void of the Divine Ascension realm, he could use the Great Heart magic to absorb the mental energy here. This caused the Ugly Emperor's mental cultivation to skyrocket, and his Xianxia to transform. The benefits were self-evident. As long as I keep using the Divine Ascension realm to cultivate, I should have a chance to touch the threshold of the Tao Ancestor realm. Moreover, the more I use this place to cultivate, the closer my connection with the Divine Ascension realm will be. Sooner or later, there will be some unexpected gains. For example, the Divine Ascension sect. A confident smile appeared on the Ugly Emperor's face. Guchen nodded his head in satisfaction. That's for the best. Let's get down to business. Guchen didn't chat too much and went straight to the point. He looked at Ninja Hidden with a serious expression. Sword Pavilion's new weapon this time should be related to that Xianxia that I asked you to investigate before, right? Ninja Hidden nodded without hesitation. Yes, this Xianxia has recently become an artifact refining grandmaster of Sword Pavilion's artifact refining hall and has the qualifications to teach and accept disciples. This time, the new weapon that caused the giant scale tribe to suffer heavy losses, the magic box, was his doing. Fortunately, Boss had great foresight and sent someone to infiltrate the artifact refining hall long ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to obtain this information so quickly. Sword Pavilion's artifact refining hall has recently been very strict with their personnel, especially this Xianxia. His identity is obviously protected, and ordinary people can't come into contact with him at all. As Ninja Hidden spoke, a look of admiration appeared on his face. Before today, he didn't understand why Guchen asked him to investigate Xianxia. Who would have thought that this person would be the key to influencing the war between the Mu dynasty and the Divine Ascension realm? He didn't know how Boss could predict this to such an extent. Guchen saw through Ninja Hidden's thoughts, but he didn't explain and just sighed. It's been 10 years. After meeting Chu Meishin in Binhai City, Guchen had asked Ninja Hidden to investigate the whereabouts of his companions who had entered the Tao world with him back then. Due to the threat of Fang Yuan and his accomplices, his companions must have changed their appearances and concealed their names after they had gone their separate ways. Under such circumstances, it wasn't easy to find them. Fortunately, he had a huge intelligence network like the Divine Ascension realm. At the same time, he had some guesses about where his companions had gone back then. After a wide range of screening, Guchen discovered that about 10 years ago, a refinement master named Xianxia had appeared in the Sword Pavilion's artifact refining hall. Although this refinement master was a newcomer, his blacksmithing skills were abnormally superb and unique, so he quickly rose to prominence in the artifact refining hall. After all, the Sword Pavilion's artifact refining hall could be said to be the holy land of the entire blacksmithing world. It wasn't easy to become somewhat famous in such a place where experts gathered. Xianxia had attracted Guchen's attention, so he had asked Ninja Hidden to pay close attention to him. He had even gone to great lengths to send someone to infiltrate the artifact refining hall in order to observe him at a closer distance. Guchen had only done this to find his companions and determine their identities so that he could contact them more easily. However, Ninja Hidden didn't know the inside story. He had only been ordered to collect information and knew nothing about Guchen's former companions. Therefore, after the incident with the giant scale tribe, he had worshipped Guchen from the bottom of his heart, thinking that Guchen had already predicted the current situation. He was simply amazing. Can we arrange a time for our people to contact Xianxia? I would like to meet him in secret. As Guchen spoke, the face of the dwarf sovereign appeared in his mind. Although he was not completely sure, Xianxia was almost certain that he was the dwarf sovereign. The dwarf sovereign was the #1 blacksmith in the Chaos Sea back then. After entering the Tao world, the most suitable place for him was naturally the Sword Pavilion's blacksmithing hall. Of course, this alone could not determine that Xianxia was the dwarf sovereign. The most important point was the so-called magic box that the sword pavilion had just put into use. This magic box reminded Gu Chen of the secret technique of the crystal core that the dwarf sovereign had mastered. Back then, their ship could travel through the realm sea because of this unique secret technique. The dwarf clan had a long history that could be traced back to the ancient underworld era. Their ancestors had even refined weapons for the tyrants. The mysterious method of forging the crystal core was an absolute art of the dwarf clan. It was only mastered by the clan leader for generations and possessed incredible power. Back then, Kong Xing had imprisoned the dwarf sovereign because he wanted to obtain the secret technique of forging the crystal core. At the same time, he wanted the dwarf sovereign to serve the Xing county. Even if he obtained the secret technique, the dwarf sovereign was the only one in the world who had the ability to forge the killing weapons that Kong Xing had mentioned. The dwarf sovereign was a top blacksmith genius and the strongest blacksmith in the Chaos Sea. With his talent and ability, he would still be able to shine in the Dao world. The sword pavilion's new weapon, the magic box, was the same as the terrifying crystal core that the dwarf sovereign had described in Gu Chen's impression. After the dwarf sovereign had built the treasure ship to cross the sea, he had actually solved the problem of the compatibility between the crystal core and the weapon. He had the ability to use the crystal core in war. However, Gu Chen had always kept in mind the dwarf sovereign's philosophy. He did not like to create these killing weapons. In the history of the dwarf clan, these overly powerful weapons had led to the destruction of many lives, and the dwarf clan had almost been annihilated many times. The dwarf sovereign insisted on using the crystal core carefully. It was hard to imagine that he had helped the sword pavilion develop such a powerful weapon as the magic box. Gu Chen was a little worried about the dwarf sovereign. He felt that there might be some secrets behind this. At the same time, if the war with the sword firmament pavilion didn't break out, the allied army wouldn't stand a chance of winning if they couldn't deal with these slaughter weapons. Therefore, he had to find a way to meet the dwarf sovereign and decide what to do next based on the situation. Boss wants to meet Xianxia personally? Ninja was shocked. This was not Gu Chen's style, and the risk was not small. Seeing that Gu Chen wasn't joking, he couldn't help but think about it seriously. It shouldn't be difficult for our people to send a message to Xianxia, but it's hard to say if Xianxia is willing to meet them. If he refuses to meet us and reports to the sword firmament pavilion, then all of us in the equipment refining hall will be killed and all our spies will be eliminated. Gu Chen couldn't help but voice out his concerns. Get our men to tell Xianxia that it's Gu who wants to see him. He definitely won't refuse. Gu was Gu Chen's former alias, which he had not used after coming to the Dao world. Others would not know who he was, but his former companions knew. Gu, right? I understand now. Ninja nodded. It seemed like Boss and Xianxia were old acquaintances, which made things easier. Hold on. Gu Chen suddenly frowned again as he carefully thought about the information about Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly became a blacksmith grandmaster because he created the magic box, right? Before this, have our people seen him in the equipment refining hall? Or is it difficult to get in touch with him? Ninja had done a lot of intelligence work, so his thoughts were naturally meticulous. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, he immediately understood what he meant. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's equipment refining hall is huge and has many people. Our people don't have many opportunities to get in touch with Xianxia. It seems that Xianxia hasn't appeared in front of anyone for some time. Now that he's out, he's like the moon surrounded by stars and has accepted many apprentices. Gu Chen caught the key point and narrowed his eyes. Oh? What do you mean? The blacksmith grandmasters of the Sword Firmament Pavilion can set up their own sects and accept apprentices. Every grandmaster's temperament, habits, and refining range are different, which makes the standard and number of apprentices different. Xianxia is arrogant and eccentric. After entering the equipment refining hall, he has always been alone. A person like him doesn't seem to accept apprentices. But recently, he has accepted a large number of apprentices. Almost everyone with a little talent has been accepted by him. By the way, other grandmasters even sent their apprentices to him, and he didn't refuse any of them. Hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes flickered and he asked. Again, after Xianxia became a grandmaster, did he appear alone in front of others? Did he always have someone following him? I'm not sure about this, but a grandmaster always needs apprentices to serve him. Boss, are you worried that Xianxia is controlled? Yes, if Xianxia is controlled, our people will be in danger as soon as they come into contact with him, which may alert the enemy. Gu Chen was thoughtful. It was a matter of great importance. He suddenly felt a little uneasy to let ordinary spies contact the dwarf emperor. The magic box had obviously played an overwhelming role on the battlefield. After the sword master tasted the sweetness, he must ensure that he completely controlled this power. And if this power came from the dwarf emperor, and only he could use it, it could be imagined how strict the sword master would be with him. Gu Chen knew the dwarf emperor's philosophy. He had never wanted to use the power of the crystal core, but now he used it. According to the information from the equipment refining hall, he was probably forced to do so. Maybe the sword master wanted to take the secret method of the crystal core as soon as possible. Otherwise, how could other grandmasters send their apprentices to him? The more he thought about it, the more dangerous the situation of the dwarf emperor became. He didn't know what kind of situation he was in with the sword master. The sword master was superior, and he must get what he wanted. As the leader of the dwarf tribe, the dwarf emperor was unyielding, and it was impossible for him to hand over the secret method of the crystal core. The current situation might be the result of the compromise between the two sides. Let our people not rush to contact Xianxia, continue to observe secretly, and figure out the situation around Xianxia. If there are any difficulties, let the spies tell you. You must cooperate fully. Gu Chen gave up on his original idea. If he contacted Xianxia rashly, he would only alert the enemy. If he was not careful, he might completely lose the chance to meet the dwarf emperor. Okay, I understand. Enduring concealment nodded heavily. He also realized that the situation was strange. This Xianxia meant something to the sword master. Boss, do you need my help? Ugly Emperor listened to the ins and outs and took the initiative to suggest. In a heavily guarded place like the equipment refining hall, it was very difficult to rely on a few spies to do anything. With his ability, he could turn his enemies into his own people. Many times, things would be simple. Okay, follow enduring concealment and see if you can be of use. But remember, don't reveal your true identity. One of the reasons why Gu Chen arranged for Ugly Emperor to join the God-Hidden Army was because he felt that the God-Hidden Army didn't have enough high-end combat power. Sometimes, they would be restrained when doing things. Ah, hee, I understand. Ugly Emperor grinned. His Yuan Shen was communicating with Gu Chen here, but his real body had already arrived at the Sword Emperor dynasty. In the distance, the Sword Pavilion stood majestically, and the equipment refining hall was majestic. After communicating with Gu Chen, Ugly Emperor and enduring concealment left the Divine Ascension world and stood up. Let's go. We need to further infiltrate the Sword Pavilion. On Mount Dingkong, Chu Meixin danced with her sword under the tree. Her movements were smooth and graceful. It was supposed to be a wedding, but the groom had already left for the battlefield and didn't take her with him. As the official wife of the young master of the Chen clan, she enjoyed a high status on Mount Dingkong. The Chen clan basically agreed to whatever she wanted, and the resources and treatment she received were much better than when she was in the sword garret. This was the benefit of marrying Gu Chen. Even though they didn't consummate their marriage, she didn't suffer any harm. The battlefield was changing rapidly. Chu Meixin had heard a lot of rumors these days, which made her a little upset. She couldn't do anything about it. The only thing she could do was to practice her swordsmanship. She wasn't the kind of woman who only wanted to find a strong man to rely on. She hoped that one day, she could also help him. After practicing 24,000 swordsmanships, Chu Meixin rested for a while. She was drenched in sweat and panting. At this time a maid entered the courtyard and reported, "Young madam, the sword garret sent a messenger." Chu Meixin was shocked. She couldn't run away from it. Recently, the relationship between the sword garret and the Chen clan had been subtle. Did the sword garret finally find her? Did they send a letter? Chu Meixin asked. I don't know the details, but the messenger said that he must see you. The elders said that they would respect your decision whether to see you or not. The maid told her the truth. Chu Meixin took a deep breath. If she met the messenger at this time, some people would inevitably think that she was still on the sword garret's side. But if she didn't, the Sword Garret and the Qin clan were still allies. They hadn't fallen out yet. Gu Chen wasn't here, so she had to make her own decisions. After thinking for a while, she said, "Lead the way." If she deliberately avoided arousing suspicion, people would suspect her. It was better to be frank. Chu Meixin followed the maid out of the courtyard. In a pavilion in the distance, another beautiful woman saw her off. In terms of appearance, she was less elegant than Chu Meixin, but more cold. She was the current pavilion master of Wangwang Pavilion. Yimi was in charge of intelligence, so she didn't need to go to the battlefield in person. Since Gu Chen's wedding, she had been staying on Mount Dingkong. These days, she couldn't help but pay attention to Chu Meixin. She was curious about this woman. The feelings that he had nowhere to put would occasionally turn into sadness and even a trace of jealousy in the middle of the night. "You're Yimi, the pavilion master of Unwarranted Pavilion?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind Yimi, causing her to break out in cold sweat. She turned her head and found that it was an old woman she didn't know. She didn't know when she had sneaked up to her. If the other party hadn't spoken first, she probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. This person was very strong. "Who are you?" "The Fixed Void Mountain is not a place that random people can enter," Yimi said coldly. A strong sense of danger drove her to observe the surroundings and search for an escape route. Although most of the experts on MT Dingkong had gone to the frontline battlefield, there was a barrier protecting this place. It was not that easy to invade. What does the stabilizing Sky Mountain count as?" "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I just have a mission for you," the old woman said calmly. Yimi's face was filled with suspicion. "Mission?" The old woman took out a token from her sleeve and revealed her identity. "I represent the Dao Court to request your cooperation in carrying out the mission." Yimi's expression changed when she saw that the token was real. The Dao Court actually sent an emissary to see her personally. Since when was she so important? Also, did this Dao Court refer to the Heavenly Pure Soil Dao Court, other Dao Courts, or all of the 9 Dao Courts? The Dao Court was the true ruler of the Dao world. Yimi naturally didn't dare to slight it and bowed respectfully. "What orders does the Dao Court have for me?" "From now on, you're recruited by the Dao Court. In the future, all information about the Pei and Yu dynasties and the Qin clan that Unwarranted Pavilion passes through must be reported to the Dao Court. In addition, you're not allowed to reveal this to anyone." After the old woman finished instructing, Yimi's heart skipped a beat. Was she asking her to be a spy? Did the Dao Court have any suspicions about the Pei dynasty or the Qin clan? She realized that things were getting out of hand. If she didn't handle it well, it might bring danger to that man. Because he had too many secrets, Yimi's mind worked quickly. At this moment, the old woman said, "I have some questions for you. Answer them honestly and honestly." Yimi's heart sank. As the pavilion master of Unwarranted Pavilion, she had a lot of information in her hands. If she wasn't careful, she might be exposed. She started to panic. Facing a colossus like the Dao Court, she could only answer hesitantly, "I understand." Seeing her expression, the old woman showed a cold smile. "Forget it. Looking at you, I'm afraid you won't get any valuable information even if I ask." Saying so, she suddenly raised her hand and pressed her thin fingers on Yimi's forehead. Yimi tried to struggle but found that she couldn't resist. The old woman's strength was unfathomable. "From today onwards, you're only loyal to me. Do you understand?" The old woman's voice seemed to have a magical power. Yimi's eyes quickly lost focus, and all kinds of emotions in her heart were stirred until she lost her mind. "Yes, master." After a while, she spoke numbly. "Very good. Next is the first question, about Qin Yunfei." The old woman guided her patiently, and Yimi completely became a marionette. In a pitch-black environment, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged. Space suddenly fluctuated, and the three-eyed Qian clan ancestor stepped into the darkness. Immediately, Fang Yuan looked at him. In the darkness, 12 pairs of terrifying eyes opened one after another. "What's the situation outside? Especially that Qin Yunfei who ruined my plans." Fang Yuan spoke calmly. He had been hiding in this dark place for many days. All of this was thanks to Gu Chen. The Qian clan ancestor immediately told him the situation in the primordial Tao world these days, especially the situation in the second mountain and sea. Qin Yinfei and Chu Meixin are engaged? When he heard the news of the Qin clan and Sword Pavilion's alliance and Patriarch Mu's defeat, Fang Yuan cared about the most unimportant news. Why Chu Meixin? I have some impression of this woman. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. Ever since he was tricked by Qin Yinfei on the second mountain, this person had officially entered his eyes. And Chu Meixin happened to be a Chaos Sea cultivator who crossed the sea and entered the Tao world with him 100 years ago. I heard that during the Serene Parade auction in Binhai City, Qin Yinfei and Chu Meixin had an accident. The Qian clan's ancestor was meticulous. He had already thought of all the questions the leader might want to ask and had conducted a detailed investigation. Binhai City's auction? That reminds me of Medusa. Why? Can't you contact her? Yes, I've completely lost contact with the heavenly eye I left on Medusa. Something might have happened to her, or, the Qian clan's ancestor seemed to be implying something. A smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Interesting. I'm getting more and more curious about Qin Yinfei. There might be more problems with him than I imagined. Let Qian Darong make a trip to Mt Ding Kong and secretly observe and see how many secrets Qin Yinfei has. Fang Yuan instructed. A rare look of hesitation appeared on the Qian clan's ancestor's face. Darong, I know you treasure your great-grandson, but you know our current situation the best. There aren't many reliable people we can use. Qian Darong hasn't had any contact with the Qianquan Association all these years, so he won't arouse suspicion. His ability is also very suitable. Fang Yuan interrupted the Qian clan's ancestor. The Qian clan's ancestor didn't say anything else and nodded. Understood. I'll arrange it. In addition, our friends in the Crystal Line have provided us with the location of Patriarch Mu's hiding place. Patriarch Mu is now seriously injured and on the verge of death. This is a good opportunity to seize the great fusion art. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, his fingers tapping his knees rhythmically. According to the information we have, Ancestor Mu can assimilate all living beings. Since he escaped from Sword Ancestor, he is like a flood dragon returning to the sea. How did Jingheng find his location? Fang Yuan asked pensively. I heard that Ancestor Mu was heavily injured and wanted to exchange for a precious healing herb from Jingheng. Our friend in Jingheng recognized him. Right now, that friend of ours already knows where he is hiding. He asked if we have any ideas. If not, he will report it to his superiors. Qian clan's ancestor explained the ins and outs of the situation. Fang Yuan listened, his brows gradually furrowed, and he sighed. Quickly cut off our contact with Jingheng. I'm afraid our friend in Jingheng has already been exposed. He is already in the hands of the rulers. Qian clan's ancestor's eyelids twitched. Leader, are you sure? As long as you think about what happened during this time, it is not hard to deduce. Cemetery of Gods and Demons was destroyed. Since the rulers could not find me, they first massacred Sealed Sect, then reshuffled the power in Second Mountain and Sea. On the surface, the rulers felt that our people might still be hiding in the major forces. They felt that they could not be controlled, so they wanted to purge them. But in fact, they only have one goal, and that is to find me. They have most likely guessed my identity by now, and they know that no matter what I do, my ultimate goal is revenge. If I want revenge, I need to become a ruler like them. And to become a ruler, I need to cultivate the 9 great Tao techniques. The easiest way to obtain the 8 great Tao techniques is to attack the Tao ancestors. They are certain that I just obtained a bunch of powerful helpers from Cemetery of Gods and Demons, so my next move will be to attack the Tao ancestors. So they threw out the bait. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Qian clan's ancestor understood his meaning, and his 3 red eyes squinted at the same time. Ancestor Mu escaped with heavy injuries. It looks like he was forced by the situation, but in the chess game set by the rulers, this is the inevitable result. If it is not Ancestor Mu, it will be Sword Ancestor, or other Tao ancestors. Anyway, someone will become the bait. Fang Yuan nodded, a regretful expression on his face. Although the power of the cosmos gathering reached into the 9 mountains and seas, their main sphere of influence was in the second mountain and sea. In their eyes, the Tao patriarchs of the second mountain and sea are our most likely targets. Ancestor Mu is heavily injured and his life is in danger. Moreover, no one knows his whereabouts. At this time, if we know his location, can we hold back and not make a move? It's such a coincidence that the crystal line managed to grasp Ancestor Mu's whereabouts at this moment. No matter how I think about it, it's not simple. We gave away too many clues on the second mountain. The sovereigns followed the clues and found some of our allies. It's not strange at all. If they didn't even have this ability, they wouldn't have been the ones who succeeded in the past. When it comes to scheming, none of them are easy to deal with. Qian clan's ancestor heard Fang Yuan's conjecture and showed lingering fear. Fortunately, the sovereigns are unable to infiltrate our intelligence network. Otherwise, we would have been discovered by now. I will immediately cut off the connection with the crystal line. But if my conjecture is true, who knows how many of our allies have already been exposed? Won't we have no one to trust now? Fang Yuan pinched his fingers and pondered. A few are still safe, but they are at the heart of the struggle and have complaints against me. There is no need to contact them for now. Understood. Fang Yuan and Qian clan's ancestor spoke one after another. The experts hiding in the darkness listened and became impatient. Primordial ancestor, from your tone, how much longer are we going to hide in this dark place? Did you wake us up just to hide like stray dogs? Hee, what heavenly Emperor Yuan, I thought you were so strong when you revived us. I've had enough of this rotten body. Didn't you say you were going to reconstruct our bodies and revive us for real? Overwhelming killing intent surged in the dark space as the 12 supreme experts vented their dissatisfaction. Qian clan's ancestor felt his scalp turning numb as if he was walking on thin ice. These people were all legends of the past, they were infamous and were even as famous as their leader back then. Now that they had revived, how could they be controlled so easily? Fang Yuan, I think you are too cautious. Great fusion technique is not bad, it might be able to create a suitable body to contain our souls. If you are afraid of death, why don't we take action? The 5 Emperor Great Demons mocked. The other supreme experts laughed in agreement. That's right. I am going to rest if I stay here, I want to sleep with the saintesses of the various sects. You did not revive to hide in a cave in frustration. Fang Yuan, you are becoming more and more of a dog the longer you live. Fang Yuan quietly listened to everyone's venting, he was expressionless and did not say a word. However, the invisible aura that he emitted caused many supreme experts to gradually calm down. Right now, they were under Fang Yuan's control, this was an undeniable fact. Whoever dared to make a fuss would be killed as a warning to others. If not for this origin ceiling formation and this so-called dog cave, you would have already been dragged out by those 5 and dismembered. I think you still don't understand your situation. You are far from being comparable to those 5 now. I have reincarnated in this world and painstakingly plotted, I will not allow anyone to ruin my plans. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. The 12 supreme experts calmed down, some of them snorted coldly. Fang Yuan did not mind, he thought for a while and changed the topic. Since the rulers want us to take action, it would not be good not to fulfill their wish. We need to divert their attention, otherwise, it will not be good if they keep investigating internally. Ancestor Mu is clearly a bait, the ruler's divine sense might be locked onto him. Not to mention taking action, we will be detected once we get close. I have a better place to go, I wonder if you are interested? The eyes of the supreme experts brightened, they were already impatient. Where? The Zhou clan that grasps the Great Void technique. Fang Yuan said indifferently. Zhou clan? If I remember correctly, when we died, this clan had just risen and did not have the qualifications to participate in the Battle of the Apex. So many eras have passed, if this clan still exists, its current strength is probably not ordinary, right? Ancestor Sorcerer asked. The others were also very curious. The Great Void technique was a great Dao technique of space Great Dao, it was destined to be extraordinary and powerful. A clan that could grasp this technique had unimaginable growth potential. Yes, the current Zhou clan's strength is similar to the sacred families. Fang Yuan's simple answer made everyone understand. The sacred family was one of the 10 ancient underworld clans, the old monsters present knew about it. Heh, that means they are a good target. The supreme experts licked their lips, their gazes eager. Speaking of the Zhou clan, that Zhou Fengling who returned from Chaos Sea, Ancestor Qian rubbed his chin. Yes, I did not care about him before, but now I care a little. The situation had been out of control recently, making Feng Yuan feel uneasy. Attacking the Zhou clan this time, he could ask Zhou Fengling and confirm some things. The situation of the Muhuang dynasty gradually became clear. After the new weapon, the magic box, was used, the army of the Sword dynasty was like a hot knife through butter. They attacked the hinterland of the Muhuang dynasty, and the allied army of the Shepherd tribe suffered defeat after defeat. On the other hand, the army led by the Centaur tribe officially surrendered to the allied army of the Yu and Pei dynasties. After their surrender, they helped to recruit and pacify the many Shepherd tribes, further expanding the territory occupied by the allied army. The situation of the Muhuang dynasty gradually became a stalemate between the two powers. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the relationship between the Sword Pavilion and the Qin tribe, a pair of former allies, was beginning to tense up. Compared to the Sword Pavilion, the Qin tribe's foundation was far inferior, and the Sword dynasty's army was also much better than the allied army. Although the addition of the Centaur tribe increased the strength of the allied army, the forces of the Second Mountain and Sea were still not optimistic about the Qin tribe's future performance. If the Sword Pavilion defeated the Qin tribe in the Muhuang dynasty, then the Muhuang dynasty would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the Sword Pavilion. The Yu and Pei dynasties would also likely become part of the Sword Pavilion's sphere of influence. If that happened, a true overlord would appear in the Second Mountain and Sea, and this was something that no one could allow to happen. Therefore, after the negotiations were fruitless, waves of sea beasts of various sizes appeared along the coastline of the Sword dynasty. The sea beasts were naturally under the control of the vast sea tribe, and they began to attack the coastline of the Sword dynasty. The Star Sea sect was even more direct. The cultivators of the Dao sect launched surprise attacks on several major cities of the Sword dynasty, causing many losses. Besieged on all sides, the Sword Pavilion withstood the enormous pressure. They also used the magic box on the coastline, and their terrifying destructive power stopped the endless waves of sea beasts. In the face of the elite cultivators of the Star Sea sect, the Sword Pavilion also sent out a large number of sword cultivators. They also used unknown new weapons, and achieved remarkable results. The Sword Pavilion's battle line was stretched out, but they handled it with ease, showing their strong confidence and urgent determination. For a time, the Sword Pavilion's reputation was like thunder. The Sword dynasty also replaced the original #1 position of the Muhuang dynasty, and even surpassed it. The reason why the Sword Pavilion had become so powerful was because of the use of the new weapons. This naturally attracted intense attention from all sides. However, the Sword Pavilion's equipment refining hull was watertight, and the spies of the major powers could not infiltrate it. Many of them were discovered and beheaded before they could even make a move. The Sword Ancestor was extremely well prepared, causing the various Dao ancestors to be helpless. The Sword Ancestor wields the most powerful Dao Father divine weapon, the Crimson Grace. No one is willing to experience the power of that divine sword. In this situation, even if the Dao Fathers join forces, they won't be able to work together. No one is willing to be the vanguard and let others benefit. Within the camp, Chen Daolin spoke of the thoughts of the various Dao ancestors and shook his head. No matter how great the threat of the Sword Garret was, it would not be able to overturn the heavens. After all, there was still the Dao Court and the Great Ji Palace. Therefore, after the Sword Ancestor became stronger, the various Dao ancestors realized that they could not change his will just by interfering. They were also unwilling to completely fall out with him. After all, even if this tiger's teeth could be pulled out, someone would definitely be hurt. No one wanted to be that unlucky person. According to the intelligence, the Sea Clan's army is only harassing the Sword dynasty's coastline. The Star Sea sect has not sent any more main forces. Looks like after suffering a loss, the two first-rate forces have become cautious. The following situation is disadvantageous to us. Guchen murmured and frowned. The Sea Clan and the Star Sea sect, these two strong reinforcements, did not do anything at first. Obviously, they were waiting to see what would happen. They hoped that the Qin clan could weaken the Sword Garret. Even if they decided to send their army in the end, it would definitely be when the Qin clan's vitality was greatly damaged and the Sword Garrett's trump card was almost revealed. They were about to reap the fruits of their labor. These two forces could not be counted on. The Aspect Transformation sect was lowering their heads. The Dawn God clan and the Dragon Taming sect were also at war. They would not be able to find any help in the Second Mountain and Sea. We can fight for the Giant Scale tribe. They are almost forced into a corner by the Sword Garrett's army. The Star Sea sect and the Sea clan are unable to provide them with practical support. Their best choice is to rely on us. I have already asked the Great Sage of Shui to contact the two Great Sages of the Giant Scale tribe and the Dragon Rhinoceros tribe. I hope they can be persuaded to join forces. In addition, Li Tian and Scythe Chaser Sage are in their camp. They are helping to recruit people in the dark. We should have a high chance of success in the end. Gu Chen revealed his deployment. If he could recruit the Giant Scale tribe and the other tribes, they would be able to go head-to-head with the Sword Garrett in terms of quantity and quality. The most troublesome thing now is the Sword Garrett's new weapon, especially that magic box. If we can't solve this problem, even if we have double the number of troops, the chance of victory is very low. Chen Daolin shook his head. He had personally gone to the front battlefield of the Mu clan and the Sword Garrett to see the power of the magic box at close range. The power of the magic box was not a threat to the Dao ancestor. Great sages were not afraid of it either. Even if it was a sage king, as long as they sensed it in time and escaped from the center of the magic box's explosion, their lives would not be in danger. However, it had a chance of killing a sage. When faced with cultivators below the sage realm, it would kill as many as it could. Its power seemed to ignore the number of troops. No matter which battlefield this weapon was used in the Dao world, it would greatly affect the situation. I am already thinking of a way to solve the problem of the magic box. Gu Chen's expression was solemn. Now that the weapon refinement hall was airtight, Ninja Hidden and Ugly Emperor were still at the exploration stage. It would probably take time to formulate a further action. Now, he was more worried about the safety of the dwarf sovereign. The power of the magic box was too strong. Not only did the sword ancestor not let go, but it had also attracted the covetous eyes of the other Dao ancestors. The Dao ancestors did not dare to attack the sword ancestor, but did they not dare to attack the dwarf sovereign? It would be best if they could get the magic box, but if they couldn't, they would destroy it. There were definitely many people who had such thoughts. Because he had contacted the blacksmith master Qing Ai in advance, he already knew the key point. However, the Dao ancestors were not stupid, and they would get the information sooner or later. The current situation was really a mess. Boss, sister-in-law is here. The clay bodhisattva suddenly entered the tent to report. Seeing that Chen Daolin was also there, he hurriedly bowed. Chen Daolin nodded. He knew that the clay bodhisattva was Gu Chen's confidant and knew more than others. Sister-in-law, Gu Chen was stunned at first, but he quickly came to his senses and realized that the clay bodhisattva was talking about Chu Meixin. Chu Meixin had already married him. Whether it was out of respect or in front of outsiders, the clay bodhisattva had to be addressed as such. Why is she here? Gu Chen was a little surprised. Chu Meixin should be staying on the Dingkong mountain now. Why did she suddenly come to the front battlefield? It is said that the Sword Garrett sent a messenger to the Dingkong mountain to look for sister-in-law. After sister-in-law met the messenger, she hurriedly came to the front battlefield. The clay bodhisattva said. Gu Chen softly nodded and looked at Chen Daolin. Let her come in. Chu Meixin quickly entered the tent. After seeing Gu Chen and bowing to the Chen ancestor, she quickly told him the purpose of her visit. The secret realm of the Sword Catacomb will open in a few days. All the inherited disciples of the Sword Garrett have to enter and accept the trial. They have a chance to inherit the swordsmanship manuals. The Sword Ancestor invited us to go together. He said that you are also half a member of the Sword Garrett. When the time comes, you can choose to watch the ceremony from the sidelines or participate in the trial with me. Sword Tomb Trial? Inviting you to go at this time is obviously a trap. Chen Daolin's eyes lit up. They were not ready to fight against the enemy. Unexpectedly, the Sword Ancestor made a move. This invitation came out of the blue. Gu Chen pondered for a while after hearing it. Now we are still allies, and the trial of the inherited disciple of the sword pavilion is justified. Moreover, the sword ancestor took out the swordsmanship code as a reward. If I don't go, it means that I don't respect him, and it will directly tell the world that the alliance is useless. In that case, the sword ancestor can make a big deal out of this and directly send troops. Although this war will be fought sooner or later, the current situation is not in our favor. Seeing that Gu Chen seemed to be moved, Chen Daolin reminded him, even so, if you go, you will probably be taken as a hostage, and then we will be more passive. Indeed, this is a dilemma. I don't know what the sword ancestor wants us to do. Gu Chen's eyes twinkled, and he looked at Chu Meixin. What do you think? Chu Meixin had already thought about it on the way here. She said without thinking, of course you can't go. Once you enter the sword tomb, you can never come out. If you need someone to delay the time, I can go alone. Hearing this, Chen Daolin could not help showing a trace of admiration in his eyes. His words were resolute and sincere, not pretentious at all. It seemed that he really regarded Gu Chen as his husband. If you go alone, it will also be used as an excuse to send troops, and you can't delay the time of the war. I don't think the sword ancestor will be lenient to you because you are a disciple of the sword pavilion. Gu Chen shook his head. Chu Meixin was promoted to an inherited disciple of the sword pavilion, which was originally arranged by the sword ancestor. He regarded her as a chess piece. For the sword ancestor, Chu Meixin's talent in sword Tao was not important at all. What was important was her relationship with him. Before, Chu Meixin's role was to consolidate the alliance, and now she was used to restrain him. The sword ancestor was not sure how much true feelings he had for Chu Meixin, so what he would do next would directly affect his judgment. If he let Chu Meixin return to the sword pavilion alone, in the eyes of the sword master, it meant that he didn't care about Chu Meixin's life. In that case, what was the use of this chess piece? The only use was probably as an excuse to send troops. It was very likely that the sword ancestor would kill Chu Meixin and frame the Chen clan, saying that the Chen clan had broken the alliance agreement. Of course, the sword ancestor might be merciful and not kill Chu Meixin, but Chu Meixin would definitely cooperate with him. If she did not obey, she would still die. Both sides were passive. After Gu Chen analyzed the possible thoughts of the sword master to Chu Meixin was a little confused. Gu Chen's words were indeed reasonable. In that case, even if she took the risk and went alone, it would be meaningless. Boss, since we're going to fight anyway, it's fine if no one goes, right? The clay bodhisattva suggested. In his opinion, there was nothing to hesitate about. Wasn't it courting death to go to the sword master's territory at this time? If I go, it might be an opportunity. Gu Chen shook his head again, his eyes filled with thoughts. After much consideration, he finally gritted his teeth. Such an opportunity to enter the enemy's territory is extremely rare. It's best to go there. I want to take Xianxia away. Gu Chen's words were shocking. Chen Daolin immediately frowned. Xianxia is so important. Do you want to take him away under the nose of the sword master? Even if I can stop the sword master, the cultivators of the sword pavilion are not so easy to deal with. Moreover, there must be a barrier in the sword tomb. If Senior Chen follows me, the sword master will be on guard. In that case, I will never have a chance to get in touch with Xianxia. Moreover, the meeting of the Tao ancestor is too noisy, which is not conducive to my action. You don't want me to go with you? In that case, isn't it too risky for you to take Xianxia away? Chen Daolin was even more shocked. Without his help, it was a problem for Gu Chen to walk out of the sword tomb, let alone take Xianxia away. The clay bodhisattva and Chu Meixin were also very surprised. To kidnap someone under the nose of the Tao ancestor, Gu Chen's idea was not only bold, but also a little crazy. The more Gu Chen thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. Although the risk is not small, if it succeeds, the current stalemate will be solved. If Xianxia was really the dwarf sovereign, as long as he saved him, Gu Chen was confident that the new weapon of the sword pavilion would no longer be a threat to the Yu and Pei dynasties. In that case, the strength of both sides would be equal. Even if the plan failed, it could still buy time for him to rope in the giant scale tribe and the rhinoceros tribe. As for the problem of safety, as long as he was well prepared, Gu Chen believed that he and Chu Meixin could escape unscathed. The infiltration of the craftsmanship hall by Ninja Hidden and the ugly emperor was too time-consuming. What they needed the most now was time. He could not wait for them to slowly get in touch with the dwarf sovereign. If it dragged on, the dwarf sovereign's life might be in danger. Guchen wanted to turn the situation around and save the dwarf sovereign. Therefore, he could not miss the opportunity that the sword master had sent himself to him. Since you are confident, I will not stop you. Be careful. Qin Daolin was finally convinced by Guchen and sighed. The matter was settled. Because the trial time was not far away, they set off the next day. Before leaving, Guchen went into Qin Daolin's tent and took out the dominating cauldron of origin. At the same time, his original body walked out of the dominating cauldron of origin. This time, it would be Gu Chen's original body that would go to the sword pavilion. Only with his original body, Gu Chen was confident that he could ensure the safety of the dwarf sovereign and Chu Meixin. At the same time, the dominating cauldron of origin was placed in Qin Daolin's tent. The reason why Qin Daolin finally agreed to Gu Chen's dangerous action and did not follow him to protect him was that he knew Gu Chen's plan. When I see Qing AI, when the time is right, I will send him and Meixin into the dominating cauldron of origin through the connection between the thread body and the dominating cauldron of origin. I will go last. If everything goes well, we will be able to escape without the sword master noticing. Gu Chen smiled. In front of the connection between the thread body and the dominating cauldron of origin, no matter how tight the defense of the sword pavilion was or how strong the barrier of the sword catacomb was, it would be useless. After discovering the one-way teleportation ability of the thread body and the dominating cauldron of origin, he realized that it would come in handy. As long as this teleportation ability, which was beyond common sense, was used well, it would be impossible to guard against it. The sword master would not be able to figure out how people disappeared. However, the Dao ancestor was a Dao ancestor after all. With his keen spiritual senses, it would be difficult for him to find a chance to attack if he was always on guard against him. Therefore, he could only leave a backup plan. His original body would go in person to guard against some unknown risks. I hope everything goes well. It would be best if your original body does not take action, said Qin Daolin. He took the dominating cauldron, which felt heavy in his hand. He knew the hidden strength of Gu Chen. Even without the special teleportation ability of the thread body, it would not be difficult for his original body to escape from the sword master. However, that would cause a huge commotion. If the glorious ancient overlord body was exposed, there would be endless troubles. Now, the rulers were no longer sleepy on their thrones. They opened their eyes and looked down at the Dao world to search for enemies. This was risky. He hoped everything would go well. On the square paved with blue stones, a majestic golden crow slowly descended. A man and a woman jumped down from the golden crow's back. The man was dressed in a white robe and looked handsome and feminine. The woman was also dressed in a snow-white robe and had a stunning appearance. Song Chaiqing walked quickly to the couple and glanced at Chu Meixin, who was already married and had a beautiful face. Junior sister Chu, does this guy treat you well? He asked with concern and looked at Gu Chen with a slightly unfriendly gaze. Gu Chen ignored Song Chaiqing's faint hostility and looked at the towering sword garret in the distance. The towering building in front of them was the original sword pavilion. It was like a heavenly sword that was inserted into the vast earth. It was taller than the surrounding mountains, and no matter how one looked at it, it would always look majestic. Today, the name Sword Garret not only referred to the building in front of him, but also the vast mountains where millions of sword cultivators gathered. It was rumored that this was the holy land of sword principle and the belief of countless sword cultivators in the Dao world. In the airspace where the Sword Garret was located, powerful cultivators could be seen flying on their swords at all times. Outside the Sword Garret, there were also countless secular swordsmen walking barefoot with swords in their arms, praying for a chance to enter the saint state. Gu Chen ignored the fanatical atmosphere of pursuing sword principle and quickly noticed a magnificent building complex not far away from the Sword Garret. That was where the weapon refining hall was located according to the intelligence. Qing AI must be in there somewhere. Behind the Sword Garret and the weapon refining hall was a blind spot. The fog was continuous and did not disperse even in broad daylight. That was the sword tomb, where the sword ancestor lived. Gu Chen thought that the moment he landed on the square, the sword ancestor might have been secretly observing him. Senior brother Song, don't worry. My husband is very good to me. Chu Meixin looked very relaxed in front of Song Chaiqing and answered with a smile. Hearing this, Song Chaiqing nodded and started to talk to Gu Chen. Young clan leader Chen, the sword Garrett sent me to pick you up. Follow me. After saying that, he turned around and led the way. The heavy sword on his back was very eye-catching. Holding the umbrella, Gu Chen and Chu Meixin walked side by side and followed them unhurriedly. Previously, the one who came into contact with Gu Chen was Xianxia Lu, the great sage, who was one of the top figures in the sword pavilion. But now that he had come from afar, the only person who received him was Song Maiqing. Although Song Chouqing was also a direct disciple of the sword Garrett, there was a huge gap between him and great sage Yan. With such a gap, one could imagine the attitude of the sword Garrett. Brother Song, you're also going to enter the sword tomb secret realm this time, right? What is the trial like? Can you tell us about it? On the way, Gu Chen took the initiative to talk to Song Chaiqing. Song Chouqing didn't even turn his head and replied coldly, "What? Does young Master Chen also want to participate in the trial?" As far as I know, young clan leader Chen is neither a sword cultivator nor a weapon refiner. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to gain anything in the mystic realm, right? Hehe, since I've caught up with such a great opportunity, it would be a pity if I don't participate. Moreover, I don't know what kind of dangers there are in the mystic realm. I'll feel more at ease if I stay with Mei Xian. Gu Chen said casually. Song Chouqing turned his head and said in a gentler tone. The content of the trial is said to be different every time, and even varies from person to person. So, I can't give you any information. However, the trial is not very dangerous. I've never heard of anyone losing their life, so you can rest assured. This was consistent with the information Gu Chen had obtained before. He was not surprised and continued to ask, Brother Song just said that only sword cultivators and weapon refiners can gain something in the mystic realm? Of course. Everyone knows that the sword ancestor has mastered the great weapon refining technique of the 8 great techniques. The sword ancestor is both a sword cultivator and a weapon refiner. After obtaining the great weapon refining technique, he mastered the essence of both. He spent a long time compiling the sword encyclopedia and the weapon encyclopedia. The sword encyclopedia records the supreme sword principle, while the weapon encyclopedia is known as the weapon refining general principles. The trial of the sword tomb secret realm is actually to find the opportunity to obtain these 2 inheritances. The higher one's talent is, the higher the chance of obtaining the relevant inheritance. Junior sister Chu's talent in the sword Dao is extraordinary. I think you will definitely gain something in the secret realm. Song Chouqing encouraged Chu Meixin. Chu Meixin echoed, Senior brother Song is the most talented among your peers. The elders often praise you for having a pure heart for the sword Dao. This time you will definitely be able to obtain the complete sword encyclopedia. The 2 brothers appreciated each other, but Gu Chen interrupted, so, the weapon refiners of the weapon refining hall will also participate in the sword tomb trial? Then, will the recently famous weapon refiner Qing Ai also participate? As soon as he said this, Song Chouqing's expression changed slightly. Chu Meixin was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Gu Chen to be so direct. They had taken the risk to come here for Qing Ai. Wasn't he afraid of being guarded by others by asking so directly? Gu Chen knew that his purpose was a little too obvious, but he didn't say it out of impulse. Instead, he said it after careful consideration. He could easily obtain information about the sword tomb trial through the sword pavilion's divine ascension boundary. A part of the weapon refiners of the weapon refining hall would also participate in the trial. This was something he had noticed before he came. However, whether Qing Ai would participate in the trial or not, there was no clear answer. If he participated in the trial, things would be simple for Gu Chen. He wouldn't have to think of ways to create an opportunity to meet him, therefore, this question was worth asking, even if it would arouse suspicion. Gu Chen knew that the conversation between him and Song Chouqing would inevitably fall into the ears of the higher-ups of the sword pavilion. Even the sword ancestor might be secretly listening. However, Qing Ai had become so famous recently that all the forces were eyeing him. It wasn't strange for him to be curious. The most important thing was that even if he had an idea, Chen Daolin didn't come with him. The sword ancestor wouldn't take him seriously at all, even the great sages of the sword pavilion wouldn't take him seriously. After all, this was their base camp. Gu Chen didn't think it was sensitive to say this. Song Chaoqing, who was usually a little insensitive, also became cautious. When it was decided that he would be in charge of receiving Qin Yunfei, his master had reminded him what he could say and what he couldn't. Qing Ai was now the trump card of the sword pavilion. There were too many forces eyeing him covetously. As long as it was related to him, he had to keep his mouth shut. I'm not from the refining hall, so I don't know about this. Song Chaoqing shook his head. After being interrupted by Gu Chen, he didn't have the mood to talk about the old days. He turned around and continued to lead the way in a hurry. Is Song Chaoqing interested in you? Gu Chen felt it was a pity that he couldn't get any information out of him. He carefully transmitted his voice to Chu Meixin. Back then, when Song Chaoqing misunderstood that he had done something to Chu Meixin, he was furious and wanted to find trouble with him. Now that he came to the sword pavilion, he could feel Song Chaoqing's concern for Chu Meixin from his words and actions. Senior brother Song is a good person. I got to know him when I first entered the pavilion. He cares a lot about his fellow disciples and has always been concerned about his junior brothers and sisters. He is a very gentle person. He doesn't have any feelings for me. He's just a little dissatisfied with you because of your previous evil deeds. Chu Meixin joked. At this moment, Gu Chen had a better understanding of Song Chaoqing. Although Song Chaoqing cared about Chu Meixin, there wasn't any love in his eyes. All right, we're here. Song Chaoqing brought the two of them to a remote courtyard. After hesitating for a moment, he said, from today onwards, the two of you will stay here and you're not allowed to leave this place. If you need to go out, you must report to me first. Gu Chen and Chu Meixin couldn't help but look at each other. Was Song Chaoqing going to put them under house arrest the moment they arrived? I'll bring you 3 meals a day on time. You can tell me if you need anything. As for other things that will embarrass me, I hope you won't do them. Song Chaoqing's eyes were a little apologetic. His superior had already told him, so he had to say something first. Chu Meixin's face became a little ugly, while Gu Chen nodded with a smile. I see. He didn't seem to care, so Song Chaoqing didn't say anything more and left. As soon as he left, there were only Gu Chen and Chu Meixin in the small courtyard. There were no maids or servants, not even a sip of hot tea. It was cold and quiet. This treatment is even worse than that of ordinary cabinet disciples. Judging from senior brother Song's tone, the sword garret may put us under house arrest for a long time. Chu Meixin and Gu Chen entered the room, closed the door, and said in a low voice. Gu Chen felt that if the sword master intended to monitor them, it was not safe to talk in this room, so he deliberately replied, we came here for peace. I hope the alliance between the Qin clan and the sword garret can continue. If I can be a hostage here in exchange for mutual trust, it will be good. Hearing Gu Chen's heartfelt words, Chu Meixin suddenly realized that the room was not safe. She apologized and said, my husband, I'm sorry. Gu Chen stepped forward and naturally held Chu Meixin's hand, looking at her with deep affection in his eyes. What I'm worried about now is that the sword garret won't let you participate in the trial because of me. Your talent in the sword Dao is rare. What would you do if you were to be held back because of me? Feeling the generosity and warmth of Gu Chen's palm, Chu Meixin smiled and said, my husband, don't worry. How can the sword master lower himself to the same level as us? I hope so. Gu Chen sighed, looking helpless in the current situation. In front of an ancient bronze mirror, the sword master, who had white hair and a ruddy face, looked at the picture in the mirror without showing his joy or anger. In the picture was Gu Chen and Chu Meixin. The two of them were communicating in the room, acting intimately. Every word and deed fell into the eyes of the sword master. There were 2 people standing on the left and right of the sword master. One was the great sage, Xianxia, who had dealt with Gu Chen, and the other was a dwarf, who was fat and looked kind. It looks like the Qin clan doesn't have the courage to become enemies with my sword pavilion. Ancestor Chen would rather send the next patriarch of the Qin clan to us as a hostage than shed all pretense of cordiality with us, said Xianxia, beaming with joy. Even the Star Sea sect and the Sea clan can't do anything to the sword pavilion. The Qin clan's foundation isn't stable yet, And they've only managed to occupy a large portion of the Muhuang dynasty's territory by sheer luck. How would they dare to declare war on us? The fact that Patriarch Qin sent Qin Yunfei here is unexpected, but within reason. Is this a sign of loyalty? The friendly gnome said. The Qin clan can be considered as a first-rate power now. If they're willing to submit to our sword pavilion can focus more of our attention elsewhere. Yan Shirlu said cautiously, constantly observing the sword master's expression, lest he said something wrong. I'm afraid that this is just Ancestor Chen's stalling tactic. Although Qin Yunfei is the young patriarch of the Qin clan, he has many descendants who can be sacrificed at any time. The dwarf suddenly changed the topic, looking quite wary. It shouldn't be, right? With the talent that Qin Yunfei has displayed, it is not an exaggeration to say that he has the potential to become an ancestor. Is Ancestor Qin willing to abandon such a genius? Yan Shirlu frowned slightly. He actually had some selfish motives. He hoped that Qin Yunfei could live. After all, he had been the matchmaker for Qin Yunfei. Seeing how they were in love, Qin Yunfei owed him a favor. If the Qin clan could integrate into the Sword Emperor dynasty and become a force under the Sword Pavilion, Qin Yunfei would sooner or later become the leader of the Qin clan. With his relationship with Qin Yunfei, he would have a great influence on the Qin clan in the future, which would help consolidate his position in the Sword Pavilion. Great Sage Yan is right. However, if you think about it carefully, wouldn't it be more frightening for a person with the potential to become an ancestor to come to the Sword Pavilion alone? The dwarf said meaningfully. What do you mean, Grandmaster D? Yan Shirlu was a little dissatisfied, but he was still very polite on the surface. Grandmaster D was originally just a refinement grandmaster of the Weapon Refinement Hall, and his status was much lower than Yan Shirlu's. However, he had recently become a favorite of the Sword Ancestor. This was because Qing Ai, whom he had unearthed, had provided the Sword Pavilion with an overwhelming new weapon. He had been in the limelight on the battlefield, causing all the forces to be disgraced. The Sword Ancestor could be said to be extremely satisfied with him. He did not dare to offend a person who was in the limelight. Now that the Sword Pavilion is far stronger than the Qin clan, we will definitely win if we send troops. We summoned Xu Meixin back just as an excuse to send troops. Who would have thought that Qin Yunfei would dare to come? Why would he come? Is he really going to use himself as a hostage to consolidate the alliance between the two sides? It would be great if that's the case. However, I'm afraid that if we believe him, the Qin clan will hide their strength in secret and seize the time to digest their gains in the Muhuang dynasty. What if the giant scale tribe and the dragon rhinoceros tribe also joined the Qin clan? Grandmaster D's words were shocking, and Yan Shirlu's expression changed slightly. These two tribes are very arrogant, so they won't. Yan Shirlu shut his mouth as he spoke. Given the current situation, this possibility was not impossible. If the Centaur tribe can surrender to the Qin clan, why can't the giant scale tribe? If all the tribes of the shepherd tribe join the Qin clan, the gap between the Qin clan's military strength and ours will be greatly reduced. At that time, even if we have new weapons, we will have to pay a huge price to defeat the Qin clan. Although it seems dangerous for Qin Yunfei to come to the Sword Pavilion, if we kill him easily, we will definitely be labeled as treacherous and easily be attacked by all the forces. Perhaps he is betting that the old ancestor cherishes his reputation and will let him go. That's why he is taking such a risk. If that's the case, given his extraordinary courage and talent, if we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, he will become a big problem sooner or later. Grandmaster D's words made sense, so Yan Shirlu did not know how to refute him. He did not dare speak up for Qin Yunfei, for fear that he would appear to be selfish. After the two of them expressed their opinions, they looked at the Sword Ancestor. It was the Sword Ancestor's idea to put Qin Yunfei and Xu Meixin under house arrest first. Now that they were here, they had already made a preliminary judgment. Their life and death were all in the hands of the Sword Ancestor. Even if Qin Daolin really wants to surrender, the rich spirit or resources of the Muhuang dynasty are not as good as in the hands of others. The Sword Ancestor's expression was old-fashioned. After saying that, the two of them immediately understood what he meant. Regardless of whether the Qin clan was sincere or just a delaying tactic, they would only be able to take what they had. Yan Shirlu sighed secretly. It seemed that Qin Yunfei was destined to die. It was a pity that he had put in so much effort earlier. These two people are insignificant and not worth mentioning. The important thing is Xianxia. The sword master continued to speak and glanced at Grand Master D coldly. The reason why we opened the sword tomb secret area this time is mainly for Xianxia. You have to work hard on him. The old man gave him the weapon manual and opened the sword tomb secret area for his weapon refinement. It can be said that he is very sincere. He'd better not continue to be ungrateful. The old man's patience is limited. Grand Master D smiled and hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, ancestor. Since Xianxia is willing to take out the magic box and widely accept disciples of other Grand Masters, it means that his psychological defense line has been relaxed. Once a stubborn person like him is willing to change his principles, it means that he really wants to surrender. Once such a person surrenders, he will often be more loyal. Ancestor, you even provided the precious sword tomb secret area to him to refine weapons. Xianxia is grateful and will definitely hand over the secret method." Grand Master D swore. The sword master nodded slightly. "I hope it's as you said, otherwise," a trace of coldness flashed in the sword master's eyes. Being placed under house arrest in the small courtyard, Guchen felt that even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. Every time he used his instinctive foresight, he could feel an incomparably thick divine sense staring at him from the void. Under that divine sense, he could not make any small movements. He also pretended to walk out of the small courtyard, but he did not go far before a sword practitioner from the sword pavilion descended from the sky and politely invited him back. The sword master's attitude was clear. He wanted to cut off all contact with the outside world. Under such circumstances, he could not contact Xianxia at all and could not even get any useful information. It was tricky. Guchen frowned. On the stone table in front of him were the food that Song Chaiching had just sent. This guy was the only person he could contact all day. However, this guy was very tight-lipped and he could not get any useful information from him. Gu Chen had the urge to take him down and interrogate him, but he could only think about it. As long as he stayed within the range of the sword ancestor's consciousness, he could not do anything. Song Chaiching left after delivering the food. Gu Chen stared at his back, deep in thought. From the looks of it, the only way to break through was through Song Chuiching. The other party was a direct disciple of the sword pavilion. The fact that he was sent here to be in charge of their meals showed that he was highly trusted by the upper echelons of the sword pavilion. It was highly likely that he knew about Xianxia's situation. Gu Chen had to figure out in advance whether Xianxia would enter the sword catacomb trial before he could decide on his next move. "Listen to me quietly. Don't show any abnormalities." Gu Chen opened the food box and continued to eat and drink with Chu Meixin as if nothing had happened. However, his mind was secretly transmitting a message. Without batting an eyelid, Chu Meixin picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and placed it in Gu Chen's bowl, just like an ordinary married couple. But in reality, the two of them were already communicating in their minds. "Do you have a way to lure Song Chouching out of the sword pavilion? Husband, do you want to attack senior brother Song? Don't worry, I won't take his life. It's just that there's no better way to deal with the current situation. I can give it a try." "Oh? What are you going to do?" After the two of them communicated for a while, Gu Chen had a rough idea of what to do. Chu Meixin's method might not succeed, but he could only give it a try. Book Bagnet, if it succeeded, the situation would not be so passive. The meal ended quickly, and Gu Chen entered his room. After meditating for about an hour, he took out a divine ascension orb. This was the only way to avoid the sword ancestor's divine sense and communicate with the outside world. Previously, he had not dared to take out the divine ascension orb because once he did, someone might come knocking on his door and take it away. Therefore, the divine ascension orb could only be used once, and it had to be used on a critical occasion. Gu Chen quickly entered the divine ascension world. He entered the divine ascension world that was specially used to communicate with the ugly emperor and Ninja Yin. Inside, he quickly left a spiritual brand and informed the two of their next moves. The two of them had already infiltrated Sword Pavilion and knew that he had come to Sword Pavilion, so they were currently waiting for his instructions. After leaving the message, Gu Chen sat in the divine ascension world, hoping that the two of them would sense his connection and come to meet him as soon as possible. It would be best if they could communicate directly, and the two of them might be able to make some breakthroughs in terms of intelligence. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for someone to arrive in the small courtyard. It was Xianxia. He ignored Chu Meixin's attempts to stop him and broke into the room, interrupting Gu Chen's divine ascension orb state. Young Patriarch Chen, please hand over all the divine ascension orbs and any other means of communication with the outside world. Xianxia spoke impolitely, as if he was a completely different person from before. I've finally met Great Sage Yan. It's really not easy to meet you. Gu Chen got up, his face a little gloomy. I'm a guest of Sword Pavilion. May I ask why I should hand over the divine ascension orb? Could it be that Sword Pavilion intends to put me under house arrest? Is this the proper way to treat a guest? Although some things could be seen, Yang Kai still had to keep up appearances. Xianxia had come so quickly and spoke so bluntly, obviously treating him as a prisoner and not intending to give him any leeway. You're a smart person, so you should understand your current situation and correct your attitude. This is the Sword Ancestor's intention. Whether you want to cooperate obediently or disrespect him, it's up to you. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. Since the Sword Ancestor had already decided on how to deal with Qin Yunfei, there was no need for him to maintain their friendship. The person in front of him was just waiting to die, and the only reason he hadn't killed him yet was because it wasn't time yet. Gu Chen's face alternated between red and green, and he was extremely aggrieved. In the end, he had no choice but to hand over all the divine ascension orbs and sound transmission talismans on him. Xianxia didn't go too far and didn't search Yang Kai's body further. This small courtyard was being monitored everywhere, so as long as Gu Chen made any abnormal movements, he would immediately be discovered, so there was no need to worry about him hiding other divine ascension orbs. If he used the divine ascension orb again, he would be disregarding the Sword Ancestor's decree, and his fate would be extremely miserable. Xianxia left, completely breaking off all pretenses with Gu Chen, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Fortunately, Gu Chen had already expected this and had issued the necessary orders. Now, it was up to Chu Meixin to see if things went smoothly. Don't be angry, husband, Chu Meixin had just stopped Xianxia, but she had been accused of siding with an outsider. She was quite depressed, but she still had to comfort Gu Chen. She was caught in the middle, and anyone could imagine how difficult it was for her. After that, the two of them were no longer as loving as before. The atmosphere in the courtyard became gloomy. Song Chaicheng brought food over twice, but Gu Chen didn't even want to see it. Although Chu Meixin saw it, she was also unhappy and couldn't eat anything. Junior sister Chu, eat something. Song Chaicheng was a dull person. He understood Chu Meixin's situation and had heard about Great Sage Yan's visit, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Chu Meixin sighed faintly. Her eyes seemed to be filled with reminiscence. Senior brother Song, do you remember the restaurant in New Luo City that we used to go to? The mountain and sea delicacies there were delicious, but they were too expensive. When we went out on missions, we always hoped to be under Senior Brother Song's command. That's because every time Senior Brother finished a mission, he would bring us to the restaurant in New Luo City to have a feast. Thinking about it, it was such a beautiful time. I was just an ordinary Sword Garret disciple. It wasn't as complicated as it is now. Chu Meixin was depressed. Song Chaicheng sighed when he heard that. Junior sister Chu was now married to Qin Yunfei. She was stuck between the sect and the Chen clan. She couldn't go back to the past. No wonder she felt so sad. Junior sister Chu, don't think too much. Things will work out when they come to it. Staying here won't be life-threatening. Maybe things will turn for the better in the future. Song Chaicheng could only comfort her. This was related to the interests of the two factions. It wasn't something they could influence. They could only go with the flow. Chu Meixin still didn't have an appetite. Song Chaicheng stayed for a while and left without saying anything. Will he go? When Chu Meixin returned to her room, Gu Chen looked at her and secretly transmitted his voice to her. He had seen the entire conversation between the two of them, but why would Song Chaicheng make a trip to Luonu City just because he mentioned it casually? He doubted it. Senior brother Song is gentle and careful. In the past, he would always be the first to find out when someone was injured. Seeing that I'm depressed, he will definitely take this matter to heart. He will probably go. It's just that I feel bad for using senior brother Song. I don't know if I will implicate him after this. Chu Meixin felt somewhat guilty. She had taken advantage of senior brother Song's weakness. Don't worry, if the development of the situation might endanger him, I will send him away in advance. Gu Chen knew that this wasn't a good idea, but there was no better way at the moment. Even if his life isn't in danger, this is definitely not what senior brother Song wants. His feelings for the sect are incomparable. Chu Meixin sighed. Gu Chen could only remain silent. Luonu City was a small city not far from the Sword Pavilion. On the path between these two places, the ugly emperor and Ninja Yin followed the instructions left by Gu Chen in the Divine Ascension world and came here early to set up an ambush. Will Song Chaiqing really appear on this road? Boss didn't even give us a specific time. It seems like he doesn't have much confidence. Shinobin asked worriedly as she completely blended into her surroundings. I'm afraid the boss is being watched by the Sword Ancestor at all times. It's not easy to get the news out. All we can do is follow the instructions. I hope everything goes well. The ugly emperor replied, staring in the direction of the Sword Pavilion in the distance. They had been lurking in the Sword Pavilion for a while, so they knew better than anyone how airtight it was. In the Sword Pavilion's territory, they could be detected by the Sword Ancestor at any time, so even he didn't dare to use the Heart Demon Dao technique. The place Gu Chen chose was excellent. It was already out of the Sword Pavilion's territory, and the surroundings were relatively secluded. As long as they acted quickly, they could take down Song Chaiqing without anyone knowing. When new school he also knew that Song Chaiqing wasn't an ordinary true disciple, so he was indeed a good breakthrough point. They had been lurking in the direction of the Artifact Refining Hall, but the Artifact Refining Hall seemed to be the closest to Qingai, but it was actually the most difficult place to infiltrate. If they attacked from a different direction, they might have an unexpected harvest. That Qingai is really too amazing. In addition to us, there are many spies from other forces who have tried to sneak into the Artifact Refining Hall. Some of them are even progressing as fast as us. Some of these spies' origins have been found out, but some are still unknown. We suspect that they were sent by other forces. Even the Revolutionary Army has sent people to infiltrate the Artifact Refining Hall. The current situation in the Sword Pavilion is completely chaotic. Ninja Yin sighed. Carrying out this kind of mission should have been easy for the Hidden Dragon clan, but this time, he really felt that it was troublesome. He didn't have time to report this information to Gu Chen, and according to his deduction, Gu Chen couldn't contact them through the Divine Ascension realm. Therefore, if they couldn't successfully capture Song Chaiqing, they would completely lose contact with Gu Chen, which would seriously affect his judgment and actions. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes, so it was best if Song Chaiqing passed by here as they guessed. If he didn't come, they could only act on their own. Even if they had to risk taking action in the Sword Pavilion, they had to find a way to control him. He seems to be coming. The ugly emperor suddenly said. His divine sense was much stronger than Ninja Yin's. Ninja Yin immediately perked up and looked into the distance. Indeed, he saw a figure flying over on a sword. The newcomer was tall and burly, with a heavy sword on his back. It was indeed Song Chaiqing. Ninja Yin had seen Song Chaiqing in Binhai City before. After confirming that it was him, he shouted. Do it. Time passed bit by bit. Gu Chen meditated in the courtyard all day, but he felt a little tormented in his heart. He wondered if Ninja Yin and the ugly emperor had received his message. If they had they already taken action? Would Song Chaiqing really go to Luonu City as Mei Xian predicted? If he didn't go, or if the mission failed, what should he do next? Gu Chen thought about every possibility. Under the situation where he was blind and deaf under the surveillance of the Sword Ancestor, all he could do was wait. He knew very well that if the ugly emperor and Ninja Yin succeeded, then Song Chaiqing would definitely be controlled by the Heart Demon and become his channel to contact them. The next time Song Chaiqing came to deliver food, he would be able to see if there were any abnormalities. When it was time to eat, Song Chaiqing still didn't come. It was not like usual. Gu Chen started to worry. Chu Meixin knew Gu Chen's plan and was also nervous. If the mission failed, then the Sword Ancestor would most likely know of their plot, and they would definitely be in a dead end. She knew senior brother Song well. He was good to her fellow disciples, but if it involved the righteousness of the sect, he would definitely not stand on her side. An hour later than usual, Song Chaicheng finally arrived. He didn't look any different from before. After entering the courtyard, he placed the food boxes on the stone table one by one. Gu Qian and Chu Meixin observed him while he opened the food boxes one by one. Today's food was a little different. Yes, it was the mountain and sea four delicacies of Luonu City's restaurant. Once it was opened, the fragrance filled the air. Qing Ai will also enter the Sword Tomb secret realm, but he won't be participating in the trial. I don't know why he's going in, but it seems that the Sword Tomb secret realm is mainly opened because of him. The trial of the Sword Pavilion True Disciples is usually not held at this time. Song Chaicheng went straight to the point. Hearing that Qing Ai would indeed enter the Sword Tomb secret realm, Gu Qian was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. The ugly emperor controlled Song Chaicheng and had already thought of all the information that Gu Qian might want to inquire about. Song Chaicheng continued. The content of the trial is indeed as I said before. It's different every time, so I can't provide you with any relevant information. However, I heard from Master that the various opponents that the sword ancestor encountered in his life are actually buried there, as well as the swords they left behind. The environment in the secret realm is special. The sword spirits and wills left behind by the powerful sword saints do not dissipate, so there's a certain chance that a sword cultivator can obtain the inheritance of a sword saint, or even their sword. The strongest of these people is said to have competed with the sword ancestor for the supreme peak of the sword Tao, and even left a shadow in the sword ancestor's heart. Although I don't know why Qing Ai is entering the sword tomb, since we're both in the secret realm, there will definitely be a chance to come into contact with him. However, from what my master revealed, the sword ancestor doesn't intend to let you enter the secret realm. As for junior sister Chu, you can enter. Gu Qian couldn't help but frown slightly. Didn't they say that he could choose to watch the ceremony or participate in the trial? The sword ancestor was really stingy. If he couldn't enter the secret realm, he wouldn't be able to come into contact with Qing Ai. How was he going to take him away? Gu Qian pondered in his heart. After Song Chaicheng finished explaining everything that the ugly emperor had asked him to do, he left as usual. If there's anything you need me to do or pass on, tell me when I deliver the food. Song Chaicheng had officially become the bridge between Gu Qian, the ugly emperor, and the ninja hidden. This was something that the sword ancestor had not expected. All contact with the outside world had been cut off, even the divine ascension pearl had been confiscated, and the only cultivator who had come to deliver the meal was a loyal grand disciple. How could he have imagined that Gu Qian would have any loopholes to exploit? If the sword master had a method like the Fu Tian Pavilion's great sound technique, he might be able to see through it. Unfortunately, the sword master did not. After Song Chaicheng left, Gu Qian started to plan his next move. Since he already knew that Qing Ai would participate in the sword catacomb trial, there was no need for him to find other ways to get in touch with him. It could be said that this was a good thing. Under the situation of being monitored by the sword master, taking Qing Ai away from the secret realm might be the least risky. As for whether he was allowed to enter the arcane realm, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't a big problem. His threaded Taoist body was ever-changing. He could create a doppelganger to hide in Chu Meixin's body and sneak into the secret realm. As long as Chu Meixin found Qing Ai with this avatar, she would be able to escape into the dominating cauldron world with Qing Ai through the strange space-time connection. After entering the dominating cauldron world, the sword master had no other choice but to stare. In the end, he didn't even know how Qing Ai had disappeared. The biggest trouble was him. If he couldn't enter the arcane realm, he could only stay outside, or even stay by the sword master's side. When the sword master found out that Qing Ai had disappeared, he would be furious. How would he deal with him? At that time, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Therefore, it would be best for him to open the space-time tunnel and escape into the dominating cauldron world before the sword master could react. In that case, everything would be perfect. Without Qing Ai, the sword master would lose the magic box, the new weapon, and the advantage he had against the Qin clan would be gone. If the sword master wanted to attack the Qin clan personally, he would have to think twice. Without the threat of the new weapon, the Sea clan and the Star Sea sect would come back to suppress the sword pavilion, the plan seemed perfect, but there were some variables. For example, Chu Meixin might not be able to find Xianxia in time in the arcane realm. The environment there was complicated, and Chu Meixin's cultivation was limited. In contrast, it was not difficult to make Xianxia believe him and act according to the plan after finding him. Chu Meixin was an old friend in the chaotic sea, and the dwarf emperor knew her. As long as he mentioned Gu Chen's name, he believed that the dwarf emperor would cooperate. With the help of the doppelganger to pass the trial, Gu Chen thought that it would not be a problem for Chu Meixin to find Xianxia in time. What he was most uncertain about was the original body that was left in the outside world. It took time to open the space-time connection. If the sword master found out and interrupted it, a fierce battle would be inevitable. At that time, he could only show the trump card of the ancient glorious overlord body in order to escape from the sword master. This was not a good choice. If I don't attend the trial and stay by the sword master's side, the chance of escaping will be greatly increased. But then, I won't be able to control the situation in the arcane realm. If anything goes wrong, Mei Xian and the dwarf emperor will die. Gu Chen weighed the pros and cons considering the many possible variables. He still had to stay by the sword master's side to keep an eye on him. As long as the sword master was stalled, Chu Meixin and the dwarf emperor would not be in any danger. The first priority was to ensure that the two could leave safely. As for the original body, he would wait for the right opportunity. After deciding on the plan, Gu Chen began to make various arrangements. The most important prerequisite for the success of the plan was to send a doppelganger into Chu Meixin's body. However, in the sword pavilion, he was being watched all the time, so it was not easy to do. With the sensitivity of the sword master's spiritual mind, it would not work to send a doppelganger directly. The accompanying energy was too great. Therefore, Gu Chen finally chose a stupid method. By touching her body, he quietly transferred the heaven-winding silk into Chu Meixin's body. Every night, the husband and wife slept together. Gu Chen pretended to hug Chu Meixin to sleep intimately. They looked like newlyweds, sticking to each other like glue. Although the sword master's divine sense was spread out, it was impossible for him to pay attention to the private affairs of the couple all the time. Therefore, at the place where Gu Chen's palm and Chu Meixin's body touched, the heaven-winding silk was quietly injected every night, accumulating energy. When doing this, he had to guard against the sword master. It could be said that Gu Chen was completely focused and careful, as if he was walking on a tightrope. But Chu Meixin was a little different. She had never been so intimate with a man. The temperature from Gu Chen's body made her excited. The secret energy that was transferred into her body gave her a strange feeling. Although she knew that everything was for the plan, every night when she hugged Gu Chen to sleep, she really felt the joy of a newlywed. Song Chaoqing took the opportunity of delivering food and brought some information to Gu Chen one after another. Because he was afraid of arousing the sword master's suspicion, he could only stay for a limited time each time. There are many forces that have their eyes on Xianxia. They suspect that someone has successfully sneaked into the disciples participating in the trial and wants to get in touch with Xianxia in the sword catacomb. The Revolutionary Army has also sent people to lurk in the artifact refining hall. The ugly emperor caught one of their spies. According to the spies, the infiltration of the sword pavilion artifact refining hall was directly ordered by the leader of the Second Mountain and Sea, Dongfang Shan. Dongfang Shan? This big shot in the Revolutionary Army, who he had met once, was also interested in Xianxia. There was actually a force that could sneak into the disciples participating in the trial. This power was not small, and it might bring many twists and turns to his plan. Ninja and Ugly Emperor didn't alert them, did they? Gu Chen asked with concern. Forces that could sneak into the sword pavilion under the high alert were not simple, and he couldn't be careless. Especially the Revolutionary Army. Although he seemed to be cooperating with them on the surface, Gu Chen didn't want to have anything to do with them when it came to saving Xianxia. At present, we are only observing in secret. The captured spies of the Revolutionary Army have been released, and they have become our eyes. As for what to do, they are waiting for your further instructions. Song Chaiching replied. Gu Chen made up his mind, pondered for a while, and said, "Let's not move. These people can do whatever they want, but it's not good to have more variables now." Gu Chen's goal was only to take Xianxia away. Even if these people might bring some variables, he believed that he could deal with any accidents. Moreover, the sword ancestor was not someone to be trifled with. God knew how much he knew about these spies. Maybe these people were deliberately released by him, and if he moved, they would be hooked. He had already laid out the whole plan in advance, and before these people could react, he had already taken Xianxia away. The day of the sword tomb trial had finally arrived. Just the night before, Gu Chen had successfully transferred sufficient energy of the secret technique into Chu Meixin's body. This power could be used by Chu Meixin to help her stand out in the secret realm trial. At the critical moment, it could even ignore time and space and help her and Xianxia escape from the sword pavilion. Early in the morning, Xianxia Lu came to invite Gu Chen. This was the first time Gu Chen left the small courtyard where he was imprisoned since he came to the sword pavilion. They were going to the sword tomb behind the sword pavilion and the refining hall. This was a semi-closed secret realm. Part of it was the residence of the sword ancestor, and the other part was sealed for a long time. The sword tomb was shrouded in fog all year round. By the time Xianxia Lu and Gu Chen arrived outside the barrier, the elders of the sword pavilion had also arrived one after another. Each of them had brought along the disciples they were proud of. These disciples were the future and hope of the sword pavilion. The trial that they were about to participate in would also affect their status and treatment in the sect in the future. Chu Meixin was undoubtedly very special among the true disciples. In terms of qualifications, she had just become a successor disciple not long ago. It was said that the reason why she could become a successor disciple was because of the people around her. Therefore, after seeing her, most of the true disciples didn't think of her as an opponent. They even felt disdain for her. Most of their gazes fell on Gu Chen, the young master of the Chen clan, who had been in the limelight recently. It was said that during the meeting of the Dao court, he had severed the arm of Li Tian Holy King, who was ranked 6th on the legend ranking. If such a genius also participated in the trial, he would undoubtedly be their biggest competitor. Fortunately, according to the teachers, Chen Yunfei would not participate in the trial. To put it bluntly, no matter how monstrous Chen Yunfei's talent was, he was only a hostage of the sword pavilion and had no choice. When the sword pavilion and the Chen clan fell out, Chen Yunfei would most likely be the first to die. His fate was like a duckweed. When they thought of this, many of the true disciples looked at Gu Chen with pity in their eyes, and there was no fear in their eyes anymore. So what if he is famous? In the end, he will still become a hostage of the sword pavilion. The mere Qin clan dares to dream of sharing the Mu dynasty with the sword pavilion. It is only a matter of time before they are defeated. It's a pity that junior sister Chu is so beautiful, but Chen Yunfei took advantage of her. The disciples discussed secretly. Gu Chen was expressionless and stood with his hands behind his back. Chu Meixin also looked indifferent. Not long later, the weapon forgers from the Hall of Smithing also arrived. A portion of the weapon forgers with outstanding potential were also allowed to enter the secret trial. Their status in the sword pavilion was not inferior to that of the true disciples. Gu Chen glanced at them and immediately confirmed that Xianxia was not among them. It was almost time, but Xianxia had not arrived yet. Could there be an accident? Gu Chen was a little worried. Seeing that most people had arrived, Xianxia Lu took the lead to walk into the depths of the sword tomb. The fog retreated to both sides as the crowd moved forward, and from time to time, broken weapons appeared on the road on both sides. These weapons were inserted upside down on the ground, and most of them had rusted and had no power. They looked ancient. The road led upward. The crowd felt that they had climbed a hillside, and in front of them stood an arched door. This arched door was engraved with Taoist marks. Behind the door was an empty cliff, but inside it was a desolate atmosphere. There was a pool 100 feet in front of the door. In the pavilion beside the pool, the sword ancestor was holding bait in his hand and sprinkling it into the pool from time to time, attracting the koi in the pool to rush over. Behind him, there were 2 other people, a kind-looking dwarf and a slovenly man with a strong figure. Greetings, old ancestor. Many elders and disciples of the sword pavilion saluted one after another. Only Gu Chen just slightly leaned forward, with a smile on his face, and his eyes were fixed on the strong man. A sense of familiarity arose. Although the other party had disguised himself, Gu Chen was sure at this moment. Xianxia was indeed the dwarf emperor. It turned out that Xianxia had entered the sword tomb one step ahead. Such treatment was really not bad. Guchen looked at the dwarf, who looked somewhat similar to the dwarf clan. Judging from his position, he seemed to have a close relationship with Xianxia. Guchen naturally thought of the description of Xianxia in the intelligence. After she entered the weapon refinement hall, she had encountered a talent scout and was trained by him. This dwarf must be Grandmaster D, right? The dwarf emperor, who had opposed the weaponization of the crystal core secret method, was now making magic boxes for the sword pavilion. Guchen had always been curious about the ins and outs of this. Judging from all the clues, it might have a lot to do with Grandmaster D. Everyone is here. Let's begin. The sword master was a man of few words. He casually shot a sword light into the arched door. Suddenly, the arched door seemed to be activated. Ripples appeared in the space and slowly turned into a vortex. The mystic realm opened. Many inherited disciples looked excited. They had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Thank you, Sword Master. Xianxia was neither servile nor overbearing. He suddenly cupped his hands toward the Sword Master, who also showed a rare gentle expression. I wish you success. Xianxia did not say a word. He turned around and strode into the mystic realm without any hesitation. Seeing him move, the others also rushed into the mystic realm under the instructions of their respective masters. Xianxia walked quickly to the entrance. Guchen deliberately followed behind and was immediately stopped. You don't cultivate the sword Dao. Just stay here and watch the ceremony. The sword master spoke personally. His tone was indifferent and did not allow any refusal. Guchen stopped and could only tell Xianxia. Be careful. Thus, Xianxia entered the mystic realm alone. Song Chaoqing followed behind her. The ugly emperor had already ordered Song Chaoqing in advance to help support Xianxia in the mystic realm. All the participants of the trial had entered the mystic realm. The sword master cast a spell casually, and the pool in front of him rippled and quickly reflected the situation in the mystic realm. There was a picture of everyone, and Xianxia's picture was placed in the center. Guchen raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the sword ancestor could control the situation in the secret realm at any time. It was not easy to take Xianxia away. Sit down. There were many futons in the pavilion. The sword ancestor said casually as he sat by the water. The elders and equipment forging grand masters of the sword pavilion agreed and sat down on the futons, watching the trial in the secret realm with great interest. Guchen wanted to sit in a corner, but the sword ancestor said, You are a guest. Don't be rude. Sit next to the old man, yes. Upon hearing this, Guchen had no choice but to step forward. In the end, he sat in the middle of a group of elders, like stars surrounding the moon. It's such a bad position, Guchen sighed. He was so close to the sword ancestor that it was hard for him to do anything. Once something happened, he would be besieged by a group of powerhouses of the sword pavilion. Almost all the powerhouses of the sword pavilion were here. Even if Xianxia took the dwarf emperor away in the secret realm, she wouldn't be able to leave unscathed. The difficulty of the task has doubled. What should I do? Guchen looked at Xianxia and the dwarf emperor in the pool and thought about how to deal with it. Xianxia walked alone in the ruins with her sword in her hand. She was surrounded by broken walls, and from time to time, she could see wandering demons, ghosts, and spirits. The people of the sword pavilion called these things the refined souls. They were everywhere in the secret realm. Some of them were not threatening, while some were extremely powerful. Some were just bad luck, while some were great opportunities. Although the content of the successor trial was different every time, the refined souls in the Sword Tomb secret territory played an important role every time. Clang, a headless refined soul suddenly pounced on her, and Xianxia killed it with one slash. The refined soul was destroyed, and a broken lamp fell in front of Xianxia. She took a look at it and continued to move forward. This is going to be troublesome, Guchen's sigh suddenly sounded in her mind. The original body and the thread Taoist body shared the same mind. The thread Taoist body knew that the original body was sitting in a wolf's den, so he couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong? Xianxia asked with a concerned tone. Of course, she was only speaking in her mind. Guchen's thread doppelganger was inside her body, so their communication didn't need to be done through the outside world, so no one could detect it. Today, Chu Meixin wasn't just here to participate in the trial. More importantly, she was here to take the dwarf emperor away. This was an unimaginably difficult task for her, so she couldn't help but feel nervous. Gu Chen sensed her nervousness and comforted her. "Don't worry, everything is under my control." Chu Meixin was silent. Even at this moment, she still felt that Gu Chen's plan was crazy. How could he not pay any price if he wanted to take someone away under the eyes of the sword master? However, Gu Chen had his own ideas. The only thing she could do was to trust him. Only then would she not be a burden. Not wanting to dwell on this matter any longer, Gu Chen changed the topic. These so-called refined souls should be the weapon spirits of the weapons. They were affected by the environment here and turned into refined souls. Chu Meixin nodded. It is said that in addition to the weapons of the masters who were defeated by the sword master, there are also a large number of abandoned Dao weapons that the sword master was not satisfied with. Even if it is an abandoned Dao weapon, the power of the great weapon refining technique is not simple. No wonder there are so many Dao weapons. The sword master doesn't like these weapons. I'm afraid they can be sold at a high price outside. At the realm of the sword master, money is really a worldly possession. Gu Chen sighed. According to his divine sense, there were obviously many powerful saint-level refined souls in the secret realm. No wonder only the inherited disciples could participate in the trial. I heard that every time the sword master was not satisfied with the weapon he refined, he would throw it into the sword tomb. Therefore, the number of weapons in the sword tomb has increased over the years. However, according to the masters, although these weapons are powerful, they all have various flaws. The sword master threw them here for a special purpose. Chu Meixin recalled some of the sayings she had heard. Oh? What purpose? Gu Chen was a little curious. I don't know. Chu Meixin shook her head. She had just become an inherited disciple not long ago, so her knowledge was limited. Gu Chen pondered for a while. What do you think the dwarf sovereign's purpose in entering the sword tomb secret realm? Chu Meixin thought for a while and said, from the sword master's attention to the dwarf sovereign, he should not be here to participate in the trial. Based on the influence of the new weapon he developed, if he wanted the weapon codex, the sword master could just give it to him. The sword codex and weapon codex were the ultimate goals of the inherited disciples and weapon craftsmen who participated in the trial. However, some of the elders and weapon craftsmen in the sect had already received the complete teachings. The inherited disciple trial was not the only way to obtain the two unique skills. If one had made a great contribution to the sect or was valued by the sword master, it was possible for him to pass this stage. The inherited disciple trial was actually the sword codex, but it was just a branch. For someone like the dwarf sovereign who had become a weapon craftsman through battle achievements, it was possible for him to obtain the complete weapon codex. That's right. I think so too. According to the information given by Song Chuiqing, the secret realm is mainly opened for the dwarf sovereign. Since the dwarf sovereign is not here for the weapon codex, then why is he here? It will be easier for us to find him if we know why he is here. This place doesn't look small. If we are like a headless fly, we might not be able to meet him even after the trial ends. What you said just now reminded me. The reason why the sword master threw the abandoned weapons here might be related to the reason why the dwarf sovereign came here. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. The dwarf sovereign he knew was a very pure person who only knew how to forge weapons. Was it possible that he came here purely for forging weapons? Perhaps the conditions here were suitable for him to forge weapons, but what kind of weapon did he want to forge that he needed to use a place like the sword tomb? Your original body is outside. Can you see the situation here? Can you let me show us the way? Chu Meixin asked. Yes, I can. But the environment here is almost the same. I can't immediately determine where the dwarf sovereign is from the image. Finish your trial first. Don't arouse any suspicion. Gu Chen's original body had been staring at the dwarf sovereign's every move in the pool. He was observing the surroundings to see if there was anything special. Okay, I understand. Just as Chu Meixin answered, a shocking roar came from not far away. Judging from the intensity of the energy fluctuation, the owner of the roar had obviously reached the martial saint realm. She quickly restrained her aura and slowly approached. Soon, she found a giant who was hundreds of feet tall. He was holding a huge earth sword and had a murderous aura. He was fighting with an inconspicuous dwarf. The dwarf had a strong body. He was holding a purple gold hammer in his left hand and a broadsword in his right. His murderous aura was not inferior to that of the giant. Chu Meixin was surprised. Isn't that, Gu Chen, who was hiding in her body, was also surprised. He didn't expect to meet the dwarf sovereign so soon after entering the secret realm. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. It was undoubtedly great news to find the dwarf emperor at the beginning of the trial. Gu Chen and Chu Meixin looked at each other. They did not dare to step forward rashly and chose to wait and see for the time being. The Sword Ancestor and the senior members of the Sword Garret were watching the trial. It would be too purposeful to approach the dwarf emperor, which was not good for their plan. It would be best if they could have a proper chance to talk to him and discuss how to get out of here. If the dwarf sovereign can't defeat the giant later, you will rush forward to help him. That way, you will be able to get close to him. Gu Chen blurted out. Although the dwarf emperor was full of murderous intent, he couldn't see through the dwarf emperor's cultivation. He always felt that the dwarf emperor's aura was a bit strange. In contrast, the giant's aura was strong and condensed. He believed that the dwarf emperor would gain the upper hand after a long stalemate. Before Chu Meixin could reply, the dwarf sovereign's roar could be heard from the other side. Go to hell. A prismatic crystal on the broadsword in the dwarf emperor's right hand suddenly shone brightly. A majestic energy burst out from the inside of the sword and turned into a sharp blade light. Crack, the dwarf emperor casually waved his hand, and the earthen sword in the hands of the giant, who was still evenly matched a moment ago, was instantly cut in half. The dwarf emperor also flew up into the sky and slashed dozens of times. The blade light was bright and sharp. The giant's body fell apart, but it didn't bleed. Instead, it was like a mountain collapsing, stirring up smoke and dust. After a sorrowful roar, the giant completely disappeared, and a broken ancient sword appeared in the ruins. That was the original body of the refined soul in this secret realm. The giant was the spirit of this sword, and this sword used to belong to a powerful sword saint. This sword saint was defeated by Sword Ancestor back then, so his sword became the spoils of war and was thrown into the sword tomb. There was more than one ancient sword that belonged to a defeated sword saint in the secret realm, and these swords were also regarded as a great opportunity by the true disciples who participated in the trial. The dwarf sovereign saw that the ancient sword had manifested, and the weapon spirit was no longer able to resist. He leaped to the front of the ancient sword, and with a flip of his hand, he took out a spherical crystal. The crystal ball was only the size of a fist, and its color was transparent. When it approached the ancient sword, something strange happened. The ancient sword burst out a shocking sword chi, but it was instantly absorbed by the crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball, there were many visible light patterns. These patterns of light crisscrossed and seemed to be formed by countless prisms. Between the prisms and the edges, there seemed to be an incomparably complex and mysterious profundity. After the ancient sword's sword chi was absorbed into the crystal ball, it flowed among the prisms and soon disappeared. Crack. Crack. The ancient sword, which was already broken to begin with, completely shattered after releasing all of its sword chi. When the fragments fell to the ground, they all turned into ashes. The dwarf sovereign was not surprised. He put the crystal ball back into his body and carried the purple gold heavy hammer and broadblade saber on his back. He also took out a compass. Using the compass, he looked around as if he was looking for something. Soon, he found a target and soared into the sky, flying toward the west. What should we do now? Chu Meixin couldn't help but ask. The strength that the dwarf emperor showed just now was much stronger than hers. With this strength, he didn't need her help. Obviously, Gu Chen's judgment was wrong. How should they get in touch with the dwarf emperor? Follow him. Find out what he is doing. Gu Chen came back to his senses. The dwarf emperor's series of actions were confusing, and he needed to find out what was going on. Okay. Chu Meixin quickly followed. The dwarf emperor had a flying instrument on him, so his speed was much faster than hers. Chu Meixin was having a hard time catching up. If this went on, she would easily lose him. Gu Chen reminded, use the secret energy. The secret energy could be transformed into any kind of power. After Gu Chen's doppelganger merged with Chu Meixin's body, Chu Meixin could also borrow it. Gu Chen had already told Chu Meixin about the theory, but she didn't dare to try it when she was being watched. Now that he reminded her, she used it. Whoosh, the integration of the secret energy increased Chu Meixin's cultivation. Her speed increased a lot, and she caught up with the dwarf emperor steadily. This is unbelievable. Chu Meixin was shocked. Although Gu Chen had already told her about the magic of this power, she still couldn't understand how Gu Chen did it. How could the external power not repel her at all? With this power, she, who was originally only in the early stage of saint, had her strength increased to a whole new level. She wouldn't lose to other direct disciples. It stopped. Another battle? In less than half an hour, the dwarf emperor found his target. It was another saint-tier refined soul. Both sides started fighting. Chu Meixin continued to watch from afar. She was secretly surprised by the dwarf emperor's actions. It was obvious that the dwarf emperor came prepared. That was why he could find his target in such a short time. One should know that not all saint-tier refined souls were high-profile. Some of them wouldn't even notice their existence if they didn't trespass into their territory. Boom. Boom, the battle between the dwarf sovereign and the purgatory soul was so intense that the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and everyone within a radius of 100 miles could feel the commotion. No, this refined soul's strength isn't much different from the previous one. With the dwarf emperor's strength, he could have ended the battle quickly. But he's purposely dragging it out. It seems like he's purposely creating a commotion. Gu Chen soon realized that something was wrong. There are many powerful refined souls in the Sword Tomb. Some of them even have spiritual intelligence. If the commotion is too big, it will be dangerous if we are surrounded by thousands of refined souls. Chu Meixin said. Don't worry. If there's really an uncontrollable danger, the Sword Ancestor will naturally take action. This place is under his control. What I'm curious about is the Dwarf Emperor's motive. He has never been a battle-hungry person. There must be a reason why he's doing this. While Gu Chen and Chu Meixin were talking, the battle gradually came to an end. Another refined soul was defeated and turned into a broken ancient sword. The Dwarf Emperor used the same trick again. He took out the crystal ball again and absorbed all the sword chi in the ancient sword. The ancient sword then collapsed. I'm afraid that the inheritance of the two sword saints will disappear forever. Chu Meixin said with pity. The two ancient swords were broken. Perhaps they were no longer divine weapons, but they were the swords of the sword saints. More or less, they had the imprints of the Great Tao. These imprints of the Great Tao were top-notch sword Tao inheritances. Compared to the ancient swords themselves, these inheritances were more meaningful to sword cultivators. The Dwarf Emperor's actions were too barbaric. He was simply destroying the treasures in the Sword Tomb. Buzz, in Chu Meixin's vision, the Dwarf Emperor suddenly disappeared. The surrounding environment also changed. Storms were everywhere. The commotion from the battle just now attracted even more powerful refined souls. Gather your Tao energy in your eyes. Gu Chen reminded. Chu Meixin's expression turned cold. She had heard that some refined souls were too powerful, or the swordsman's chi and sword will were too strong. This caused the trial takers to fall into illusions when they encountered them. Thinking that she had encountered such a powerful refined soul, she hurriedly followed Gu Chen's instructions. After gathering her Tao energy in her eyes and seeing through the illusions, the endless storms finally disappeared. In front of her, a skeleton swordsman holding a long green sword appeared. He had a powerful aura as he stared coldly at the Dwarf Emperor. The azure sword was much more complete than the two ancient swords he had seen before. There was only a small nick on the blade. Despite the long passage of time, the ancient sword was still glowing brightly. Obviously, it was a rare sacred sword. The skeleton swordsman had the skeleton of an alien race. Its streamlined bones revealed a shocking pressure of the Saint realm. It seemed to be a little different from the two refined souls from before. The Dwarf Emperor was not affected by the illusion brought by the powerful aura. He looked at the skeleton swordsman with excitement. It's different from the normal mutation of the weapon spirit. It's the corpse of a powerful sword saint that develops spiritual intelligence after death. Even the sword was preserved quite well. You must be very strong, right? As soon as he finished his provocative words, the skeleton swordsman disappeared in an instant. Clang, the dwarf emperor had no time to react. A ray of azure sword light appeared beside him and instantly left a wound on his arm. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. The dwarf emperor let out a muffled groan as blood gushed out. So fast. Xianxia, who was secretly observing, exclaimed. The skeleton swordsman's sword art was so smooth and fast that she could not even see it clearly. Gu Chen's expression also froze. The opponent this time was much stronger than the two refined souls from before. Especially the speed of the sword, the dwarf emperor was probably going to suffer a great loss. It's indeed a corpse that developed spiritual intelligence. It still retains the powerful instincts of a sword saint when he was alive. It's not something an ordinary refined soul can compare with. The dwarf emperor gritted his teeth in pain. He raised his purple gold hammer and broad-bladed saber and took a defensive stance. He did not dare to be careless anymore. However, clang! Clang! The skeleton swordsman's figure continued to flash in the surroundings. It moved like the wind and its sword seemed to be able to split the wind. The dwarf emperor's movements were extremely clumsy. In just a few seconds, a few more wounds were left on his body. Die. The dwarf emperor was not convinced. He waved his weapon and tried to catch up with the skeleton swordsman's movements. However, the skeleton swordsman easily dodged his attacks and made fun of him. Should I help him? Xianxia asked in her heart. It seemed to be a good opportunity to help. However, she was not confident that she could deal with the terrifying speed of the skeleton swordsman, even with the support of Gu Chen's secret technique. The dwarf sovereign is not a reckless person. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have messed himself up. Gu Chen frowned, and his divine sense had already spread out. Don't be in a hurry to attack. There are many other auras in the surroundings. There are other refined souls nearby? Looks like the commotion just now was too big. It's not just purgatory soul. I'm afraid the other participants have been alerted as well. Gu Chen carefully sensed the aura of a refined soul. If he were to carefully distinguish it, he would notice that the aura of a refined soul was somewhat different from that of a cultivator. This may not be a bad thing, right? This way, we won't be too obvious, and we'll have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Xianxia's eyes brightened. She had followed them all the way, which was a little suspicious. If a few successor disciples noticed the situation here, the sword master and the elders outside might pay less attention to her. Gu Chen did not respond. Instead, he spread out his spiritual consciousness as stealthily as possible, trying to figure out who these people were. Xianxia was right. The more chaotic the situation was, the easier it would be for them to cover up their actions. However, he was also somewhat concerned about the information that Renin had provided. Very soon, the ground began to rumble. As expected, new refined souls were attracted. The new refined soul transformed into a demonic beast. Its body was thousands of feet long, and its face was incomparably ferocious. As soon as it appeared, the mountain-like giant tail swept over, enveloping the dwarf sovereign and the skeletal swordsman within its attack range. There was no such thing as companions among the refined souls. Seeing that someone was causing trouble, the skeletal swordsman nimbly leaped onto the giant tail. Not only was it not swept by the tail, but it also began to run lightly on the tail. The dwarf sovereign was not so lucky. In the previous confrontation, he had already been stabbed by the skeletal swordsman. Facing the overwhelming attack of the giant tail, he was directly swept away like a kite with a broken string, and smashed into a mountain wall. Clang! In this short period of time, the skeletal swordsman arrived in front of the giant beast's head, and stabbed its sword into the space between its eyebrows. The giant beast let out a painful roar. Its defense was amazing, and it did not suffer any serious injuries. Instead, it slammed its head fiercely. The skeletal swordsman leaped and easily dodged the attack again. It circled around the giant beast and continued to stab it with its sword. The two refined souls fought fiercely, and the mountains and rivers were destroyed. It was like the scene of Doomsday. Heavens, the strength of these two refined souls is probably close to the peak of Saint King, right? Usually, refined souls of this level only stay in their own territories. Who provoked all of them? I saw it just now. It seems to be Grandmaster Cheng's doing. More and more true disciples were alarmed and came over, and those who were familiar with each other started to discuss secretly. Grandmaster Qing? Where is he? The person who had asked the question earlier, upon hearing that it was Grandmaster Qing who had caused trouble, became more cautious with his words. Recently, Grandmaster Qing's new weapon had shown great power on the battlefield. As long as one was not an idiot, they could tell that he was highly valued by the elder ancestor. He was smashed into the mountain, and his body is full of injuries. I don't know if he is all right, another person replied. Then, should we save him? You dare to attack? If we are targeted by these two refined souls at the same time, I'm afraid we will not have a good ending. Although Qing Ai's favor was valuable, it was not as valuable as their lives. Both of them were true disciples, and they had come to the mystery territory to gain experience. How could a little favor compare to a bright future? Boom! At the mountain wall where Qing Ai was buried, the earth and rocks suddenly exploded, and he climbed out from inside. Before this, he was already covered in wounds from being stabbed by the skeleton swordsman, and after being hit by the giant beast, there was not a single part of his body that was left unscathed. His flesh and blood were everywhere. Logically speaking, he should not be able to move anymore. But he stood up, and his eyes were filled with anger. This shell of flesh and blood is too much of a hindrance. There's no other way. If I don't use my true strength, I won't be able to kill these two refined souls, let alone carry out the next part of the plan. The dwarf emperor muttered to himself. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the wound near his shoulder blade. As if he was peeling off his skin, he slowly tore off half of his flesh. The torn flesh on his arm was peeled off, and it was not bones inside, but an arm made of pure metal. The dark gray metal arm was covered with diamond-shaped patterns that extended all the way to his chest. The dwarf emperor, who had half of his metal body exposed, clenched his metal fist. His heart, which was covered by his clothes and flesh, seemed to be glowing. Buzz! The countless diamond-shaped patterns on the metal arm lit up, as if red lava was flowing through it. The entire arm was dyed red like a red lotus in the dark night. The aura that the dwarf emperor exuded was completely different. It was not just the strength of his cultivation, but a kind of unusual sharpness, and a unique metallic texture. The skeleton swordsman and the giant beast sensed it at the same time, and turned around. End of chapter 2208. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.